Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time. God, no, can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Now kid, now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Come on now, black business, 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 black business.
I'm on, Quantum.
Yeah, we on.
What up, everybody? Hold on, let me cam up. What's up, everybody? Y'all already know what it is. It's your boy Humble in the building. And today, y'all, we gonna have some topics for y'all to get into. Y'all gonna be in the comments, and I know y'all gonna want to respond to a couple of things I gotta say. I am gonna be name dropping. I am gonna be talking about some people. Definitely when it comes to this scholarship, man. Yo, some of y'all just been talking too much, and y'all don't have nothing to show for it, Brody. We talking about the King Jays of the world, who's out here just making stuff up. The Khazars of the world, who I actually asked my brother Kassad the other day. He keep talking about the Ugarit, this the Bayal cycle, this is that, this is this. And the only reason any of those conversations really be relevant is the mere fact that we're trying to place or set a place for the Israelites in history. And I promise you not find no Israelites in the time of Ugarit. It's just not there. And so for him to be like, oh, well, these wasn't the Israelites, this is not their culture, it had to be. But we're going to dive into that a little bit, a little bit down the road as well. We're gonna dive some more into that. Number three, we're gonna get into the naturalism versus a WASP. Cosmon, don't be out here trying to run, Cosmon. You know I see you, bro. Yeah, man, Cosmon got something. Which is closer to a religion, a WASP or naturalism. I'm about to cut his head off because literally, family, if you just go look up what a faithist is, someone who's practicing faithism, go look that up. It'll literally tell you that it's a religious movement based off of a WASP. And Cosmo like to hit a person with the WASP Bible never used the word religion in it. Neither do the Bible. The Bible don't say it's a religious book, but we know it's a religious book as well. So that point right there is null and void. But with all that being said, man, we gonna get all the way back to the beginning, right? All the points that I was just making, all the stuff I was just talking about. So when you look at the Ugaritic period, right? I actually wanted to. I don't really like mess with my little panel bar when I'm not what's we calling because I don't want to mess nothing up. I don't want to jump down. Sometimes I be jumping down by accident or whatnot. So I gotta make sure everything good. But hold on, now my charger want to be acting crazy, bro. Now my charger want to be acting crazy. Hey man, share the live, like the live, support the live. I'm over here just trying to get my stuff right, y'all. All right. Come on, man. All right, there. Go right there. All right. Quanta, can you share my screen real quick, Brody? Let me see if it's sharing. All right, bet. Bang. So a lot of this stuff, family, is really simple. And the one thing they'll do is they'll try to bash you. You see what I'm saying? For using AI over searches for real general information, right? So easy word. When did the Ugarit period take place? Ugarit was an ancient city-state in the Mediterranean coast, modern day Syria, specifically at the Sea of Ras Rama. While the site occupied far back as the Neolithic period, c. 500, the term Ugarit period typically refers to the Golden Age or its status as major independence kingdom during the late Bronze Age, right? So listen to this. The Golden Age, the Kingdom of Ugarit, approximately 450 to 1200 BC. 450 to 1200. Right? So now, why is it to 1200? The city-state collapsed around 1200 to 1185 BCE. Now, I wonder, family, it's so funny because it said right here, the Bronze Age collapse. I wonder what made the city-state collapse. The Bronze Age collapse and the invasion by the sea people. See, because I don't never talk about this because he don't know about this history. He don't know about the sea people coming in, invading the territory because, watch this. This would mean that he's Canaan, what his book try to fight so hard against. Right? So this is why I say this brother. Now watch this. Watch this. Watch this. What time period is 13? Hold on. I gotta put BCE. Let me put BCE. Watch this. Because mind y'all, he made a statement that the 13th century was 1200 something, right? So the 13th century referred to 1300 BCE through to 1208. I'm 1201. I apologize. 1201, right? So now we know 1208 comes after 1201. So so we know that this could not be the time period of the Israelites. There is no, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Easy. Easy work right here. Easy work right here. Easy work. This ain't, see, and that's the thing. People want to make you believe that you got to be an expert in the Bible. You got to be an expert in Middle Eastern, this, that, and the third. You got to be an expert in these. No, you don't. This is basic information right here. The question of whether Israelites existed and settled kingdoms in the 13th century BCE is a central point of debate between traditional biblical interpretations and modern archaeological consensus. The short answer, listen to the short answer, family. No. Most historians and archaeologists agree that the 13th century BCE, there was no Israelite kingdoms. So, hold on one second, y'all. Hold on, give me one little minute, y'all. One little minute. And so, no, there was no Israelite kingdoms like the Bible say. Let's see what the Bible describes for the 13th century, right? It's a archaeology versus biblical perspective. The biblical account, the Bible describes the 13th century BCE as the time of the Exodus. From Egypt to the subsequent military conquest of Canaan by the tribes of Israel, leading to the eventual establishment of a powerful unified kingdom. So now, this is why Khazar needs you to believe that there were Israelites in the 13th century. Because the Exodus was supposed to take place in the 13th century. But when you actually look into archaeology, right, people be thinking I be joking and pulling this out of nowhere. There is no evidence for a mass exodus in archaeology. So this right here, let's see what it say. Let's get into it. It's a lack of urban infrastructure. It's a excavations in the Central Highlands, or area traditionally associated with the early Israelite settlement, show that before 1200 BC, the region was sparsely populated. The settlement that began to appear around 1200 BC were small, simple villages, not large walled cities or complex political kingdoms described in the book of Joshua and Judges. That right there shut down their whole Bible talk. That right there shut down their whole Bible talk. Now you know what Khazar say? Oh, humble, you good at making arguments that I never made, right? Hold on one second. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this down. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen because I'm gonna pull something else up. Real quick. And so, man, listen, I keep a couple straps in the chamber. You feel me? Just for when people start to get above themselves, right? Hold on one second. Let me get it here. All right. Because Khazad most definitely said before, and it was even in one of his presentations. I'm gonna bring it up real fast. Where he at? Come on, bro. Oh, here it is, right here. All right. Hold on, quick. Let me see if I could. Let me see if I can share this real quick. Image files. Let me see if I can get in my image files. What's this? Nope, not thingy. Let me see. Cause they be out here playing, bro. Like niggas don't be having this information that they be quote unquote supposedly dropping. Where is that, man? Hold on. I actually just had it pulled up. Is this it? Oh, yep. Share that for me. Share that for me, Quantum. All right. So this is from Kazad. This is from Kazad. So now, what does this say? El in the Bible is used as a title, not the name of an actual deity, like in the Ugaritic text. Several deities are called El in the Bible and other cultures that is not the Canaanite god of El, or that is not the Canaanite god El. Yahweh was always the name of God. This was a lie. The patriarchs all knew the name of God, which was another misdirection, right? Yahweh was the supreme deity and always will be the supreme deity. This right here, misleading. The Israelites going into idolatry is not the debate. So let me put that down. So this is something that that he will. You could take this down, Quantum. So this is something that he also like to try to do, right? He like to try to, y'all saying that when they worship these characters or El and things of that nature, they was an idolatry worship. But he always try to negate the Bronze Age collapse. It's funny how everybody with Egypt, right? They like to give all their credibility. Oh, when you see the bull, that's Hathor from Kemet. No, it's not. No, it's not. They so embarrassed from being from Canaan, it ain't even funny. I'm gonna move forward, man. I'm gonna move forward. Right. So here we gonna talk about King J. And I hope he in the comments. Because this brother is laughable. Laughable. The other day, me, him, Shay, a couple others was on a panel. And my man really tried to say that Aten is the representation of the sun over Ray. The issue is, bro, you don't even know the procedure of how Aten was first an aspect of Ray and then got elevated into a creator deity. This is the issue I be having when everybody try to go run to this new toy everybody got called the TLA. The TLA don't tell you everything. My man Ashe was scrolling down. He seen the word Ray for sun. They put a sun. He seen the word something Ray that stood for the tears of Ray. But then he wanted to accept all the other Aten names. Crazy work. And then he wanted to do the same thing for Happy in the Nile. And he don't understand that the language of Kemet is a trilateral root language. Which means one word don't just mean one thing. There's multiple meanings. And so these brothers just don't study, bro.
They got you frustrated, humble.
They be, man, listen, they be terrible, bro. And this is easy work. Easy work. You know, let me bash Cosmon. Let me slap him upside the head real quick. Easy work, right? I was just talking about faithism. I bet you Cosmon won't tell you that John Newborough practiced in as they would say, metaphysical spiritual practices for 15 years before he did his first channel writing. I bet you he won't tell you that. I bet you Cosmo won't tell you that John Newborough was in contact with Madame Blavatsky, the Secrets of the One Foundation, that was pushing this new age enlightenment movement. I bet you Cosmo won't tell you that. And so everybody say, okay, well, what that got to do with y'all debate, right? Well, when this man was supposedly what they say ghost writing or channel writing, why is a whole lot of metaphysical stuff in there that he was already learning about? And then my man trying to develop amnesia and say, oh, well, I ain't never studied this stuff a day in my life. As if you're not on record for 15 years, literally working in trance-like organizations, trying to hit the higher realms of what they call the spiritual realm. And don't do this not sound like some religious talk to you, Quantum. I'm talking about a religious realm, angels and gods and demons. But then what Cosmo to tell you? Oh, well, what a WASP Bible say, man, you got to validate everything through science. So then why did he tell the people, why did Jehovah tell the people in a book that I am your creator? And you shall do what I say do. Come on now, man. These people out here, man, they need to develop some better arguments. If what's not working, far as that Bible, you don't go pick up something else that resembles the Bible and say, oh, well, maybe I can come at them with this perspective. No, that ain't how it works. You got to make sure your stuff is valid first. See?
I wanted you to see that I was going through.
My man, Kazaa, I'm telling you, bro. You see, this is what they do, bro. This is what they do. They can't beat the information. So then what they do, yo, man, you know you can't beat me, humble. You know you can. But every time we on that ring, every time we on that stage lined up, what's happening? I'm smashing them with the information. Hey, the other day, I had the Saber smash them. And see, this is what I like to do, bro. See, a lot of times, y'all know one thing, y'all see, it's a research under there. So one thing y'all know Humble Mystic for doing is going to go do a lot of research, pulling up a lot of stuff. But one thing I enjoy doing is I enjoy telling other people, hey, yo, hey, Saber, man, look this up, man. So that way they know Humble ain't making stuff up. You know what they like to say, Quantum. Oh, but you always making stuff up. That's not what that say. You know what you can get another person to read it.
Right.
Saber. And then when the Saber's saying it, right, then everybody's sitting there with their face on stupid. Oh, I ain't know what say that. Listen, man. They can't deal with this, man.
You did want me to. The panel is open, I believe. Humble.
Oh yeah, come on up here, y'all. Come on up here.
I put it
in
up
there, chilling, having great conversations. I'm just, man. Listen, y'all know what it is. I'm just calling you boys out, man. See if y'all can stand. Y'all can stand to the fire without any help, man. See, that's the thing too. See, they like to go hard body when they got help. You feel maybe 3-4 Hebrews on the panel and they try to go hard body. When there's one Hebrew on the panel, they be awfully quiet. You see what I'm saying? The Muslims come up, 3-4 of them, they try to go hard body. You come on now, man.
Yeah. That do be the action. We do gotta send a quick shout out to the chat. We got King Hurt, got Israel Rising and Jay Snake. Peace.
What up, Hurt? Come on up here, yo. Hit that like button.
Chisai.
Oh yeah, hit that link in the comments, y'all. What's up, Kazad?
What's going on, man? I don't know what nonsense you up here always talking, man. What you doing, bro? What's going on?
Hey, Hey
Talking
yo,
about some, we get tough with the numbers. Time out. Wasn't just on the panel. It was you, God, Energy, King J. I say we're not just fighting all y'all with my
man,
info
you
and
know
my
you had
own.
King J flip flopping to your side, man. That man King J was up there taking
King J was
motherfuckers.
not on my side. King J was on y'all side. Well, no, I ain't gonna lie. King
No,
J
you
was
know you
on.
had him flip flopping, boy. Hey,
King
listen,
J was
you called
on.
Ashay out on the you caught Ashay out on a joint with the Hebrew joint. I think it was the armies or whatnot. And my man King J straight flipped to your side, like, yeah, I agree with Kassad on that. Hey yo.
But what does that got to do with me being right? Like I don't. We was and I'm talking about the L thing. We was just talking about the L thing last night. What's his name? King J wasn't on my side. It was God Energy. I say they was all on the same side together. I'm still in the paint with the info.
Oh yeah.
You
Hey,
playing right now,
listen, man.
man. You trying to down talk me
You know.
like I don't. Oh man, your audio cut out. Hey, drop. I gotta drop down and come back up
All
because
right,
your
all right,
audio cut out.
all
Humble. I
right.
can't hear you.
Okay. That's my brother Kazad, y'all. Get up for my brother Kazad, man. Good dude, right? You listen, I love banging with that brother Kazad. One thing, I love battling with brothers who don't back down. You see what I'm saying? Right, wrong, or indifferent. You see what I'm saying? I love people who's going to go take the information, sharpen it, sharpen that sword. You feel me? Go ahead, brother Kazad. You back.
Oh, con. No, I was just saying, man, stop playing like I don't bring these sources. Like I don't be standing on my own. Like I be need. And then was it just you the other day where you was trying to have me jump in with the other dude? I ain't even hear the whole argument and stuff. You was like, hey, fight for him. No, he gotta fight his own battle. I'm not.
Oh, yeah. Because dude came up there talking crazy, man. Now listen, man. They be up here talking crazy. And look, there goes Sapphire. There goes Sapphire. I told y'all, look, run the back on that Sapphire. Hey, Sapphire, come on, man. Hey, and Sapphire be trying to listen, Omar, Sapphire be trying to use Omar and them as a shield, bro. He terrible. He be trying to throw his hands and hide behind Kazada. Now, we see you, Sapphire. We see you, bro. You ain't slick. You ain't
Come
slick.
on, bro. You gotta stop it. Sapphire, I don't think y'all want to see him 1-on-1. It be
Nah,
why every
man.
time y'all. Hey, I don't think you want to see him. I don't think you want to
My
see him,
man,
bro.
listen, Sapphire ain't ready. Sapphire ain't ready. Sapphire make a couple claims and then come on, Kazad. Tell him about it, Kazad. No, Sapphire, you get up in here and tell us. What you talking about?
Nah, the one thing I wanted to add, man, you try to talk about the Saber and all this. Look. You gotta stop with the AI nonsense, bro. And what the funny part is, humble. You be asking the most leading questions. You know what you told him to ask the AI? You said ask the AI about this, and the way you worded it, of course the AI pull up some the way the way, basically. The way you ask the question and the way you lead the question of the AI, it'll pull up whatever you want it to pull up. You gotta stop doing that, humble, and acting as if
No, bro. Hey, I told the Saber pull up something real simple, bro. Was there any Israelites in the 14th century?
that's
Actually,
not what you told them to pull up. That's
I asked
not what
him
you
to
told
pull
them.
up, was
See,
there
now
any
you lying.
Israelites in the Ugaritic period?
That's not even what you asked him to pull up last night when you thought that's not what you asked him to pull up. Last night you asked him to pull up about the Shasu, the Israelites being the Shasu
Yeah.
merged with another group from the north. And yeah. Stop lying. That's what you
Yeah, I
asked
did
him
ask him to
about.
pull up because that's the consensus on the information, though.
No, because
That's
and
the
it's the thing.
consensus.
This is
Y'all
that's
be
not the
trying to
that's not the
say that
consensus.
bull
That's
is
not the
Hathor, bro.
consensus.
That bull is not Hathor. That bull is El, man.
Oh my God. I got a question on
Mm-hmm.
that then. I'm asking you this real simple.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if they said they going after the the Egyptian gods. Notice you got to look at the context of it. They keep saying we were better off serving the Egyptian gods and stuff than doing this. How was that the Canaanite god El if they are saying that we're better off doing this after the Egyptians? They're telling you we picking up and we're going. We rather off go look back towards the Egyptians. and
Is
you
this in
keep
the
trying to say
Bible?
it's L. What? How does that make sense?
This was in the Bible? What verse is this?
Oh my, you never read the Exodus story, have you? The entire time throughout the Exodus, they keep on complaining, talking about we'd rather be in Egypt. They keep
That
on
was
complaining, like,
after.
man, hold
That
on. They
was
keep complaining.
after. Go ahead.
They keep complaining the whole time, like, man, you brought us out here to starve. We would have been in, better off in Egypt
Yeah,
getting beat.
but
That's the whole, the
that was
whole
at the bottom
time.
of the mountain though. When Moses ain't come back down,
Hey,
he
bro,
went up.
you
He
need
went
to
up
go
to the
read.
mountain. He didn't come down for a couple of days. The people got impatient. That's why they wanted to go back to Egypt. That's why they reverted back to worshiping the bull or whatnot. What's the first thing they did? First thing they
No,
did was
time
build a.
out.
They told Aaron to build them a bull.
Is that bro? That take place even. I want to say that take place even before they Moses goes up. I think that I want to say confidently, but I'm not gonna just put my foot in my mouth. But I want to say they say that even before Moses goes away. They constantly keep saying that from the moment they gather themselves and leave out. I think even before they get to the sea, they say that. Hold on, real quick. Let me look at something real quick.
Nah, they
Let me see
for the
something real
sea.
quick.
Remember, whatchamacallum, when he let them go, he told them they can go free. They was traveling for the sea, and then he started chasing them down. He changed his mind on them, and then it was when Moses went up to that damn mountain, they started getting impatient, and they told Aaron to build them another shrine to the god and whatnot, to the other god. And then Moses came down and started tearing them a new one. Like, what y'all doing down here?
And just give me 1 second, cause I know where the Red Sea happened. I just want to get something real quick, because I think even before they even get to the sea and stuff like that, they already start complaining. Let me see. Let me see.
While Kazai looking that up, we got Israel Rising say this can be a good debate title. Is it possible that Goshen Everest exists?
The land of Go. If you're talking about the land of Goshen existed. That's that's a real landmass. Now the story surrounding the land of Goshen is different. That's a whole different thing entirely. Hold on 1 second, child. Hold on. Let me go on mute for 1 second.
Yeah, hey. Before they even in Exodus, I believe it's Exodus 14. Let me get this. It says, the Israelites began. And
Go ahead.
they said unto Moses, there was no graves in Egypt. Hast thou taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore hast thou dwelt thus with us to carry us forth out of Egypt? It is not the word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians. So this is a continuous theme from the moment they leave out, before they even cross the Red Sea and see them and do all. They constantly keep. I was going to say the B word, but they constantly keep crying and stuff. They constantly want to go back to Egypt. So that's the part that you're missing when it's there. They definitely was stuck in their ways. They was stuck being hard headed.
Well, in Exodus 14:11, the reason they turned on Moses was because they didn't have nowhere else to run. He took them to the desert. What did he ask them? We could have, if did you take us to the desert to die? For all of this, we could have died right there in Egypt. That's why they were complaining. They wasn't complaining because they were stuck in their ways about the gods and in Exodus 14. They were complaining because they felt as though they had nowhere to run. It was either death or death at that point. So
Hold
he,
on,
we stuck away for
listen
our
to this
own death.
part. Listen to this. It says this. This is what they said to Moses. Is not this the word that we did tell thee in Egypt? This is what they said. Didn't we tell you this in Egypt? Listen, saying, let us alone, meaning leave us alone, right? that we may serve the Egyptians. It wasn't just this the one time that this the first time they brought it up. Oh man, we finna die. Oh, this the first time. No, they constantly kept saying this to Moses. This is a continuous theme, which is why when we get to Numbers, the Lord gets sick of it, and He says that entire generation that's old enough that saw these miracles and stuff, they're not getting into the promised land. They constantly keep murmuring against the Lord. It's that simple.
But they're doing that because I feel like you're missing why they're doing. Like they're not doing it
I know
because
exactly why
of
they're doing it. They
Moses.
lack faith.
Each other. Hey, that's something we can agree on. And one of the instances where they were murmuring and complaining is because they was like when Moses took them to the water and the water was bitter. And they didn't want to drink the water. They was complaining about the water right there is because I can agree they was lacking faith. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of it was because because they was thirsty, because they was hungry. You see what I'm saying? They ain't had nowhere to run. And so it wasn't because they wanted to keep worshiping the Egyptians and things of that nature. They felt as though, hey, listen, man, we got two outs. And I feel like, and they felt like Moses took them out to the desert to die.
But you say they don't want to be and do like the Egyptians, but the moment they get the chance to, they go and do after what the Egyptians do. How you missing that?
What
The
they do
entire
except
point
the
is
Egyptians.
hold on. The entire point is the every second they get, they want to go back to Egypt. Every second they get, they want to do what the Egyptians do. Every second, like literally, the moment Moses walk away from over being looking over them like a child, what they do, man, we need some gods like the Egyptians. Create us a calf. What stop?
Yeah,
That's the
but
point.
that
And hold on.
go
And you
ahead.
missed the point.
Go ahead.
They're trying to serve Egypt. That's the point. They're trying to connect with Egypt the whole time. So when you say they building the cow or whatever, how are you connecting that to the Canaanite god El when they constantly keep telling you we trying to go back to Egypt?
Because you're representing the bull that they built, the calf that they built with Moses. You're trying to represent, or you're trying to place that on Hathor. That calf is not Hathor. That calf is the bull El. And how do we know this? We know this because we go back to the cultural anthropology of it. That's how what was they worshiping even in Egypt, right? What was there in the Bible? I'm saying, what was their representation of their deity? It was still a bull, but that bull wasn't a representation of Hathor. That bull was a representation of their god. They didn't get that bull concept from the Egyptians. They got that bull concept from the Canaanites. That's the part that you're missing.
Give me one second to pull something else up because I'm gonna just let the scriptures speak for themselves. Give me one more second. Sometimes I just gotta. I actually pull up from my Bible, and I don't pull it up from the internet. So give me one second. I got a lot of highlights in here. Give me one second. So I'm gonna just pull up the golden calf situation real quick.
And while we waiting for Kazad, remember to like, share, and subscribe. Coliseum of Arguments and the Titans Debate League. We do have a sister channel. If you like the content, you'll love it. We do have debates coming up. Humble Mystic, and I believe Chasad is also part of the tournament. We got a question from Immortal Dragon Review. He said, you know how many bull guys were running around back then?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So where they build the golden calf, that's in Exodus 32. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
reading 'cause I'm reading the actual book, so I'm just trying to get my point real quick. But yeah, if you want to say something real quick, you could say something. Peace, Elder Yara. I see you just hit
Yeah,
the panel.
that's
What's
right. What's
going
What's
up?
on,
up, Elder
Elder?
Yara?
Hey,
Elder
shalom,
Yara, how
family,
you doing? How
shalom.
you doing?
Peace to the gods, man. Peace to the gods. Hey, I just want to say, man, Kasai, he's the young Israelite champ. Don't y'all ever think, man, that listen, bro, look, we support our own, man. He's the young lion roaring out here, man. So we all stand with him, man, behind him, in front of him, on side of him. So don't get that twisted, humble man. We here, bro. When my man's hit the deck. Make no mistake about
Told
it.
y'all.
We always watching, bro.
I,
Don't don't make no mistake about it. We always watching, but he's the man.
hey,
He's
shout
the
out to Elder Yara too, man. Hey, Elder
yeah, no
Yara, he
doubt.
good peoples, Brody.
Hey,
Shout out
same to you, man. I appreciate you, fellas, man. Y'all good people, man. Y'all good work, man. Like is we all need pushback, man. I tell people, man, look, I don't go where people agree with me. That don't you don't get sharp that
exactly,
way.
Hmm.
You
exactly.
did. You don't get sharp that way. So I don't go where people agree with me.
Uh-huh.
So at the end of the day, man, I think like in I think it's in Second Timothy. I think Peter talks about it. Of course, Paul references it. He talks about Jannes and Jambres, Kashad.
Mm,
In Jannes and Jambres, we know even the extra biblical sources, Jannes and Jambres were two Egyptian magicians, right? During the time of the Exodus. And the extra biblical sources that talk about it is their suggestion when Moses goes up into that mountain and he doesn't come down that they build a golden calf. So it's not even Israelites that make the suggestion. Although the Israelites go along with it, it's the Egyptians who are complaining the whole time, as Kasai says. It tells us that even when he get at a certain point in time, even when they get there, there's another priesthood that exists, right? There's another group of priesthood. Joshua wants to kill him, right?
right.
Joshua said, "Hey Moses, they ain't doing nothing. Hey man, they talking crazy out here, man. You need to go check about what they saying because they ain't sounding right." Moses said, "Leave them alone. If they got something to say, they could be right. That if they got something to say, let them say it." But at the end of the story, we seeing them getting destroyed. But extra biblical sources, and then, like I said, they're mentioned in the scripture. There's an old apocryphal book that's not in circulation anymore. Um, it's called the Book of Jannes and Jambres. Um, and most scholars, biblical scholars, believe this is what Paul is quoting from in Timothy, but he talks about those two magicians that actually make that. So their suggestion about building a golden calf. Now, there's some people that say is Hathor. Some people do say that, right? Because
Hmm.
Hathor is the deity at those mines that we know the Israelites probably were mining in, right?
Hmm.
So that was she was the deity of the miners,
Right.
right? So more than likely it could have been. You have other people who claim that it wasn't Hathor, right? Now, cause humble, there are some people that do talk about during that time. There's a deity, a bull deity called El Toro
Hmm.
or El Toro or El the Bull, right?
Yeah.
So we know that deity is around somewhere around that time, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, so there is a bull deity that they reference as El. But but it's my belief that at times you see that same thing that motif follows all the way through Greco-Roman understanding too, right?
Right.
Because
Right.
at times you see Zeus turns himself into a bull,
That's a fact. Hmm.
right? Um, and you see, the apis bull. That's why I say a lot of the stuff that the Greeks do and follow, they take all their stuff out of ancient Kemet or Babylon, one of the two,
Yes. I would agree that.
All the like the Greeks do nothing original,
Yes,
right?
I agree with that. Yep.
Nothing original. So but there I
But
just wanted
I
to
do
say
want to
is
say this real fast, y'all, Rob, because you
yeah,
hit
go
on
ahead.
the
I'm
one
done.
point. The argument that me and Kazada is making is a split argument. There are some, like that's something that will never deny. There are some people, some scholars out here that when they see the bull iconography associated with Israel, they normally, or they would usually associate it with Hathor. And there are some that out here, like William G. Denver and others, and Israel Finkelstein, when they see the bull, they associate it with Kemet. So I would agree on that. I most definitely would agree on that. I personally lean towards the bull L personally, just because for me the I guess I could say the anthropology, um, the history of it. Hey, I just lean with that story. So I just lean with the merger hypothesis. Come on, man.
It's cool. I mean, I don't necessarily see bull worship among Israel. I see that among the Romans later on, like Mithraism.
Yes,
That was bull worship.
the
You
ram.
see what I'm saying? Yeah, and that came from things. But if you read an ancient Egyptian culture, the Egyptians will tell you that they didn't really mess with the Israelites or those Semitic groups of people because the ancient Kemetic people worshiped the ram,
Yes,
but the Israelites slaughtered the ram and ate
because
it.
they were herders. Yeah. So the Israelites and the Egyptians really, I think this is in the Bible as well. If my memory serves me correctly, that even in the Bible it tells you that they stayed separate, right? They ate separately. They hung around their own people.
Facts.
What they say that the Israelites was not to dwell amongst the Egyptians, and because the Egyptians didn't deal with sheep herders, they didn't deal with merchants and things of that nature. So yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, right. I'm trying to get my damn laptop to charge, so I won't have to go get on my phone. I don't like being on here on my phone. I don't feel the same.
Kasad, did you have something you wanted to share? Did you find it?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
just realized I was
We
muted.
can
My
now.
bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
we
I
can hear
just
you
realized
now.
I was muted. My bad. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, now we can.
Yeah. So one of the things that humble is missing, right? So I mentioned this also in yesterday on the panel when we was live. When we get into that thing where we talk about the golden calf, if you read other translations, specifically the Septuagint as well, it actually says that those are that they make a heifer, a female cow. They say they make a female calf. So that's point one. Point two is not only that, the toponyms when the Egyptologists and they go back into the Hebrew lexicon. I mean, the Hebrew text, and they look at these terms in which they use, such as Sukkot, Gesem. These are actually Egypt locations. And do you know the location at and where they're at when they're around this time when they do the golden calf and
Facts.
everything? You know where they're at? The
Yeah,
mount of the mountains of turquoise. They over where Hathor is being worshipped at.
That's
You
fact.
you you do know that, right?
yeah,
Because they not only that they have the Egyptian actually term right for the mountain, and that's literally in the Bible. So you ask me, how do we know about this calf and its Egyptian connection? Well, the text tell you that, and you got to go deeper into the text. So one of the things that we I wanted to get at to you was it constantly keep telling you after the ways of the Egyptians and stuff like that to not do that's behind you and to not do of the ways of the people going before you. So when we look at the text where he says that they do this, right? It says, let's get down Genesis. Not Genesis, Exodus 32. This is after they built the calf. And he tells them, he says, 34, my bad. This is Exodus 34 and 12. It says, take heed to yourself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where thou goest, let it be for a snare amidst thee. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves, for thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord whose name is a jealous God. Right? And I want to get over to the part where he said, damn, I missed the part where he talks about the Egyptians. Hold on. That's the part that I missed. Yep, I missed the part where he talk about the Egyptians. Give me 1 point.
And I just want to hop in here really fast while he looking for that.
Go
Because
ahead.
I want to tell the people that, so y'all see how Khazar is coming from a biblical standpoint, right? Now, from an archaeology standpoint, it wouldn't be so unheard of because like that's why me and a lot of Israelites, right? Just not Khazar, just not Yara, but damn near all the Israelites. We have this separate view, definitely when coming from Exodus, because in Exodus, that's they're telling that story for quote unquote the Israelites. But when we look at archaeology, we can tell that those people were not the Israelites. We some people, because I guess we can say it was proto-Israelites during that time, but it wasn't Israelites yet. Now, if we saying that these people who are coming from Egypt to the highlands, if you're saying that they took some Kemetic traditions with them, then hey, we ain't got no debate there. But the people that they merged with, right? And this is why when Yara was saying, and when I was responding to Yara, I said, this is why it's half and half. Because it is plausible, what some scholars note, that when the Shashu met the inland Canaanites, they both shared, that was something that they both had in common. They both shared the iconography of the bull. And so, in that, when we look at it from archaeology, and we're not looking at it from the biblical, but we're trying to put it, and we're trying to place who these people are in actual history, then it could be plausible that they got a lot of their culture from Kemet. But they also have a lot of their culture from Canaan. You see what I'm saying? And again, this is just what the archaeology says.
Con, I don't know why I keep reading every time I go to read. I keep reading over the part, but I wanted to get the part. It mentions in Exodus 32. It says that it says this, as for Moses, the man that brought us out of the land of Egypt. The people said, "These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt." And it says that they wanted gods that they could see the same way they did in Egypt, basically. And that's what I'm trying to get. They're constantly going after the practices that they saw and stuff in Egypt. So they wanted that golden calf. They wanted him to make the image because they wanted to be like what they saw in Egypt. They wanted gods that they can see because Moses wandered off. They like, man, he gone. We want something like what we had in Egypt. Now the whole thing that you just said with the whole proto, you gotta stop playing with the whole proto Israelites and because y'all really put y'all foot in y'all mouth. The people that leave out of Israel, whether you want to call them proto Israelites or the people that become the Israel, that's still their Israelites.
Right, but they're not Israelites. They're not. So here's the thing: the
What
reason we
y'all
would call the
problem? What
Shasi
y'all?
proto-Israelites and not Israelites is because they don't have the same. They don't have the same lifestyle, right? When they're the Shashu of Yahweh, they're living one way. When they merge with the inland Canaanites, their lifestyle completely changed.
No, and you gotta
Yeah,
stop that. Hold on. So for one, oh, what was I was gonna say with the thing? What y'all have is a understanding problem. What y'all try to look at is and say The only time that we actually see Israel is during like the Iron Age monarch period. That's what y'all consider to be Israel. That's not just Israel. That's what you would call the kingdom of Israel. The
No, that
people,
was no
bro, let
kingdom
me,
of
That's
if
Israel
facts.
I
then.
can finish,
That's
if I can
facts.
finish, if I can finish, the people of Israel, the group of people of Israel exist prior to them becoming a kingdom, controlling and being a united kingdom, separating, split off into two different kingdoms. The people group already exists. And that's the problem when y'all come up with this whole proto-Israelite stuff. When y'all go and then y'all go and y'all try to minimize them to their Iron Age. You try to minimize their culture to their Iron Age. When y'all really read the scholarship behind this, that culture is already there in the late Bronze Age, which is why you try to mention Israel Finkelstein. I don't think you actually read his work. Israel Finkelstein, he said he don't think there was a violent conquering of the promised land during the late Bronze Age period because that culture and stuff is already there. They're already in that land. They
Right.
don't come in. Let me, if
Go
you
ahead.
can let me finish. If
Go ahead.
you
Go
can
ahead. I
let me
got you. Go ahead.
finish. His understanding of when the conquering happened, it doesn't make sense to him because he already see their culture there. The four-room houses and stuff exist already in the late Bronze Age. That
Uh,
continues into the Iron Age. Them not eating pork and stuff, that what he called the taboo of them not eating pork and all that stuff, is them staying away from the pig and their altars and all this stuff. That stuff is already there in the late Bronze Age.
con,
Y'all just have a complex understanding because y'all try to put the Exodus and Israel arriving in the promised land during the Ramesside period, which makes no sense.
con.
Okay. So, number one, the reason Israel Finkelstein talk says that there was not, or he can't see a takeover in the sites that you're talking about, they're Canaanite sites. The reason he's able to see them as urban Canaanite houses. When you're talking about, for an example, the script, right? Which we know y'all will call the script what? Paleo Hebrew, correct? Well, the actual script is Phoenician Canaanite. There was no Paleo Hebrew back then. So these are the mistakes that you're missing out on when you're looking for these people, right? You're trying to say, oh, well, the Shashu was the Israelites. No, the Shashu was not the Israelites because they didn't have El. Now, see, this is why the name of
You
even
see how you just
Israel is
made
so
that up?
important. Hold on, Kazad, I got you. This is why the name of Israel is even so important. Because when the Shashu got with the inland Canaanites, who did they use? They used El. They didn't keep their name the Shashu of Yahweh. No, they attached the name El to them. So when you're looking for the Israelites, you're not going to find them in Egypt because they wasn't known as the Israelites in Egypt. None of that was even looked at. They didn't even have no connection. They didn't get that connection to the Canaanite, for the Canaanite tradition. They didn't get that connection until they went to the high hills of Canaan and where they met the other Canaanite people who they were worshiping El. This is
You
the
see
part
how you just be
understand
making
the
it up?
Bronze Age collapse period. This is why in our debate I brought up the Bronze Age collapse period because that's the part that you're struggling with, Kazad.
You see how you just made that up, bro?
Yo, I didn't make it up.
You literally just be making stuff up, bro. You
Hey,
literally
yo,
just be
this is
making stuff
crazy,
up.
bro.
So I'm gonna ask you this, bro. I'm gonna ask you this. When do the Israelites come into the promised land, bro?
When do
And
the
I
Israelites
need
come
an
to the
actual, I
They don't
need what you're hold on. I need
what?
what that source is coming from. You can't just say, well, this is the first time we see them mentioned here. That's not when they got there. When did they get there? I'll wait.
They got there a little 1200 in the early 1200 BCE. They didn't get there. They didn't get there. First off, see, this is the problem number
No,
one.
no, no. Just
Go ahead.
just answer. And that's according to what? That's according to what?
What do you mean? The archaeology that we have
No,
there.
no. that's
The
that's
writings that we have. What do you mean?
that's not according to the archaeology, because all
Hey, yo, that's crazy.
let me
What?
talk, because as multiple, I can pull up multiple scholars and they talk about this. They already see the
Please.
pastoral element and stuff during the late Bronze Age, that they can say, bro, we can attribute this to the Israelites. And
What?
multiple scholars say this. Multiple
When
scholars say
you
this.
first
Their
see,
problem, hold, let me
go
finish
ahead.
answering. Their problem is that pastoral element that they can see towards the end of the late Bronze Age, right? That they say, oh, we have no problem. We can say that this is the Israelites. That pastoral element already exists in the late Bronze Age. It already exists during the transition from the Middle Bronze Age into the late Bronze Age. That
Yeah,
pastoral
but
element.
that's
Stop. You
because the Canaanites was
no, ain't
trying
no.
to
That's because of
separate from
none of that
Canaan.
nonsense. Let me finish. Let me finish. They have the problem in connecting that earlier pastoral element in the late Bronze Age to the Israelites. That don't mean that can't be that's not the Israelites. Or we don't have scholars that say, nah, bro, the Israelites have already entered the promised land before the time frame that you've given us. So I'm asking you, where is that source where is the information that is giving you the date that Israelites came into the promised land at this specific time?
Number one, Israelites didn't come into the promised land; they formed in the promised land.
Oh my freaking
That's
goodness,
number
bro.
one. Number two, like I said, 1200, around 1200 BCE. And why am I giving that date? Because when you look back at archaeology, we ain't looking at no Bible. We ain't looking at what the priest and the pastor say. When we look at the dirt itself, we see this is the first time we see a mass movement in this area. Not only that, when we see who's living here, when we see the culture of the people living here, the scripts is inseparable from the Canaanite. The pottery is inseparable from the Canaanite. The culture is inseparable from the Canaan. See, this is what he don't want to tell y'all. This is why he keep trying to say, when did the Israelites get there? He don't want to make it seem like they had Canaanites in them. They were a Canaanite group of people at first. You can see this.
Bruh, so and this is once again, this is why you don't want to actually answer the question about when and according to what did the Israelites get into the promised land. Because all that the Israelites are originally a group of Canaanites that, bro, all that stuff falls apart when you actually answer the question of when they get in and according to what. Because you would not make that mistake, just as Israel Finkelstein said, "Oh, you know, I don't think the conquering stuff happened the way the way," because he already sees them as emerging from the Canaanites. Actually, answer my question in according to what? When did they get there? I
They
need a date.
formed
In
in the
according to
promise.
what?
They formed in what you would call the promised land. And we know this
I didn't ask
because
you
of
about
the
none
event
about no
in
forming in
history
the
called the
promised land.
Bronze Age collapse.
Bro, if you can please stop answering what you want to answer and actually answer my question. I didn't ask you what you think about if they form. You saying they form. You still admit to a part. What you not getting is that a group of people, as you said earlier, whether you want to call them proto-Israelites or whatever, migrated from Egypt and
You
came
see
into
how
the
he said
promised
he's
land.
saying a group of
Whether you
people?
want to say that group of people was the Shasu and then they merged with another group and became Israel, whatever you want to say, you already admitted that a group of people migrated from Egypt into the promised land. Whether you
Yes,
want to
but
call
that's
them
only
proto,
one group
whether
of
stop
people.
interrupting. I'm not going with your logic. I'm going off what you already admitted. So when did that group of people that you want to call the proto-Israelites or whatever leave from out of
1200
Egypt and
BCE.
enter in? Can I finish the actual question? Leave out of Egypt and enter into the promised land. Go ahead.
1200 BCE.
How are they leaving out of Egypt in 1200 BCE when in 1400 BCE? You know what? This the dumb stuff, man. Don't the Solub inscription in the
Bro,
Joshua Yahweh, ain't that a 18th dynasty inscription or something, or early, super
where
early
are they at?
19th
Where
dynasty
are they at?
inscription?
Where are
Huh?
they at? Are they not in
Ain't
Egypt?
that they already documented being in the promised land. What are you
Are they not?
talking
No, they
about?
was not. Hey,
Oh
yo,
my
he is
God. Oh
crazy.
my God.
He is crazy. When we
So
first see the Shashu, when
where
we
is the
first
land
see
of
the
Seir?
Shashu in history,
Where
in
is
the Egyptian inscriptions, they are in the land of Egypt.
bro. So where is the actually the inscription says the nomadic people would be the Shasu of these specific lands, meaning these people have their own lands. They come from a different region and they're being documented in Egypt. They
If
have their own
they're a
group of people.
nomadic
There
group of
are, if you
people, how do
accept,
they have a region?
oh
If
my
they're
God.
nomadic,
So
that don't
where
even
is
make
Seir?
sense.
Is Seir not being documented as being a Shasu having these people have land in Seir? Is that not what's being documented?
A humble. It's a topographical list. So it's all about like land areas.
No, you don't gotta help them. Just answer my
He not
question.
helping me.
Is Seir not a area in which he said the Shasu is their occupation? Yes or no?
No.
Oh my God.
No.
Oh
What
my
land did they
God.
own in Zaire? What land did they own in Zaire?
So what? I
You
got
know
a
why they
question.
didn't own any? Because they didn't settle there. They were nomadic. Look up the definition of nomadic. They were traveling groups of people. They
Oh
didn't
my
settle.
God.
This is why the first time we see them settle is where, Ben Eaton, on the highlands of Canaan. Why did they settle there? Because of the Bronze Age collapse.
Oh my God.
Like this is crazy. And then he want to keep saying, okay, well, if you're okay, you keep saying a group of people. This group of people don't have the same history of the Canaanite group of people that they merged with.
Hey, so tell me, what does the Shasu of Seir mean? What does that mean? That's not their territory? What does that mean? What does that mean?
You said what happened now?
What does the Shasu of Seir mean? What does that mean?
That's where they roamed. That's the area they roamed.
Oh my God. All right. So hey, I got a question. Where's SMT at?
SMT? What's that? What are those?
That's another Shasu area. What you don't know that?
Bro.
How you always talking about these texts and stuff? You don't even know nothing about this shit, man. This shit is ridiculous.
So here's the issue that you're having.
No, don't try to tell me nothing about it. Where is SMT located?
Hold on 1 second. Here's the issue that you're having. You associate
no, man, answer my
being
question.
Located with the place with them settling there. They're nomadic. So all of these land masses you're saying is irrelevant. They didn't settle anywhere. The last place we seen them settle was in the highlands of Canaan. Can you say they roamed these areas? Yeah. Of course, when you saying, oh, well, where was Sierra at? Yes, they roamed those areas. Did they settle in any of those areas? Absolutely not. Why? Because they were nomadic people.
Hey, bro, you need a whooping. You need a whooping, bro. You need a whooping.
Hold on.
You need a whooping. You need a whooping, bro. Here, this the one part that I wanna I don't know if I want to touch on the Israel Finkelstein stuff real quick. Hold on, because yeah, you're not ready for that one, bro. You need a
share my screen real fast. Share my screen real fast, Quantum. No. My screen. Hey, I think it's. I got it down here. Hold on. All right, bang. Here, go right here. Is it up there? It's saying
it's on the screen share, Humble.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. What's that up there now? Oh, that's a screenshot. That one right there?
Yep.
Okay, bet.
What is the definition? And see, again, this stuff is not that hard, family. What is the definition of nomadic? Nomadic refers to a lifestyle characterized by moving where, family? From place to place, rather than settling permanently in one location. This movement is typically driven by the need to find food, pasture for livestock, or follow seasonal change, right? It's a key characteristics: mobility. Nomads possesses few possessions and utilize portable housing such as tents, yurts, and specialized vehicles to facilitate frequent travel. So again, if these people are nomadic, which means they move from one place to another place. Right? Matter of fact, I don't even think they was fully nomadic. Watch this real fast. Watch this real fast.
So I said semi-nomadic. They were
Exactly.
still
Now watch this. Now watch what semi-nomadic say. Watch what semi-nomadic. Semi-nomadic describes a lifestyle where a group of individual practices a combination of settled agriculture, seasonal migration. Unlike fully nomadic groups that move constantly to follow resources, semi-nomadic groups maintain semi-permanent bases, which means they still move around.
Man, I almost can't hear nobody.
Which
so
means they still move around, right? So when he's saying, "Oh well, these are not," so hold on. Let's go right here. Let's go right here. Do the we gonna say early Israelites have watch this? Do the early Israelites have Canaanite overlap? Watch this. Because this is where he keep trying to turn your head from. He keep trying to turn your head from this right here. Yes, archaeological and historical evidence indicate the profound cultural overlap between early Israelites and the broader Canaanite population. Most modern scholars conclude that the Israelites emerged as a distinct, as an indigenous group from within where family? Canaan.
yep.
And so he's trying to. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, man. Listen, this is what we do over here. Bust their heads wide open. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to say that they are only this group of people called the Shashu, but then when you actually see their cultural remnants, you see they have Canaanite within them as well. And the reason, again, these Hebrew Israelites don't want them to have no Canaanite in them is because what was they doing in the Bible? They was fighting the Canaanites, and so ain't no way they could be the Canaanites if they over here fighting the Canaanites. But this is how the Bible messed up history. This is why the Bible is not a history book. Because when you look at the Bible and you try to follow it as a history book, and then you do archaeology, anthropology, you're going to come away with two different stories.
Is Humble still talking?
Drop bombs.
Nah, I don't have.
Drop 3-4
He
bombs
threw.
on your head already. Look, you see, look, leaving a
Yeah, I
maze.
don't hear. I don't hear. I don't
No,
hear. I don't
I
hear.
was just making sure
Okay.
because
Oh, there we
my
go.
phone be cutting out. Ever since that new iPhone update, my audio been cutting out. So
Man,
I want to make
that's what
sure.
happens to mine, bro. And ain't no fix to it.
Right.
And
No, that's
I wanted to
crazy.
make sure. I wanted to make sure I didn't lose Humble again. That's what I wanted to make sure.
Hmm.
So what? This is what this the problem that Humble don't get because he just keep acting as if his like he's just correct. Now it's sad, bro. It's sad. So if he even read it, he said semi-nomadic. That's semi-nomadic, right? If you read it,
Hmm.
they said they have also what type of dwellings? What type of dwellings?
Permanent.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Single migrants moved across constantly. Semi-nomadic people maintain semi-permanent. Oh, semi-permanent bases.
There we go.
Semi-permanent basins, right? And then
Yeah.
do you know the aspect of like when semi-nomadic people actually control an area or a region? You know they when they say that they're semi-permanent base, they're talking about in the region area of which they control.
That's
Like
a
you
fact.
do know that there, you know they're talking about, yeah, we don't see like large cities and stuff that they sit and stay at, but they still stay in their area. You do know that, right? They still stay in the area that they control, in the region that they control, right? That you like,
Yep.
how is you forgetting the part that Syria is an entire region? Like I don't get that.
Mm.
Like that's the part that you don't get. Because even when the Israelites are in their semi-nomadic state, right before you get the kingdom and stuff, they still control the region and area in which they live in.
That's
They
right.
yes, they live in tents. Yes, they dwell in places are tents and stuff. They're not permanent settlements. They can get up and move as they please, but they stay within their area of control.
Mhm.
Like, what are you talking about? You gotta start
So
actually. Let me finish.
go
Because you
ahead.
think you drop bombs, you really just running
Go
your
ahead.
mouth and you don't know what you're talking about. And then you keep on trying to make these arguments of Israel and Canaan, but you don't actually address my argument of actually when these people like you bring up these people, but you don't actually truly read and understand where they formulate their arguments from.
Right.
I try to help you a little bit with Israel Finkelstein and stuff. This is what Israel Finkelstein in Silberman says. It says after centuries as immigrant laborers in Egypt and 40 years wandering in the desolate wilderness, they could not have been well prepared to begin farming the narrow valleys and rugged upland fields of Canaan. How did they learn to become settled farmers so quickly, adapt to the routines and struggles of settled village life? You got to understand where they think that this stuff is supposed to be occurring. They think that the Exodus and stuff is occurring during the time of the Ramesside period. So when they go into the Ramesside period and they see the culture and stuff, they like, there's no way they could leave out of Egypt as immigrant slave workers, come into this area, conquer, which we don't even see really during that time frame, a conquering of the promised land and so forth and so on. And then they accustom themselves to the region so quickly. There's no possible way that these people can be outside. You got to actually understand the whole argument and where the conclusion come from. You just pick up at the conclusion. And that's
Right.
where you don't get what you don't. This is where me and you will always disconnect on the argument. Ben
All right.
Eden and me will have a more better argument because Ben Eden will say, as me and him said, oh yeah, you right, Kasai, but I think where you're drawing too far on this or too far. Then him can actually have a back and forth. But you don't even understand
All
where
right.
they draw their conclusions and stuff
All
from.
right. So hold
You
on. All right,
just
my
all
turn.
right.
All right, hold on, my turn. So number one,
Go.
once
All
again,
right,
what did
bro.
I
Yeah.
tell y'all Kazai was going to do? He was going to turn your head from the Canaanite part of the Israelites and move you to the Shashu and call them Israelites. Those
Bro,
people that he's
what?
talking about, number one, are not Israelites. Those are called the Shashu of Yahweh. Now, hey family, I want everybody in the comments just to do a favor if y'all can. I already did it. Ask. Did the Shashu of Yahweh control parts or any part of Sierra?
Yes.
Absolutely not. The
Yes, they
Shashu
did.
did not control Sierra, but they lived and moved throughout the Sierra Edom region as part of their nomadic range. The Shashu were nomadic pastoralists, not territorial rulers.
That's not true. The
No,
Shasu of
no, no,
Yahweh
no,
come
no, no, no.
out of
Okay,
Edom.
so if
They
that's
they
so,
they come out of Edom.
what?
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
look, uh,
So
Yeah.
Just
now
let
they're
him put his foot in
nomadic.
his. He don't. He
Now
don't
they're
read
out of
enough.
Edom. Now
hold
they
on.
can't
What does
even
that
where
mean?
their history is from.
He
Now they
don't read enough.
controlling places when I prove they don't control places. Now they out of this part. Come on now. So
Wait,
now,
what?
what Kazan asks, when did they get to the promised land? And you act like they didn't control Sod. They didn't control Seattle. Yes, they moved. What did I say before? Been eating way before I even looked it up. Yes, they moved around that region. Yes, they occupied and moved through that region, but they didn't control no regional areas over there at all.
Do you have a source for that?
What does that mean, though, y'all? That they from Edom?
That's what it tells us that we know that the consensus of scholars tell us that the Sashu of Yahweh came out of the land of Edom, along with the tribes that were there with them, which included the Midianites. They came out of that region of land, which would include Seir. I don't
Okay.
understand.
Okay.
I don't understand
Yeah,
what y'all
I don't.
not getting.
So, okay.
Now I don't
You
understand what
said
you're not getting.
the consensus of scholars agree
Yes.
that Sierra is in Edom. Okay, the land of Edom. Okay, yeah, sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
sure. Yeah,
That's
sure.
that's
Yeah,
enough.
yeah,
Does that
yeah,
change
sure.
Yeah,
the
but that don't mean
fact
they
that they
rule. It's a different
wait a
Yes,
minute?
conversation.
no, no,
Does
no, no,
that
no, no, no,
change the
no.
fact that they're that
It
in
no,
Edom
it
now?
does mean that they rule. Listen, bro. It means that they control that region of land.
No, it doesn't.
And the Bible doesn't stray away from that. When it says Yahweh comes out of Teman, that's still the same region of land.
That is the
No,
religious.
no, no,
Ho
no,
ho
no.
ho.
It's not, bro.
That's the
Listen,
religious
no,
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 it's not.
don't fool
ideology
yourself.
over there.
That's
That's
not an
not biblical.
ideology. That's proven archaeology and
No, it's not.
anthropology.
We don't.
That's
We
I was
don't.
proven.
finna say,
We
how
don't.
you
We
gonna
don't get.
bring up the teledrul and all that, and it says Yahweh of Teman in the teledrul stuff? Like
I
you need to
said
Right.
stop.
that's
Hey,
the
You
humble.
need
It
to
do
religious
stay
say
out of
that, humble.
ideology.
archaeology.
That's not
You
the
need to stay
people.
out archaeology and stay out these conversations. This
It do
is
This
say
is
that,
sad,
humble.
crazy.
bro.
They been
It do,
eating. Are you hearing this, bro?
no, it do say that, humble. But hold on, I'm gonna get back to your point. But so we
Ben
don't.
Eden, you there, bro?
Oh, you might. Can everybody hear me?
Do y'all hear him?
Yeah, I can hear you, been eating.
Yeah, I can hear him.
I can hear Ben eating. You can't hear him,
I
Josiah?
Nope. He the one I can't hear. All right, let me. I'm finna renew and come back in.
Yeah, but I was just gonna say, and this is the actual consensus. We don't get an established Edomite kingdom until around the 7th century, probably middle 7th century.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There you go again.
Okay,
There you go again. You see, this
and
is the part. This
we
is the
understand.
part.
Hold on, and I have an amazing study. I have an amazing study on this point about because of this topographical issue in the Solev inscription. So there's an amazing archaeological survey
Man, give us
where
the source. I don't want to hear your conjecture. Give us
there's
the source.
Idumean ostraca.
You mean Ostrakhan? Pottery
Yeah,
shards? Okay.
it's a summary of Idumean uh, ostra ostraca. Yeah, pottery
Okay,
shards.
what time? So now you saying Idumean? What then that
But
that
but, we,
that dates you.
but the sir, but
What time period? That dates you, brother.
what?
That if you're using the term it's an Idumean pottery shard.
No, I'm talking about the catalog. The catalog covers over 200 years.
Are they using Idumea?
What are you saying, Howard?
You said Idumea. You said an Idumean survey, right?
Listen, the point I'm getting
No, no,
to
no,
is
no,
that
no.
the
Stop,
survey
because there's a
covers
point there.
over
Hold
200
on.
years. In a
If in your
topographical
study,
study,
right? If
they
you're
don't
right,
they are
listen
not
to me real
they're not in
quick.
control of any territory.
Listen to me really
They
quickly.
have to
If you
support.
listen to me really quickly, if your study is using the term Idumea, you're already too late.
It's a historiographical term.
I know, but you're already too
So
late.
I can catalog the term based on a time period, but it's
What
still
time?
going to be a
What time period?
historiographical
I
term. It
promise
doesn't really
you.
matter.
What time period?
Okay, you
I
want to get stuck, so you don't want. You want to say Edom just to make it
no.
easier.
Listen, because I'm telling you,
And to Edom, it's still
listen,
practically. You
listen, bro.
understand the
Listen,
conversation.
anthropological studies. If when they use the term Idumea, they're only relegating that to a specific group and a specific chronology, because the Idumeans are not the same as the ancient Edomites.
As
They are
the
not the same group of people.
okay, tell me the difference. No. I don't want to get into that, bro. That's
Yeah,
not.
because I'm gonna crush you.
No, you.
The
All right,
Idumeans are not the same group of people,
Go
bro. And you're gonna don't hurt yourself. It's
As
two
who?
different groups of people.
All right, Yara. I got you.
Yeah, all right, Yara
As
is the
who,
right
Yara?
answer.
I got you. Well, let's do it. What you
Yeah,
found
Rob,
a
you
wonderful
said the
study you want to
Nubians
share,
are not
y'all?
the
Come
same
on,
group
let's
of
do it.
people as who?
Yeah, don't come up in here with that, bro. I don't know who you think you're talking to, bro.
All right,
Don't do that again, bro.
you're
The
supposed to
Hey,
moment you say I
yeah,
do
Rob.
me, you kill
you're
your
going to
whole
Yeah, Rob.
argument.
find a term that is still going to cover the time period that I'm talking about.
It's not.
Because you don't even know how to use the term.
You're only going to be
You
talking
want
about
to just
anywhere
be on a
between
ramble.
700. Hold
All right,
on,
it's not
anywhere
so.
possibly between 700 and 500 BCE. That's the only other time period when you start saying I do me up. Any, but we have the Shasu of Edomite. We can go back as far as the Soleb inscription with dates which predates what you're saying. Those are not the same group of people. So chill, bro. Just let it go. Go to something else.
Okay, Yara, go ahead.
All right. Okay, Yara again is the right answer.
All right, what you want? Go ahead then. Okay, well, let's do it then. Let's do it.
You don't want to do that,
Show your
bro.
screen then.
Good Lord have mercy. Y'all listen, bro. Y'all got too much pride, bro. I just gave you the biggest out you could have, bro.
All right, you just running your mouth, bro. What you found a new wonderful study you can
Man,
mess
it
around.
ain't no new wonderful study.
Let's
If
do
I
it
tell
then.
you, if
You
I
got
show you, if I ask you, show me how the
people to
people
take
that's
time.
mentioned in the Soleb description is connected to the Idumean study you have, you're a winner.
And you starting from that point is
Yes, because they're
ridiculous to
two different
me.
group of people.
You starting from that point is ridiculous to me.
No, there's two different group of people.
Okay.
The Shasu of Yahweh are not the Idumeans. So
First of
why
all,
would you even bring them
I
up?
didn't even say that. See,
So what
you
you bring
talk
them
too
up
much.
for?
Because you talk so much, you didn't even hear my point.
Why did
You
you bring
talk
them
so
up?
much because you didn't even hear my point.
Why did you bring them up though? Because
Hey,
the
y'all,
Idumeans don't control
give me
nothing.
the historical graphical terms.
The Idumeans don't control anything
I'm not
ever.
talking about Idumeans, bro.
Why did you
Is
bring
the
up the term?
term
Why did you bring
historian
up the
graphical and
Idumeans?
what compass does it
Now he
cover?
finna try to slide backwards. Why
See,
did you bring up the term Idumeans in your study? Why do they bring up the term Idumeans in your study?
You know, you can't.
Because they two different groups of people. You're not even you're interjecting something in the conversation nobody's having.
Bro, you said that you said they controlled
The
areas. You said that they
Edomites,
had
not the
control of the area.
Idumeans. The
And they did.
Edomites, not the Idumeans. Those are
Okay.
two different groups of people.
All right.
Do you understand what I'm telling you? That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Your study is irrelevant. It's non sequitur to the
Didn't even hear
conversation.
what I brought it up for.
It's non sequitur to the conversation because the moment you use the term Idumean, you
Okay.
kill you're not a part of the
All right.
conversation
What term do
anymore.
you want me to use? Watch this, y'all. What term do you want me to
No,
use?
I want you. I want what I
What is
want you to do
historically
is
viable?
if
What
in your
historically
study,
viable term?
listen, I'm
Just
gonna
answer
help
the
you again.
question, bro. Just answer the question.
Yeah, if
What
in
is
your
a historically
study,
viable term?
I'm telling you, if in your study they connect the Sashu of Yahweh to your study, to the Idumeans that is mentioned in your study and the Astrakhan found in your study, then you have a conversation. But it won't ever do that because it's two different groups of people.
I didn't even say it. You just talking. That's why I
No,
keep telling you
you
to stop
listen. You
talking.
don't even understand. You don't even hear yourself,
You know
bro.
how why I even brought it up, and now you're trying to make a
Yeah,
straw
you
man.
brought it up because you tried to argue whether or not the
You said for you to
Idumeans
get out of context.
controlled,
I'm not using
whether
out
or
of
not the Idumeans control a geographical piece of land. They didn't control anything. So why are you even bringing that up? We were talking about that the Edomites control a geographical land, a piece of land. Those are two different groups of people.
But not all Edomites worship Yahweh.
Maybe now he'll get it. What the hell?
Hey, can I be heard? Y'all can hear me?
What the hell, bro? What the hell? What the
He's
hell?
he know y'all already know better for real, for real.
Bro, you know better. For real, for real.
Hey, yo, Quan,
Now I gave
hey,
you an
been
out
eating.
10
Can y'all
minutes
hear
ago.
me?
Why
You
you
gonna sit
bail
there
out
trying
on
to
the
twist.
question? Why you bail out on my question?
That's not you because you don't have
Why
a
you bail out on
point.
my question
It's
now?
non sequitur to the
Go ahead.
conversation.
No, it's not. You
Yo,
didn't
I
hear
hear,
We
me
I
hear
hear
before I
you,
you.
brought it
humble.
up,
I
and
can
then
hear
you
you,
said I
We
humble.
was
hear
Okay.
out
you.
of context, and then while I'm about to explain, you want to jump to something else.
Bro,
But you
yeah,
just talk
it's
so much
non
you ain't
sequitur
getting.
to the conversation.
Yeah, okay.
Not he found us. Listen, man. But so I was saying though, to Yara's point, not all Edomites worship Yahweh.
Can everybody hear humble? Did everybody hear humble?
We
I
heard
didn't
him,
hear him
but
with that, but that guess it just be me though.
I heard him, but
Okay.
I don't know what his point
I don't
was.
think
I don't.
Elder Yara.
So
It was to Elder Yara. I don't know
yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah. I
can
was
hear
just
me.
piggybacking
No,
off
I
of
can't hear him.
the Yara.
So I can hear you clearly though.
I said
Let me go out and come back in.
oh
All right,
yeah,
but hold
I
on,
said
humble. He fits to go out and come
oh,
back
all
on
right.
because he couldn't hear you.
But this still go back to these Shashu is only one half of what we would call the Israelites. Only one half.
We there you go. All
Yo,
right.
yo, can you hear me, Yara?
Yeah, I can hear you now, King.
All right. I was saying not all Edomites worship Yahweh.
Dang, now I can't hear. See, you know what? I'm gonna drop down until I'm able to get on my laptop. I might be back up a little later, but now I
That's
can't
that
hear
phone,
Yara.
man. That's
I
that
can't hear
phone,
Big,
nobody
bro.
now.
big.
Yeah, tell them when you
So
do that update, it mess
I'm
your
finna see what
phone
I can
up.
do about this
Can you hear?
update.
Can you
This
hear
stuff
me,
irritates me.
Chisai? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that update killed me, bro. It
Oh, he
does the
must can't
same
hear
thing.
nobody there.
Y'all is crazy. I can hear y'all. Listen, that's why I be on my laptop. That's why I don't like that phone.
Yeah, that phone business is when you once you do that update, that new update on iPhone, it kills everything. I and they tell me you can't fix it. So I just ain't nothing I can do. I got to get a whole new phone just to get it right. But you was saying humble. I can hear what you
So
were
I
saying
was
though.
saying not all Edomites worship Yahweh. So
I
when you were
agree.
saying that like the Edomites was controlling that region, yeah, the Edomites was a group of Shashu that controlled the region of Seir. That if
Yeah,
he'd have asked me, did the Edom or the Edomites control the region of Seir? Yeah, of course they did,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
But
yes,
what we
yeah,
have to acknowledge with the Shashu of Yahweh were they were a subgroup within that group that worship Yahweh that migrated within those regions.
yes. I agree. They to me those are the Midianites.
Yes. Yeah, we would call them the Midianites.
Yes, yes, I agree with that. And that's the interaction that you see between the Israelites and Moses in the Bible. When you say it don't agree with that, but you see
Mm-hmm.
they are having that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
The Midianites and Moses.
Let
See,
me ask
people
you a
don't.
question, Yara.
Yeah.
When you see Exodus 6 and 3,
Uh
how do you break that? How do you break that verse down? How do you interpretate that verse?
huh. When it's talking, when it's seeming that there's two deities there.
Yeah.
I believe one is El and one is Yahweh.
Okay. Okay. Um when he's saying Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob knew me as El Shaddai, and you
Yep.
know me by Yahweh.
Yep.
So was
Yeah.
he telling Moses that was number one? Was he asking Moses a question?
Um, I, I don't. I think it was. I don't think he was. What do you mean? Ask him a question.
So when me and Kazai was getting into it in our debate, and I brought up Exodus 6 and 3, he
Mhm.
said, "Oh well, no, because that was meant to be a rhetorical question, like, um, do you not know that I am Yahweh or something?" He was trying to make it seem he was trying to flip the verse and make it seem like something else. And so I started going around asking other Israelites, like, yeah, so what you think of Exodus 6 and 3 when he say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob didn't know me as Yahweh, but they knew me as El. And so, like you was saying, like you was just saying that they were two, like, okay, they knew me by one name, you know me by another. You
Mhm.
see what I'm saying? He's trying to say that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did know God by the name of Yahweh.
Yeah, because earlier in the book of Genesis, chapters 18, verse 19, you see that when Abraham, when it's talking to deal with Abraham, you see him dealing with the text actually says Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
So it actually says he's dealing with Yahweh in Genesis chapters 18, verse 19, right? And that's not the first time Yahweh is used is used earlier in Genesis as well, I believe.
Right.
But you do see Yahweh and Abraham being dealing with that name, right? So I understand, and that's why I have to agree with Kasai on that point. Um, See, Moses, we have to understand Moses was raised in all the ways of the Egyptians, right? So at a certain period of point of time, you have to understand that even in the story of the Exodus, the the Nasut himself says, "What is the name of this God? Who is this God?" Right? He wasn't even aware of the name Yahweh, right?
Hmm.
So Moses asks the same question: Who should I tell the people you are? Right?
Right.
Yeah. So, but you see, El, you see Midian, you see sort of this where I say this sort of now you see this is where you see Yahweh come into play real heavily in that area because now you have Jethro or AKA Ruel, who is a priest of Midian.
Mm.
Now he's teaching Moses this is the same power.
Right. Right.
You see? So you see, so you have to say that at some point the Israelites either had forgotten Yahweh or or they didn't or they wasn't familiar with those ways anymore or the ways of
But we
Yahweh.
gotta remember, in all of Genesis 1, they use Elohim.
Yeah, they use Elohim, and I argue this with people all the time that if you go into the text, Elohim can be used in a singular sense as well as a plural sense, and you have to read the context to understand it. It'll tell you right there in the Hebrew, right, that that the God in Genesis is referred to as Elohim, but as one, right? Then in other instances, you see the term Elohim is used to refer to many,
Right.
right? So
Council of Gods. Yeah.
yes, which I agree in Psalms 82, there is a council of deities
Hmm.
that's being talked to, and I believe that in the midst of though that's the God that's standing in the midst of that council is El, but the deity that's speaking to El is Yahweh,
So,
and it
so
is
from your
Yahweh.
worldview, so
Yeah.
from your worldview, the Bible is polytheistic in origin.
I wouldn't say polytheistic, but henotheistic. It's the belief that
Henotheistic. Okay. Yep. Yep.
more than one God exists,
Yes.
right? Yeah, but these nations served specific gods, right?
Mhm.
So in Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8 and 9, which is where I get controversial with a lot of Israelite brothers and Christians, to me, that is El, a separate deity, giving Yahweh supremacy over a group of people.
And that's fair. That's fair.
So, and but not just so that's because you don't see El existing in the Canaanite pantheon. You don't see him existing in the Canaanite pantheon before then, and according to the Ugaritic text, Yahweh's not there. But
Yes.
we see him interacting with El by the time we get to Deuteronomy chapter 32. We see this conversation and a breakdown, right? So, so to me, when it talks about, and this is why I say that the Dead Sea Scrolls are correct when they use the term sons of El, right? Or sons of
God.
God, right? Some people say it means the sons of Israel. I believe that's a corruption of the text that
Mm.
the Masoretics changed to say sons of Israel, but it should be sons of God, right?
Okay.
And the sons of God are that divine council that you read about in Psalms 82.
Right.
And it is divine counsel that El has placed these different deities over these nations. Here's where it gets interesting. How many nations are there? Well, there's 70 nations. When
Mm.
you get to Genesis chapters 10 and 11, the table of nations, you get 70 nations. The Israelites, when it gets to the Exodus story, it says that they go in 70 and they come out this great number, right?
Right.
But I believe that's changed from the sons of Israel to the sons of God as well. It should be the sons of God. It's
Right.
70 that come out of that. So you got these 70 nations, and each one has a different God,
Yep.
right? That's supposed to uh 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 they're supposed to follow El.
Mm-hmm.
But these 70, but these 69 or so other deities go astray. They have the men begin to worship them and worship them alone. They don't attribute
Mm-hmm.
worship to El. These other deities start having men do all kinds of stuff, right? All kinds of crazy stuff with mankind. And
Yep.
then when you get to Psalms 82, it is Yahweh now that says, you know what? I might be the new kill on the Glock bot, but I rock with you, Daddy El. I'm gonna get all these other deities straight.
Uh-huh.
So he says to him, prepare me a body and let me go down and straighten out mankind. And I believe later on, this is where the Christians pick up and they begin to see Christ as this El or Christ as this Yahweh or this manifested
Mm.
God, right? In the flesh, right? So that's how I kind of see how it plays out.
I know you get a lot
A
of
lot
slack.
of Israelites
I know
don't
you get a
rock with
lot of slack from
that,
your
but it doesn't take away from what the text says,
right.
right?
I know
I
you
just
get a
take
lot
it
of
further
slack
than
from
what
your
Michael
fellow
Heiser
Israelite
says,
brothers.
right? Because Michael Heiser talks about the two powers, right? I just take it a little bit further. That's
Hmm.
all.
I know you get a lot of slack from your fellow Israelite brothers. You hear me, Yara? Can you hear me, Quantum? Yup, 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 yup. Can you hear me, Quantum?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think he might have dropped out because I don't think he could hear
Yup,
you.
yup, yup, yup. Can you hear me, Quantum? All right.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yep. Oh, you got echo on your background too.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, humble.
Yeah, you got an echo in your background. All right, Assam Khan, I'm saying they can hear me. I don't know why I can't. You heard him? I don't know why they say they can't hear me up here, man. But nah, I know y'all might get a lot of flack, for him being in his community because hold on 1 second, y'all.
Can you hear me, humble?
Yep, I can hear you, Brody.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Uh,
I put my
but I was
headset.
just saying that I know Yara get a lot of flack in his community because of how I know he see things a whole lot different than how they see things. But when you listen to how he breaks stuff down, it make a little bit of sense. Now I wouldn't go as far as saying I believe in I start following them ways. But hey, look, it makes sense for them, man. And Kazai want to run from that Canaanite part of his lineage that he follow. It's okay. It's okay. But we gonna make him recognize that. We gonna make him recognize that. I did a lot of we did a lot of one Kazai, but I also want to now go to want to talk a little bit about the Cosmos situation. You see how You know, I talk to the Hebrews, man. They come up and they defend their stuff, right? Hey, listen, if something is off, you know, they give the correlation. They try to, you know, fix it up, sum it up. But now with these are YSP dudes, why they be trying to hide behind a gun, bro? Like, why they be out here trying to make it seem like they not religious? They follow spirituality, and all throughout their book, you see stuff about false gods and angels and things of that nature. Oh yeah, Sapphire, I'm gonna be here tomorrow, Brody. Oh yeah. Sapphire, you be talking, bro. You gotta come up, bro.
Yeah, Sapphire. No, me and Sapphire got a face off. We supposed to be doing. I can.
Oh yeah. Oh
and then,
yeah.
And then remember, he be driving. He be driving too.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Okay.
But
shout out to brother Sapphire. Shout out to brother Sapphire.
I need to get him. I need to. Sapphire. I don't know if we've friends on Facebook, so we can, because we be in them chats and stuff. That's where I be getting in touch, or we be getting in touch with each other and everybody when we set up debates and stuff. So I'm gonna try to find you so we can have our own talk and we can make sure we set it up, because A1 be doing a whole lot of other business, Humble be doing business, and we always take on different aspects of what we're doing, and mine is to run everything, line everything up. So I gotta find a way to get in touch with you, Sapphire. I don't know if you can come up real quick and I would put my email. Well, fuck it, I can put my email.
Yeah, but I say you just put your email in the chat form.
Yeah, I don't think nobody gonna email me for nothing. But yeah, man,
come on up here, Babylon. Come on up here, bro. Hey, Sapphire, you know they ain't gonna hit the panel unless it's for y'all, bro. that's the issue of being a juggernaut up here, you know. No, we ain't gonna go at Brody by ourselves. We gotta have us up there. That's why I always tell y'all, man. I respect the Khazads. You see what I'm saying? I respect the is it bro?
We worship Yahweh.
Hey yo, y'all worship Yahweh El. That's who y'all worship. Let me cam up when I say that. Y'all worship Yahweh El. That's who y'all worship. That's y'all deity, man. Stop running from that L putt, man. Stop running from L. How y'all Israelites? But that, oh, you know what? Did somebody tell me? So I remember Cap said the light part. When you are you like somebody. You ain't that original person. So hey, number one, y'all need to drop the ites off your name. And number two, how y'all gonna carry the name of a deity and not even want to be associated with it? I know it make y'all a little bit of polytheistic, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay. And hey, y'all better hop on y'all boat, that henotheism. I'm telling y'all be okay, man. It's okay. Hey, look, you know, the Hindus got 900 and something deities. You know, what 2 or 3 going, you know, 2 or 3 might help y'all out. Definitely if y'all can't even, man, listen, man, in y'all Bible, who was the Israelites fighting in the Bible? The Moabites. Even if definitely when y'all God can't take down the Moabite God. Listen. What cause I said, you don't know nothing about the Bible, Humble. Yeah, I know that much. I know that much. I know Yahweh ain't want no parts of that Midianite, not Midianite. He ain't want no parts of that Moabite deity.
No, he didn't want no parts of it.
Not that one. But then, you know, on a conversation with me and you, brother Quana, even in the Bible, I believe it's 2 Kings, I could pull it up in a minute. But even in the Bible, right, there's something that logically can't happen. God creates something that he himself can't defeat. What's the conundrum there? What's the conundrum?
And if I was to put in, and they see, well, let's go through the. I don't like to do this because I got good arguments that they might be trying to use. So I'm gonna skip some of them. But I'm gonna say God uh, can defeat it. He just don't want to because it's in his plan. What you say to that?
Hey, I don't know, man. If he, if his mission is to save his people, and he can't even stop irons of chariot iron chariots. You feel me? To save his people, I don't know how he almighty, man. And my thing is, if you all know, why would you create something or allow something like that to be created in the first place? If you all knowing, nah, bro, let me wipe this off the map. You know, I don't want them finding out my weakness.
In that story, let me see if I remember right. He told them that they couldn't defeat him because he couldn't defeat the chariots of metal.
Yeah, he said that he took out everybody on the valley, but he couldn't defeat the men that was coming up the hillside because they had irons of chariots. They had chariots of iron. My bad, my bad. They had chariots of iron.
Hmm.
So listen, if you want to be protected, don't be out here wearing no cross unless it's made of iron.
Man, seemed like I should start worshiping iron.
Shit.
Nah, I ain't gonna get in that. But uh, what's my man's name that
He said,
God
y'all,
God told him to get his sister pregnant, get his brother's wife
oh, you
pregnant. His
talking
brother
about
died.
his daughters?
No. It start with a Onan. Is it Onan? Let me see. God told him to get his brother's wife pregnant. He went in there and did it to her, but when he was about to ejaculate, he ejaculated on the floor.
Oh yeah,
And God killed him for that. He didn't want because he wanted him to get
crazy
his
stuff, man. Crazy stuff.
people feared and doubted is why they couldn't. Because the people feared and doubted. Okay, so Sapphire say they couldn't win because the people doubted. But the people's doubting. Sapphire, you saying the peace? You saying that the people doubting has more power over God's power?
Facts, facts. You see, once you bring that isms into reality, all their logic fall apart. No, they couldn't beat him because the people doubted. Okay. Well, why? I'm sure. Again, it goes back to that Moabite war. I'm sure when that king. Oh no, I can't. Like man, he sacrificed his son, bro. That's some dedication right there. When you sacrifice your son. Nah.
Mm-hmm.
And then why y'all always try to judge? Let me get off these Hebrew Israelites, bro. Let me let them live, bro. I'm gonna let
Hold on,
y'all
I'm
live.
on Sapphire because Sapphire, we supposed to be having this face off. But can you, if you can, Sapphire, put that in there before Humble. I mean, Humble can, and you can just type it in there. What
Yeah.
are you saying to me that the people doubting is more powerful than what God can do?
That's a question.
Mm. But yeah, man. Then you said shout out to Creator Gang Gang. Then you say, let me see. Oh, he say, without the faith, it's not on God at the end of he did because they still fell.
Yeah, everybody want to do that, man. No. We ain't doing that. When they so man, you gotta take your wins with your losses. Okay, we understand. You can come back stronger and win, but you can't keep losing all these wars and then, oh yeah, they lost that battle, but they won the war because they came back and beat them. Nah, man, they still lost. Okay, they won later on. We give them that, but they had to go get stronger. They had to go get some more people.
Mm.
I can't keep trying to wipe away. Hey, they be trying to do they be trying to do them like LeBron. You know how who the goat is. But LeBron got five, man. Well, shoot, man. Look, we gonna act like these four losses in the finals don't mean nothing. Nah, man, they mean something, man. You gotta take your wins with your losses.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm gonna always say it like this, humble. LeBron is gonna be the GOAT to some people, and he's not to other people.
That's a fact.
Me myself, I'm lucky enough to be in that age range where I got to watch Michael Jordan play at his prime. I got to watch LeBron play at his prime. Larry Bird and Magic Johnson them had already been there for a little bit when I started watching it. I was born in '79, but I remember stuff from when I was young. I
Yeah.
remember '82 and stuff. I remember because my mom's boyfriend was a real sports junkie. So that's what
Right.
we used to do. We used to watch sports, learned how to play sports young and stuff. And Michael Jordan was incredible
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
to me. Now, of course, he was the first player I got to see. But when you're in the house with a sports junkie like I was, they always talked about sports and other people. You know what I'm saying? They always played different shows on ESPN that showed older people. So I got to watch him. And Jordan was just doing something different.
Yeah.
Now, LeBron did something different to me, but it was just his size and his stature and the way he used his size and stature and being able to be as fast as he was at that size,
Right.
doing things. But he never did nothing spectacular to me, except
Yeah, I mean, he
win.
played the right way.
Yeah, except win. Now, if we talking about changing the game of basketball, I've only been alive when two people done did it. And that's, like I said, Michael Jordan and Steph Curry. Now, am I saying Steph Curry is a
Wait,
GOAT? Nowhere close.
time out, Quantum. I'm sure if you've been alive from Michael Jordan to Steph Curry, you had to have seen Shaq.
Yeah, I
You
seen Shaq.
had to have seen AI.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did change the game when it comes to
Shaq
handling
changed
the
the
ball.
game. AI changed the game.
Well, Shaq didn't change the game. Shaq was just a big
Oh
man.
no,
He didn't
Shaq
really
changed the game. Do you know when
dominance.
people talk about changing the game, right?
Uh-huh.
The first thing any NBA superstar will tell you is immediately when Shaq started dominating, every team was picking up 4 to 5 bigs. That's just to sit on the bench. That's just for fouls, bro.
Yeah.
Shaq changed the game.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And that in strategy wise and offensive wise, yeah, I guess you can if you're running a lot of plays
Yeah,
with Shaq, big and stuff. So yeah, I see what you're talking about.
yeah.
To me, it didn't change it enough to be it was just the domination that he had,
Mhm.
which what was a change. It made people start looking at things different. Like you say, they started
Yeah.
having to get more. So yeah, I agree with you. It for me, I'm talking about the style of play, because
Hmm.
it wasn't like you can't get big like Shaq.
That's a fact.
So to me, he didn't change the game where everybody could play it. When I say change the game, Michael Jordan made it where little you seen people like Muggsy Bogues and all of
Hmm.
those little
Hmm.
people in the league that was under Michael. They played under the rim, but they played um like Jordan, like changing up layups in mid-air and things like that. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Jordan could do that with dunking. And so that's why I say he changed it.
Yeah.
Now, Steph changed it. And now
Of course,
it don't
Steph.
matter if you 5'8", 5'9". If you can get open and hit that shot, they're gonna be
That's a
calling
fact.
you.
That's a fact.
They're gonna
That's
be
a fact.
calling you.
Now, one
Even
thing I will say is, and I be having to, I get into it about this topic too. Not many up to date players in these eras. I don't think they could have stuck it out in the 60s and 70s. I don't think, and a lot of people like to make jokes over they was a bunch of crackheads. They like to drink. They like to. The thing is, man, the rules was just so like it's easy, bro, to become. And I'm not when I say it's easy, I'm not saying that is ultimately easy. Like a person with no skill can do it. But if you're decent at basketball, like if you nice at basketball, it's easy to be a walk on nowadays because the rules are different. The rules are fit to suit the offender player. You
Hmm.
see what I'm saying, man? You can hit a shot or two. You can knock down a 15-footer. You can make a couple layups. Oh yeah, you good enough to be on this team.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Hey, you had to go through physical pain, mental stress. You see what I'm saying? They didn't have a workout equipment, and you was going out there doing the 82 games, and you was out there doing the 82. So like, just imagine, bro. Like even AI. Like think about this, bro. I don't think Steph could have played even in the 2000 era because to even look at the punishment that someone like an AI took, the punishment someone like a D Wade took, a Kobe Bryant took. Man, this man Steph is out over ankle sprain. He ain't getting bumped on the ground that often. You see what I'm saying? And then it was hand checking back then. See, now you can get off the screen and you ain't gotta worry about nobody being in your face because I gotta be a certain feet away from the person. Back then, when you come out the screen, my hand is on your hip. Where you going?
yeah,
How you
yeah,
shooting that? You see what I'm saying? Then you talking about picking up full court. How you getting around that? Now, like someone like a Kyrie, because of his agility and his ability to move with the ball, I think in the earlier years in basketball, people wouldn't have seen dribbling like Kyrie. Like I think Steph, that's one thing that Steph could have slid into, just the dribbling aspect, right? Just the getting open and the moving without the ball. But when it comes to the physicality, bro, nah, nah,
yeah.
man.
And
Even
well,
LeBron
see,
to an extent. That's why I say, like, when we talk about favorites, right, or like even the greatest player ever to me is is Bill Russell. People say, oh well, Bill Russell was 2 feet taller than everybody in the league, and oh he only had Wilt Chamberlain, and none of that matter when it comes to your skill in basketball, bro. You won 11 championships in 13 years.
I mean, we can't act like the blessings. I say blessings, but you know what I mean. We can't
Yeah,
act like that you get from nature ain't built into it. So that's an automatic update you get. That ain't his fault. He was that tall.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
and you can't. And here's the thing: the reason why I say Bill Russell is because he was a team. Like, yeah, he led some stats. Yeah, he did his own thing here and there. But when you look at his teams, they were average teams, bro. He had. Oh, I got a good shooter over here. I got a good driver over here. All I gotta do is my defensive part. And when you look at the numbers, my man Wilt had all the numbers. Will head on, and that's
Yeah,
crazy. And that's a showcase right there. That when the difference between being dominant in a sport and understanding how to play the right way. Because my man Will had all that nigga scored 100 in the game, 50 point careers. 30 block. Like man, my man Wilt was going crazy, but he couldn't beat Bill Russell.
yeah,
You see what I'm saying? So it's like that's another level of dominance I don't think we'll ever see again. And not because like for an example, LeBron. Could LeBron have gotten more championships? Absolutely. He just it wasn't even his teams because every time LeBron get on a team, he get on a stacked team. We know this. But it's like, yo, you gotta be the man, bro. When throughout your career are you the man?
yeah,
Like without a shooter, well, and I get everybody say, oh, well, everybody had somebody. Michael had Scotty, Kobe had Shaq, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we get that. But on all of those teams, we knew who the man was. On LeBron teams, okay, well, LeBron is the name, right? But who's the man? Like on those teams, like when he got with Lakers, and then he was there, and then as soon as Luca arrived,
Yeah, he always have somebody to help you, but
mm-hmm.
I can't act like Scotty didn't help Jordan a lot. Uh,
Yeah,
it's just for me, like you was talking about the toughness of people and Steph's little ankle problems. But you know they had different ankle braces back then. but
yeah, man. That's what
but
I'm saying.
but
They putting the
but the
basket.
longevity. That's one of the things about Steph that I like. His smartness. When he go to the hole, you know you got to go to the hole sometimes. If you're
Yeah,
a shooter, you know what I'm saying they're gonna start jumping and you're gonna have to drive and dish. But he wasn't an around the rim player like AI and all of
yeah,
them. He a different type, like you say. And in his the way that he do especially in his younger years, how he used to just run and
mm-hmm.
stay to get open. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now that's
yeah.
hard. Now back in the day, like we know when the 3-point line came into effect, so it might not be no reason to be shooting from that deep back in the day.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. I still don't think he a better 3-point shooter than Larry Bird.
Oh yeah,
That's my guy. Listen, Steph is a deadly shooter. Man, let Larry Bird, because that's how I compare it now. Put Steph in Larry's era where you wasn't getting off of a screen free to shoot the ball. You see what I'm saying? You really now got to run all 48 minutes to get open because everybody got their hands on you. You see what I'm saying? And put Larry in this era where, bro, I'm getting at least 5 to 10 feet every time I touch the ball. Yo, I'm going 100 for 100 damn near every fucking game.
I don't know. You know, man, we had that uh little experiment we was gonna run. I know a lot of
Oh
us got
yeah,
2K,
bro.
man. We need to go and start that league
Yeah,
and
that'd be tough, bro.
see
That'd be
if people
tough.
can. I'm telling you, because that'd be hard. I used to when I first started my 2K days back in the day,
Yeah.
I used to always join leagues and stuff and do the drafts and shit, and that shit was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
it ain't like anybody was doing it to see, you know what I'm saying, which players was gonna be good, and you know what I'm saying, you doing it to win and stuff. So um, you picking up different stuff. Like me myself, I one year I picked up the whole Thunder team in the draft. the,
There you
so
go.
you can do stuff like that, or like we talking about. You can get to keep
Mm-hmm.
players who you think can really be game changers, and then somebody
Yeah.
gonna pick
Yeah.
somebody that you wanted. So you got to go get somebody, and it's real strategic. It's a
Mm-hmm.
nice little mental exercise in a way that
Oh
is
yeah.
fun also. So I'm looking forward to doing that too.
Yeah, bro. That'd be fun, bro. That'd be fun.
That's
I
what I'm saying.
also been keeping up with the. You know what? I've been also keeping up with the chess joint. My man, you listen, my man A1 know how I play, bro. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get back on my stuff with this.
Yeah, he know how to play. I like chess a whole lot. My nickname in chess is Treasure Chess. Like Roy Chess. I wouldn't want to be Roy Chess though.
Nah,
Shout
man,
out Roy Chess.
Roy chess, bro. Yeah, Roy chess be terrible.
He lucky I fell asleep last night when I was rewatching my. I didn't do my rewatch right, man. I let it play,
Right.
and then I'd be sitting there and I'd be so comfortable in my little chair sometimes. I
Uh
just fall asleep. I was laughing at. I didn't get to point out some of his things that he was doing, and I missed Suave Boss. So I'm probably gonna rewatch it, but I still got a couple other rewatches. My face off with Suave Boss. Have you debated over here yet?
Nah. Is this the
Yeah.
sister channel?
No, no. This the regular debate league.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. No, no, yeah.
You got
No,
some face off. You got
cause
y'all got some face offs.
yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to get them on the list, man. Cause
Oh yeah. Watch how this man Kazar be running all around. He always try to switch the top. Yo, one thing Kazar to do, boy, is he real good with that unk stuff, bro. He real good with trying to flip your words and make you say something that you ain't say. And that man, boy, he's slithery with that stuff.
He's slithery. Yeah, matter of fact, that's what I might do if you it's coming up on the
Oh yeah,
Twitter.
you could actually, if you want, you could pop that on. I'm
Bet.
actually my wife laying right here. I'm actually about to lay it down with her in a little bit.
Bet. Which one?
Yes.
Let me see which one I can.
It should just say Humble versus Kazad face off.
Bet. Yeah, we can get that going. Don't nobody else want to come. I see we hit that 1K subscribers. Shout out to 1K, man. Debate results preliminary.
Hey, hit that thing on the side. Hit that Titan chair one time. 1K subscribers, y'all. 1K subscribers, share. Man, let me cam up, man. That's 1K subscribers, y'all. Share that video, man. Share that video.
We
like,
in there, man.
Support, man. We here for the family. There we go. We love y'all engagement, man. Y'all engagement is really taking us far. We really built this from the bottom up. You feel me? And hey, we happy for y'all. We appreciate that y'all being there for us. You know, I gotta shout out my man Quantum. Gotta shout out my man A1 for even giving me the opportunity, man. Hey, man, 1K, man. Y'all already know. 2KL next deal, man. 2KL next deal. Let's keep it rolling.
Let's keep it rolling, man. Shout out again. I'm gonna hit that one more time for us, man. Yeah, we in the building with that, man. Let me see if I can't find this. Let me see. We got Kasad and Humble preliminary. You got one called Kasad the Flip Flopper. You want me to play that one?
Yeah, you could play that one too. Either one of them is fine.
Let's see that one.
I think they lengthy ones too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but one of them 5 and one of them. Matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna do then. I'm gonna play the preliminary first. I think the preliminary should be face off. I already watched it. Let me move this back.
Hey, you want to run a commercial while you get that up there?
Yeah, I sure will. And remember, this goes down once a month. I want to give a shout out to our first month's winner, Michigan Natural Living. He got his 2 t-shirts coming. And we do have these t-shirt raffles. So make sure you get your membership in so you can get one of these.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone forever. We're keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets per person to keep the playing field fair. The odds, we're picking a brand new winner for every 20 tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting 1 free ticket entered into the raffle. But don't just rely on that 1 ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter. Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the note so we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20 ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in now and claim your crown. Winners picked this Friday. Are you not entertained?
Yeah. My man's Michigan Natural Living won that one. He says, thanks guys. I need those t-shirts so I can rep the TDL shout out. That's why I need mine too. We got a few of them. And t-shirts looking real good. A1 done showed me a few other designs. Humble got his shirts. He had, man, I don't know, he might got one laying over there by you. But yeah, man, you can also get in on those shirts by joining, subscribing, and then putting in some entries. That's how my man's Natural Living won. He put in got a lot of entries that he put in. And let me show you how you can get your entries in.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah. My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
The whole
What up? I'm pretty sure we already have a topic. Now I don't know if the brother Kazak gonna want to stay with the topic by the end of this conversation.
Your mic is a little
now. You said, why is that?
That's better. Your mic was a little muffled for
Oh, my bad. But I don't know if he's gonna want to stay with the same topic by the end of this face off. But for right now, the topic is the Canaanite El the same God as the God as the biblical God Yahweh? And I am standing on the stance that they are the same God. And hey, we got it. Like I said before, man, it's levels to this. Because I'm gonna have to step up and show up.
Con, can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Your mic is good, loud and clear.
Yeah, I just want to say peace and blessings to everyone that's out there, man. I give all praise to the Most High. This is going to be easy, and as it always is, this the third time I'm going to have this debate, and I see they don't learn. Like they don't learn. They come with the same arguments. They come with the same stuff that's already been defeated. So he think he can do something different than the last two opponents that got smacked down. So Man, I see I gotta, lay the five knuckle shuffle on my brother and teach him a couple things, man. I just hope he take the L very well, man, because he ain't take all the other L's well. You see, he came right over here and act like he ain't been losing. So, I'm just let him know, man. You're not ready, brother. And they trying to tell you ain't ready, but I see you don't take heed to warnings. So you're gonna have to learn the hard way.
Woo! Coming with some heat. So you accept that title? That's what we sticking with?
Yeah, we're sticking with the original title.
Okay, what's the title again? Humble Mystic, run it down to me. I didn't think that was gonna be that fast.
The original title is the Canaanite God El, the biblical God Yahweh. Are they the same God? And so I don't want to just let's just not mask it up as if this is the same debate. This is a similar debate than what he had from the previous two, yeah. But there's some major differences in this debate that y'all have seen him go into. Like I said, look, he gonna have to step it up in this one. The first major difference between him and King J is they was debating El alone with Asa and Kai. They were debating who had the supreme rulership, right? We are debating if these two gods in the biblical text are the same God or are they different gods, right? Now, I've seen, and if y'all go back and watch, y'all will also see where the brother Kazad take the same stance in both of those debates, where he was easily able to prove that those were the same gods. But now he seems to think that he's so good at this that he can say, you know what, I'm gonna go on the opposite side. And he even dared to say, well, I'm going opposite side, I'm gonna bring the same slides. And so, listen, I want to see if he can do it. I want to see if he's gonna actually be able to come up here and show that El Elyon is not a personal name, right? That God didn't come to Abraham as El Shaddai. That God didn't tell Moses, right, that he came to Abraham as El Shaddai, and by Yahweh, he was not known to them. But he only revealed that to Moses. So if you saying El Shaddai and Yahweh are two different gods, then why would your Bible, right, contradict you and say they're the same God? So he gonna have a lot to answer. That definitely coming into this face off as we get into it, and definitely coming up for that debate. He gonna have a lot to answer for.
Yeah, the fact that you think in that debate that the fact that you think in that debate that I was proving that the Canaanite God El is the same God as Yahweh, it shows you don't pay attention. And two, King J was arguing the same thing as you. Yeah, also, see, look, I'm gonna tell you, look. King J is a flip-flopper. 1 minute he'll say one thing, and the next minute he'll say the next. King J had like a merger argument between you two. King J had an argument that Yahweh was a son of El, but that he also was merged with El. Like it, and you also got the same stupid kind of argument. So the fact that you actually think that I was arguing that they are the same guy shows that you don't pay attention. But I see you don't listen to warning. So as the people know, I'm very famous for grabbing the audio. So Humble Mystic, I want you to listen to this because they already tried to tell you, and you really just don't listen. Listen, brother.
All right, what they say?
It's been stated already in the Hebrew Bible. There's a common noun that can function as a proper noun, El, and that common noun is not limited to a reference to the proper name, proper noun usage in the Canaanite text.
So he already tried to warn you that the research it's like you already setting yourself up for a knockout and you don't know it because you didn't fact check and research this stuff.
So the issue that you have, so here's the issue that Brother Kassab be having in these little topics that he be thinking he be winning it, right? Number one, he try to conflate the fact that every time you see the word El or El Shaddai in the Bible, he try to render it off as a title, knowing that's not what the scholastic consensus is. We know that's not even what the biblical consensus is. And so he tries to say that, oh, well, the El there just means a generic God. It don't come from nowhere else. Everybody was using God. But again, he got to hold up this lie. Let me cam up. He got to hold up this lie. And the reason he got to hold up this lie is because he got to stand on the fact that the Israelites was not Canaanites, which we know archaeologically they were. We know anthropologically they were. We know archaeologically they were. We know culturally they were. We know they were Canaanites. And so he got to hold up this lie that they was not Canaanites. But what I'm going to show that when we go back in history and we see when they were Canaanites, we saw them worshiping this God El. Hence, why they got the God El in their name. Their name is not Israel. Their name is Israel. What does that, what do Israel mean, Kazad? Y'all see that? See? So we know that we can't play this title personal. We know even the name Israel encompasses the God El. They'll just say, well, that's a title of Yahweh. Well, we can say it's a title of Yahweh, but we know Yahweh is El. We know that. We know the Bible don't make no distinction between the two. And when we try to make a distinction between the two in the Bible, we know we got the brothers like Kazai, we got the brothers like the Yaraz that goes out there and say, oh no, Deuteronomy 32, he giving himself that portion. He giving himself that portion.
Hey,
Quana, can you pause it real quick? El is giving himself the portion of. I gotta make an apology. My man Yara came up here today and he said that those are two distinct deities. You feel me? Hey, my man, hey, listen, sometimes you just collateral damage. My bad. My bad, Yara. Go ahead, brother. That's all I wanted to do. Thank you for that. Deuteronomy 32, then how are you saying that El and Yahweh are not the same God when we see it right there in the text? See, this the problem this the issue he gonna have to face within that debate. He gonna have to wrestle with his faith. He gonna either have to concede to the debate, right, and stand on his Bible, or he gonna have to throw all that in the trash and go against his Bible. Because even in his Bible, it talks about El Shaddai. Abraham didn't know no Yahweh. Abraham knew El Shaddai. God told Moses, Abraham knew El Shaddai. He didn't say Abraham worshiped El Shaddai and El Shaddai was a different God than me, Yahweh. No, he said they knew me as El Shaddai, but I'm making myself known to you as Yahweh.
You done?
So now he gotta prove, the burden of proof is on him to prove that these gods that we're talking about in this Bible are not the same. And he also gotta prove, he also gotta prove that this El, when we're mentioning this El in this Bible, that don't come from the Canaanite God, which we know it do. Go ahead, I land my plane.
Thank you. Easy work. And can you share my screen real quick? I don't even know why. I shouldn't even do this, but okay, easy work. So he asked me, what does Israel mean, right? It's very simple. He exalted or he prevails with God. Very simple. That's literally what his name literally means, right? And for you that really, I know he don't read Hebrew. This is very simple. The Jod is acting as a prefix, meaning he. The shar part is exalted or prevails. The part that he keeps saying is pronounced as L in the Hebrew right here at the end is the word God. So the very simple question is who is Abraham's God? I just won't I don't even know why I do this with people, but I don't even know why. I want you to read this for me, Humble, if you can, really quickly. You know what? Let me do something so we can remove so we won't. I want you to read and break down this sentence right here for me, if you can.
You read it. Why I gotta read it? You know what it is.
You know, you talked about Abraham and who's Abraham's God and so forth and so on. So can you read the sentence, please?
I mean, we clearly see L right here, and we also see we see Yah right here. We see L right there. So we clearly see. I know. I'm learned enough to know the letters.
Man, I ain't asked you what the letters.
He tried to play as if
man,
I read the symbols of the names. I wouldn't say that I'm skilled enough to read this whole thing, but I'm skilled enough to know what alignment look like. I'm skilled enough to know what a race look like. I'm skilled enough to know what a yod look like, right? I'm skilled enough sometimes. This diacritical mark make this aleph right here makes a sound. So right here, the aleph don't make a sound. Right here, the aleph makes a sound. I'm explaining to you my level of understanding the Hebrew language.
So you don't have a level of understanding the Hebrew.
No, don't do that. No,
these are, bro, this ain't even hard. These are simple words.
No, so you know what I do? So now I would be disingenuous if I just screenshot it and just tell you, hey, yo, can you translate this and tell me what this means?
I can.
Go ahead. That's why I just asked you to do it. That's why I just asked you to do it.
You'll get into the debate. I'm not gonna kill you before the debate, bro. Like that's messing up the debate. I just let you know.
Now he shared his screen. Now let me share my
screen. You're not ready. You're not.
Now let me share my screen.
You're not ready.
I knew he was going to come and try to screen shares, right? I knew
you're not ready.
Screen shares, right? Now, why was I asking Brother Kazad about the term L, right? So the term L, linguistic structure, the L plus epithet constructional functions as a proper divine name across the Ugarit, Phoenician, and let me highlight this so I can. What that say? The Hebrew Bible. Oh my gosh. I need some bombs on that one right there. So everything he just pulled up was null and void because we know that the Hebrew Bible uses the word L for a proper divine name. Now, I'm not saying this. This is not the words of Humble Mystic. This is the words of Frank Moore Cross. Frank Moore Cross, right, in his book, Canaanite Myth and Hebrew Epic, that states that these personal designations of the high god El are not generic descriptors. So now here he come trying to make these generic descriptions when I'm talking about I am El Shaddai. When we get into Genesis 17:1, we know El Shaddai is a personal divine name. That's not a generic description, right? So let's get into the extra biblical parallels. El Elyon appears in the Phoenician and Aramaic inscriptions as El title, El Am, and is attested in Northwest Semitic context as El the Everlasting. El Shaddai lacks direct epithet attested, but it is widely analyzed by Mark S. Smith, the original of the Bible, monotheism, and John Day Yahweh and the gods and goddesses of Canaan as El is an epithet, possibly connotating El as the mountain or El the Almighty, right? So now, Hebrew grammar and lexicon. Right now, here's why I don't need to personally know Hebrew, because we got linguists out there that know Hebrew, right? So we can see, okay, well, what do they say about this, right? So they say classify these as proper divine names, not as appellatives. The grammar treats them as nominatives and self-identification formula, e.g., Anoki El Shaddai, Genesis 17:1, identical to the Ugaritic. Hold on. So it's not only a personal name in the Bible, but it's how do we know it's a personal name in the Bible? Because it's also a personal name in the Ugaritic, the same in the Ugaritic, right? El Shaddai 17:1 in the Ugaritic, divine speech patterns. Biblical uses it as names. The Bible deploys. You know what's so crazy? I'm gonna stop right here, man, because and this
Pause it
not
again
even
one more
this
time
not
for me.
even what
Pause
I
it
got
again one
bringing
more
to the
time for me,
debate. This
Quantum.
is just something I came for just right now. He can't even.
So this is why I say he good with the flip flop, right? So y'all heard me just read that, and I just brought back to my remembrance. Y'all heard me just read that. It said the El epithet matches the same divine patterns of the Ugaritic. Here he goes say, oh, well, he said El Shaddai was in the Ugaritic. I said El Shaddai matched the same divine patterns. And I told you, he good with that flip-flopping, bro. He good with that flip-flopping. Go ahead, brother Quantum. I just wanted to point that out, bro, because that just hit me for like, hey, yo.
Deal with
I
that.
remember he tried
Right?
flip-flop
So
on
why
that.
are you saying, I'm gonna land my plane with this? So why are you trying to convince us that these are titles when all of the scholastic consensus understand that these were personal names in these verses?
You definitely need to stop. You said I would stop right there. You definitely need to stop because you're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. Yeah. You need to rewind and take all that shit back. You know, Asar Khan tried to do the same thing, right? You know, he tried to pull up the same thing, right? You know, you tried to pull up Exodus 6:3. They did not know me as Yahweh. You know, he tried that, right? This is why it's important to be able to read, understand Hebrew, to have a basic understanding. Oh my God. Yeah. So if I was to actually listen to this, look, hold on. Because like I said, bro, I don't know why I do this. Hold on. Let me go back a little bit. Let me pull up my slides real quick, man. I'm not gonna go into it, but let me just show y'all something real quick. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me go down because I got specific. You know, I told y'all I already fought these topics before, you know. So let me get into this.
Hey, you gotta bring that heat, man. You gotta bring that heat. We can't be stalling. Come on now, you gotta come prepared. What you doing?
You're not ready.
You gotta bring that heat.
Let me share my screen. So if you see my screen right there, bro, ain't nobody worry about him. He think him bringing up El Elyon and El Shaddai in the.
It went away. It went away.
I know.
Bring it back.
Took it down.
Oh,
I took it down for a purpose.
Okay.
I took it down for a purpose. I just wanted to let the people know. You finna get smoked. Like you not ready.
So let me ask you a question, Brody. All right. So if I'm about to get smoked, go ahead.
You went for a minute. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So he don't know. I already dealt with these topics. So you talking about some El Elyon and stuff. You must not got the memo, bro. You and this is why I asked you simply to read that text, because you already, once you'd have read that text, you would have committed suicide, bro. You would have took your own head off. So let me start. Let me listen to yourself, because I don't even think you know what you're talking about. So let you hear yourself real quick. They not the same God.
All right, bet. I'll take the day out of same. I like that debate right there.
So you gonna pull up actually primaries, right?
Of course I am.
You gonna pull up?
Hey, pause it right here. Pause it right here. Pause it right here,
Of
Quantum.
course I am. So
I could deal with this real quick. So again, and I told y'all he good with this, bro. He good with this. So I never said L was called Elion in his text. We was using the word L to show that it was a proper name. We know Elion is the title, not L. L is the name. Elion is the title.
I'm in the studio working hard, boy. I got it. He got another one for you, humble.
We terrible. Part 1.
Oh, he talking to us. Sorry.
Oh yeah, it said South Carolina was 30% to 70%. They said the deep the fuck is what you know yesterday. Man, listen, man. And so the whole point, and even I love going back and watching these, bro, because even you notice, man, when Kazad is responding, he's not even responding strictly to what we're talking about. Like I said, this is why I kept bringing up the debate title. The debate title was El, the Canaanite god, the same as the Yahweh in the Bible. And so he want to keep throwing out these titles, and he missing the most important part. And then I just cut his head off when I showed that, oh, well, wait a minute. When you look in the Hebrew Bible, you do see the word El as a proper name. And I had to show you, bro. I'm not saying this, bro. The experts are saying this. The experts are saying this. I was just up here with Yara, and I was explaining to Yara, this is why my worldview is the way it is when it comes down to the Israelites. Not because I'm making something up out the side of my head and just putting stuff together. No, but because when you study this culture, this is what it leads you to. But see, like I said earlier today, Kazad wants you to believe the whole Shashu were the whole continuation of the Israelites, and they had all that. He need that. What I say in what's called. He need you to hold that up. He need to hold up that lie. Why? Because that validates the Exodus. That validates the Abraham. That validates the Joseph supposedly.
Yeah, Kasad came
He
back
can't
up.
handle that they came into existence only after the Bronze Age collapsed, and they didn't have an original culture to them, but a blended culture of Canaanite culture and Shashu, or even if we take away the Shashu, we could simply just say the Sierran culture, the Edomite culture. That's what we could say. They had a blend of the two. It wasn't just no Edomites coming around doing everything, making up their own traditions. That's not how this happened.
Kasad.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I was just letting them finish. Yeah, I just want to jump back up here real quick because, oh man, I hope my phone don't die. I'm at 1%. I'm on a charger, but I'm on 1%. I hope it don't die. Look, I jumped up here because Humble, you doing damage control right now, bro. This is sad, bro. This is sad. Hey, Humble. No, did you say in that exact moment about Elyon and stuff? Probably not in that exact moment, but this is why I don't like where you misrepresent the information. You know, in past times, you said Yahweh and stuff, and being called Elyon and all this. He's taking El's titles, and this is evident that they merged them together. You did say this multiple times, bro. Don't lie.
Yes, I say he took his epithets.
And the point of me bringing that up and you saying, because your point was you saying we see the titles that supposed to go to El, such as Elyon, is being applied to Yahweh. That shows that they're merging. He's taking his titles, and I told you no, they're not. Elyon in the Ugaritic text is not even used towards El. And this is part of what I was showing you yesterday when y'all couldn't defeat it. El in the Ugaritic text does not serve as the supreme being. And this is what y'all couldn't get when y'all had the text in front of y'all and I had the scholar up in front of y'all. In the Ugaritic text, El does not act as the supreme being. And you really want to get deeper into the text, bro. El is not the what's it called? El doesn't embodies the essence of the deity, of the one supreme deity. El is just the person that goes around and creates all the other deities. When a god needs healing and stuff, you know, I mean, when the king need healing, you know what El does? El asks the other guys and stuff, can they heal him? Because El can't heal him. And when the other guys don't heal him, El has to create a healing deity because he can't heal the person. So y'all don't even understand the true understanding behind the Ugaritic text. El functioning as a doesn't actually have any true real power. They will kill El, as I showed y'all in the text. They literally go to El and tell him, if he don't give me what I want, I'm going to murder him. That's not the supreme entity. The supreme entity in the Ugaritic text is Baal. He's the one that's called no one is above. He's the one that's called the Elyon. He's the one that's treated as the supreme power. That's simple. And the fact that you don't actually know this is because you don't actually deal with the primary text. You only just keep reading scholars and you not understanding where they're misunderstanding, they're incorrect at because you're not actually reading the text. That's your problem, bro. And every time that y'all keep jumping
Okay.
into the ring on this, y'all get stumped out in this because y'all have the
All
same
right, let me know
problem
when it's my
over and
time.
over and over again. Now, the only question I have to you in this situation in the Ugaritic text, as I showed yesterday, who was the one that's called the supreme one and the one that no one is above? Was it Baal or was it El? Let's see if you can be honest about this. Then I see me and you can keep
All right,
having convos.
all right,
But if you
watch
gonna
this.
lie about this, bro, I see
In
we
the
can't even have convos
In the
going forward, man.
Ugaritic,
Because it ain't.
they
We
all
got to
was
be honest
called.
with
They
this stuff,
all
man.
beat. Hold on one second. I got you. In the Ugaritic, they all beat El and became the one above all.
I don't hear you, humble. You talking?
Oh, yeah. Can y'all hear me? Can
All
y'all hear me?
right,
Can you
damn.
hear me? Cause
I got I'm gonna refresh.
all right. So y'all just heard what this man just said out his mouth. He said El was not the supreme God in the Ugaritic. This is what he said out his own mouth.
Go ahead. I
All
can
right.
hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So Baal was given the title of God amongst all gods in the Baal cycle in the Ugaritic. But now, let's go back to what you said earlier. You said that El was, or you said El was not the supreme God in the Ugaritic. So now I'm gonna share my screen. This is why y'all gotta be careful, man. And listen, he say, "Oh, we don't do all this studying and stuff like this." But this is why this is basic information. This not even no stuff that you really gotta dig deep into. Hey, can you share my screen, Quantum?
Did you answer my question?
Yeah, I
I
answered your question.
I
I
didn't hear
said
you
it was
then. My
Baal.
bad. It
I
was
said it was Baal.
Baal. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
So watch this though. Who is the supreme god in the Ugaritic? In the mythology of ancient Ugaritic, El is recognized as the supreme god and is the head of the pantheon. Watch this though, it goes further. While Baal specifically, Baal headed, is often the most prominent and active figure in the city's surviving epic texts and religious life, El holds the formal position and authority. Below, here's the breakdown of their respective roles. El, the supreme deity role. El was regarded as the father of the gods, the creator, and the divine patriarch. He proceeded over the divine council. This is what El's role is. And I just show again, this is not nothing hard, y'all. All y'all gotta do is go ask who is the supreme god in the Ugaritic, and it'll tell you that it's El.
Bro,
So
you done?
now,
You done?
so now I have to ask you, Kazad. You can take it down. So now I have to ask you, Kazad, where do you find another god ahead of the pantheon?
And this is how I know that you don't listen. This is how I know you don't pay attention to me, the scholarship, or the text, bro. No one ever argues is if El is called the head of the pantheon. No one ever argues that. You keep trying
He
to
just said
associate
he
him.
wasn't the
Let me
supreme god
finish.
either.
Let me finish. You keep trying to associate him with being called the head of the pantheon with him being actually the true supreme entity of the pantheon. You don't get that part. El in the Ugarit, and this is why I showed you earlier. I mean, not earlier, yesterday, in the thing. It says El power is nominal and doesn't seem to actually be real. What did you not understand that part? Do you know what nominal means?
Bro.
Nominal means in name only, but not in true actual. You know what? You saying bro and stuff you got some work. Hold on, bro. Let me get on my. Stay right here. I'm finna bring my
We
laptop
here with
in.
it. We
I'm
here
finna
with it.
bring my laptop in and let's see if you actually can defeat this because Satan was struggling yesterday. So let's see what you got, bro.
Let's get
Let,
it.
let me let me let
Let's
me
get
see
it.
what you got since you really want me to start doing this with you. Hold on. Let me switch over and I'm finna get on my laptop real quick. I'm surprised my phone lasted. It's on 1%. This motherfucker fighting.
That is crazy.
This motherfucker fighting. Give me 1 second. And notice you gonna be pulling up motherfucking AI the whole time. You're not finna have no actual source to be fighting me with. That's the crazy part. Is the link in the chat? I'm finna come in on my laptop. I see it. Here I come right now. All right, Con, can y'all hear me?
Yep. Yep.
All right, I'm back here. Look, this is what it says. This is on the same book that I read to y'all yesterday. It says this. There can be no doubt that El is the proper name of a specific deity in the Ugaritic text, and that he is the putative head of the pantheon. Listen to this specifically. They're telling you he is called the head of the pantheon. No one is arguing that. No one is arguing that he's called the father, he's called the head of the pantheon, none of that. So you keep on saying that means absolutely nothing to the argument. Listen to the actual argument. But you listen to the whole title. This is the continuing of the sentence.
Go ahead.
But the view that he embodies par excellence all the concepts and attributes of deity and subsumes all the other gods who are regarded as mere manifestations or hypostases of various aspects of his nature and power find no support in the text. Did you understand that part? So
yeah. So they. I mean,
hold on. So that concept that y'all have that all these deities in the Ugaritic text are really just subordinate and lesser deities that break off and split off and come from it. That's not what he said. They don't. Baal and power is above fucking Els. These powers and stuff from that these other gods and stuff aren't directly attributed and stuff that comes from El.
So this is the issue of not understanding the anthropology of these situations, right?
No, don't try to act
you see
like
how hold on. I'll let you get it in. Hold on.
Don't understand.
I'll let you get it in. Hold on.
Go ahead, man.
So Kazar don't understand. Kazar, I see where he's messing up. Kazar, you don't understand that the strength in these deities come from the amount of territory they occupy. So, when I just read to you El being the head of the pantheon, and Baal being the most active, right? Why was Baal the most active? Because Baal was spreading in territory. That's what that means. So now, why is this important? This is important because you're sitting up here acting as if these stories, right, makes what happened in real life valid when it comes to Yahweh and Baal and all of these things. No, we understand that every region had a certain deity, but everybody in that region understood that El was the head of the pantheon. So when they say, okay, well, Baal was more active. Yes, because the people that worship Baal was expanding more territories. What did they do from this? They created more epithets. So now, what are we seeing in the Baal cycle in the Ugarit? We're seeing El lose his power. And so what happens? The throne get usurped by Baal. Now, why is this, y'all? This is not because, in a mythological story, Baal just become more powerful than El. No, but on an anthropological level, right? The cult of Baal, or the people that worship Baal, right, started to conquer more land. And again, this is why this is so important. Because when we look at what time period this is happening in, what time period was this happening in? This was happening in the Bronze Age. So now, what was going on in the Bronze Age that was causing this shift of power? Oh, the Bronze Age collapse. This is why Baal was able to get more powerful than El. And when Baal was able to get more powerful than El, what happened? He usurped the throne. But guess what El did? El went to the highlands of Canaan. And he merged with somebody that was more powerful than Baal, who was Yahweh, who was a warrior god.
Bro, you just be making stuff up. And now notice stop. Hold on. Notice. Now that we actually got the Ugaritic text and stuff up, now we actually talking about the Ugaritic text. Now you don't want to talk about the Ugaritic text. Now you want to go into making some stuff up about archaeology. Now you want to go into making some stuff up about the people worshiping Baal and this and us, and then now El went and merged with here. You making stuff up. There is no El merging with anybody. There is no Baal usurping the throne.
What?
Bro, let me finish. You see how I had to let you finish? Go ahead. So where is Baal and El merged in this text? Where is he merged at?
Why would he be merged in this text? That wouldn't make sense.
He's not merged in any text. That's the point.
The text he's merged in is called the Old Testament.
You made that up. Let me finish. You made that up. And then he keep on talking about like, all these people had a deity El. No, they didn't, bro. I challenged you on this in the debate, and you ducked that smoke. You want me to grab the footage, bro, in the Q&A? You want me to grab the footage in the Q&A? When I asked you specifically about cultures that did not have the god El, you like, oh, no, they don't. Yeah. You want that Q&A? Just say yes or no. Do you want me to pull it up from the Q&A? Just say yes or no.
You're trying to spin the narrative.
No. Just say, bro. Humble. Just say yes or no.
Listen.
Because stop.
Go ahead. You could play the clip and watch the clip. You are trying to deter the conversation from El to all of these other cultures.
Humble, stop. This is your problem, bro. Because you actually think you be saying something and you don't, bro. That's the problem. You thought that you said something in the Baal cycle and start talking about all these cultures had high god El. No, they don't. That is incorrect. 2, as we just read, there is no point where Baal is usurping the throne from El. Y'all all making that up. All why Baal, let me finish, bro. All while Baal is being called the supreme deity and being called the one who's above everybody, guess what? They still call El the father of the gods. They still call El all the normal stuff that they call him. but Baal actually still functions as the supreme deity. And then you completely missed out the point where it says, and I'll read it again. I'll read it again, right? But the view that El embodies par excellence all the concepts and attributes of deity and subsumes all the other gods who are regarded as mere manifestations or hypostases of various aspects of his nature and power, find no support in the text. Meaning you keep trying to say, well, he's Baal, he becomes a supreme god because he gets it from El. No, he's not. The text never states that El is the supreme god. There is no text that ever states that El is more powerful than all these other deities. You keep on trying to assimilate, take how they're describing Baal and put that on El. They keep telling you the way that Baal is not El. That's not his role. Now, if you can, stop trying to twist and bring up your own version of history, because you kill me with that every time. Every time you start straying from the question, you kill me with that. I didn't ask you about none of your concept of El, who he merged with, go here to this, go to there, none of that stuff. Stick directly with what we're challenging you on. You brought up the Ugaritic text. You brought up the Ugaritic pantheon and their understanding. So if El is supposed to be the supreme deity, why are they constantly saying it's Baal? You muted. You muted.
Okay. So all of this riffraff y'all just heard, right, clearly deter from when we were speaking about El being the supreme god in the Ugarit. What did he say? Oh, but nobody said El wasn't the supreme god. He's still the head of the pantheon, but Baal just didn't have to do what he said. Bro,
you just
isn't that why I went? Hold on one second. Isn't that why I went into the culture of things, the anthropology of things? See, these gods aren't acting on their own. This is what well, don't give us your take on history. You see what I'm saying? Can you deal with what's going on here? We are dealing with what's going on here. And many, and this is another thing that Khazar keep getting twisted, right? Khazar keep going to this one cycle, right? Which is the Baal cycle. This one epithet. He don't know that there's many other epithets. He's just sticking to this one epithet. But even in the culture of these people, we see where El is the supreme high god. He's called the father of the gods, for crying out loud. So when he say, and then he not even making sense. Because he say, okay, well, Baal didn't function like El, but Baal didn't have to do what he said. So then how could he be the supreme god? But then on the other hand, El is the head of the pantheon. That's confusing as hell. When we go to Ugarit, right, and we look at their texts, we see clearly that El is the head of the pantheon. But we also see active gods. And we know, just go do research on this family. When one region takes over another region, what do they say? My God defeated your God. We knew this is what's going on. And so in the story that he keep wanting to cling to about the Baal cycle, he keep wanting to beat around a bush. Oh, well, what did he say? Oh, well, we're in there, he could do what he want. He was sure. Yes, why? Because the anthropology of things show that during this time, these people were gaining control of the land. This ain't some stuff where we just talking about mythological things as they really existed. Come on now. But now, where did this all stem back to? This all stems back because, again, because I keep trying to run from this point, that this Canaanite god El, whether it be in the Ugarit, whether it be in the later terms, wherever we see this Canaanite god El, it's also associated with Yahweh. He don't want to accept that part, right? It's just like a melanated man, an African American who don't want to accept Africa. Oh no, I'm American. I ain't dealing with the African part. No, you gotta accept both of you. So it's everything is fine and dandy that you want to accept Yahweh, but you gotta accept El as well, because he's the other. Without El, we don't get no Israelites. We don't get no Bible. We don't get no Old Testament. We don't get none of that without an El. And this is what Kazadas keep trying to run from. Y'all see how he keep trying to change the goalpost and move. He's trying to run from the fact that without this El deity, we don't get none of their culture. None of it. I land my plane with that. Go ahead, Kazad.
Yeah, bro, you just keep making stuff up because you actually can't deal with the Ugaritic text, bro. I'm like you act like I don't actually see you running from the actual addressing of the Ugaritic text in the claims that you made on it, bro. Now, once again, you keep on arguing the head of the pantheon is supposed to be the supreme entity. Okay, as the supreme entity, do all the other entities have to listen to them? Yes or no?
Clearly not.
See, you just made that shit up. You just made that up. You just literally made that up.
Yo, we
the
sat
only
here.
time, stop. No. I let you go. I let you go. Stop interrupting.
Go ahead.
Stop interrupting. See, this is what the problem is, right? They want to keep telling you El is supposed to be the supreme God. El is supposed to be this high God, but yet he actually doesn't function as the supreme entity. They don't have to listen to him. The other gods can kill him. The other gods are stronger than him, but he's the supreme God. Make that make sense. And if you notice, the stuff that the other gods have control over, El doesn't have control over. Y'all didn't notice that part. Yeah, because guess what? Y'all know there's a fight between Baal and Mot, right? They asked El to get Baal back. Do you think they were able to get Baal back? No, but guess what? Another god was. But he keep on saying El's the supreme God. And this is what I keep telling him. And this is what I read to him earlier. If El is the supreme God, why does he not embody all the things that the supreme entity is supposed to? Right? I'm gonna read that part one more time because he's not addressing it, but he just wants to run his mouth about the supreme entity in the Ugaritic culture. Let's read something again. Hold on. Yeah. Let me read something. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm finna read this quote one more time because he don't get it. He don't get it. He want to make up stuff about El and stuff. And notice he said I tried to move the goalpost and say, and when I asked him about El being in all these other cultures. Time out. You keep trying to argue that all these other cultures, these other Semitic cultures have the high god El, and they don't. And you admitted that part in the debate. Like, why do you keep sitting up? You trying to do damage control? That's the sad part. You trying to do damage control. Stuff that you admitted into the debate in, you're trying to come back and re-argue. It's stupid. Let's read this one more time, man. It says this, but the view that he embodies par excellence all the concepts and attributes of deity and subsumes all the other gods who are regarded as mere manifestations or hypostates of various aspects of his nature and power finds no support in the text. I don't get it. He all these hypotheses and stuff that he keep trying to go to is not supported in the text. So why is he sitting here still trying to argue with me when it's not coming from the Ugaritic text? I don't care for what your scholar tried to posit when it's not based on the primary text. That's as simple as it gets. So let's read something else, bro, because I read this part earlier. I read this part to him yesterday. I read this stuff to them yesterday. No response, no pushback, no actual scholar information. just more of their understanding of Ugarit and how the pantheon is supposed to work. Because that's your idea of how the pantheon is supposed to go or what a pantheon is. That doesn't mean that's what the ancient people thought. It's that simple. You are making something up that the ancient Ugaritic people did not have. So let's get this part. Let's get this part. It says this. Right here. It says this. This is the divine thing. Hold on. Cited El, king, but cosmic deity. Let me get to this part. City is not justified as proposed. Earth. Okay, I'm where I need to be now. Let me get here. It says this. At the first sight, this is talking about the Baal cycle. It says this. El, on one occasion only, appears to preside over the assembly of the gods. The gods are about to sit down and eat, and Baal is standing by El, either to minister to him or perhaps hoping for protection from Prince C, whose hostile messengers have dispatched with the demand for the surrender of Baal. I'm gonna skip to the point. It says this. The messengers, in accordance with their master's instructions, which is Yam, a different god, dispenses with the usual obeisance and do not bow before El in the divine assembly, but arrogantly deliver their master's demand for the surrender of Baal. El acquiescence. El submits to another god. He goes to what another god says. It's not what he wants. It's what the other god says. But Baal rebukes the gods for their cowardice. El's a punk. El's a coward. Voices defiance. Seizes a weapon and moves to attack the messengers. And if you actually want to get into the text, which I have, there's literally in the text, it literally says El is trying to give control over to Yam. So if El is the supreme deity, what does the supreme deity want? Who does the supreme deity want to rule? He wants Yam to rule. He doesn't want Baal to rule. But is that what happens? No. Baal defeats Yam. Baal defies El because El has no true control over him. He has no power over him because he's not the supreme entity. Baal is called the supreme entity. So now if your head of the pantheon, who's supposed to be the supreme entity, what he says doesn't go, the God he wants to rule isn't the one that's in control. And let's keep reading. Let's keep reading a little bit. It says this. Anat's word. Hold on. I'm gonna go back up. I'm gonna go up a little bit. It says this. His approval in the monumentous matter of the construction of a house for Baal is gained by Asherah through the intrigue and flattery, and by Anat through the threat of violence of his person. He's supposed to be the supreme entity. Yes, it said only in one instance. That's what the text actually says. Only in one instance. So yes, I'm actually reading from the text. So it says this. Anat actually threats to beat her father and beat up El if he doesn't agree with what she says. How can you beat the supreme entity? This stuff is dumb, honestly. The whole argument of this is dumb because he doesn't understand the Ugaritic text. It says this. Anat again gets her way by threatening her venerable father with mayhem. But this is supposed to be the supreme God. It says this. Anat's violent temperament, these threats of physical violence by the daughter against her father, the father of all the gods, and nominal head of the pantheon. Notice this part. It says this. It says nominal head of the pantheon. Nominal, once again, means only in name, but not in real standing. It's only a name. He's only been called that. They don't actually view him as that. He's the nominal head of the pantheon. He's not the true head. Hey, my man says El getting B word at this time. He's a B word. He's a punk. It says this raises some doubt as to L's real authority. L real authority isn't what you trying to make it be. And this is the last part I'm gonna get into, man. This is the last part I'm gonna get into. Because it talks about he talks about Baal supposed to be a son of El and all this. First of all, you know I got the text. Is Baal a son of El or is he a son of Dagon? Because you know in the text they call him a son of Dagon. So what is the real relationship between Baal and El? Is that his true direct son, or are they just calling him a son of El? You gotta give me some. You gotta tell me some. Because the moment you say that, you know I'm gonna put up the text and show where it says Baal is a son of Dagon. So now you're trying to say Dagon is El? You gotta say something, bro. You gotta pull up some text.
First off,
hold on. I'm finna pass it. You gotta pull up some text. You gotta pull up some text. Because what you're doing is you're constantly pulling up AI and you're not pulling up no primaries. So this is the last part I'm finna give you. Hold on. This is the last part I'm finna give you. I'm finna read this last part on L and his power and stuff. Let's read this real quick. And we need some primary text, bro. Seriously. I'm finna get to this part, all right? You know what? I don't want to hold you the entire time, but I do got one more. I got one more part I want to read. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and start speaking. But it is one more part that I want to read. I want to read. But yeah, you can go ahead and start it.
Yeah. Hey, can you share this for me real quick? Go, Quan, share this for me real quick, bro. All right. So once again, bro, this is not that hard. How did the ancient Ugaritic people see the pantheon? Right?
Oh,
so
all we gotta
do, and even we're gonna go to some scholars here. Go to some scholars, right? More notably, Lowell K. Handy, among the host of heaven, the Syro-Palestinian pantheon as bureaucracy, have proposed a four-tier hierarchy structure. How the Ugaritic people viewed their gods. Tier 1, the royal couple. At the top were El and his consort Atherat, right? Asherah. El was the supreme authority, the father of the gods, often depicted as a wise elderly patriarch who ruled through the consensus of the judicial authority rather than the brute force. Tier 2, the active deities. These tiers included powerful active gods such as the Baal, right? The storm warrior god he keep talking about. Anat, the goddess of war. Mot, goddess of death. These figures were dynamic, frequently interacted with the human world, and were often engaged in conflict. Now, that makes sense because these are gods of war, right? Tier 3, functional specialized deities. These gods govern specialistic crafts and aspects of life, e.g., Kothor or Kaisis, the god of arts and craft, right? Tier 4. So here we got the tiers that the scholars are saying that the Ugaritic people saw their deities, right? Number 2, the symbolic geographic, right? It say the abode of El. He was believed to dwell in the source of the two rivers at the edge of the world, a liminal space where the cosmic waters meet, right? Let's go down here, though. Again, easy stuff. So we want to tell you about these epithets where we see gods acting on their own, right? And even when these gods act on their own, why do these gods act on their own? Because clearly these are other epithets. He's just getting into the Baal cycle, and now he want to act like the Baal cycle tell the stories of all the other gods, right? But now let's get into this, right? So, do the gods act independent in their epithets, and do they have to obey by El? In short answer, no. The Ugaritic gods do not act independently of El. While some deities, notably Baal, possess significant agency, that's what he's seeing in the text, power and their own distinct dominions, which he's seeing in the text, they ultimately operate within the framework of the divine authority hidden by who? El. So why he's up here saying, L is getting punked and L is getting the B word and things of that nature. Guess who they still operate under the authority of? L. So now let's get into it. In the Ugaritic worldview, El is the king, the Melech, the father of the gods, as I said earlier. His authority is fundamental and stability of the cosmic order. Scholarly consensus such as provided by Mark S. Smith and Lowell K. Handy clarifies this relationship through several key points. Let's see the key points. Number one, El as the ultimate source of legitimacy. Even the most powerful and active gods requires El's approval for significant political or social shifts. See, he won't tell you that part. He keep talking about he knows the Baal cycle, the Baal cycle. He don't know the epithets. That's different. You see, and it's funny because the same thing I had the thing with him earlier about not knowing the difference between a victory stele and a call to war, right? He don't know the difference between an epithet, right? And certain stories that happen in history and how they correlate. So he's sitting up here telling you one epithet as if they're all epithets. No, all these gods have their own epithet. See, it is funny because when we go to the Greek culture, we can see this clear as day in the Greek culture, right? When we look at Zeus and Aphrodite, how they all operate independent, but they still depend on Zeus for the final authority. This is exactly how this pantheon operated, as I'm showing you right now. Right? Watch this.
Humble, I got what I wanted to read. Can I?
All right, go ahead. Go. Now I can finish it off.
Yeah, Humble, you, and honestly, you're not responding to nothing that I brought out. Sadly, here, look, listen to this. Listen to this, right? So this is from the Baal cycle, right? If you want, I'll share my screen. So he got to answer this, right? It says this: Baal is dead. What has become of the powerful one, the son of Dagon? Is Baal the son of Dagon, or is he the son of El? That I told him when I actually pull up this text, and this is from the KTU literature. This is actually from the Baal cycle. I told you he's not familiar with the text, and he don't actually read this. So is he a son of El or is he son of Dagon? What's the true relationship between Baal and El, bro? What's the true relationship? Why are they calling him the son of El and also the son of Dagon? Is Dagon El? I'm telling you, bro, he don't read these texts and he don't know nothing about these texts. It says this. I want to point some out because he keeps talking about they operate under El and they gotta do it. No, they don't. They as I showed, they directly defy El and they will kill him if they want to. That's not what's being shown, and you're lying on the text. So I want to read this part. It says this: Shapash, apparently subordinate role in the episode beginning here is misleading. As sun goddess, she goes nightly into the underworld, and as is clear both from her role in subduing Mott in KTU 1.6, 4:22 through 35, and the closing hymn of KTU 1.6, 4:42 through 53. Notice these are primaries; these are the actual texts. She has a pivotal role in restoring the status quo and, in fact, maintaining cosmic equilibrium. See also her role in KTU 1.23, where she is geminated. I think that's geminated, or it might be germinated. I can't. It's kind of messed up on my screen. Anyway, it says into the forms of Atarat and Rameh. Her role here is the powerful one of the psychopomp. I think is that's what it's supposed to be. Anyway. She restores Baal when Anat and El cannot. What did it say? When El cannot. These gods have power that is way like I don't get this what he don't get, bro. And we read to him several times. El does not embody and does not the he does not have the actual the text does not suggest that he's a supreme deity. It's that simple, bro. It's that simple. It's that simple. As we read several times, bro. And instead of you actually getting a primary and reading the primary as I can do, as I can read, if you want, I'll keep reading. I'll read the primary. She slaughtered 70 wild bulls as a funeral offering for Valen Baal. So we know that they think Baal is dead, which is why I read that part. And she has to go and retrieve and get Baal back. El can't do it though. They go to El first. He can't get him back. He can't restore Baal. Like, we got to stop this, man. It says she slaughtered 70 oxen as a funeral offering for Valen Baal. She slaughtered 70 sheep as a funeral offering for Valen Baal. She slaughtered 70 stags as a funeral offering for Valen Baal. So I got the text. I literally have the text. I'm reading it in front of you. You got to stop, Humble. This is sad, bro. Just throw the towel in. Just throw the towel in, bro.
So once again, what you are misrepresenting is how certain people epithets distinguish from the whole pantheon. Yes, you have, like, what you're missing is, if we can go to the Greek, maybe it's easier for you to understand in the Greek.
No, I'm not.
If you go to the Greek, hold on 1 second. When you go to the Greek, right, Zeus have his own story, 4 or 5 of them. Athena and Apollo got their own stories, 4 or 5 of them. And in each one of these stories, different things happen. So now when you're reading these epithets, and you're talking about how this is happening in one and how this is happening in the other, these are people's epithets who worship Baal. So when you're sitting up here, and this is why what you're saying isn't making any sense, because when you're sitting up here saying, okay, well, in these Baal cycles, right, Baal got more power than El. Well, of course he do, because the people that is writing these things down is Baal worshipers. So of course their God is more powerful than El. But here's the thing that you clearly misrepresent as well.
Humble.
See, again, these gods work off of territory. Watch this.
Humble, I need you to answer this. I need to answer because I got you confused me. You said these Baal cycles. What other Baal cycles? You tell me what's the other Baal cycles?
Bro, these are epithets. You think that there's only one story surrounding Baal?
No, you said the other Baal cycles. Where's the other Baal cycles at?
This is the Baal cycle of the Ugarit. Yes, we have that. But when I say cycle,
where the other ones at?
Hold on 1 second, brother. When I'm speaking about the Baal epithets. Man, is what I'm talking about.
You making stuff up.
So are you saying? And see, this is the issue, bro. This is the issue. How many Baal again? This is easy to go to. How many Baal epithets are there?
What is an epithet, bro? What's an epithet?
An epithet is a story surrounding a myth.
That's what you think an epithet is?
That's exactly what?
An epithet is a descriptive word, nickname, or phrase added or substituted for the name of a person or thing. What the is you talking about, Humble?
Bro.
What is you talking about, Humble? You don't even know what an epithet is. Yeah, it's time to wrap it up for the night, Humble. You done. You deep fried, bro. You deep fried. After that one, after you ain't know what an epithet was, it's time to wrap it up, brody.
Bro, he is terrible.
It's time to shut it down for the night. I ain't gonna even lie to you, bro. You just lost. You just lost, bro.
He is crazy.
You just lost.
Wow. Right? So
I'm gonna let you finish your statement, and I'm gonna close out with you, bro.
So, number one, okay. So, the epithets, right? Let us get into the epithets, right? When we're talking about the Baal, the Lord, these stories that is containing these gods, as he's trying to show you one of the epithets of Baal, the Baal cycle, right? There are many other stories. If he don't like the word epithets, we'll say stories for him. There are many other mythologies that surround these gods. And he know what I'm saying, very plain. Let me cam up when I say this. He know what I'm saying. He's choosing to pull from one, and he's acting like all other gods have these same stories. He's acting like there's only one Baal story. But it doesn't matter which Baal story he read. Guess what point he can't get around? Baal can't do nothing without El's permission.
You just lied. We literally just gave you an example where he goes against El permission. So, how does he got to get El permission when he goes against El permission?
And so no. And so this is what the brother not understanding. It's like, Kazad, bro, you is terrible, bro. To actually understand this culture and even these cultures, right? You have to do more than read one cycle. Right now, we understand why the Ugarit is so important, because this takes place again. He gotta try to spin this narrative to prove that all the Israelites came through the line of Shasu, and ain't none of them come from the Canaanites. But when we see, even when we go into these things, bro, it still show that without these traditions, there would be no Israelites. And I'm actually about to have to wrap it up. My wife at here, she probably lay it down. She probably about to fuss me out, y'all. But hey, Brody, because hey, listen, we're gonna get back to it, Brody. We're gonna get back to it, bro. I appreciate you, brother, because I appreciate everybody in the comments, man. Brother Quantum, brother A1 for giving us this opportunity for the platform. You feel me? I'm about to actually have to hop off and whatnot, lay it down with my wife. Hey, man, humble out, tighten up. Hey, we gonna get back to it, Kazar, you gotta get. Are you in the back chats, bro?
No, bro. I'm gonna be honest. No, I'm not in no real back chats. I don't know. My computer froze, so I don't know if you can hear me or not right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, but yeah, my computer.
Hey, you got a Facebook, right?
No, bro, I don't be on social media. I normally just give people like my email and shit or my number. Okay, that's how I communicate with motherfuckers. But
okay,
I was
I'm gonna get your email.
I was gonna drop it in the back, but actually my computer just froze, so I ain't gonna be able to drop it.
All right, I'm gonna get, because I know A1 got your email, so I'm gonna get your email from A1 and whatnot. We gonna exchange information, bro.
Sound good. All
right, my guy.
Hey, do me a favor,
Quantum, I appreciate you, bro.
Do me a favor and kick me out the studio, like kick me off, because I can't leave. My shit froze.
All right.
All right. You know who it is. It's your boy Oli. We still in the studio late night, man. That was a nice, good discourse from my homeboy. Humble, tight, and Kassad. They always have some good discussions and discourse. And that's what we was doing before they came up. We was actually getting there to some of that discourse. And so we'll get back to it, man.
I want y'all to pay attention. He said, of course I am. I asked him, you gonna pull up a primary that says Yahweh is the son of El. So he don't even know what he's talking about. So is he El or is he the son of El? Which one is it? Damn, is he the father? Is he the son? Which one?
None of that. So the title of the debate, and see, he trying to move the goalpost again, Brody. You in a different league now. So the title of the debate is the Canaanite god El the same God as the biblical God Yahweh? We ain't talking about no sons. We ain't talking about no 70 sons. We ain't talking about no Kuntalita Druid. We ain't talking about none of that. We talking about, if Elohim in Genesis 1:1 is the same God as the God in Exodus 3:6 or 6:3. That's what we talking about. So all of that, see he got to stay on top. So I told y'all, and he doing this because he know the moment he say they not the same God, he going against his religious beliefs. So he got to concede that the God in Genesis 1:1 is the same God that's in Genesis 6, that's in Exodus 6:3. And if they are the same God, because we know the God in Genesis 1:1, who he traced back to? He traced back to that Canaanite God El. See, that's what he trying to run away from. And no, ain't no running over here, Kazad. I'm holding your feet to the fire. You know how I get down. So now, are you, or do I have on record you saying that the God in the God in Genesis 1:1, are they separate or the same? The God in Genesis 1:1 and God in Exodus 6:3. Are they the same God or are they different gods?
Hey, brother, the Baltimore little slide trick don't work on me. We all just see you duck that question because you know you just lost the debate. First, you said he was a son of God. Thank you. First, you said he was a son of El. Now he's El. You don't even know what you're talking about. I told you which one. I asked you which one is he. Pick one. You contradicted yourself, and you ain't even getting the ring yet. This.
You gonna answer the question,
bro?
You gonna answer the question?
Anyway, so like I said, hey man, this brother gonna find out in the debate. He not ready. He not ready.
He gonna listen. He gonna try and hold his faith intact. He gonna dance all around these questions. I promise you.
Listen.
Dance all around these questions in this debate.
Hey, brother, you better take advice from the guys in the chat. Listen, King J told you don't do it. King J said don't do it. Listen, look, they said I caught that. You think you ready and you're not out. You said he's the son of God. You said you're gonna show a primary in the debate. I want to see that. Then you turn around and say he's merged with El. Which one is it?
I'm most definitely gonna show it. Listen, y'all see how he keep trying to dance around this debate. Hold on, let me cam up again. Y'all see, number one, y'all see how he avoided the question. He not gonna answer, is the God in Genesis 1:1 the same as the God in Exodus 6:3? He not gonna answer that question. Also, y'all see how he keep trying to avoid what the actual debate is. He trying to jump to all this other stuff. The debate is the Canaanite God El the same God as the biblical God Yahweh? Now, the moment he answers the question I asked him, right, depending on if you're going to answer it genuinely or not, the moment he answers that is the moment we determine, well, we already determined he going to lose because he's a Hebrew. So by default, whatever he said out his mouth, he got to believe they the same God. So he already rocking with me. But, you know, just in case he tried to throw the flim, oh no, they not the same God, we already know that the God El in Genesis 1:1 is connected to that Canaanite El. And that's where he gonna have issues with fighting tonight. That's what you're gonna have to deal with. And that's where he's gonna run around all night. And in the debate, he's going to run around that topic. Is the Israelites or the proto, you know how they like to say the word proto, it's the word proto, it's the proto-Israelites, Canaanites. He going, no, they not, we had our own stuff, But when we go on the archaeological records, we don't see that. Right? When we go inside of their text, we don't see they had their own gods. They didn't have Yahweh from the beginning. We know they didn't have Yahweh from the beginning. They had El. And so he's trying to dress it up as we always had Yahweh. No, y'all didn't. Because if y'all always had Yahweh, then the name El wouldn't even be associated with y'all. Your name will be Israel, not Israel. See, these are the facts that he's dancing around, y'all. These are the facts, and he ain't even bringing no sources. He want to jump off into, are we talking about the 70 sons? Or we ain't talking about none of that. We talking about right here is these two gods the same. All that other flim flam stuff, we ain't here with it. So now answer the question, Kazad.
All right, you done? He don't even realize he going against his stance in the debate. His stance is that they is the same in the debate, but yet you say he's one of the sons. Which one is it, bro? You don't even get it. It's like anyway, he keep asking this dumb question. Listen. I've stated it multiple times to you. You know, and this is why I asked him to pull up the Hebrew, because I know he don't read Hebrew. So you know what? This is what I wanted to ask you, because you keep saying dunking the Ugaritic thing. Give me the date for the Ugaritic text with the whole biocycle. Give me the date. Since you really want to throw away the debate, talk about it. When's the date for the Ugaritic text? I'll wait. Why you Googling?
I don't gotta Google. I'm sitting here chilling, Brody. I didn't even know I was off me. I'm sitting here smoking. I don't gotta Google or whatnot. You said, what's the date of the Ugaritic text? The Ugaritic text, I would say, what? 13th, 14th century BCE?
You think so? You said 14?
Yeah, 14th, 13th century BCE.
So the Ugaritic text is towards the end of the late Bronze Age. It's around 1300 or around 11. It's towards the end of the late Bronze Age. It's when it's coming towards the Iron Age. So, no, ain't no right. 1400 is not the end of the late Bronze Age.
I said 1300 BCE. Yes, that's the same century. See, you don't know. Here's the thing with these guys. Hold on, time out.
When you say 13,
because I had to smash
like
my man. Hold on one second. I had to smash my man. I had to smash my man Capone on this same thing. Y'all.
Hey, you know I'll let you finish that, right? You know
I'll land my plane. I'll get you after. Go ahead.
I'll let you finish, right? Thank you. So he keep talking about this biocycle. He know that's the late Bronze Age. That's a late towards the end of the late Bronze Age text. Towards the end, to remind you that, right? So he gonna keep on trying to input the Ugaritic text, the Ugaritic L, into cultures that are contemporary and older than them. This the nonsense in the history that he want to keep making up. He don't understand that everyone else already tried this. Do you want me to start pulling? You know what? I see. Go ahead, talk real quick, man. Because I see you don't learn.
So again, I had to smash my man Capone. Shout out to my man Capone, but I had to smash my man Capone on this too. The issue that this brother have, and again, he gotta hold this stance because the moment he conceded to the Israelites or the proto-Israelites being Canaanites, he done lost. Which we know the proto-Israelites are Canaanites. He's talking about, they preceded the Canaanites. Ain't no goddamn body precede. My bad for the profanity. How they precede the Canaanites?
You done?
No. But
I did want to finish.
I'm gonna land my plane with this. I got you. When he was talking now, the reason I pointed out the timeline thing, is because he don't realize that we just said the same thing. Right now, when we are dating these Ugaritic texts, these Qumran inscriptions, there's gaps, right? So they talk about 1347 to 15. So the actual numbers, of course, we go bang bang. But when we're talking about the 13th century, 14th century, we're talking about the same time period. I don't know if he know that or not. So the fact that he comes off like, oh yeah, see, the late Bronze Age, duh. We know that's the late Bronze Age. Do we know what century that is though? Right? You're acting like the date and the century are different. So when we're talking about these things, man, the fact that he's going to have to go against his own faith to show that these are different gods. And also, man, listen, I'm laying my plane. I want you to get to that question, Kazad, man. Why you keep ducking that question, bro? Is the God in Genesis and the God in Exodus the same God?
Con, you done? Thank you. So once again, I see you don't listen. Listen, you want to keep talking about El in the Ugaritic text. The Baal cycle, the cycle that he keep talking about, right? That is dated to the end of the late Bronze Age, around from like when they say 1300, they talking about from 1299 going down to about 1100, right? This is talking about the towards the Ramesses period. That's when that text is produced. When he first said the 15th, 14th century.
Ain't nobody say no 15, 14.
You did? You did it? Oh
no, I said 13th, 14th century.
Okay, you didn't say, you might not, you said 15. Okay, 13, 14. When he talking about 14, that's 100 years. He all in the wrong time, in the time frame, right? So 100 years early, you've been 100 years early is not the wrong time frame. Thank you. Anyway, so I asked him specifically, cultures that are contemporary with Ugarit. He didn't listen. He said Canaanites. It's cultures contemporary with Ugarit. But you know what? This is getting actually into the debate. Like, you asking me and you want me to respond to debate questions that just giving you, like, we might as well not hold off the debate. We might as well debate right here if you're gonna ask me stuff like that. You want to just get into it, we can get into it. Like King J already said, I beat you up enough. Like, you're not ready. You're not. I could tell that you're new to these arguments. I was finna play the audio, but you know what? No, I'm finna play the audio because I'm gonna let you learn from your predecessor. Hold on.
You are correct in saying the earliest account.
Listen to your predecessor, somebody that already stepped in the ring before you, bro. Listen to your predecessor.
You are correct in saying the earliest accounts in those pantheons don't show the deity El. They don't.
So I'm trying to tell you, go. Your name Humble. You ever heard that? Y'all remember Kendrick Lamar? Y'all remember? Sit down. Be humble.
Listen.
Sit down.
Listen. Right. Let him know, Troy. Let him know. King J still hurt. It's okay, though. It's okay. King J still hurt. But again, I mean, listen, we can even step away from the question. Of course, we know we're going to step away from the question. He don't want to deal with that. But I mean, again, he's gonna filibuster all of this. Like, you see, he's trying to do all of this not to deal with the topic at hand. Not to deal with he's, oh yeah, and listen, he told me, he said, man, I even bring the same slides, or I even bring the same presentations I brought against them niggas against you. With Khazad still is feel so here's the thing, right? His ego is in a way. He just want to debate now. What he still failed to realize is not only Humble, not only accredited scholars, but the Bible itself say that these are the same gods. It does not distinguish El Shaddai from Yahweh. In the Bible, El Shaddai is Yahweh. Now he's trying, well, you say now he's saying the 70 sons. Now he ain't trying to deal with none of that. Because what did I keep saying throughout this whole face-off? It ain't about none of that. It's the Canaanite God El. The same God is the biblical God Yahweh. That's what it's about. And so he can sit up here and filibuster and say we went through this and we did that, and he could play all the clips he wanted. Bro, none of that ain't helping him when it comes to this debate. None of it. Because he ain't got it. And again, this thing ain't got, let's throw all the academia stuff out the window. Right? He don't even got his own Bible to stand on. Where he gonna go? Where he gonna go? He can't go. He can't do nothing but agree with me. Because if this was a strict biblical debate, he'd already lost. And see, that's the thing about, these hyenas, right? These ego muffins, right? They think, oh, I'm gonna hop out there. Boy, you don't know, it's a brick coming for you, boy. So you gotta watch the track. The track was set in the beginning. I already know what his favorite debates is. Oh, I'm gonna turn down with this Yahweh stuff. I'm gonna let them know that Yahweh been here and it wasn't no L in there. I already knew that.
Wait,
So
I got a question now.
Go ahead, brother A1.
So you already had this debate before? I'm about to spoil your fun, humble. You about to be mad. You already had this debate title before? Because let's do something fresh, man. If it's already been done, man. You know, see what else you could come up with. This is the face-off. Nothing's been locked in yet. Ask each other some questions. See if there's some other points of contention anywhere else. Did you have any backup topics just in case?
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, do your thing though. If that's what you want to take them down, though. But pause. Go ahead.
Not this exact word, but I didn't have debates that's very exact similar. Like he's trying to take their arguments and switch it a little bit. Like they bring the same stuff. Like how he brought the Kuntalita drug. They already done brought that as evidence. Like I didn't already beat them up on that. Like it's like they're bringing the same arguments. You get what I'm saying? So and he keep mentioning the biblical text. Like bro. Every time you mention the biblical text, you gonna get beat up. Like it don't make sense. So you keep mentioning the biblical text. Deal with this biblical text right here. I ain't gonna bring up the Hebrew because I know you can't deal with that. Just deal with the text itself. Here, let me share my screen, please. Yeah, so Exodus 23 and 22. I'm sorry, starting at verse 23. Exodus 23 and 23. It says, "For my angel shall go before thee and bring thee in unto the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but thou shalt utterly overthrow them and quite break down their images." You just mentioned the biblical text said that they're the same God. How? Mm-hmm. I would love for you to explain how the biblical text is literally telling them to destroy, break their images, and not to worship and serve them, that he's not that God, but yet you keep trying to say the biblical text is telling them that they are that God. I'll wait.
So here's the funny part about that. When we go into the Bible, right, we see him say destroy Shamash. We see him say destroy Asherah. We see him say destroy Baal. We never see him say destroy El. We never see him say destroy El. In fact, we see El all through the Bible doing all time. In the first version of the first verse in the Bible, do we not see where it say
you didn't answer my question.
God created heavens and the earth? I most definitely answered your question. See, again, listen. This is it's levels to this, cause them little trippy flip flop, those don't work, bro. Oh, but we clearly can go to Exodus and say where he go into there and they'd say kill these gods and don't worship their gods and things of that nation. We know that they're talking. First off, we know they're already established by this time. Which if we taking it historical, or even if we keeping it biblical. Because during this time, this is Exodus, so we know Moses is here. So we know Moses is talking. This is Yahweh right here. So we already know they're established by this point. So it would make sense that he's saying go destroy all these other gods. But guess what God he not destroying? Guess what God he not destroying? He not destroying El. In fact, he's using El. He's taking on El's attributes. This is why we see him should die. Exactly, Lou. Who is Melchizedek? When Melchizedek came to Abraham, what did Melchizedek do? He blessed him in the name of who? El Elyon, a personal name. Who he trying to tell you? Oh, that's a title. That's a title. Ain't no title. It's a personal name.
You done?
And so I'm gonna land my plane right here. And so again, when we go back into what the title of the debate is, he's going to try to have to slither his way out of saying that the proto-Israelites were Canaanites, which we know they were. And if they were Canaanites, then we know they worship the god El. But see, we don't even got to do all of that because it's in their name. I land my plane with that. Go ahead.
Thank you. You see, as clear example, this man did not answer my question. It said, do not worship their gods. He just keeps saying the Canaanite god El. I'm so confused. Like, dang, is he the Canaanite god El, or is he somebody else god El? Like, make it make sense. It said, don't worship their gods, destroy their images, destroy their altars. Like, but now you want to exclude El from out of the Canaanite gods, but yet he's the Canaanite god El. It's so dumb. And you keep mentioning El Elyon, but notice when I had the verse up that mentioned El Elyon and Melchizedek, he can't read
it. Cause isn't that English? Cause isn't that King James version of the Bible?
Can you put up my screen real quick?
Is the King James version of the Bible different than the blue letter version that's in Hebrew?
He keep on talking about Melchizedek and El Elyon.
Yeah.
So why won't he tell you who is that entity in the text? He can't read the text and tell you who the entity is.
The entity is El Elyon. That's who the entity is. God Most High. What are you talking about?
So read the text and tell me that. Read the text and tell me that's what it says.
What do you mean read the text? You want me to read the Hebrew and say that's what it is? Can you show me right here where it does not say El Elyon?
You said El Elyon is the entity. That's who it is.
Yes. Can you show me in this text otherwise?
Show me that El Elyon is the actual
otherwise. You're the Hebrew linguist. Show me in this text otherwise.
Hey,
so you said so. Matter of fact, stop right there. Hold on. I can show you right here.
This how simple it is. No, you asked me a question on my term. This how simple it is. Bro. This how I know you're not ready to step into the ring. The actual the entity right here. This is who it is. This is him. Ain't no It's not just her. You can't even read it. So why are you talking?
That's the Tetragrammaton. Who don't know that's the Tetragrammaton?
Hey, then I just asked you to read it and you didn't want to do it. So I'm gonna need you to go ahead and pipe down for us.
So who don't know that that's the Tetragrammaton?
This man just said El Elyon is the actual.
Who don't know that that's the Tetragrammaton?
I told him to read the text because if you read the text and you say that El Elyon is the actual entity, it shows that you don't know how to read. You don't understand what's being said.
So then you read. What does this say?
You'll find out in the debate.
No, now you like you'll find out. Now see, listen. I already gave him in the beginning when he wanted me to read it. I already gave him my level of understanding the Hebrew language. I told him I understood the Tetragrammaton. I told him I understood El Elyon. I told him I understood where I could see those things that in the text. You feel me? So now I'm like, all right, well, you see, you can at least see I can identify certain things. But since you say you can read all of this, then you read it. I could easily just say, all right, give me a second. Let me reconstruct this real quick. Because we do have AI now. I could just say, let me take a screenshot of this. Hey, can you reconstruct this? What this say? But what he won't do, what the reason he won't read it is because he knows who's in that text. And he know as well that it don't differentiate between those two. They're the same person in that text. He know that even when he was facing the Samka, even when he was facing King J, and this is why I don't even know why King J saying the things he's saying, because King J, when he was facing you, was he not saying he was the same deity? Are you going to sit up there and say that he was saying they were different? He clearly was saying they was the same. Now, see, I could go and pull up the videos to see, because I pull up the YouTube videos where he's saying he's the same. But again, we're going to save that for the debate. But you know what, brother A1, you touched on something, bro. I mean, if we do have any other contentions, because I could find a whole lot of contentions, right? I guarantee this. Watch this. What's the proper name of God? Kazad? Is it Yahweh or Yahuwah?
I wouldn't use neither one of those pronunciations.
What pronunciation would you use?
Yahweh.
See, that's some made up stuff. Made up stuff. Here's another question for you, Kazad, that we might have contention on. Was the Exodus a historical event?
For a fact.
See that there go another debate, A1. Here go another one for you, Kazad. Was Isaac a historical person?
Yeah.
Isaac? I ain't never heard nobody ask.
There you go, A1. Look, these are all debates that just like I'm going to smash him if you take this one, I smash him in all those debates as well. Because the stuff that is coming out of his mouth, he's a typical Hebrew Israelite. That's why if we even do stick with the same debate topic, he's going to lose because he can't go against all those answers. Those are Hebrew answers, right? And the fact that El Shaddai and Yahweh are one God, that's a Hebrew thinking. So he can't go against that.
You know now.
Go ahead.
Appreciate
but if you was to have another title, if we could get another title, what other title would you be willing to do, Kazad?
I don't know. I kind of want to smack you on this because you don't know what you're talking about.
You see, now you want to try and stay here. But he still don't realize.
Can I go?
I'm going to land my plane right here and you got it.
Go ahead.
He still don't realize he's on for him. See, I'm not a believer, so it don't make me know. Never mind what side I stand on. But for him, he still don't realize he's on the wrong side of this debate. Go ahead. I land my plane with that. Go ahead. All
right. Thank you. So, first things first. You mentioned you keep talking about the Bible and the Hebrew. So this is why, and you mentioned where your Hebrew understanding was, which is the exact point. You should not be talking about anything in the biblical text with your understanding of Hebrew. How you not understand that? Your understanding of the biblical text in the Hebrew is so low that you should not open your mouth because you don't understand what you're reading. That's the point. Stop mentioning and talking about the biblical text when you don't understand what you're reading. Because that is a very simple sentence that I put up in front of you. That is nothing more than some simple words with some suffixes, prefixes, and stuff on it. It's nothing really major in there.
So why you ain't read it?
No. You can stop interrupting. And if you, hey, humble. This is how I know you ain't watched my debates because I actually read that sentence before. So I know you don't watch my debates. Be quiet, please. Thank you. So I appreciate it. I didn't interrupt you during your long ramble of nothing.
Man, get it in. Hey, I ain't heard about none of that stuff, man. Go ahead, rock out.
Yeah. So I'm just holding back because I'm just showing you when you get in the ring how outclassed you finna be. Like I'm just chilling. You don't understand. Ask King J when I get in the ring and I'm turned up. You not finna be. You gonna be looking real crazy. I'm actually holding back right now. I can just embarrass you in the prelim and there be no debate. I'm chilling on you right now. Hold on. I'm not done.
Let me know when you land your plane. My bad.
I'm not done. Then you try to talk to me about other debates and topics and stuff, bro. First of all, he's supposed to be an Egypt guy or something. He don't even really know about Egypt. We just had my brother Omar Muhammad on here. He don't know nothing about the pyramid texts and stuff. I already played the audio, bro, of me murdering him on other platforms. He don't know nothing about this stuff. His scholarship is called denial. When you put something up in front of his face, he can't deal with it. So he just like, oh no, we know this. No, we don't know that. You making it up. That's what you making up. So listen, humble. I'm gonna stick to you right here because you talked to me about is the Exodus happened. Let me ask you a very simple question, and if you can't answer it, that's how I know you're not qualified. Talk to me on the Exodus debate. Prior to the Assyrian captivity, give me 2 anchor points of Egyptian chronology.
You said prior to Assyrian captivity?
By Assyrian captivity, I mean before Assyria sacked Thebes. Before Assyria comes in
so you want me to give you 2 prior events that happened before Assyria come into Thebes?
2 anchor points in chronology by scholars. I'm not talking some shit that you make up and say, oh, well, we got this. No, I'm talking about 2 anchor points that scholars say these cannot be moved. These are facts in history. Go ahead.
Akhenaten starting the first monotheistic reign.
Incorrect.
And the Pyramid of Doja.
Incorrect.
And Imhotep built the first what was it, Doja or was it Khafre?
Incorrect.
I think it was Khafre. I think it was either Doja or Khafre. I think Doja had the step pyramid, so it wasn't Doja. It was probably Khafre. But listen, bro, I most definitely know about my Kemetic history. Well, we can go there too. We can most definitely go there too. Hold time out. You said incorrect. Me and Capone had a debate on this too. You said incorrect. We can go there too. That Akhenaten had the first monotheistic reform.
Bro, you ain't even just answer my question. Do you know what anchor point?
Hold on, time out.
Do you know what anchor point
in chronology is? This is
what anchor point in chronology is. Yes or no?
See, look, when I look at these debates, I look at these debates like boxing, right? And so when I was watching, you know, I was doing my film on Kazad. I seen how he fared against Hassan Kai. I seen how he fared against King J, you know, and honestly, I seen when he fared against King J, the only issue that he had with King J is King J didn't bring that energy. But when he went up against Hassan Kai, Pitbull, my bad, Capone. But when he went against somebody that matched that energy, you see what I'm saying? Hey, look, he don't fare too well. And so, hey, I'm a younger version of that lion. So he really ain't gonna fare too well. Right? So again, he can come up here and flim-flam and talk this and talk that. And, oh yeah, well, he don't know this. And I had this in his face and he ain't know that. He did all that, but ran from everything that I addressed and everything that I stated to him. You see, this is what these guys are good at doing, right? When you put their feet to the fire and you make them test their faith, right? They jump off that shit real quick. They try to hop to something else real quick. You see what I'm saying? Because that's what they do. They don't see it, and again, this goes back to the psychological mastermind I am. See, he realized he in deep water now. He think he's gonna be able to talk his way out of it. See, after I kept repeating it a couple times, yo, you on the wrong side of this debate. He's like, okay, let me talk my way. No, you ain't talking your way out of this. Whether we stick with this debate, whether we go to the Akhenaten debate, listen, I'ma bar you in any of these debates, landslide. I promise you.
You done?
Let's get it.
Hey, I'm glad how he said I ain't fare too well against Asar Khan. Listen to this, y'all. Hey, listen to this.
He is plural because it refers to the 70 sons of Yah. You said you read the Ugaritic text.
Bro, stop, bro. You niggas be so I want y'all. Hold on, listen. Get up here lying so fast, bro. You niggas be getting up here lying so fast. He literally just said you ain't never seen. Hey, the same dudes that was up there talking about some Asar won the debate was like, man, I don't know what he talking about there, man. I don't know, dude. Listen very closely. If you the same thing as Asar, you should run. You should run very fast. Because dude can say and make up anything in a debate.
Dude was
busting you over the head. Hey, he was sitting here and convinced. He was sitting here and convince a tiger that it's a lion. No, you're not a tiger. You a lion because see when you roar.
He bust you up on them head with the sources. But listen, my thing is,
listen to this. Hold on, no, come on, bro. I didn't interrupt you, bro. I've been letting you go on these long ass rants about nothing. But listen, because this how he was busting me out. This anybody that say I lost, I want you to explain this, bro. Explain this contradiction that goes against this whole debate. Listen to this dumb stuff.
That was. Let's go to Marcus, who you said was front. Well, before we get to him, let's go to Son Yahweh said. I forgot about this. Since Yahweh and El were originally separate deities, the question is raised about where Yahweh originated. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. Remember, I just had to show you. You like, where's the El-Cab? Where's the Arcadian? No, duh. You wasn't in Israel. You was in Syria. Didn't nobody read them books? They didn't want them. Yahweh himself does not appear to have been a Canaanite god in origin. For example, he does not appear in the Ugaritic pantheon list.
So you just heard him say he doesn't appear in the Ugaritic pantheon list. This is the same exact debate. Listen.
Plural, because it refers to who? The 70 sons of Yah. You said you read the Ugaritic text. The 70 sons of Yah. I'm expecting.
So this is why I keep telling you niggas love to say, oh yeah, sorry, God won. Listen, explain that contradiction right there. I'll wait. He just said that Yah is not in the Ugaritic text. Then he just turned around and said the 70 sons of Yah. You read the Ugaritic text.
So once again, hold up.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done. This is what I mean by these dudes get up here and can say anything and run their mouth. These guys that say, oh yeah, they won. And then guess what? When you play the audio back, you know that was Isaiah on there, your homie. You know that was King J on there, your homie. Ben Eaton that's in the chat. You'll know that was Ben Eaton up on the live stream there. When I played that audio of Saram Khan saying that dumb stuff, all of them was like, oh man, we don't agree with that. We ain't with that. Like, stop playing. You just saying he won because you anti-Bible.
All right, no. So here's the thing right here. Once again, y'all see how he went to the Assam Khan thing. Y'all see he moving further and further away from these debate topics, bro. Don't let him get around. Y'all watching this. Y'all is waiting.
Hey, let's get closer to the topics. Let's lock in the topic.
But really fast. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold, really fast.
My bad.
But what I want to say is, right, this is why I kept repeating over as soon as I got up here. My man Hassan in the building. This is why I kept repeating when we started, right? We ain't dealing with no 70 sons of we ain't dealing with none of that. We dealing with, right, this L in the matter of fact, if we want to change it up, let's do that. Let's do this.
We
right?
ain't changing. We already on we already
agreed. Hold up 1 second. Is the L in the Bible, right, a continuation of the Canaanite god El? Yes or no?
Yep. You done?
Yes or no? Answer that question.
You running now?
No, you see, yo, listen. This is how we smash these guys, bro. This is how we get them. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm on me. Go ahead. I'm on me. Go ahead. I'm on me.
He already asked me in the other live stream, is they the same God? If they're not the same God, how are they the continuation of another God? Make it make sense. You not finna change the topic. Stand on your square. You wanted to debate me on your Yahweh and the Canaanite God El. I'm here. I already told you I'm not changing. We right here. That's what I want. That's what you agreed on. You finna get cooked.
Let's get it.
That's simple.
Let's get it. So now, all right. So now that's the topic. So now state your premise in that topic that we have.
Oh my God.
That's how this man about to run all around this.
You done?
Go ahead.
Hey, go back and look at the last live stream, me and Humble Head. He already know my point. He already know this. He's trying to play because he's scared right now. He can't read Hebrew. He doesn't know anything about the Hebrew text. Every time it's up in his face, I don't know. All we doing is stepping in the ring. It's that simple. You already know my position. You said you watched the footage, right?
Okay. So now, my time.
Go ahead.
My premise in this debate, y'all know the debate title is the Canaanite God El, the same God as the biblical God Yahweh. My premise in this debate is that the Canaanite God El, and when we see El in the Bible, we can for sure know that is linking back to the Canaanite God El. That's my premise. And because we see that in the Bible, we know that the Canaanite God El and Yahweh are the same God. That's my premise. And we setting it up. And I can't wait to see what he got against that. Because mine's on, he keeps saying it. I'll bring what I brought about King J. I'll bring what I brought to Asar. Please bring that. I don't want you to bring it. But if you that arrogant to bring that foolery, bro, just come agree with me, bro. But see, I keep telling y'all, I'm going to hold his feet to the fire. Not just his feet, but his faith.
She's
right?
a runner,
So
she's a track
he
star.
just realized that he's on the wrong end of this debate. Because now he got to show in his own Bible where these are separate. He was just arguing Asar Khan down when Asar Khan said these were separate gods, that these were the same gods. No, El is just the title for Yahweh. Now, let's see if you bring that to this debate, that El is just a god as a title of Yahweh. Let's get it.
I never seen somebody so hyped to lose in their life. I've never seen somebody so hyped to be wrong in their life, bro. This is ridiculous. So all I need you to do is just tell me who El Elyon is in Genesis 14 and 22. Is that the name of the individual or what is it? Explain that, please.
El Elyon in Genesis 14 and 22, that's a personal name. We know that's a personal name because the name El is there. Elyon just means most high. It's referring to the deity El. If it was talking about Yahweh, it would have said Yahweh Elyon.
I agree with that.
What he don't understand about his own culture.
I agree with that point.
No. Also, hey. Oh, I hope you bring that to the debate. Oh my God.
Let's get it. Now,
So humble, to be clear, because we are kind of the same debate. You're arguing that Yahweh and El are the same deity?
Yeah.
Because I didn't argue that point. I actually argued separate. I argued that there was no Yahweh in the land of Canaan. El is a separate deity than Yahweh. That I don't believe they are the same deity. Although when in reference later we see assimilation and synchronism, we see pantheon reduction and all of that. But that's later.
So,
right?
Hold on, King J. I ain't even realized you was over here talking. Let them finish their face off. Then we're gonna open the floor to everybody else.
Okay.
I want them to get their topic ironed out uninterrupted. Yeah. My bad. You slick.
Real fast.
Slick. Good looking. I appreciate you though. We gonna let
it's
you.
It's gonna take 2 seconds for me to respond to that. I just pulled up your debate just because Kazar's debate. I know you was arguing they were separate. So was Assam Ka. But the whole time you were arguing they were separate, Kazar was arguing they were the same. So now he's on the opposite side of that. Now he got to take your argument. He got to take that they're different.
So what's the topic, y'all? Y'all got it locked in?
Canaanite God El, the same as the God Yahweh in the Bible.
Put it in the chat for me.
God Yahweh.
Put it in the chat verbatim for me, so I can put it on the screen. Then we can go ahead and get the calendar up and pull up a date. And real quick, we'll go to a word from our sponsors. This will be a paid exhibition. Both of these gentlemen will be receiving $50 cash for their performance. Oh.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if you're your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy.
And back to you, John.
Yeah, let me play something real quick. So
primary for the Eloists and Yawas. I need a primary. When
So hey, he keep on talking about I'm not answering his question. Hey, bro, I already made my stance clear through the multiple conversations we had. If you don't get it by now, you don't get it. Hey, I'm still waiting for you to answer questions from like 2 months ago, my guy. Where can I get a primary for the Eloists and the Yawas? Like, bro, stop acting like you don't duck every single thing I asked you, and come over here and act like you ain't been ducking. You sitting up here and asking me questions that's really the answer in the debate. Because like once I actually get into that, there is no debate. I told you. So I'm truly not answering all the questions for the sake of the debate. So there can be a debate. My guy, you have never answered a single question that I've ever asked you in the history of us talking.
Bro, this guy is crazy.
So once again, can you give me a primary for the Eloists and the Yahweh, sir? The same way I asked you 2 months ago. Like, stop playing with me, bro.
Oh. You see? Listen, bro. I told you it's levels to this, bro. You ain't dragging me down no path that we ain't dealing with that, bro. Stop coming here with your 70 sons of El, with your Eloist and Yahweh, all that past stuff. Bro, we dealing with are the Canaanites. There's the Canaanite God El, the same as the biblical God Yahweh. That's what we dealing with. So
I know what we dealing with, bro.
All right. So now let's do something pertaining to that. Do you believe? Hold on 1 second. Do you have any primary evidence that El Shaddai in Genesis 17:1 is a title and not a personal name?
Language itself lets you know if it's a name or a title. Thank you.
Language itself, dude? I'm glad you said that, because the language, it specifically shows us that it's a personal name, not a title.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm glad.
You see how easy this is?
The guy that can't read Hebrew. The guy that can't read Hebrew.
Man, listen.
The guy that can't read Hebrew, when I had the Hebrew text that had El and Elyon in it, he couldn't read it and didn't say nothing about it. Like it's ridiculous, bro. It's really ridiculous. So once again, you ain't answered anything that I asked.
When you read the language, yeah, you're right. When you read the language let us know that if these people, right, if Yahweh would have came, I ain't about to make you, man, listen. Hey, listen, we know El Shaddai and Yahweh the same. And we know El Shaddai is the Canaanite El. How do we know this? We know this because if El Shaddai was a different deity than the Canaanite El, his name wouldn't have been El Shaddai. It would have been Yahweh Shaddai or something like that. See, where he's messing up is he's saying the whole thing is a title. No, just the Shaddai, the Kawam, right? These things are the titles. What's in the beginning is the name. So El Shaddai, El is the name. He's trying to say, oh, well, during this time, right? It was just a proper noun. Well, not back in Abraham's time, it wasn't. Because back in Abraham, because that's something else we could talk about. Back in Abraham's time, if this was just a generic name just for a regular God, then why is Abraham talking to him? Why isn't Abraham talking to Yahweh? Oh, we find out in Exodus. Hold on, I'm gonna land my plane here. We find out in Exodus that El Shaddai is Yahweh. Oh, so we find out who that El is later on. You see, man, this is too easy, bro. Too easy.
Yeah, he said we don't see Yahweh talking to Abraham. Oh my goodness, bro, this is ridiculous, man. I'm like I said, bro. I hope you bring that to the debate.
Get it.
Hey, Humble. I was gonna ask you this one question, but you ain't answered nothing all year long, bro. It's like, man, what's the point of asking you something if I ain't gonna get an answer? So I want y'all to point something, man. This man can't answer a single question. He has never answered a question. And watch how he's gonna run in the debate. I want you to. No, I'm trying. You know what? I'm not. I ain't got nothing.
Real fast, because
hold on.
You mentioned a topic just one time for the people. You doing all this talking and all this you can't do. Can you mention a topic one time for the people?
Bro, what? Why are you acting like people don't know what we debate? Like it's getting real. It's getting real weird right now, my guy. What you want? Why you acting like we don't know what we debate?
Yo, this guy is terrible.
So hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna sit back in. I know what I wanted to ask you because I want this audio. I want you to hear your sound clip in the debate. Are you saying El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text? Yes or no?
You said, am I saying El Elyon and El Shaddai referring to El? Yes.
Okay. Nobody, please, in A1. Nobody get him anything. None. Just let him step into this ring and die. I'm sick of talking to this guy. Let's get a date. What day you free, bro? What day you free to take this beat?
My guy, I'm always free.
Let's get a Saturday. I'm good on Saturdays. Let's do Saturday.
What's today?
Let's go for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, got it.
Yeah, that'll be
Hey, listen, I'm Batman with prep time.
What's the 16th? That's not the first. First is a weekend of the 4th.
Yep.
The 4th or the 5th. The 5th is a Sunday. The 4th is a Saturday.
We can do the 4th.
Or the 3rd is a Friday.
I need it on a Saturday because I know for sure I'm gonna be off on that day.
Let's do Saturday the 4th.
But I'm trying to make sure April 4th. That's I should be good.
Or you want to do the week after that?
No, we should be good April 4th.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Hold on, let me write y'all on the big boy calendar. April 4th.
Hey, Humble, I'm gonna just let you know what they say. What's that one movie? You know you didn't F up.
Already in hot water, bro. Listen.
You know you didn't F up, right? You know you didn't.
Already drowning.
You said El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text. You know you didn't.
That's not what you asked. Hey, yo,
you didn't.
You see these guys is not genuine for nothing. Do you see
all
of the playback on my?
That ain't what I asked him. Don't nobody say nothing. Don't nobody say nothing.
I knew he was going to do that too. Y'all. So the question this brother asked me was, hey, are you saying that when you see El Elyon and El Shaddai in the Bible that it refers to the El in the Ugaritic text? I said yes. He said, okay. Then he gonna come back and say, now y'all see how I asked him that when you see El Shaddai and El Elyon, is that the same L in the Ugaritic? No. I didn't. Because he's trying to set up. What he's trying to do is, oh well, he said El Shaddai and El Elyon is in the Ugaritic text. No, but El Shaddai and El Elyon is referring to the same L that's in the Ugaritic text, like you asked me earlier. You see, that's how I told you, bro. You gotta rise your game, bro. You can't slide that stuff past me, bro. I'm stopping it at the door. You see how you try to be slick with that, bro? Listen, you gotta cut these snakes off at the head, y'all. They're gonna keep slithering. Gotta cut them off at the head.
Real quick, so we can open up the panel. What are the rules of engagement? What are we gonna do here? You want to go with the? I mean, you can do any setup you want. Rounds. How y'all want to do it?
I mean, well, the last couple debates you've been doing it. Opening 3 minutes, first round 15 or first round 12 and
12 10-minute question and answer.
Yeah.
All right, let me pull up the rules of engagement for you gentlemen. Somewhere in here. Here we go. Wait. And then we'll open the panel up after we lock this in. Okay, so we got the title, April 4th. I'm excited.
All right, warriors. Listen up. Clash of the Titans official debate format. Rule number 1, order of speaking. The affirmative, the side advocating for the resolution, always presents first. Rule number 2, opening statements. Each debater delivers a 3-minute opening address. Rule number 3, argument rounds. There are 2 rounds per participant. Round 1, presentation of their primary case. Round 2, rebuttal of the opponent's arguments and or further development of their own position. Each round lasts 12 minutes. Rule number 4, turn order. The debater who speaks first will also close second in the rebuttal rounds, Q&A period, and final summations. Rule number 5, cross-examination. Each participant has 10 minutes to interrogate their opponent. This time belongs to the questioner. Pauses or hesitations are counted against their allotted time. If progress stalls, the moderator may intervene only to keep the exchange moving, not to address the judges or the audience. Rule number 6, closing statements. Following Q&A, each debater is granted 3 minutes for a final summation of their case. May the odds be forever in your favor.
Yeah, something like that.
Hey, can you send me the clip of that, AY?
Yeah, it's if you actually go into the short section, it's in shorts on my page.
Gotcha.
I don't know why I didn't upload to the videos, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's in shorts. But yeah, I'll send that to you though. I'll email it to you. I actually want to take that white border off. That's bugging me. Gotta fix that. But yeah. Okay, so do we got anything like that? We got the date, we got the title. If I have any questions about it, y'all can hit me up. Oh, scorecard. Share screen. Image file. So that way you know how to prepare. I'm pretty sure you gentlemen know how to prepare for a debate, but we do have a scoring system over here. Here we go. You will be judged on performance, organization, evidence, argumentation, questioning, and conduct. We just adopted this from the Lincoln Douglas point system, so pretty standard, something a lot of people are already familiar with. Yeah, and if I'm gonna send a copy of this to both of you gentlemen along with those rules again, so everybody's on the same page, and the floor is open. Let's start with
real quick before they go. I want to play something real quick because he just lied. Listen. In a debate, are you saying El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text? Yes or no?
You said, am I saying El Elyon and El Shaddai?
So we all heard the question that I asked him, then we heard him answer yes. So he not finna act like he ain't just give me his answer. I told y'all he can't answer none, and when he do answer something, he gonna take it back and run. He can't. I told you it's a reason. It's a reason he don't answer my question.
Don't even know. Y'all see, he just exposed himself, bro.
Hold on, humble. I know you scared. It's the reason he don't answer questions. It's the reason he don't.
Yo, he terrible. Hey, yo, listen, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people on the panel outside of me and Kazad. Just sat and watched what Kazad tried to do. We heard him play the first question he had. I bet you won't play the second question he asked me. And I bet you the second question is going to say, are you saying that we can find El Shaddai and El Elyon in the Ugaritic? That's not what he just asked on that playback. That's not what he asked. On that playback, that's not what he asked. You see how I told you gotta chop him off at the head, man.
Listen, here go the whole audio.
At the head.
We don't know what we debate.
He's terrible.
It's been real weird right now. What you on? Why you act like we don't know what we debate?
Hey yo.
So hey, I appreciate you. I'm gonna sit back here. I know what I want to ask you because I want this audio. I want you to hear a sound clip in a debate. Are you saying El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text? Yes or no?
You said, am I saying El Elyon and El Shaddai refer to El? Yes.
Okay. Nobody, please, in A1, nobody give him anything. No. Just let him step into this ring and die. I'm sick of talking to this guy.
Now play when you ask me the second time. Play when you ask me the second
time. No. Stop interrupting. I'm playing the whole audio. I didn't ask you anything a second time. I didn't ask you anything a second time. Yes, that's not a clip. This is right from the live. All I did was rewind it.
All right, no. Go to the part when you asked me that question.
I was playing the whole audio. Let it finish playing. I'm letting it. We're gonna hear and see if I ask you something again. If I ask you it again.
I'm always ready.
Let's get a Saturday. I'm good on Saturdays. Let's do Saturday.
Let's go for 2 weeks.
2 weeks, got it.
Yeah, that'll be
fast forward. Listen, I'm Batman with
or the 5th. The 5th of this on that day. Let's do Saturday the 4th.
No, we should be good April 4th. I'm fast forwarding to let you know. That's why I'm skipping a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm just let you know. What they say, what's that one movie? You know you're
already in hot water.
Yeah, you already take? Here, hold on. Here. You know you're effed up, right? You know you're already drowning. You said El Shaddai and El Elyon refers to El in the Ugaritic text. You know you didn't.
That's not what you asked.
So I didn't ask you anything. Actually, all I did was repeat your statement. So no, you lied, bro. You a known liar. You a known liar.
Go back.
That's the whole audio. We just listened to the whole audio. Okay, I asked you one question and then I repeated.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna replay. Listen, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it.
We just listen. We just listened to the whole audio.
Okay.
I asked him a question. He answered it. He know he messed up in his
I
answer.
said, yeah. Yes.
He know he messed up.
Yes.
I didn't ask him another question. I repeated what he said, and because he know he messed up, he tried to jump in like he always do. This is why Humble don't answer questions.
Listen, you heard me say yes. El Shaddai and El Elyon is referring to the Canaanite. You heard me say yes. What he does, right, is he tries to, where that's at in the Ugaritic? Where that's at in the Ugaritic? No, you ain't asking me, was it in the Ugaritic?
I didn't.
You said,
bro,
you
we
said
all
was it referring to the L in the Ugaritic?
We all just listened to the audio. So we done. It's cool, bro. We can open up the panel. I'm chilling, bro. I'm gonna stay on the panel, but I'm chilling, man.
We here with
I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Y'all can I want brothers to throw their 2 cents in what they think gonna happen, but nobody spoil nothing from the debate, please, nobody. I'm finna massacre this brother. Like this, the Titan debate league. Y'all finna see some real Titan work go down. Y'all finna see like the old Coliseum. It's finna be full of humble blood and brains. They didn't fed they didn't threw a sacrifice to the lion, man. It's sad.
Let's get it. Listen, like I said before, I'm gonna show you, bro. It's levels to this, bro. You just ain't on that level yet. It's levels to this, and you just ain't on that level yet. Listen, it sound good until we listen. What they say in boxing, it look good until you get in the ring and get punched in the face. What's your plan B? All this chirping, he doing it, dancing around and all this. It sound good until we get in that ring and I'm punching him in the face. What's his plan B?
My music.
No, you wasn't. But peace to the chat. We can hear you giggling a little bit anyway. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel.
Okay, peace to the chat. Let me come back because that was funny. All right, my bad. Real quick, another word from our sponsors. This Thursday, we have a face-off with Issa Queen at Gideon Israel, primetime. Make sure you're there. Shout out Issa Queen. She's on the panel. We're actually going to start with her, and then we'll pass it around. Any thoughts, questions, or comments on anything you've heard so far? Issa Queen, if you're there. Okay, we'll come back to her. She might be working. She's always getting it in. We had, who came up first? I think it was King J, then Asar MK, and then Cut Him Up, or was Cut Him Up first? Cut Him Up, you was up here first. Come on.
King J was up earlier and then he fell out. So
King J's. Let's start with you, King J.
I appreciate that. I'll deal because me and the brother Cut Him Up did have a conversation in the chat, so I'll just, if I could deal with 30 seconds to deal with that while I have the brother Asar up here with me, because he probably can, shed a little bit more light than I can, or a little bit in depth. When the brother was asking me about the Shashu of Yahweh, right? And so when I was referring to the Egyptian toponym list, right, and it's referred to as Shashu Yahweh. So this suggests to me that land, that deity was worshipped by those particular Shashu groups in that particular land, and that land became known as references as that deity. The fact that it starts off with Ta lets us know that it's a land, right? So if we look at the actual, it's encircled in like a little ring, right? That lets us know that it's a proper noun, and that it actually belongs to an actual topographical list, right? And that those people are subdued or conquered, people. So when we look at the other groups, right? The Shashu of Shir, the Shashu of Reuben, we know these are Edomite groups, Transjordan groups. In the Hajjav, you said the Gav, but it would be the Hajjav, right? Which is, in Midian. So I actually would, I'm sure you're familiar with the Kenite, right, hypothesis. So I would usher you towards that way in regards to possible, the land itself being a toponym for that particular Shashu groups who happen to worship that particular deity of Yahweh.
all the other groups of Shashu listed in the same list you're reading off of, are those also deity names? Reuben, is that a
No,
deity
no,
name?
no.
Okay, so it seems like you're special pleading for Yahoo, and I think you're intentionally misreading Yahoo in favor for Yahweh.
Well, I'm not showing any favor. I'm just it's listed in a topographical list. These are Egyptians, right? So this is their list. So I'm just going off. It has to be a land. So when we go off of the Egyptian grammar, when it says Ta, what does that mean? It means land of.
And you're
It means
saying
land.
Ta is prior to all of these secondary terms relative to Shashu.
I'm saying that when we look at
So
the
it's Shashu, Ta,
well,
Yahoo.
hold on. I'm answering the question. When we look at the actual glyph and we see Ta and we see in the ring, I'm telling you the absence of the actual determinative. I'm telling you that the Ta acts as the determinative for the whole sentence, right? In that ring, that
Because
name
they're in
ring, and
captive, they're in captive slaves. That's why they're
that
inside of the enclosed circle.
that's one of the reasons why they're inside of the circle. Another reason that they're inside of the circle is letting you know that it's actually a topographical list. Now we do have the brother Asar on here. He's a little bit more versed in Egyptian grammar than me, so maybe if he could chime in on that, we may take his word a little bit more valid than mine.
Okay, I'm just saying that you're special pleading as it relates to Yahoo.
I'm
And I
not.
think your intention, you're not also saying Reuben is the name of a deity, that's also the name of the landmass.
No, I'm not. I'm saying these are
So
all
it does seem as if you're special pleading because you're not applying the same standards for all of these Shashu groups. This is the main reason why I asked you the simple question in the chat.
it seems that the
Are the rest
Egyptians.
of the names of the beautiful, but are the rest of the names of these Shashu groups referencing their deity? Now I guess now you want to, just for Yahoo, you want to say, yeah, sure. But these others, you don't want to do that. I don't have a problem with it being a topographical list, but part of the problem with the topographical list is that their chieftain in all of these locations might be the primary individual mentioned in light of these captive circles. So the chieftain, if it's Shashu Yahoo, the name of the chieftain would have been Yahoo or Jehu.
But that's not what the grammar is showing. It's so when it says Ta, and we see the actual, when you look at it, it has the actual hieroglyph of the N16 glyph, which is the land. So we know it's land. So I mean, maybe it's just not your familiarity with Egyptian grammar, because when I'm telling you that the determinative is for the whole is that name ring, and the starting off with the M16 as Ta, meaning land of. They are letting you know that this particular Shashu group worship this deity, and
So that's where
it
why are you
became.
not doing that for all of these Shashu groups?
They didn't do it for all the Shashu groups. You're
Okay,
asking me
so
why
you're
I'm not
saying
doing it. You're asking me.
is the
You're asking
Ta
me. Really, the
evident in
question
all of them?
no, really, the question you're asking me is why the ancient Egyptians didn't do this.
Okay,
No,
I
I'm
want to
not.
pass it. I do want to pass it around though. We got Asar M. Kai up here and got Energy. Asar, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, definitely. Go ahead, get your get back, man. I heard him talking bad about you, man.
Nah. let me first shed light. So in this case, it does say Ta for the land, and then the throw stick, and then the Shasu Yahoo. In particular though, it is a special case for them. We know it's a special case because we can see the deity Yah, and we also have other people with that term Yah with their name attached. Like we have Paheka Amen, whose name Beni Yah, but chose to keep his Egyptian name. And when you die, you have the option to use your real name or the one that has been given to you since you've been in the land. He chose to keep his Egyptian name instead of going back to Beni Yah, which is son of Yah. We also have Yahuda, Yahudia, who is one of the Hikakasut, and we know he's a Hikakasut. We see Nebuchadnezzar, because they would worship Nebuchadnezzar and Set often, and also from his text, his textual scripts. there and where he was buried at, and a few other things. It's actually a Hikakasu burial site. So we know that from him. And all three of them are black, by the way, for those who always get asked the question, are ancient Hebrews black? And you never use those particular people, which is strange to me, which I got on Yara about. But anyway, let's get to the Kassad situation. My brother Kassad, you had to take the L, my brother.
Can I briefly respond to the comment you made, though?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, the theophorics you alluded to are not self-evident by means of Yahoo. If you're claiming these are equivalent, I would need to see more evidence of this by means of the spelling, because the spelling of Yahoo, Jahu, Yehu, however you prefer to pronounce it, if I'm not mistaken, is quite different compared to how these other terms are spelled. So there is a problem of spelling as it relates to if it's used in a theophoric in a name. And then that would also be very interesting because it's not being used as a theophoric as the location in the inscription that we're starting our conversation off.
Well, it would be, because when you say ta and you see the land determinative, that determines a location in the Middle Natural language.
I have no problem with
Hold up. If you don't have a problem,
being a
sit back. We
toponym.
didn't interrupt you, my brother. Sit back. You can respond again when I finish. So when it comes to ta, you would just simply be wrong, because in Middle Natural language, ta determines the land.
I was my bad. I was just trying. That's what I was trying to explain.
One mic, gentlemen. One mic.
The throw stick determines that they're foreigners. So we know they're not from Egypt. We know they're from a different land. We also see the Kananu, which would refer to the Canaanites, and they track them from the purple garments, which we also see later in Israel that they're known for. They were called the purple people in Greece because they made the royal purple garments. And they are the first to inhabit Israel. So we know that the Canaanites are there. We know the Shasu Yahu aren't there yet. We know that not only from there, we know it from your Bible, because they say they come from Siram, Paran, and the other place they come, Sidon, whatever it is. So we know they're actually Assyrians, because we know Yah is not an Israelite God initially. Yah becomes a god in Israel after the war, which is also described in your Bible, which is also described in some historical artifacts outside of ancient Egypt. So we know that the Shasu Yahu are Syrians initially, and we see the land of Shem on one of the ancient maps, not Hadrian's map. I want to say it's, I think it's Eusebius's map. Bible Hub has a map, and I believe it's Eusebius's map. So we can see exactly where they originate from, and we can see that the Shasu Yahu, and we can see that Yahuwah as a god and those who worship him, they don't even originate in Israel. It still says Canaanite land. They get to Israel later. And right now, the archaeologists are looking for the mountain that supposedly the high god is from in Arab lands, because they can't find it in Israel. Go ahead.
I want to know the name of these scholars you're talking about, because that's actually not something scholars are looking for. That would be a very, very unproductive.
John Day would be one of them.
Hold on, cut him up. We're going to come back to that, though. Put a pin in that. Remember who said it? It was Asar. I know you're not going to forget. God Energy, did you have any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far tonight?
Peace, y'all. Yeah, I like exactly where we're at, actually. And speaking to the nature of the Shasu being a Transjordan Syrian groups who are moving through that area, even from Mesopotamia, even into the Levant, they are associated with like Northern Arabia, the Transjordan area, The Habiru are also known to have a presence in Mesopotamia and the Levant. People like to link the Habiru in with this origin. So you have Yahu, the Shasu, the Habiru, important to Hebrew Israelites when they try to historicize their peoples. And you see these peoples having a presence in Mesopotamia, the Transjordan, and the Levant. Interesting to Asar and Kaz's point, there is evidence of Yahu, Yah worship in Hittite lands and Hurrian lands as well. So with these people traveling from Mesopotamia through Hittite lands into the Levant, you do see a historical framework there for some of that evidence. I would be interested in what some of you brothers pull up with the Hittite connection with Yah as well, and how you might incorporate that. I'm going to land my plane with I wonder what the debaters feel about their opinion on El
Hold up, don't
Olam,
land your
El
plane yet.
Shaddai.
Don't land your plane yet. Let me tag real quick and then keep going on it. The
No
title
problem.
for that particular guy.
Let God
Hold
energy.
up. It's still God energy time. Still God energy time. Still God energy
Yeah,
time.
I'm going to land my plane real quick, and then you could just...
No. Don't land your plane yet. Because what I'm going to say, I want you to add to it. He don't want you to add to it. He in his feelings. But El Kunirsa, look, he said your piece. Decide now we here. El Kunirsa is the god in the Hittite land. See, he heard my other video. He in his feelings. El Kunirsa is the God energy. So here's the part you can throw in there. El Kunirsa is the other god that the Hittites use, and he's also in the Ugaritic.
I want to hear Asar Mka.
Yeah, but it's not his turn. It's not his turn.
No, but he let me tag in, just like I let your brother tag in, and it's not your turn. So stop trying to dictate what God energy can do on his time.
Yeah, but it's actually me and Humble.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we.
Yo, so let me hop in real quick so I can let my brother go. So the lexical contributions can be handled in connection with the fresh English translation of the myth. The dramatist persona familiar with the Ugaritic text are the god El in this myth called El Kunirsa, his wife, the goddess Ashra, the storm god, and that's what you call the Hittite god, El Kunirsa, which is the original term. Go ahead, brother God energy.
Yeah, thank you for that. Also, the Yah, right? I understand the El Kunirsa and the sharing and cultural diffusion with the term El, but I'm specifically talking about Yah and his presence up in the north, as opposed to Yah coming from the south, Edom, and the lands of Shasu. There is archaeology that also places Yah worship up in Hittite lands and in some Hurrian areas. So I just wanted you guys' opinion on that aspect, specifically talking about Yah and his presence in the north, as opposed to the south in Edom and in Shasu lands. Also, this is for the debaters, for them to ponder on the relationship between El Elyon, El Shaddai, and El Olam. Speaking to Asar Mka's point about the mountain deity as well, with El Shaddai being related to the mountain, but El Olam also meaning the old one. So I'll land my plane.
All right, let me say something real quick.
Can I respond to that, Kasad, before you?
No, man, no. Because Barbarian was.
I said the debaters. The debaters. Humble.
God energy. Nobody cares. We done debated this topic five years already, brother.
Hold on 1 second, bro. Go ahead, Kazad. I'm after you. You can get right in after me, King J.
No. It's in reality, man. It's supposed to be cut him up barbarian term, because King J tried to step to him, and he couldn't completely articulate his point. He tried to tag in Asar Mka, and he still couldn't even get the job done. Let Cut 'em Up Barbarian challenge these dudes, because these dudes just be making stuff up. And then God Energy try to hurry up and try to tag Asar Mka on some tag team stuff. Like, nah, bro. God Energy is your floor. Let you finish, so Cut 'em Up Barbarian could finish working these dudes for bringing that faulty scholarship. I'm still talking. Hold on. I'm still talking. So, and this is the problem. King J tries to get up here because he didn't had a couple lessons with Smash Rockwell and the Sarum Ka that he think he could speak the language and stuff. He couldn't even articulate his point and trying to go at cut him up that he had to keep on talking about maybe a Sarum Ka can tag in. This is what? This is Source Up, Shut Up. This is the Coliseum where we step in, we defend our own arguments. What are you talking about? Secondly, this I don't even want to come at Guy Energy like that because Guy Energy, out of all the Bomb Squad brothers, you the one I respect the most intellectually. So
much appreciated.
But and this is another headshot at Sarum Ka, who, for one, he didn't respond to anything in the debate. Thought you was gonna go to another platform and do response videos. Thought I couldn't see it or something. Listen, the whole Yah thing in these texts and stuff, these scholars have already went over and reviewed them in these other cultures. When they actually went into these texts, it doesn't mention Yah. It doesn't mention Yahweh. Same thing when they thought about the Ugaritic text. They usually say Yahweh was in the Ugaritic text. Then they actually examine the Ugaritic text and say, oh, he's not actually in there. He's not in those other pantheons and those other texts and stuff. So, and this is going into my debate. I already presented this information. So, and then Sarum Ka get up here and run his mouth like everything he tried to put out didn't get disputed. Like it's ridiculous. Then you run a Frank M. Cross who published something in 1973 thinking I wasn't going to see it when my article is a direct refutation to Frank M. Cross and them claims. Like you don't know how scholarship and debating work. Like it's really sad. It's really sad. So I'm going to go ahead. I know, Humble, you want to speak, but it's really cut them up shy of Florida to cut these dudes up.
So, yeah, I want to...
let me go after cut them up, y'all.
Hold on.
I want to check on It's a Queen. It's a Queen, you back yet?
Peace. Yes, I'm here, but I could wait till after Humble goes.
Okay.
I just wanted to answer God Energy question because that is a great question that God Energy asked. There is record that the Shashu of Yahweh, was in Egypt and they did come down and all of that. We do have their migrational patterns. I would argue that those are not Israelites. Those are not proto-Israelites. Did they settle in the land of Canaan? Yeah. Right? But the people that we are calling Israelites were already there. The proto-Israelites that we're calling Israelites was already there. And in fact, they had a god. Their god name was El. It wasn't until they broke away, right? This is where, the Sarum Kas and Brother God Energy touched on, right? It wasn't until these people from the Transjordan or from where they were saying come down to meet the people of El until they assimilate and they break off. And then what do they become? They become Israel, not even as a kingdom, but just as a people, right? And now when they become Israel as a people, they don't drop the El title, right? No, they keep the El, right? To show a continuation of they still worship that deity. They just encompass that deity now inside of what they call Yahweh. This is why I say these are the same gods. These are not different gods. At one point in time, we could say, they got different history, right? But when we dealing with this Bible and we see El Shaddai and Elohim and El Elyon and all of this stuff, these are talking about the same God. The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, when we go to history, this is where we get into say, okay, well, these cultures assimilated and these cultures appropriated, things of that nature. This is why our debate is so important, right? Because biblical believers don't believe that their God is a continuation of a Canaanite deity. They don't understand that their very culture is a continuation of what we would call Canaanite settlement. They try to refute that. This is why they gotta run off with the Shashu or Yahwehs and they gotta stretch their timelines all back. They don't want to be associated with Canaan, but they have no choice because all of the archaeological evidence and anthropological evidence point to these people coming from Canaan. They didn't come into Canaan, they emerged from Canaan. I land my plane with that. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Real briefly, I appreciate the brother's comments earlier regarding the Shashu being a type of nomadic, semi-city dwelling groups in Canaan, because that was actually the whole reason that got King Jay and I into the Shashu conversation tonight. So I appreciated you guys confirming what I was articulating to him earlier, that yes, these are a type, the Shashu are a type of Canaanite peoples. Even though it's not quite an ethnic group, they're a type of Canaanite peoples, Transjordan, Canaanite, Western Asiatics. And yes, the brother was quite on point when he said, yeah, the Egyptians described them and depict them using Canaanite garb. They're producers of garments and particular things for the Canaanites. So I appreciated the brother making that comment, because I had alluded to that earlier in some sense. So I'm just going to leave it right there. Again, I don't have a problem when we identify the Shashu of Yahoo as a toponym. I do have a problem when we say toponym because this was the name of the god that they worshipped. That's where there's an extra leap that's unevidenced. And even a good means of justification for this line of rationale is at least to go through the rest of these Shashu of whoever titles and names and groups of people. And by the way, yes, they're all in Seir, what the Egyptians identified as Seir, that red mountainous region right there. So that's where they're all coming from. I have no problem with that either. So we have a large general location by which these people groups are being removed out of their dwellings to be part of what Egypt had going on. And by the way, they were the primary groups, according to Egyptian records. The Shashu were the primary groups that the Egyptians went into the Levant and exiled into Egypt for their purposes. Like, I'm not saying they're the only, I'm saying they're like one of the primary groups from Amos up to Ramses III. So like it's pretty, and again, they're depicted and called Asiatics by the Egyptians. So, I mean, that's generally Canaanite. That's generally in that territory. So yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that if we are going to argue, oh yeah, we know they worship this God, and then jump to other literature in order to try to make this name assimilation, that's where it becomes very problematic. And I don't think the Egyptian records are explicit as it relates to Yahweh being the God that those particular Shashu worshiped. If it was true that that was the case, then we should at least be able to find other deities, proposed deities, throughout these lists, in these toponym lists of these exiles, these slave and captive slaves that the Egyptians took. I'm gonna land it right there. Oh, real quick before I go, Humble, real quick, Humble. I sent you Facebook messages. I don't know if you've seen them. Check them out, please.
So
hold on, I would like to respond to that because brother said got a lot of stuff.
Wait, hold on. You can respond after I go.
No, because I'm responding to what he's actually talking about. You're gonna take the conversation somewhere else.
That's fine. And if I let y'all continue doing this, I would never get a chance to speak because y'all keep on jumping over each other.
I just want to keep the conversation flowing. I do want to respond to what the
that's fine that you want to keep it going, but I literally waited for 20 minutes.
Courtney actually cut the line. She was supposed to respond after Humble.
So sorry,
but I was listening on my phone and stepped away to let my dog out. Sorry about that.
But yeah, just for the floor of the conversation sake, she's going to talk about something totally different.
You're not listening. She was supposed to go next. Like, you don't just do that. Like, let's use some decorum. Thank you. Appreciate that. So there was a question about like the evidence used to distinguish between the Yahwehs, the Elohists, and all of this other stuff that talks about the the text and how they had different ideologies within the text, and you can actually read them in the text. So I think that it's kind of convoluted that you keep on saying, well, what's the primary evidence? Well, besides the archaeological inscriptions and treaties and law codes, you also have like the actual text itself talking against itself. Like at one point, I forget which group it was, said that it was 7 animals of 7 pairs of each animal, and then in another text, Noah was bringing 2 pairs of each animal to the Noah's Ark. Like things like that contradiction in the story is where people are saying, oh, maybe there's different hands in the Bible on top of the many different hands that's in the Bible, because we know that there's plenty of different authors. So I just feel like that was a little not necessary dig. And I just want to, basically wish both of y'all good luck real quick. I want to make my thing short because I know some y'all want to keep on going, but good luck and, humble curb stomp him, because like your debate leads into my debate. Thank you.
He said curb stomping.
King J, go ahead. Come off mute. It's on you, man.
I appreciate that. So I just want to make a couple quick distinctions with the brother cut him up kind of got wrong. When he's referring to the Shashu groups, right, that we do see as on a solar inscription as the primary, which give us the Transjordan area with Midian and Seir and Edom with Reuben and that, right? That's totally different than the Amu groups. Those groups that you're referring to in the land of Canaan in the Levant area are Amu. They are not the Shashu Transjordan groups. They're 2 totally different groups, right? Those Amu groups not worshiping Yahweh, and definitely not during the time period that we're talking about, right? These are, if I give you a primary, I will give you the Beni Hassan mural. They say Amu. It doesn't say Shashu. Now, when you're referring to Habaru, if I read the definition, it says the term generally translates to nomads, fugitive, or outlaws. Right? It's a social class. So when the Brother God Energy was using Habaru as an ethnicity, I was cringing. Like, why is he misusing the Habaru?
I didn't.
Now you don't tell me, brother, you did. You misused it. So when you're referring to Habaru, it's only a social status. It's not an ethnicity of people. So could the Amu in the Levant area be Habaru? Yes. And we read the Amarna letters, we see them referred to as that, right? But we don't see the Shashu referred to as that. So I would ask you to show, what source do you have that are showing Shashu groups that are Transjordan being referred to as Habaru? I've never seen a source.
I didn't say that the Shashu were Habaru. I said the Habaru, the Shashu as a term is also a social class. And they did share in many other common
I was referring to God Energy when he refers to the Habaru. So if you don't reply, you ain't got to cut me off, brother. So what you said was, Courtney cut him up, is in regards to the Shashu being in the Levant and Canaan. Totally false. These are Amu groups, and I'm giving you the Beni Hassan mural, showing you Abisha as their leader, 2000 BC, saying Amu. They're all up the coast of the Levant, and they're not worshiping Yahweh. Just specifically with that Yahweh of Shashu of Yahweh, that's specifically the Egyptians are saying, hey, these particular Shashu groups are known for worshiping this deity, and this is the area that they're at. That geographical location was known as is Midian. So we know that's where they're from. So we don't see their migration or assimilation into the Levant area into late Iron Age, 9th century. Moabite Stela, Mesha Stela. right? That time period is when we actually see the assimilation of these Transjordan groups migrating into the Levant area, coming from the highlands into the coastal areas into the lowland. We see that during the 9th century. Before then, the worship, and in my debate, I brought this out, and this was our debate, me and Kassaz. Before that time period, there was no Yahweh worship in the land of Canaan. It was strictly El. So was the first deity or God of the Israelites? Well, it says in the name Israel. That's the theophoric name right there.
Yeah.
So I'll end with that, but I'm just saying, like, come on now. We don't see Yahweh in Canaan or the Levant area until 9th century.
I feel like an appeal to Benny Hassan is one of anachronism. You're going 200 years before even Haribu or Shashu first appeared predominantly throughout the ancient Near East in multiple different people's texts. So that's an appeal to something prior to the situation that we're talking about. And you're trying to use that as a standard. And we have to go into the time periods when the Shashu first are actually talked about, likewise with the Haribu. And again, I agree with the brother. The Haribu the Shashu were more or less southern and southeastern, and as it relates to the Levant or eastern, while the Haribu were sort of central Levant and also going up all the way to Tyre, close to Byblos. So, and they were there for spread out for that very wide geographical territory for a long time, from at least the 1200 BCE, or actually before then, because they get mentioned in many other texts well before the Armana letters. So, but
really,
the Beni Hassan, yeah, the Haribu, Shashu are mentioned in those 10-year correspondences. So, yeah.
All right.
So
it is quite interesting.
So in response, I see where you're trying to go with the Shasu, trying to locate them towards the east. The reference from the Shashu inscription from the Egyptian text, indicates that land area. So I see why you're trying to locate them there, but that's just where the Egyptians referred to them. They are a Transjordan people. They are present in Mesopotamia. I think it would be a little, we would be generalizing by trying to call them Canaanites. When you were explaining that as well, I was, apprehensive. I wasn't going to call you out on it, but since the topic came up, I do want to just add that that's a nuance. I'm not saying that you're wrong or beating you up or we know more than you. It's just a little bit of a nuance to where if you want to pin them down topographically, I think you would put yourself in hot water by doing that with Canaan. And you're going to probably get their same result that you just got. And to this thing with the Habiru or Apiru, as they're known in Mesopotamia, referring to something like dirty, dusty, dusky, or even warrior or vandal, which are the connotations to that word. I only use them in the context which they first appear on the Idrimi statue, right? Which has nothing to do with labeling them as an ethnic group, which is what you probably just assumed. But I just use them in the same context that they appear on the Idrimi statue, which is in line with what everyone is talking about. So I think the major contention here is this Shasu thing.
It is kind of.
Sure.
I'm being very nuanced in general when I'm saying, well, they're basically right there next to Canaan. They could be considered Canaanites in a very loose sense, only because, like the Haribu, they're outsiders. They're not necessarily big city dwellers. They had little tent cities, sure. They were semi-nomadic. Both of these groups, Haribu and Shashu, were tent dwellers, semi-nomadic people that were both affiliated with this whole mini conquest type attitude. They were often seen as people that would be abrasive to the larger powers that were just outside of them. So I'm only mentioning it in that context as it relates to them being Canaanites. I'm not saying that they are identified as Canaanites in Egyptian texts or anything like that. So I appreciate that nuance. And I personally didn't think that you were trying to say Haribu was an ethnicity, because I don't see that appeal in any of the ancient Near Eastern texts for the Haribu or the Nagas. I forget the other Sumerian or the other spelling
The
of
Arcadia text.
the K. Yeah. So yeah. So
Hold
yeah,
on, let me
Sagas.
Logogram.
hold on. Let me get
But a
in.
lot
Let me get
of
in here real
their
quick.
identities are sort of similar. I'm not saying they are the same people. I'm saying or the same type of social class. There's slightly different types of social classes that are on the outskirts, outer margins of major society.
All right,
When
really
we look,
fast, if I may, and somebody can go right next. Hey, I want y'all to, if I may, I'm just speaking. Hey, man, I want to answer some questions up here based off this topic that me and Brother Kazak got going on. I would love for y'all to ask us some questions about what's our stances is on a debate topic. I know y'all was diving into what y'all was diving into, but that took sort of a wide left. Y'all started getting to something totally different. It's so interesting because it is sort of on the same track of what our debate's about. That's why I was able to answer Brother God Energy. But I would most definitely love if y'all asked us some questions. I land my plane with that.
I'm gonna ask you some questions too. Matter of fact, let me read this real fast because I want y'all to understand just how closely knit this is with the Israelite culture in the Bible that my brother Kasai continues to tell me was so off direction. This is from H.A. Hoffner, and it's talking about the Hittite god and Baal, who, if you ask me, is usurped by Yah, which is why they have a lot of the same features. But let's just read real quick and see if this sounds like any biblical text you hear about when you usually listen on other channels. It says, he came to the source of the Euphrates. He came to El-Kunursa, the husband of Asherah. Remember our brother wanted us to see another god in the text with them. Here's Asherah in the Hittite text, dealing with El, which we know and showed on that jar, El and Asherah getting married. But he said that wasn't now. But here we go again, El Kunirsa getting married to messing with Asherah. Let's see what it says. It says he entered the tent. El Kunirsa saw Baal and asked him, why have you come? Baal replied, when I came to you into your house, Asherah sent her maidens to me saying, come sleep with me. And when I refused, she threatened me. Thus she said, get behind me, and I'll get behind you with my word, and I will press you. Y'all know what press mean in the Bible. That means a sexual situation. With my spindle, and I will pierce you. This is why I have come, my father. And he's talking to El Kunisra, by the way, Baal is one of the sons of El. It says, I did not come to you, but now I have come to you in person, for Asherah is impugning your fertility. She's disrespecting the fact that he can't get it up anymore. And although she is your wife, she keeps on sending to me. El Kunirsa began to say to Baal, go sleep with her, lie with my wife, and humble her. And you always hear Israelites talking about humble her in the biblical text. So we can see the unison of the culture in even the old Hittite text of who's who and what is what and why these connections are made. Things like humble her, the fact that Asherah, a totally different god, which was a wife here in the Hittite culture and also was a wife there in the Israelite culture when it came to El, and eventually when it came to Yah, because Yah usurps him and we see him holding hands with her on the jar. We see everything going on.
Took his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Assimilation.
Can I respond now? Thank you. Hey, I want to know. Hey, y'all already know I got audio for everything. You should know me by now. Listen.
The chapel. This is Meshel 3 points.
So he keep referring to about this Yahweh and this Asherah thing. He already got smoked on. Listen. This is from the debate footage. Listen.
6. This dude is, what he's doing is reading a scholar's paper.
Listen. His response to the actual scholar breakdown on what the artifact and the inscription means and the drawing, all that. His response to an actual scholar is in a live debate is, you're reading a scholar's paper. What? But you don't have it. What? That's what we do in a debate. You're reading a scholar, and you know what? He actually repeated this again. He said, you're reading a fluff from a scholar's paper, bro. Your scholarship is terrible, bro. Because you know not to pull the scholarship on that artifact. You know not to pull the scholarship surrounding that whole inscription and everything, because it don't agree with you. And now you said, don't it sound like something from the Bible? The only thing that sounded similar to the Bible was the wording of humbled her. That's outside of that, none of that sounded like the Bible. None of it. None of that sounded like the Israelite culture. This is what I mean by these dudes make stuff up. They try to draw one connection to another that don't even make sense, and it don't even say what they're saying, and then turn around and try to make the connection, bro. That's not how that works. 2, he never addresses anything about Yahweh prior to the mention of, in his contemporary with other inscriptions where there is no Asherah being mentioned. Why he don't address this? This man keeps on trying to reconstruct history. If you're going to mention the Asherah in Yahweh inscription, why are you not mentioning the same contemporary inscriptions around with that inscription that's around there? And there is no mention of Asherah when it's talking about the God of Israel. And they literally say, this is the God, like these are the God that the Israelites are worshiping. They don't mention anyone else except for Yahweh. So what is you talking about? Put it in its proper context. All you have to do is read the Israelite history. They tell you that they go into idolatry. It's that simple. After the Monarch period, it starts with Solomon. Solomon went and built some dumb groves, and the people went into idolatry. That's simple. This guy does not know anything what he's talking about.
So he just lied and said that is the only God that is associated with Asherah is Yah. When you can see Asherah,
that's not what I said. You're lying.
You just told us that.
Is with Israel. Stop lying. Stop lying.
We also see Yahweh with Anat.
And we just hold on. We just read Asherah in a Hittite text. You're lying. Not only that.
Was that with Yahweh? No, thank you.
No, exactly. So why would you say you only see it with Yahweh?
I didn't say you only see. This is how I know these niggas don't
listen. We just listened to you say that.
I clearly just said contemporary with the Quintilet of Drud. We see inscriptions with them talking about who Israel worship. And it's exclusively saying Yahweh. Stop lying and trying to make up a comment that I did not say. Do not lie on me.
Don't even mention it, because we're looking at an Ugaritic text of Kurish, and it's H.A. Hoffner giving the explanation. We also see the word preshu, which you find in the Bible. He said wasn't associated with the Israelites. But when we go to the man and his concubine, Benjamites was pressing everybody in the damn town, from each other to men on doors. They was pressing ghosts, breaking doors down. They was pressing everything. And she tried to get behind him in this story and pierce him like her spindle. And she threatened him. So we know exactly what's going on. Asherah is also mentioned getting married on the jar. Now, he claimed that the jar piece doesn't have anything to do with that, and the scholars don't agree with me. But during the debate, and you lucky I ain't made no sound bite to you, I'm trying to be nice. During the debate, he actually mentioned the gay portion of it just so he could be right. And he was wrong anyway. He said, it says they're both men on there. And anyone who does the scholarship on the jar, where they painted the other phallus on Asherah, and he's arm in arm with Yah, knows that gay people were trying to say, see, Yah is gay. He's with his boyfriend. He tried to use that during the debate. I didn't even attack him on the point, because I knew at that point he was just being silly and didn't understand what he was reading. He just wanted to be right. But sometimes you can't be right. Sometimes you got to just sit down and take your whooping. That's why I told you, take this L. So now we've got El Kunirsa over here with Asherah chilling, and he's telling Baal to go humble her because his virility is low. And because his virility is low, Baal does what he does, and then he gets his virility up. It's almost like he's like Puff Daddy. And now he's ready to go holler at her right after that. That's how the story goes. So if you're not familiar with history, and it's a shame because we said this in the debate. I ain't even pulled a sound bite. I ain't pulled the sound bites up on you. He said, I thought Yah wasn't worshiping the first temple, period. We said he wasn't the main God. We never said he wasn't worshiped. And then he said, where's El at? And he went right on, and in two of the letters, he said Elijah, as if we didn't tell him a lot. And you don't even realize you said that. I'm just not embarrassing you because the battle is over. That's all, brother. Sit down.
Hey, thank you. Please mute up.
He learned the word therefore that day. He never knew about it.
King J, you sound stupid. Thank you. Please mute up. Listen very closely.
Anything about Yahweh prior to the mention of in its contemporary with other inscriptions where there is no Asherah being mentioned.
I literally just said it's talking about the Kuntal drill with the Yahweh and Asherah inscription, right? I literally said there's other inscriptions that is contemporary with it, and there is no mention of Asherah. You see how this nigga just try to mix it up and lie? I told you.
Didn't y'all hear Asherah?
I told you this guy's the king of the flim flam flip flop. This guy will say anything, just like in a debate, and act like you just didn't hear what he just said. Listen.
Don't address this. This man keeps on trying to reconstruct history.
So he lied. Hold on, let's listen a little bit.
In Yahweh inscription, why are you not mentioning the same contemporary inscriptions around with that inscription that's around there? And there
got
is
Asherah right here.
He's talking about the God of Israel, and they literally say this is the God. Like these are the God that the Israelites are worshiping. They don't mention anyone else except for Yahweh.
So once again, this
got
guy
just lied. Right here.
Hey, shut up. Once again, this guy just lied, right? And he keep on talking about I lost, bro. Once again, every time you talk and open your mouth, you get stepped on, you get squashed. We catch you in a lie. Now he mentioned
what inscriptions are you talking about?
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
I'm just asking what inscriptions you talking about.
Don't interrupt.
I'm sorry.
Please.
I apologize.
Please don't interrupt. Thank you. So I keep telling you, every time you step to me, he gets smushed. Every single time. So once again, and then he tried to talk about Yahweh and his Asherah. For one, he never addressed in the debate. The scholars say, not Kassad, the scholars say the writing, the inscription has nothing to do with the drawing. Did he address that? No. His response was, you're reading from a scholar's paper because you don't have any scholarship. Notice, he didn't respond in the debate, but yet he's trying to sit here and respond after the debate. This is why I know you so corny and you so hurt, my guy. Who don't respond in the debate and choose to respond after the debate? It's how you know you suck and your scholarship is terrible. You didn't even notice. If you did, you wouldn't have presented that information. Then you talking about Yahweh is gay. This is how I know you don't listen, bro. You don't pay attention. The article, it tells you the different scholars are literally saying that they don't know who the drawing is supposed to be. Some say this person is Yahweh, and this person is this person is that. If you ask the different scholars, they give you different people. They say different. The same person is different characters. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Kassad.
Two, no, stop talking. Two, you never address, because I know you can't read Hebrew. You never address in the debate, once again, the Hebrew inscription itself does not say it's Yahweh and his wife Asherah. You're trying to argue with me after the debate when you already got smoked. Like, shut up. Like, stop talking, my guy.
Kassad, I asked you in my second round.
You ain't asked me none. Grab the footage.
Hold up,
We grabbing footage.
Get the footage. Get the footage in the second round. I said, listen. I said,
I'm not arguing.
You got the video right there. You got the video right there.
I'm playing footage. You running your mouth.
I ain't gotta play the footage because everybody knew and saw the debate and disagreed with you. Lost 90-10. But
you're lying.
when we
grab the footage,
you lost 90-10.
You are no liar.
But Let's
So
be
what
clear.
is your response? I'm waiting.
I'm about to tell you, so you can dig it up. Why?
No, you're not finna give me a new response in the debate.
No, this is the same response. This what you didn't recognize when it was up.
Hey, listen.
All you gotta do is pull it up. Now listen.
This is his response in the debate.
I'm about to tell you my response.
This is his response. You're reading a scholar's paper, but you're not actually grabbing a source.
But what did I say about the scholar?
No, be quiet.
Keep going. Keep playing it.
You're reading a scholar's paper, but you don't actually have a source. You sound stupid. You sound stupid.
Your scholar.
You're not gonna grab no debate.
We said this in the debate, and your scholar. No, we said it.
You sat there and
said, I'm in the truck right now, so it's not possible for me to go grab the piece.
I'm not trying to hear that, Asar.
Honey, he about to make me hang up just so I could play this part to embarrass me. Hold on, baby.
Your response
this was clear. I said, your scholar claimed that the Asherah was in the picture. And there is no Asherah in the picture. I also said that Asherah, the Asherah stick is the same.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Is in the debate, and I said, if your scholar is telling the truth, show us the Asherah.
One mic, gentlemen. One mic. One mic. This sounds crazy.
We not listening to nothing you're talking about. Grab
he want to try to stop me. But all you got to do is do what I told you in the debate. I told you to go. I told you to go. Look at him. He's hurt. You in your feelings. I told Stado. I said, don't let this be his first debate. He gonna be in his feelings.
Footage upon footage upon footage.
So
now, do you want a part two? Hey, let's just answer this. Do you want a part two? Do you want a part two?
You want a part two, and if you want a part two, it's gonna be even worse.
Do you want a part two?
So like I said,
yes or no.
So like I said,
do you want a part two?
If you want part two, you can get it again. That's not a problem. Now,
part two. So we done. We cutting this short. What day you want to set for a part two? You want to do it A1 or you want to set it up over here on A1 channel? Which one you want to do?
We'll get to that.
No,
we'll do it over here just so you feel like it's fair.
All of it down right now.
We can do it over here so you can feel like it's fair.
Do you want it on the Titan Debate League or do you want it on HOK? Which one do you want it on?
It's up to you. You lost 90-10 over there. You can do it wherever you like. You're gonna get the same whooping, but it's gonna be worse.
It's not like we're gonna do it over here on A1. Let's get a date because we're not gonna sit here and keep talking.
We'll get to the date, but we need to cut you up some more.
So A1, let's set up this debate. Oh, like I said, I'm good.
In fact, you got makeup on every day because every time you go on a joint, you talk about this same debate. Yeah, he's talking about the special debate.
After me and Humble.
No, because I'm in my truck. I gotta pick up. I gotta make sure I'm off.
Personal problem, brother. You
tired of this title?
Step in the ring.
He gonna keep arguing until he win it one time. He ain't won yet. He couldn't win with me. Couldn't win with you. He about to lose the Humble. He losing his mind.
Yeah, running your mouth. Like I said, it's the guy that didn't respond to nothing in the debate.
So this is what we responded to everything you said. When it came to question and answer time, you had no answers at all.
We'll move on to the next person on the panel, and I'm going live tomorrow. So let tune in so I can embarrass you again.
No. We need a question. We need him to answer this question.
The next brother.
So you talked about You're not running. You're not running because he keep bringing up this scholar when I said call this paper fluff, right? So when I called the scholar's paper fluff, and I asked you to produce, when I asked you to produce the Asherah, which is a tool.
Let him land his play.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and let him land. I'm gonna let
mute him real quick. Yeah. So real quick, when I asked you about your scholar after I crushed his argument, because it's clear on the vase that Asherah and Yah are arm in arm. And it was clear on the other one that there was a wedding procession going on. And we read the scripture off of there. You couldn't refute any of that. When your scholar said that it could be an Asherah, the tool, which is similar to the opening of the mouth tool in Egypt, that they would use in the Hebrew ritual, I asked you to show us where this tool was on that artifact. You couldn't do it. Can you show us that tool on the art? Can you show us the Asherah on the artifact that's not the female goddess now? Go.
You gotta come off mute. I muted you, Josiah. It was some feedback coming from somewhere. I think.
Hey, and don't run.
Now,
I need you to answer. Can you show it to us?
You done? Yes or no? If you're done, you can put yourself on mute.
Yeah, if you can show it to us, go.
Is you done? Is you gonna go on mute or no? Thank you. So once again, this dude is up here trying to debate me after the fact, after he already got challenged in the debate on this topic. And
he's deflecting again. Show us the joint, man.
Hey, why is he
show us?
Sorry, let him land this plane. Sorry. Let him land this plane.
Hey, I stopped.
And then we gotta pass it around. We got some new people.
What happened when you fly Delta?
Yeah. Land this plane, right?
Land this plane, then we gotta pass it to Ben and GDA Capone.
Yeah, he think he flying Delta. They spray painted Delta on there. He flying Spirit. So I don't know what that man talking about. So hey, this the crazy part. This the crazy part. Hey, he tried to debate me after the debate when he already got crushed. So I literally play his response to in the debate. All this, I asked you this in the debate, he's lying. We already should just tell him pull up the footage. So if he actually go and read the inscription, which I know he didn't read the scholar's paper, because if he did, he wouldn't say nothing right now. The literal inscription, the Hebrew inscription, the wording itself literally lets you know that it's not talking about Yahweh and his wife Asherah. Every time we see an inscription when it's talking about someone and their wife, we literally have that wording in there that it says their wife. It is missing from the Hebrew inscription. That is literally what the scholars say. You did not respond to that. You didn't pull up a scholar to refute that. And you got the article up. Why you didn't read that part of the article? If you read it, liar. So once again, bro, nobody's listening to you because you already lost. You're trying to argue with me after the fact that you already lost. Now, once again, you didn't address anything I mentioned. Contemporary inscriptions that's at the same time of the Kuntula drill was 8th century BCE. Why you didn't talk about the Moabite stela? Where in that Moabite stela is there Asherah with Yahweh? 2, 3, you didn't mention anything about the text. How you keep on talking about it's the El whatever the heck in the Hittite thing. Where is Yahweh in that? You said that sounds very similar to the Bible. Where is in the Bible can Yahweh not get an erection and da? That sounds like more like Egypt to me. That sounds a lot like Egypt to me, that freaky stuff. Show me that in the scriptures. Thank you. Like I said, this guy's the king of flim flam and making it up. And I keep seeing the brother Cosmon Cal. He in there. He always typing. I was just on the panel with him. Was that yesterday when I called him out and that man jumped off and ran? Bro, stay in the chat. You a chat rat. Step up here and get this smoke real quick.
Sorry, can I give you a contemporary source with the Kunal Ajar?
You can.
You don't have to be disrespectful.
Did you just call me Sai?
No, I said Kasai. I'm talking to Kasai.
I thought you said, hey, Sai, can I show a thing real quick? I was gonna say, man, you forgot where you at. Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm trying to show a contemporary source. So the brother when Philip brought some Kasai down. So when the brother, I don't want to share. I just want to get a source real quick. But when the brother's mentioning, hold on, Kasai, you asking for scholarship, and you know,
Kasai wasn't finished. My bad. Let Kasai let us play. I know we want to pass it around.
Hey, Kasai, can I die? No, you interrupted. Like nigga, is you stupid? You interrupted me and said I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, he threw me when I heard the. I ain't hear the chat. So I heard just heard.
Like, bro, be quiet. Like, this is what happened to everyone that debate me. They debate me. They disagree with me in the debate. After they turn around, once we play the footage, they agree with me, and then turn around and still try to argue with me. King J is the prime example of that. And King J want to debate me again. Once again, he ain't bring up nothing in the debate. He got squashed. Like, it's funny. These guys keep talking about they won, and the footage is saying something different. Like, that's crazy. And I don't even know why King J talking. The polls in the chat said he lost. Sarim Kai, the poll said he won. I ain't gonna lie about that. King J, the poll said you lost. I don't even know why you talking.
The poll said you lost, Kasai. I saw it was in one of the ones who voted that you lost. But so the question that is had is the primary source real quick. So when we're talking about the Kunalet Ajar, right, you said that was the only inscription that mentions Asherah. Are there any contemporary? So I'll give you the Kerbet El Kham. I will give you the Kerbet El Kham, which is the 8th century BC burial inscription in Hebron that invokes the blessing. It actually says Yahweh and his Asherah.
Stole my
Right.
stuff.
So that would be contemporary. That would be contemporary with the Kunalet Ajar, which says Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah, and Yahweh of Teman and his Asherah. Contemporary, and just to give you these are the first mentions of Yahweh, and they're with a consort. I would challenge you to say that there, anytime you see Yahweh, he always has been with a consort. And even when you see Yahweh in Elephantine, you see Yahweh with Anat, a consort. So you always see Yahweh with the consort. The consort just depends on the actual different local culture. So you may see him with Asherah, and you may see him with Anat in the Elephantine, but you always see him with a consort.
Your audio a little choppy. I don't know if you can work on that. And real quick, let's pass it to Ben Eaton before Kasad responds. Because most of these comments are probably towards you, Kasad. So let's pass it around the room real quick and then let you play clean it. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just saying peace. Okay. Yeah, no. I think everybody's on the right path. So I'm just still listening.
Still listening.
King J took my point. God damn it.
Oh, you took it out the chat.
But real quick, can you share my screen real quick, A1? I just want to show a resource for some of us.
Go ahead, throw something up there. Got you.
Can you see?
Yep.
Okay. For anyone that's interested in this point about the Kuntila El Druid, this is a great resource that you can read. So one thing I had to get used to with Kasad, you can't talk to him. You just gotta post the work because he be flippy with the scholarship. One minute he like it, next minute he don't. You know, I'm starting to get used to this. But
you want to throw that back up there real quick? You took it down kind of fast.
My bad.
Just a little screenshot it real quick.
Yep.
So we can get back to that. Yeah, let me throw it back up there. Okay.
Yeah, and down here it gives the translation. He was right about a few things, but he was also quite mistaken about a few things as well. But yeah, that's a good resource for everyone.
Millie Jones.
All right.
GD and
Capone.
Hey, put that in the back chat. Hey, shalom, peace to everybody. You done, bro? Oh yeah. Shalom, peace to the panel.
Peace.
Good topic, great topic as always. Great topics as always. I wanted to ask y'all at Issa and God Energy run off the panel.
Yeah.
But I asked Asar and Kai. So on the Kutula drug, I probably said that wrong, but that inscription, right? The figures that's on the inscription on the vase. Question is, how can you say that's, even though the later caption says Yahweh in his Asherah or Yahweh Asherah, right? But the figures on the actual vase, it doesn't resemble Asherah at all, because Asherah was resembled as a tree pole or a grove or some type of like plant, right? Or even a woman figure. But on that inscription, it shows like a calf deity or something like that, like a hybrid, like anamorphic. You don't see Asherah portrayed that way, unless you have another source where you do see it portrayed that way.
Yeah, they actually show her as a female on there with breast out. And you see the difference because Yah has his phallus hanging and she doesn't. And somebody went on there and painted another phallus on her. And that's when they were saying that Yah is okay with gay marriages and all that stuff. But they later found out that was clearly somebody just tampering with the artifact. So when you see her, there's two pictures, right? There's two females in there, as the scholars will tell you. One is arm in arm with Yahweh. The other one is sitting in her chair, a rocking chair, like she's knitting something. So they're definitely female. And then on the Meshel 36 jar, you see or on the other artifact over there, you see a gentleman portraying Yah and a female portraying Asherah, and you have a little committee behind them, about 4 different people, and they're talking to each other. He's like, "Oh man, my brother, this, that, you get me," basically. And I read that inscription. So you see 2 females there. You don't see anything anthropomorphic on those 2 artifacts.
Well,
On the other, yeah.
What makes you think that they are men and like two that they are anthropomorphic, they are deities? So
That
they don't look like regular humans. So that's one thing. They look like the anamorphic far as the depiction of them, they look kind of anamorphic. But what I'm asking is, if they are human, right? Do you have anything to compare it? Do we have anything to compare them to say, oh yeah, this is definitely that deity? Because Asherah is because Asherah is portrayed. Her depictions, her figurines, is very specific on how she looked and how she's depicted.
Can I please?
I'm going to show you this picture here.
We also got to remember that we don't really know the context of.
Can I? No. We
developed this text, by the way.
Get in here after.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you this picture here. Look, this is clear. This is not like anything anthropomorphic. Let me know if y'all can see. That's them at the altar, B. There's no feet. There's no animal, anything.
I gotta see what's that. What's that you got up so I can look at it?
Yeah.
That's
maybe they want.
That's Meshel 3.6. So go to Meshel 3.6. That's them at the altar, B. There's no animal, anything going on there. So in fact, I'm gonna ask you what I asked Kassad, because he said there was an Asherah tool, the instrument that they use to open the mouth. There's no Asherah tool there. There's only Asherah female. Now here goes the other one that you was talking about on the jar, right?
Let me please.
This is when they're arm in arm. And when they're arm in arm, you shouldn't be confused at all with this one.
But the stance is not a human stance, even though they are bipedal.
No, B. Where's the tool at that scholars claim?
That look completely different from the other.
Right there, B. They arm in arm. And who's that in the back?
No, it's not.
Who's in the back?
Related to the text.
So what they saying? Children scribbled that? Like
now they trying to pretend like they're not related to the text.
Come on,
it looks feminine, but it don't look like I wouldn't say that it's an actual woman. I would say that it's an entity. It's anthropomorphic.
Now
the bull. I'm sorry, real quick. You know who I see depicted like that a lot?
Who?
Best.
That's what I thought it was. Probably Best.
And that's who Kassad thought it was in the debate. Then I had to go show you Best, and guess what Best don't have? Or guess what y'all don't have? He don't got the panther on his chest showing that he's a priest like Best was. So when I made that distinction, breaking it down, he had nowhere else to run, because Best is going to remember that.
Wait, hold on. But they do got panthers on them. Hold on, Kassad. But they do got like spots and stuff on them, like in the Kuta drug. They do got like some type of fabric on them.
And that's why some scholars
ain't got no panther on his chest.
That's why some scholars don't think that those things are fallacies. They think that is a part of that,
The
garment.
Come on, let me actually go, because y'all keep on saying stuff and letting Asarum kind of filibuster. He keep on lying. Now let's get into
He talking about filibustering. You out your mind. So let's read this real quick.
No, you're not finna keep talking. I'll just have to talk for like 10 minutes. Nope, it's over with. It's my turn.
We ain't no for no 10 minutes. You and your feelings. So who? I need you guys to tell me who this female is in the background.
I'm sharing
that's
my screen. You should be sharing my screen right now
with her breast out.
I would say that's the Asherah in the back.
So
that's
now,
Asherah in the back. Hello.
And what you have is two figures, and then you have way off in sort of disconnected to that the inscription Yahweh and his Asherah. Now,
are y'all able to hear the video playing?
We heard him, and it's right here on the jar connected to it. So how is this way off?
Hey, notice
that it's right above.
He just went back and forth with Gideon Capone. He's trying to talk over the fact that he's wrong. Ben Eaton already just told, Assad is kind of right, man. He's we really don't know. We can't associate the drawing with the inscription. Bro, he's trying to talk over him being wrong, so y'all don't get the point. He asked
tell him come debate me.
Shut up. He's asking where the Asherah tool. For one, they actually telling you that the word itself, Asherah, in the inscription is referring to the actual tool, not the deity. This how you know this nigga don't read, bro. This is why he keeps talking over people instead of just shutting his mouth.
No. You the one who's talking over people. And I asked you three. Didn't I ask him 3 times? Everybody on this panel. Didn't we ask him to show us the tool of Asherah on this jar? Where's it at?
The first problem with that interpretation is that, first of all, we don't know.
Why is he talking?
Because we know he's lying. And we know you lying with him.
So once
let him play it from the top. Play it from the top. Just
Thank you. Control the panel, please, because every time he's wrong, he tried to talk over him being wrong. Nobody's listening to you, Asarum Ka. You are the king of flim flam bull BS scholarship. You have no respect no more, my guy. So let's listen.
Fragmentary ostraka. And what you have is 2 figures, and then you have way off in sort of disconnected to that the inscription Yahweh and his Asherah. Now, several liberal scholars have basically said that this is a portrayal of Yahweh and his wife Asherah. Well, there are some problems with that interpretation. The first problem with that interpretation is that, first of all, we don't know if Yahweh and his Asherah is actually connected to the figures that are shown, say, extremely offset to.
He's literally telling you the scholars themselves, which he's an Egyptologist. He's a scholar himself.
The scholars agree with me. We heard him.
Bro, why is this man opening his mouth? Why is he opening his mouth? Because he's been sitting here lying and trying to tell you that, no, we know for sure this is a picture of them getting married. He's literally telling you, we don't know if the inscription in the drawing is even connected. They're most likely, they're not even related. That's what the scholars say. The scholars will tell you, if you ask them, identify which one is Yahweh.
He just said the scholars say that they think it's Yah and his wife.
I told you
that's what the scholars say.
Every time he's wrong, he tried to talk over being wrong. I'm sick of this man. So once again, if you
see me in his nightmare,
if you ask the scholars which one is Asherah which one is Yahweh in the drawing, they're going to give you a different interpretation on the scholar that you give. One is going to say this one over here is Yahweh.
Play what he said again.
Why?
Can I share my screen next?
A1.
Play what he said again. A1.
Let's let you side land this plane.
If he interrupt me again, I'm actually putting him back. He's trying to talk over him being wrong. So they're going to tell you based on if you ask different scholars, they don't know who's who. But he keep on trying to put it up here as if he knows, oh man, yeah, this is supposed to be Yahweh and his wife. Dude, your scholarship is bad. And King J up here just agreeing and nodding his head and, bro, stop it. He gonna lead you off a cliff to hell, into dumbness. That's what he's gonna lead you to. Now let's finish listening.
The inscription. The second is a grammatical problem.
If this is what I mentioned earlier, not only to Humble, and I mentioned it earlier, the inscription itself, the wording is not correct in Hebrew if you want to say this is talking about his wife Asherah. This is the point that I keep talking to, and they acting like I'm making this stuff up. No, and instead of actually going into the Hebrew and show that this is talking about the deity, he's running his mouth because he can't read Hebrew. Listen to this.
This is if Asherah is supposed to be the name of Yahweh's wife. We wouldn't say, you wouldn't find it written his Asherah. You would find it Yahweh and Asherah. My sense is that what's being shown here is Yahweh and an Asherah pole. It's a very...
He's literally saying, and this is not just him, multiple scholars are saying, based off of the actual inscription, the primary text, the text is telling you most likely is in reference to Yahweh and the object. The Asherah pole, which the Israelites isn't. Bro, shut up. He literally just said that.
Don't do it. Let him play himself. Let him do his thing.
They are worshiping the pole Asherah. It's not talking about the actual deity. And I actually got the scholarship from the person that found the artifact himself. He literally translates the inscription that is not supposed to be a proper name. So now this brother just keep opening his mouth like bro, you literally trying to talk over the fact that you're wrong. Now, secondly, King J tried to bring out the burial inscriptions and stuff. Let's talk about this. Let's get into this real quick. So it should share this screen instead, right? So it's saying, I know he want to screenshot stuff because I told you this man ain't got no real scholarship. So let's go down here. It says where we at. It says the context of these texts is religious, but they demonstrate no relationship to the burials in the tomb. Neither the names or any of the standard burial formulae are contained in these texts. All the inscriptions are very difficult to decipher because of the relatively rough original preparation of the stone surface, subsequent surface deterioration, and competing scratches on the wall. So when we actually get down here, they actually have these inscriptions from tombs, right? They're not actual burial inscriptions though. They're written on these places where people and stuff is buried. Literally right here, the different two translations that they give. Yahweh is the God of the whole earth. The mountains of Judah belong to him, the God of Jerusalem. Yahweh, my God, bear his hand. A terror he led for his own sake to Jerusalem. Bro, they keep on trying to misrepresent Israelite history and everything. I literally asked him, I said, why don't you mention the contemporary inscriptions and stuff that's going around at the same time as the Kuntal of Drud, such as the Moabite stone? The Moabite stone do not associate Asherah with the Israelites and the Yahweh whatsoever, and it's at the exact same time frame. Stop trying to repaint and remix history with the Israelites. You know what? I'm really getting sick and tired of the flim flam. This guy is garbage. And Cosmo, I'm sick of you talking in the chat. Get that old waspy crash up, that old waspy trash up here, and come get beat, my guy. You running your mouth. I ain't beat nobody. I bet I beat you. I bet I destroy you. What is he talking about?
Shots fired. Shots fired from Shasad. He's in the clock tower, sniping right now. Let's pass it around. OTK, we haven't heard from you. How you feeling today?
Man, man, I'm learning all of these different belief systems, because that's all it sounds like, a bunch of the belief systems to me. And I'm just trying to decipher what everybody talking about. From what I'm understanding, the metaneta or words of metaneta has not been deciphered from all of the scholastic people. So they're giving their thoughts on what it could be from what it's saying. And that goes with Hebrew too, because how can things be deciphered in Hebrew when Hebrew is a later language? So that causes a little confusion with me, and I'm just learning. I'm learning y'all history over there, because this shit don't got nothing to do with us in America. But I'm learning that to wonder, to see if it's any correlation with over here. So that's why I be in tune with this shit, and it's good to me. It's good to me. When the brother say Amaru earlier, I was like, shit, Amarucan over here, the Amaru in Peru. But he was saying the Amu. So, you know what I mean? I had to keep on listening in order to get that correct understanding. But y'all brothers fire over here, man. That's why I share this out to my channel. So,
Appreciate
you know what I
you,
mean?
bro. Appreciate you.
Word. And peace to my big brother, Asap. He said,
Can I say my script real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Asap, you always something to me, bro.
Go ahead, Humble.
You one of my top scholars, Asap. I
Salute,
ain't gonna
family.
lie to you, bro.
Salute, man. My brother OTK. I'm gonna doubt you out if one of these cats would take the debate. They don't ever want to debate.
Phoenician, dating to the 8th century BCE. The inscriptions come in a number of forms. Some were incised into pottery before it was fired. Some were carved into the rims of bowls. Some were written on plastered walls, while others were written on pottery. The inscriptions are largely religious in nature and include references to Yahweh, El, Baal, and Asherah, and what some scholars identify as a depiction of Bes. Among the inscriptions found, the most debated comes from one of the pottery fragments and bears both a drawing and an inscription, and reads in part, "May you be blessed by Yahweh of Shamron and his Asherah," written over the heads of the figures. The motifs seen in the imagery are common for the region and period, as is the association of a deity with a consort, indicating that for the hand responsible for this inscription, Yahweh did in fact have a consort, Asherah. For all of us at Bible and Archaeology, I'm Jordan Daniels.
I'm Jordan Daniels. I'm Jordan Daniels.
So the reason I played that, hold on 1 second. Hold on, I'm gonna land my plane with this. The reason I played that is because hey, listen, man, we gotta do better with this, man. Anybody can go grab a YouTube clip and it can say anything.
I'm Jordan Daniels. Tell him, Humble.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or not, man. Anybody can make a clip and say anything. So you know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why I pulled that clip up like that. You know, we got people on the internet saying this is what it is. We got people on the internet saying this is what it is. So we gotta come better with that when we trying to get credible people telling us what this is.
Humble Mystic, bro. I'm gonna let you know that you shouldn't have did that. So when I pulled up, that is Dr. David A. Falk, a PhD in Egyptology. He also have degrees in archaeology, biblical studies, and theology. So you went and pulled some random dude and you didn't even check their credentials. That's very, 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 very. That's sad, bro.
I did the same thing you did. I pulled somebody.
Can I make a comment? Go ahead, Court. My brief comment
and Jordan
is
Daniels is chiming in. Go ahead, Jordan.
Okay. Yeah, so the guy that Humble showed is, I don't know if he earned his PhD yet, but if I'm not mistaken, he was a student at University of Iowa in their ancient Near Eastern archaeological department, ancient Palestinian, Syro-Palestinian archaeological department. So the one big difference between these two videos is one of them actually addressed the different proposals, while the other one just articulated one main proposal as the proposal. So, I mean, the David Falk is a PhD from Liverpool, yes, and he also did graduate magna cum laude in ancient Near Eastern studies from when he had his master's, and he has 2 masters in ancient Near Eastern studies, one from Trinity Evangelical Theological Seminary, and also from University of Toronto. But yeah, David Falk, not quite.
Theological Seminary, that's church.
Yeah, have you ever heard of I don't know, this one major archaeologist by the name of Bill Deaver?
No,
I was just about to say.
Go ahead on in. You cooking.
I mean, because Bill Deaver, if it wasn't for Bill Deaver, you wouldn't have the majority of the evangelical scholars at major universities doing archaeology. And he says very clearly, ignore William Deaver. He says of his students that evangelical scholars can produce sound and great scholarship in the field. In fact, he has promoted and gotten most of his students tenured positions in the field. Like in the field.
And he has an awesome book about reconstructing the history of ancient Israel solely through archaeology. I'm sorry, Courtney.
Correct. He does. He definitely does.
Don't let him distract you from your
point.
He
debunks Finkelstein, right? Because I seen they had
No, they
debates
be
They
fighting.
always, they've been
Yeah, they
fighting
always
for
fight.
decades.
Ancient
Okay.
Israel? I'm asking,
All
what
right,
is
so I
ancient
wanted to say this though.
Hold on. Barbarian, he was finishing that point. Don't let him distract you from that point. Finish up, brother.
I mean, yeah, I was just saying that at least with David Falk's minute clip, his excerpt, you actually did get more than one perspective. So that now you're able to go to the information and consider all of the data and arguments as presented a little more fairly. If you took the Bible and Archaeology YouTube page clip regarding the very same artifact, you would get a very, very tight-knit, closed-minded perspective regarding the actual critical assessments of the data. And yes, what David Falk says is not, strictly speaking, an evangelical position. You have liberal, non-believing archaeologists that hold to the very same position that he's arguing for.
And
So he's not.
the only thing I want to say behind you is, only reason I played the video is because I'm getting sick of sitting here and arguing and providing sources and giving you the scholar's work and the scholar's statement. So I'd rather just let you hear it, because I'm sick of this guy sitting up here, as you said, presenting his information as if he's just 100% fact and correct, as if his scholarship didn't get crushed, as if this guy didn't get challenged in the debate and didn't respond to anything. Like, that's ridiculous. We just played the audio. I'm talking to Sar. You hear me talking. You can mute and then we'll talk when I'm done. Thank you, bro. So we sitting up here, and I only played the audio because he's sitting up here acting as if he's right and exact. And then when the audio coming out from the scholars that's telling you, like, they're not only explaining where his position come from and where his position is not exactly correct and telling you why it's not correct, he's sitting up here still trying to talk over it as if he's not wrong. Nobody's you have no credibility in this. You're not a Hebrew expert. You're not a Hebrew scholar. I put some Hebrew up there. You couldn't read it. Like your scholarship is suckish, and you just love to run your mouth. You just want to be heard. I understand, bro. You know, nobody wanna hear you no more. Yeah, I understand. You just want to be heard. So very clearly, as we can see, as I stated multiple times, no one should ever bring up the Kuntala of the Drud and start talking about Yahweh and his wife. You don't know, and you don't have the scholarship to back that up. And all of this could be put to rest with a simple reading of the Hebrew. Asaram Khan, next time you talk, please read the Hebrew and show us where it says his wife Asherah. Thank you.
Well,
After that, outside of that, you making stuff up.
This is my last.
A1, hold up. They hogging the mic though. Hold up.
I'm not trying to hog the mic. I'm just trying to make one last caveat, and my last caveat is the artifact in question is fragmentary.
Exactly.
The artifact in question is fragmentary.
Okay. So do this. A1, do this for me real quick. Can you pull up El Mishnah 3.6? Just pull up the Wikipedia, because it's going to show the picture for us. Because this is all I'm going to do to his scholar.
You better grab a better source than Wikipedia.
No, it just shows the picture clearly. Yeah, it's okay to use the Wikipedia because it shows the picture.
It's gonna show the image, man. Come on, Wikipedia got sources on that, bro. Y'all gotta tighten up.
Yeah,
it has the primary on there, so it's okay to use it in this instance. If it didn't have the primary, there'd be no reason to use it, because we're not going to look at any of the words. We want to make sure his scholar is sound. We're going to crush his scholar.
Man, I
So
told that man read that Hebrew.
will you pull it up for us, brother? A1 or Humble, either one of y'all.
And when he pull it up, make sure he read the Hebrew.
Pull it up real quick. Watch this, because this is what we asked him to do during the debate, and it's very simple.
That Hebrew.
All right, what is called, Asa?
The El Mishnah, MISHNEL 3.6 or 3.2, whichever.
Now let's see if he's gonna do anything that I asked him to do.
Watch how simple this is, right?
All right. This right here. Oh, what the hell? Did I put it in right? I don't even think I put it in right.
Do this. Put Yah and his wife on a jar. Put that in there. That should bring it up. That should bring up the
Wikipedia.
Yeah. Because usually I can go right through my computer, but I'm in my truck right now. I have no tools right now.
What are you using? Yahoo Bing? You using Bing?
Hold up, B. Yeah. Scroll down.
Listen, that's why I don't like this stuff.
I feel you. Scroll down.
All right.
Hey man, this is getting sad, man. This is sad.
It was sad when your scholar said that your scholar starts the statement that most scholars think is Yah and his consort, his wife. That's what he started with. But
then
I
his
want to just go to the artifact itself.
Well, it's two words in the Hebrew for wife, and there's one is Isha,
in a jar.
another one is Nabasha.
It say
We're
on
not
the
talking
jar.
about biblical Hebrew. I think y'all
They say
confused.
videos. You asking for videos.
Hey, one, can you pull it up for him real quick?
Hey, humble. You asked for videos.
Yeah.
That's why I took you there, bro. Don't ask for videos.
Don't ask for videos. Good looking.
Yeah, type in all. Yeah, click the all button. The all button should have everything.
Type in videos.
Because this ain't a video. This is the artifact itself we want to look at.
So look up the artifact. Artifact of Yah and his wife on the jar.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for him to read.
He said I'm still waiting for him to read.
He want me to read. I'm gonna pull up some metal netcher and I'm gonna need you to read. See? See how that works? But can you pull up that if you pull up the artifact, we want to do this right now.
We can read Hebrew, we can read Metal Netta.
Hey, Todd, let me ask you.
Not quite.
Not necessarily.
It kind of go the other way around.
Right.
Is it on the British Columbia joint?
I don't know. Pull it up. Let's see. We can't see it.
Oh my God. Can we like this shit is sad, bro.
Hey, Todd, I got a question for you.
Hey,
my
King
brother.
J, can you pull it up real quick?
Hey, Todd.
You said the miss. You said the miss now.
Yeah, just pull up the Wikipedia joint with the jar and the pics on there so we can look at the artifact real quick. Because this is gonna be real simple. And I want him, and if he can call his scholar at any time, I want his scholar to do it too.
My bad, brother. I'm on my phone. I wouldn't be able to show it off my phone.
Yeah, I'm on my phone too. A1, you got the ability to share real quick?
Yeah, they get it. They couldn't get it figured out for you.
Bro, this is sad, man. Like, this is sad. Can we move on?
Everything is sad to Kassad. It's sad you still stuck on this
Scholarship sad. Yo.
I'm looking to pull it up.
Sad. Yo,
Let him pull it up for you real quick.
your scholarship is sad. Your sources are sad. You just a sad brother.
It's messed up. I'm searching.
It's gonna look up the artifact of Yah and his wife.
Rematches with Kassad shows that he really destroyed them in both debates.
I think it's the same inscription y'all talking about.
I don't think so. You was talking about an animal on there, and it wasn't even no animal represent. The bull represented Yah in that artifact. That was about it. That's how we know for sure that it was Yah, because Yah is associated with the bull. But the scholars said we don't even know if it's talking about Yah. But no. Your scholar ran away from that and said he didn't even think it was Yah on there, even though Yah was on the inscription. The other female was Ashtoreth, and her name appears in the Hebrew. And he said we don't know if she's affiliated with it. Then he tried to act as if the inscriptions were far away from the people, but they weren't. They were right over the top of their heads. This is why I know your scholar don't want to debate nobody on that. But since you talking for him, there ain't no ramble. It's whooping. So A1, if you could pull up the artifact real quick, pull up Yah and Asherah on a jar.
Here's another side comment. You should not say that David Falk isn't willing to debate nobody, because apparently Jabari Osaze has ran from his challenge on debating him regarding the Exodus.
Well,
he did it, but I didn't. And when I talked to David Roll, when what's his name called him and we was on the show together, I said, if you'd like to debate that with your what was the name of his movie? Yeah, and that's your favorite scholar, Kassan.
Nigga, you ain't never. What you want me to type in again?
Boy, you better know who you on here with. Yeah, Yah on the jar. Yah and Asherah on the jar. Yeah.
Like, how long do we let this man just lie? We caught him lying.
Ain't no lie. You already got pulled down 3 times. You told us your scholar was going to tell us something different. Your scholar started off stating, scholars say that Yah and Asherah are a couple on this jar. That's the first thing he said, money. That's the first thing he said was, I'm right.
Hold on, Shasad, you don't need to respond. Hold on, Shasad. Real briefly.
Here we go.
Is there a written Hebrew language?
Oh, buddy.
No, time out. Y'all better not say here we go. I just had this on the screen.
I told y'all I asked you to pull it up. Click that jar right there on the side, A1.
I just said that. Y'all are talking about the same artifact.
Click the jar on the screen, A1.
He said the Mishnah or something. He said something else.
He don't even know what this is. This is click the jar on the screen, brother. A1.
You said pull up the Mishnah 3.6 something, 6.1 or something.
There it is, right there. Now, Kasad, you and your scholar said there is a pole called an Asherah on this jar. Show us where it's at right now. Point to it.
That's not what he said.
Hey, no, hold on. Thank you.
That is what he said. Show it to us right now.
That's not what the scholar said, but because you are
that is what he said. Show it to us right now.
You are so slow.
Show us the Asherah on this jar right now.
I'm gonna talk after
he can't do it, and you can't do it. Now, you ain't got the floor now, so you can stop talking and mute yourself now.
It's a vase, ain't it? So
yeah,
you
this
will
the
plant
vase.
an Asherah in the vase. When you plant an Asherah in the vase, when you put an Asherah in the vase,
it's a jar.
No,
it wasn't.
It's on the jar. Now,
that's a vase, man.
They trying to change it up. Look at y'all to lie. You try to lie. We can't even trust the man. It's not your turn yet, Kasad. Sit back. Sit back, brother. It ain't your turn yet. Now, it's not your turn yet, brother. Now, it's not your turn yet, brother. Hold tight. Now, we just pulled up this jar. They can't show it on this jar. There's another artifact on here that I pulled up in the debate where it looks like people. Brother A1, if you will scroll, matter of fact, if you hit that arrow, it'll probably take us to it. Because here's another picture. Yes, sir. Keep going. One more.
Oh, no. That's a cut.
Keep going. Ain't no cut. Keep going. There it is. There it is. Uh-oh. So now, they say in the text, which I read, it says that this is Yah and his wife at the altar. And at the altar, it is him getting married. And in the background is their clique. And they say one of their names in there.
Now, how could you make that out of this?
Brother. So now, it's you, your man's is here, your other man's is here, and your scholar said that there was some type of Asherah pole in this picture. Show it to us right now, Kasad. Show it to us.
So the scholar was not addressing this artifact.
Yeah, he was, because this is the one I showed in the debate, and this is the one Kasad keeps harping on. The first one he was talking about was the jar, which is Meshnel 3.6, and he couldn't show a pole in that. Here go the second artifact. And he don't want, no, I'm not, so quit trying to talk over me. Now, here go the second one. And you still can't show no Asherah pole in the picture. The only thing you see is marriage. And your man said there was some type of animal running through this picture. You only see people in this picture. That's Giannis wife getting booed up at the altar.
Wait, hold on.
Knock
But
it
how
off.
can you make
If you
how
don't
could you
put
make that
your
out?
$5 heinies down, I will continue to make more change than Obama, and I will continue to hit you in the head like Osama. Now,
Thank you for please let me get the floor. Please. Now we just sat here and watched this man lie for a short time. Why don't let him interrupt. Do not let him interrupt. Do not let him interrupt. I literally, and this is how you know he's scared. When I was telling GD and Capone, don't interrupt the Sergeant Cotton, let him finish so we can murder this guy. He was still talking about it's not your turn, Kassar. I'm sitting here telling them to stop talking so you can finish, and you telling me it's not my turn. So please don't unmute your mic not one single time because you're a liar. Just as Cut 'em Up Barbarian was finna say, I want y'all to see how well this man's comprehension is. I thought he just like making stuff up, but I see he just don't comprehend. He challenged.
which one is best in the picture?
Hey, why is he talking? If he unmute his mic, put that man in the back. I see he used to ride the short bus to
You're
school.
doing a bunch of gish galloping. Get to the point.
Nope, I can gish gallop just like how he gish gallop. Thank you. So I see he used to ride the short bus to school. I won't Cut him up Barbarian to come off mute for a second. Did the scholar ever say that there was an Asherah pole in the drawing? Go ahead.
No.
Say that one more time. Cut him up,
David Falk did not say that there was an Asherah pole depicted in the script or in the iconography on the. Oh my goodness!
Why is somebody interrupting during our time?
Damn.
Play the video again. Let's see.
Why is somebody interrupting during our time?
We'll get back to that, but they Courtney go. Cut him up, Courtney. Go ahead.
Yeah, David Falk stated that the inscription was disassociated to the actual iconography or pictograph in the, go back like 4 or 5 pictures, A1, because that was the scholar was not addressing what's currently on screen. The scholar was addressing another artifact, the very first artifact. And yes, this one. And this is the one where people are saying, oh, it looks like it could be a bull. That was the one that they're suggesting has equally as much interpretive framework to overlay it when it comes to understanding what's going on in the narrative or in the text. But at least from the picture you went to after you went here, A1, I didn't see any literature. And maybe that's a isolated
wanted me to
picture.
read it, though.
Stop talking, bro.
Maybe that was an isolated, because at least here you see words in the top left corner, and you also see words slightly above the images. But we also see from this depiction that the artifact is fragmentary. It's not complete. Thank you. That demonstrates the artifact is fragmentary right there. The fact you got a big old gap in the upper section of it, and again, we don't have the totality of the vase, the jar, however you prefer to identify it. We don't have the totality of it.
That's
where the pole at.
That say something is missing,
So,
bro.
so
That's
very
subjective.
clearly,
The pole could be the missing part. That's what he's saying. It's fragmented.
Where the Asherah pole at.
Very clearly,
It's fragmented.
we
No,
just
they're talking about.
as Cut 'em
Let
Up
him play your
Barbarian
scholar
said,
again. Play your
as
scholar
Cut 'em Up
again. Let's hear
Barbarian-
your scholar
Hey,
say it
sorry.
again. Let's hear it.
A1, I'm asking if this man interrupts again. We all had to sit here and be quiet. We let this man talk. Now he's interrupting because he can't admit that he's wrong, bro. Like, I'm sick of dealing with dudes. So once again, as Cut 'em Up Barbarian just said, I don't even need to respond. We played the debate footage. You got caught lying. You're contradicting yourself. We played. You literally challenged. You got challenged in the debate on this. You did not respond. We played the audio. Your only response to the actual scholars in the research on this was you're reading a scholar's paper, bro. Your scholarship sucks. You're not on nothing. You keep on, and then we just heard the third thing. We just heard you make something up about the scholar saying something he did not say, bro. Your understanding sucks. Your scholarship sucks. Your credibility sucks. The only thing that you probably might be good at is reading the meta-netter. Even in Egyptian literature and history, you suck. You was just on side netter the other time, and I just schooled you. You talking about some to continue to set the horse. That means to go run, and then guess what? We read that text and we see they both getting freaky. Like, bro, stop it. You're not ready, Asar. You get up here and you chase me because you know I beat you. I got the best of you. Your scholarship is not on my level. You're not ready. You wish you had the sources that I had. And you keep on chasing. Like last time we was live, what do you say? I got up here just so you can fill me up here. You are a goofy. You are a goofy. You love me. You love watching me. You're obsessed with me. You want to beat me and you can't because your scholarship on Israelite history or on history and anything in general is garbage. Thank you.
Can I just add?
No, why is he not addressing the point? He said Asar lied. How did Asar lie with this pictogram, and with the other pictogram? The other brother at least explaining it, say, yo, we got words on this one, but we don't got words on the other one. And then he's saying that it's a whole piece missing, like he know how the whole vase look. So he's already saying that it's a piece missing because they shouldn't have that gap in between. I call that cap. Because if you've never seen a full vase, how could you say something is missing?
Easy by recognizing the primary, nature.
I didn't even ask you to read it.
This is just
That's an easy answer.
Tell them,
Can you tell me how Asar lied? Because I'm trying to get this info. How did Asar
You know, this is
lie?
just a drawing, though. This is just a drawing of the actual.
It wasn't one lie. And not only is it not a lie, we asked them to do what his scholar claim was in the picture. And he still won't, they won't even address the picture and show us the Asherah in the picture, because the only Asherah that's in these pictures is that female deity, and they don't want to recognize that. So that's going to make me a liar, humble. That's going to make you a liar. It makes King Jay a liar. It'll make anyone who goes against that is going to be a liar. But what's going to happen is you're going to put his feet to the fire, and when it burns him, we need you to call your scholar on the phone. Tell him Asar Kai want to talk to him. Tell him I got a G on it. We need to talk because I need to see the Asherah in one of these pictures. If it ain't this female, I need to see what he talking about.
But Asar, if you need to hold on, real quick, Asar, if you need to see.
Real quick. Let me let Ben Eaton get in here.
Okay,
if y'all
my bad.
read the Wikipedia.
Hold on, GD and Capone. Ben, go ahead.
I just wanted to throw a point in. It's the inscription that really matters. And as far as the text goes for Asherah, Kassad is right. We don't know. I mean, he's pushing it towards the Asherah pole a little bit more than scholars do, but we don't know whether it's referring to the deity or a pole, because in other inscriptions, it is more clear, right? That is not, so we know that it's not always, when you see the word, it's not always talking about a deity, right?
Can I ask a question on that? When you see somebody wearing a cross, is that sometimes referring to Christianity, or is that always referring to Christianity?
But that's why I said
it's not always referring. It's sometimes referring to Christianity.
Are not associated. Scholars aren't associated.
Antichrist got a cross too.
Right, they got an upside down
moving
cross.
apart
I ain't
from
talking about that.
From the inscription being associated with the picture, because I said that, and he's right. So when I understand what you're saying, Humble, but it doesn't work here because scholars are not sure if this image is even representing the text. That's what.
So here's what I'm saying.
Right.
Hold on.
Because they keep saying no, because Kazzad's strong argument is, if this does represent Asherah, this represent an object that represent a pole, right? If idolatry worship is not a thing.
No, so an Asherah pole is not necessarily a pole. It's
hold on.
Nah, B, there's too much.
Hold on 1 second. He's saying that as if idolatry was not a thing, as if Asherah poles or Asherah groves does not represent Asherah herself. So by saying, oh, well, this is just the grove of Asherah, or this is just the poles of Asherah, bro, there's no distinction between the poles of Asherah and Asherah herself.
Well, that's one of the objections that was made by David Falk, because grammatically, we have a common syntax whenever Asherah is attached to another deity. And that language is not present, even though her name is present, the name is present in this particular inscription. So is Asherah present in the inscription in this artifact that's on the screen? Yes. Is it a depiction by means of pictograph? No, it's a word. Nobody's debating if the word is there or not. The word is there. And honestly, Asar, if your point is to be taken seriously, you have no grounds to argue now. If you want to say, oh, I need to see, you said I need to see the Ashura pole, and yet you're still identifying something that's not the Ashura pole or the Ashura goddess in the iconography in this artifact directly. Like you're arguing from an assumption.
Pole doesn't exist in this artifact, which is
That's
my
because it's
point.
broken.
Which means
Well,
that the scholar that you use would be saying something pseudo, which is why when I said it in the discussion that me and Kassad had in the debate, when I called his scholar's paper fluff concerning this, it would be true because you don't see an Asherah pole, nor does anyone in here see an Asherah pole. So for him to bring up something that's not an element on the artifact is
where is
silly.
Asherah? You're saying that this is an
He's
Asherah
the
depiction,
female
right?
right there next to him, and he's arm in
so
arm.
pay attention.
So when he
You're
started
begging
to
the
say,
question.
no, I'm
You're
not
begging
begging
the
anything.
question for
He
evidence of
told
what
you
you
when
identified.
he started, he said most scholars see Asherah and Yah.
And his
He
wife.
says Yah and his wife. That means
Yes.
his wife is Asherah. So if most scholars say that, it's over. And he said that
No,
when
it's
he
not.
first started
It's
the
not
video,
over.
brother.
So if it's
Play it
over,
again, Kassad.
hold on. I'm gonna demonstrate. I'm going to demonstrate why it's not over, and this is going to demonstrate what you're not doing well as it relates to the 1 minute clip.
Well, show
that
the Asherah pole because you're not doing
What
that.
you're not
Show us the
doing well,
Asherah
sir.
pole.
This is a very quick example. Listen to me. It's not even going to be a historical example. It's going to be a personal example from everybody's childhood. Okay, when we were children, we would want to go outside because we would look out. Hear the example, please. Hear the example. Hear the example, please. When we were children,
you want to see the
yes,
pole
because you
right
need
now.
to listen to the example. And when we were
Please
children,
let Courtney finish.
when we were children, we would want to go outside, right? Because we might have looked out the window, or we knew our friends was outside playing ball or riding, whatever activity outside it was. We wanted to be there when we was locked up in the house. So we would approach our parent, our guardian, whatever it is. Hey, can I go outside? And the guardian would say, yes, after you clean up your room. It seems as if by means of performance, Asar, you have been outside and this whole time while your room is filthy. Because you're not taking into consideration the totality of the statements of the.
I need you to relate
scholar
that
in
to
this
the
sense.
Asherah pole right now. That's one of the worst examples I've ever heard. How
You're
does that
saying you
relate to
see
the
Ashura.
Asherah pole, brother?
Stop. You're
If you
saying
can't
you see
show
Ashura
it,
there.
stop trying-
You're saying you
your
see
faith
Ashura
is
there.
on the line. So you
You're
and your
saying
feelings.
you say you see Ashura
Take
there.
your faith off the line,
don't-
brother.
What?
You hurt. Your faith is on the line.
My
You're thinking
faith,
about it.
my
So
faith
now
is
you're
not on the line.
giving
The fact that you've
examples
been
about
outside and your house is filthy, your room is dirty,
rooms being
demonstrates what
unclean. None of that relates to the Asherah
It
pole.
actually
We need you
does
to
because
stay
you
on
can't get
topic.
past one statement from the scholar.
We crushed the scholar. We need the scholar to bring his
60 seconds, you
imaginary
only
will
heard
to the
3
picture.
seconds.
And we
You
need
heard
you
3
to show
seconds
it to
and you're
us. And you can't
Gentlemen,
do it.
gentlemen, we got to scale it back now. It's turning into like an arguing fest. I want this to be somewhat educational, and it's not right now.
Let me get in here real quick, please. Cut him up court. That's the only person that needs to be talking because it seems like everyone that's anti-Bible, except God Energy, he hasn't made a statement, so that's not towards him. It seems like it's really just you're anti-Bible, so you don't want to accept scholarship. Cut him up, Courtney. I kept hearing someone ask me how did Asar Khan lie? Really quickly, cut him up, Courtney. Can you explain how he lied? So it's not coming from me and I'm making it up.
He's misrepresenting the totality of what David Falk was arguing. David Falk was arguing, yes, this is a common perspective, but this perspective has flaws. And throughout his articulation of his 2 problems, he only offered 2 criticisms to the consensus view, but his primary issues that he articulated actually were disconnected from his earlier comment that this is a fragmentary text, a fragmentary document. But we need to take the aspect of fragmentary into consideration, especially when the fact of the matter is the overwhelming majority of archaeological inscriptions and artifacts are fragmentary documents. They're not complete sets of data. So we have to take that in consideration. It's very few. Like, I mean, we could go to Egypt and find quite a few fairly well-preserved artifacts, but that's primarily due to their environmental climate and how they were able to preserve themselves in those means. But even in Egypt, it's a problem. Because again, in Egypt,
work and perspective. So a lot of this work.
well, let's take in consideration. Let's take in consideration one. I'm sorry. Yeah, real quickly. Let's take in consideration one thing. Let's take in consideration one thing of the 3,000-year history of ancient Egypt. We only have basically a decade worth of semi-full correspondence to anybody with the Egyptians. And that's in the Amarna letters. That's our fullest collection of administrative records found in Egypt. 3,000 years worth of history. And by the way, many of those are fragmented, but 3,000 years worth of history. We only have basically 10 years worth of succinct administrative records, and they're not even Egyptian records. They're primarily letters coming into Egypt, not the outward correspondence from Egypt. So, I mean, taking into consideration the reality of ancient artifacts, we have to take in consideration the fact of what the data speaks of in light of our assessment of the data. So when we're looking at fragmentary artifacts, we have to, you know what, maybe
not true, but go ahead.
This is
kind of like a didactic assessment of a lie. They actually have
we doing that. We doing again. We doing all right. So I'm
you kind of hogging the mic right now. Let's land the plane. Go ahead, brother.
The mic, and he was just talking. I wasn't even just talking. So thank you, cut him up, Corey.
Brother, you've been talking most of the night. Yeah, you've been hogging the mic.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my show. Yeah, you're supposed to be watching. Thank you, cut him up, Court, for not being the only one exposing Asaram Khan as being a liar. We all heard him lie. We all heard him try to misrepresent the scholar and then argue about something that the scholar did not say. So he's the king of that. He's the king of making stuff up and the king of flim flam. I'm not finna sit up here and keep arguing with this guy. We already produced the audio. We already played the footage. I told him to grab the debate footage. Oh, it's 100 excuses. I'm not doing that. So I already debated him. Like I said, he want to keep going back and forth. Just get in the ring. It's that simple. I'm not going back and forth anymore. The next topic is whatever y'all want. I might drop off pretty soon, so I'm gonna see what we get into. Go ahead.
All right. Can I share my screen, A1? Let me share my screen real quick, buddy. All right. And I'm gonna read something.
Not listening to the right show.
Yes, sir.
Right. So we talking about the Kuntalit of Druid, right? So I'm gonna read this. It say the plaster fragments from the Kuntalit of Druid, 8th century BCE, northern Sinai. The name Asherah is indeed written in early Hebrew, Paleo Hebrew, Canaanite script as this is her name right here. Translation Asherah. See, I was saying this earlier. Is nothing to actually go and figure out what this stuff is, right? It's just a simple AI search, right? Each letter corresponds exactly to its Phoenician Hebrew value. The Aleph is the A, the W is the Shin, the S, the Resh, the R. So it's letting you know that in this inscription, this name is there. This spelling aligns with later biblical Hebrew representation of the same name Asherah. The phrase Yahweh and his Asherah, the two primary inscriptions, KA1.1 and KAJ2.1, preserve formulas like blessed be Yerahu by Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. I bless you by Yahweh of Taman and his Asherah. Philologically, the expression Assyrio, his Asherah, is unambiguous. The third person masculine pronominal suffix his attaches to a what? Proper noun. Such morphology denotes association with a personal entity, not ownership of an object, right? So this is not showing, hold on, this name is not showing personal owner of an object. is showing a proper noun, right? So it's this construction precisely, right? Hold on 1 second. This construction precisely parallels with Baal, his Baal, or Anatu, his Anat, and other Northwest Semitic cultic inscriptions. So this is not unique. We see this on other inscriptions as well when referring to somebody and their counterpart, each referring to a deity's consort. So this, again, is not out of the usual that this inscription is written this way, talking about a deity's consort. Hence, in these texts, Ashura functions as a divine name, not a cultic implement, as if they're trying to say, right? Let's get into it. It's a comparative lexiconal and mythological background, cross-referencing with the Ugaritic 13th century BCE. The Ugaritic Arnat, the chief goddess consort of El. The phonological shift from also reflects a standard West Semitic development, producing the Hebrew Asherah. Thus, Kuntalit Adjur show Yahweh in a dynastic pattern analogous to El plus Asherat, a persistent Near Eastern divine pairing structure. So we know that this is not just some random roundabout thing, right? This is a persistent morphology around the Near Eastern divine parent structure. So this is consistent. Let's get into it. It's a modern scholastic consensus. This is what's important. We got some people saying, the scholars saying it is Asherah and Yahweh, and some saying it's not Asherah and Yahweh. Here's what should end the debate: the scholastic consensus. Who got more support? What does the evidence lean towards more? Let's get into it. The Asherah as a pole hypothesis, mind you, this is a hypothesis. They're trying to rate it off as its truth, but this is a hypothesis, is rooted in early 20th century biblical literalism. Whoa! Let me read that again for the people who didn't catch that. The Asherah pole hypothesis is rooted in early 20th century biblical literalism, which means the people who are saying that this represents a pole, an object of ownership, this is a new idea, is now largely abandoned. Wait a minute. Not only if this is a new idea, but this new idea is largely abandoned. For the Kuntalit Adjur, the goddess inscription is championed by Marquette Smith, William Denver, Judith Hanley, Amari Keel, Christopher your challenger, right? Zaviv Michelle, right? The site excavator, right? All of these scholars collectively, they affirm that Asherah here indicates a personal goddess, consistent across Semitic epigraphy and iconography. Female furnace, inscriptions invoking both deities. So I'm gonna stop right there. Just just y'all to keep trying to come
humble. So when you read that humble,
that is crazy.
Get out of what you read, bro, humble. Was she a deity or was she a goddess? Was that Yahweh wife or not? When you read that,
or was she a stick?
This guy, Assad. Do you hear how I got these guys sounding? Hey, was she a deity or was she a goddess? When we start separating the two, Assad,
bro, I'm understanding if you understand what you're reading right now.
Never.
Understanding what you're reading. What is it saying right now, humble?
It's saying from Yahweh the God and Asherah his goddess. These things are deified on the Kuntalit Adjur. Once you deify a goddess,
so that's saying it's his wife, then, right? So that's his wife.
Yes,
then,
that's
correct?
his wife. Yes.
The conclusion is based on a circumstantial evidence. I agree, but the way to get to that conclusion is based on the surrounding evidence.
No. We were little kids in our room, and our room was dirty, brother.
So here's what should end these debates in the streets. The fact that the scholastic consensus, not one scholar, not two scholars, but the majority of scholars on this field that are experts in this field say that this is Asherah and this is Yahweh and his Asherah. You might find one or two quote unquote scholars that say this is not that, but the majority most definitely agree that this is what this is.
So when I call a scholar's paper fluff and I ask you to call them for a debate, know that I want that work.
Well, David Falk is available for debates every Friday on his YouTube channel, namely Egypt and the Bible.
Yeah, let's see if he pulls up. I bet he won't.
Again, he is available every Friday on his own YouTube platform, Egypt and the Bible, answering questions fielded by the audience.
And I bet
we could do it right here. We could do it right here on this one.
Hold on. Let me talk. Let me talk, please, uninterrupted, and I'm gonna pass it. So he's talking about I debate this
question real quick. Go ahead, bro.
My bad. I'll pass it right to you, OTK. So all that. I debate David A. Falk. I had a man. Stop it, dude. Go ahead. He just told you where to find him at. I bet you won't go do it this Friday. I bet you won't record it. Go up there and argue with him on the Kunta the Drug. Don't talk. You what you
put
gonna
his
do?
Link in the back.
Don't
put
talk,
his link in the back.
Don't talk. Because what he gonna do? Oh, I bet I do it. And you never gonna do it. So ain't nobody listening to him.
Put his link in the back.
So once again, hey, Humble. I hope you bring this up in a debate. I hope you try to use this as evidence because, like I said, I'm not going to keep arguing with it. We already showed y'all don't know what y'all talking about, and all y'all got to do is read the Hebrew. That's simple. You talking about one or two scholars.
Are you saying
hold on.
Were you trying to say that Yahweh had a wife, bro, or because of what they was depicting, or Yahweh didn't have a wife?
Yahweh's early stages.
You get the ask. You can answer in a second.
I got a question.
You can answer in a second.
I got you, OTK. Let the brother finish real quick.
Yeah. You can answer in a second. My bad. So, like I said, I'm not gonna keep going back. I'm not gonna keep going back and forth. Hey, Humble, if you think that's what it is, pull it up in a debate and see what happened to you. It's that simple. Asaram Khan learned this lesson, and he's still learning this lesson right now. So I'm gonna see, man. If y'all got another topic or something to get into, like I said, I'm not gonna keep arguing on the Kunta drug.
So do you know why that's the consensus? I'm just asking.
Anyway,
yeah, basically,
I'm not gonna keep arguing on Kunta drug. If we got any other topic or something we want to get on, I'm here.
That's a good question, A1. That's a good question, A1. Go ahead, Asar.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
I know why it's a consensus as well.
Well, you have a rush from the Hebrew faction, not particular these Hebrews, but you have the Orthodox Hebrews who do not want to be associated with idolatry. They don't want to be pagans, but there's nothing you can do about it because the early stages of this religion coming into being is based on paganism. So even when you get to the Bible, where you start to see Yahweh connected to El, where they start to do it in the Bible, they still leave out some hints, like Deuteronomy 32, when I read it the other day, where they forget that the original text in the Dead Sea Scrolls shows that 70 sons of El existed, but all was one of those 70 sons. We watch Baal be contentious with Yah, and we watch Baal and Yah start to become the same thing over time. And so they want everything to just be the one God, even though in the book, they still leave you with 3 that bear record in heaven. So they're still kind of confused, but this was a
council on that shit. Didn't they have a
council
on that?
Council in Nicaea.
Wow. Y'all are completely misinformed over early Christian history, doctrine formation, and the actual utilization of 1 John 5, 7, and 8 in the early first 3 centuries, because nobody used it in the first 3 centuries to justify the Trinity or anything else. It wasn't even utilized in these councils y'all are talking about.
You know he tried that in our debate. Like he don't know what he's talking about. He don't know what he's talking. Cut him up court. He tried to use that 1 John 5 and 7 in our debate. I cut him on that. He don't know what he's talking about. He keep coming over here running his mouth.
Let me propose another debate to you, right? So here's another debate. If one of y'all want to take this, I'm telling you that Jesus is not the only begotten Son of God. Who want to take that?
Contextualize that, Asar? Can you kind of like break that down? What you
I don't.
mean?
Matter of fact, God doesn't even make Jesus. He's
Okay.
only his spiritual son.
What?
He's not
Why?
begotten by God.
When he comes to me, I don't want no excuses. I don't want his mind was tied up with you and him. But I don't want no excuses.
I got a question for Asar on this only begotten language. I got a question
Yes,
for
sir.
you, Asar, on the only begotten
Yes, sir.
language. Are you
Yes,
familiar
sir.
with the term? Are you familiar with the Greek term behind only begotten in the King James?
Mm-hmm.
What's that term?
What you asking me to quote the term?
You said you were familiar with it. I'm just asking and trying to see how familiar you are with the Greek term behind the English translation of only begotten.
Oh, it won't matter because he doesn't make them.
It's
He
interesting.
doesn't make them.
Well,
Even when
I
you
think
go to your
it
earliest
definitely
text,
does matter. It definitely does matter.
go to your Greek. I'm gonna go to those Dead Sea Scrolls.
Are you
The Dead Sea Scrolls
referencing the
speak
edition?
Greek.
This text isn't found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, so that's an interesting appeal to literature, collection of literature.
He's wrong. See, your Greek. No. His Greek comes from when Kronos begets his son. So I know that story. So as soon as you pull it up, we're going to talk about Kronos begetting his son. But then I'm going to ask you, hold up. Then I'm going to ask you if, no, that's not Zeus. That's Seb. So that's Geb in ancient Egypt. And I'm going to show you how the correlation works. So if you're trying to say your God would be Geb or Kronos, which would be different than Yahweh, that would be something. But Jesus is not Yah's son begotten. He's spiritually his son. Anybody want to take that debate?
I get your compositional fallacy. If we're talking about basketball shoes and we're saying, oh, look at the Michael Jordan shoe line, it's essentially the same thing as a Converse. And I can show you the connection between the Jordan shoe line and the Converse All-Star. But that's the nature of the argument you're making, sir.
Well, no, your pseudo-pigrapher and your pseudo-duck puppet that you're hiding behind with the Converse instead of comparing it to a Nike in the first place. It's
funny. I can articulate very clearly the ignorance you're spewing. Number one, monogenes is the term in the New Testament used for Jesus. Because he
tried to use terminology as an act of turpitude, and what he did was ran himself in a conundrum in a circle, thinking that he was
a compositional fallacy is not a conundrum
being intellectual, but you weren't at that time.
Is exactly what I articulated. I'm sorry, sir. I can actually demonstrate my claim because everything you just said regarding Kronos and his son, I guarantee you won't find that term for begotten or only begotten in the Greek that you find applied to Jesus. It's not the same
Who would
term.
say is the daddy?
Are you talking about Greek mythology though?
I'm talking about the literature.
He's talking about
in
the
other
Greek
words,
text.
he's conceptualizing literature outside of the text.
Is mythology literal?
Depends on the people you're looking at.
No.
The ancient Greeks thought there's been quite a few books.
Then that would be your perspective.
I mean, no, it's not. If we were going to ancient Egypt, we would have to recognize what is the action. What is Ramses? What does Ramses' name mean? Ramses' name in and of itself means Ra gave birth to him. Ra begot him.
What was ancient Egypt? Can you name an ancient Egypt? What was ancient Egypt, bro?
What? So it's funny. Y'all want me to change topics while I'm trying to address the flaw of the brother's perspective. So very simply, monogenes is not the term. Exactly. You made a claim about Greek literature and mythology, ignorant of the Greek literature. So that's cool. You can claim that all you want, talking about let's go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. I guarantee you, you will not find anything in the Dead Sea Scrolls relevant to Jesus in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Italian French, bro? Do you speak Italian and French?
Demonstrating a red herring. This is what you call a distraction. This is evidence of a distraction from the actual conversation.
Do you speak Italian and French? Because if you don't, then you're dealing with
I'm going to continue my statements once you're done stating.
translation.
Interesting. So the brother's ignorant of the words he's using apparently. Transliteration would simply be the duplication of phonetics in an alternative language, in another language. So shalom. In English, you can translate that.
Greek did? Is that not
No,
what
it's not.
did?
No, it's not.
Well,
I got evidence of it. Have you ever read Genesis 1 in the Greek? Oh, yeah, that's right, because it don't read or sound like Greek phonetics coming derived from Hebrew. Interesting.
Who wrote Genesis?
Yeah, that is interesting, Gordon.
So we don't find a transliteration of the Septuagint. The Septuagint is not a Septuagint.
Was he a Greek or Phoenician? Hold on. Listen to my question.
This is what you call shotgunning red hair.
Greek, a Phoenician, a Israelite.
I'm going to address the point that I was speaking on beforehand, sir, because I know you like to detract from the actual point at hand. Only begotten. That was a topic that you brought up, and I'm going to stick to it. You can try to detract everybody, but I'm being very aware of your tactics.
My bad. That's you, Asar.
It's all good. So
okay, I'm sorry I got the voices conflated. I'm sorry I got the voices conflated. Nonetheless, monogenes is applied to Jesus in the New Testament. That term is not applied to these Greek deities.
Yeah. Who's his daddy in the Greek?
Who are you referring to?
who got Mary pregnant in the Greek?
Oh, in the Greek, it simply says he's the son of the Most High God.
So it doesn't say he's begotten, does it? Doesn't say begotten, does it? Doesn't get to begotten, does it?
The word begotten is not in the text. And actually the term has been mistranslated.
And I'm going to say it again because you made the conundrum. You've already admitted that it's not in the text.
On based on the King James translation that's very deficient in its rendering of the term in question.
The question is, well, if it's not in the Greek, that means you can't find it there either. But if you claim it's in the English and you claim he's the begotten son and not just the spiritual son.
But a son monogenes doesn't mean begotten.
It doesn't mean only begotten. That's my point.
Exactly. That means you have no proof that he's the begotten son of God.
Interesting. I'm glad that we're able to get here because you're still talking over the answer. Monogenes, determine your King James.
Now watch. I'm going to name one of the begotten sons so that we're not didactic and just filibustering about the methodology of how we'll discuss
King James is monogenes. Monogenes means one of a kind.
Hold up, because you're going to run around it. We don't need to do that. Let's go right to it. How did he make Adam? Hold up. How did he make Adam? How did he make Adam?
Out of the dirt, and then he blew into his nose.
Begotten directly, huh?
No, begotten directly would mean by means of sexual intercourse. Thank you for demonstrating your ignorance of the language.
He made him
and the
physically.
Application of the common vernacular.
Begotten doesn't just mean
begotten means sexual intercourse.
No, it doesn't just mean sexual intercourse. It means that he made him, whether by hand, sexual intercourse, or thought. If you don't know the full term of begotten, you need to go study it. How did he make Jesus when it was the Holy Ghost who rose over Mary? Talk to me.
Thank you for demonstrating the fact. You just gave your answer. I'm glad you like rhetorical questions.
Zeus made Hercules.
That's not how Zeus made Hercules. Thank you for demonstrating your ignorance. Zeus had sex. Zeus had sex. Zeus had sex. He had sex.
He had sex, right?
He had sex.
He had sex with Mary.
You don't see going on.
And it's the Holy Ghost the same as God.
Thank you for demonstrating the contrary. Thank you for demonstrating the contrary that you're ignorant about.
So right, and it's in the Holy Ghost is not the same as God.
That's interesting. Pull up the text and actually read it, even if it's in translation.
The Holy Ghost
as
is not the same as God.
I'm just trying to see how y'all are getting all this sex language from terms that do not.
We ain't said sex. You said sex. We said begotten.
Yes, I'm glad you're saying begotten. You're limited to King James wording.
Listen, I told you that your God did not beget Jesus. You told me Yes, he did, and it's in the Greek text. Now you're telling me it's not in the Greek text. I said I know.
I'm glad you're
Let me
demonstrating your
finish.
room is
Let me
filthy.
finish. Let me finish.
Every time you
Then
try to
let me
retell what
finish.
other people
Let
say,
me
you demonstrate
finish,
you went
brother.
outside the house.
You keep hopping
Your
up,
room is
and that
dirty.
I know you're in your feelings right now. But after I said that, you turned around and admitted it's not in the Greek text. But I asked you to come back to the English text. And as you come back to the English text, now that I've helped you denote it, it's not even God who rises over Mary. It's the Holy Ghost.
Thank you for demonstrating your ignorance of the biblical theology.
And when I ask you this third question, because I'm going to ask you if the Holy Ghost, hold up, OTK, hold up, family. When I ask you,
and I done been through these
right.
seminary schools and shit.
So when I ask him if the Holy Ghost, Jesus, and God are the same thing, are you about to tell me yes?
As it relates to their substance, not as it relates to their existentienza
Let's get him on the
or their
record.
person.
So yes, right? You saying yes?
Again, I clarified my statement. You can do all you want with conflating
I want to make
my
sure
answer.
you're saying yes, because I don't want you to jump
Okay,
around.
well,
Are you
listen
saying
very
yes?
clearly and repeat and address what I'm saying. Stop playing dumb
I'm
like your ears
addressing it.
don't work.
I need you to say
My
yes.
answer is very succinct and clear. They're all God in the sense of related to substance. They are distinguished
saying yes.
as a, oh my goodness. Thank you for demonstrating you are wrong. I did not
Now
say
he's
the
going,
three-letter
okay, now,
word you're
see, and that's
claiming
what
I
I'm talking
said.
about. Get off the fence and say yes or
Thank you
no.
for demonstrating you are deaf. If I
am
said
pretty
that
deaf
three-letter
and dope.
word,
And dope.
Y-E-S, you would have heard me say it. I did not say it. You're trying to read into my answer something to alleviate yourself from actually dealing with the
No, I
interlocutor.
want clarity instead of you fence
I'm
sitting.
glad that's the
We
case.
need you to get
So
off
deal
the
with my
fence.
answer.
It's going to be hard to clean your underwear. There's much fence
That's
sitting
funny
as you're
because
doing
at
tonight.
least my
Yes or
underwear is
no,
clean.
please, my brother.
That's great. That's
Let me
great.
get in here really fast if I
At
can.
least my under. Go ahead.
I'm about to hop
Right.
off real quick, y'all. I'm about to get down, spend some time with my lady. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate everybody in the comments. Brother A1, I appreciate you. Hey, brother Kazad, I can't wait till April 4th. I think it's April 4th, right? I can't wait. I'm gonna be there, y'all. I'm out, y'all.
Peace, humble.
Peace, humble. Peace.
Hey, salute,
So,
good brother. Keep doing what you do, bro.
yeah. So I need you just to clarify, because here's what we're going to do. If you're saying they're one in purpose, but not in principle or anything like that, you're going to hop off the fence as soon as I say what I'm going to say. Yeah, they got a super echo. So
you got to mute up.
It's very clear.
I couldn't hear you.
Yes, sir. It's very clear. The Holy Ghost is not the same as Jesus. Jesus can't be God the Father because he can't impregnate his own mama. And it's clear that God the Father wasn't the one who did the act, but the Holy Ghost rose over Mary. And we know the Holy Ghost can't be Jesus. And we know God can't be the Holy Ghost. And we know God and the Holy Ghost and Jesus are separate beings. Yet you say they're all one. And you say that God is the one who fathered, who sired Jesus into existence after I told you he could only be a spiritual son. The only one that you know of, which there's others, the only one that you know of is Adam, which he made directly. But you don't even call that begotten because you don't know the full formation of the term begotten. You think it's only by a sexual act. And so it's clear that the Holy Ghost would have to be the one who rose over Mary. And that means that God is not the Father in a Maury test. And if he's not the Father, he's not the begotten Son, which is one of the reasons why I don't know why they call him the Son of Man. He's just a spiritual son. It's one of the reasons why the Jews prosecuted him, because they thought he was a liar. And apparently, from the act, he would be. In fact, in the Toledet Yeshua, Well, we ain't gonna get into that. I ain't gonna go there. We ain't
I
gonna go
mean, we
there.
could get into polemics from Jews
We ain't
later
gotta go
on.
there.
We definitely could if you wanted to, but if you don't let the audience know what you're alluding to, you'll muddy up the whole issue, making people think, oh, this is the same type of material as this other type of literature, demonstrating a conflation of the information and your point being made. I do find it funny that you said they called him Son of Man, and ironically, that's not a prominent title of the early Christians, of Jesus. That's a title that begins, fixes, and proliferates off of the lips of Jesus throughout the New Testament text. You don't see Paul saying, oh, thank you, Son of Man, pray to the name of the Son of Man. No. You see Jesus self-identifying as the one like a Son of Man from Daniel 7, and he often included this allusion to Psalm 110, especially when it came to right before his death, according to the earliest gospel, if you accept scholarship on these dates, with the Gospel of Mark. Mark 14, I want to say 58 through 62.
Why would Saul say Jesus is the Son of a Man when he was persecuted?
Oh, this is actually a great point because it wasn't a common title of Jesus by the early Christians. It was a title that initiated. This is why you don't see it fluctuating, and it probably was not utilized by a lot of the church fathers or Paul or the later New Testament authors because of the Greek interactions that they were dealing with. It makes
Saul was not a
more
church father.
sense.
Saul was a mercenary.
Irrelevant.
He was a
It makes
mercenary
more
working
sense.
for the Sadducees and the Pharisees. He was not no church father.
Beautiful.
He was a mercenary.
I'm glad we are in agreement. It's irrelevant. That point is irrelevant, but I'm glad we're in agreement because we can trace the language.
Never walked with Jesus. He never really encompassed Jesus' teachings.
That's debatable. That's
He's a
highly
pedophile.
debatable.
Oh, that sounds
He
like
didn't adhere to him.
Titan A1.
How is that not highly debatable? So according to Philippians, hold on, according to Paul's own letters, Paul says that he was in Jerusalem and he learned in the temple. According to the Gospels, Jesus.
Are Paul letters true?
Mark, not according
letters,
to Marcion.
not according to Mark.
What do you mean are Paul's letters true? That Paul's letters are true as it relates to his narrative and as it relates to what he's articulating.
That's why we got this goddamn doctrine out now. When y'all go to college and theological school or seminary school, y'all got to go
been to seminary.
doctrine. One of the
Haven't been to seminary.
of Jesus who changed his name from Saul to Paul, who got blinded and then somehow got his vision back and started being a follower of Jesus and went into the Romans, and who they call the Gentiles at that time, not only the Romans, but all the Gentiles, and preached the word of Jesus.
Didn't Josephus have two names?
And was hold on, and was persecuting this man. And then you know what he said once he got captured? He said, shit, what I know is right, I don't do. But what I know is wrong, I do. Because all I got to do is pray to Jesus and say, Jesus will forgive me and all my sins are forgiven. This is called original sin, and this is called
breaking of the law,
whatever they call it, sin. And these are doctrines inside the world today. If anybody know that's going for their thesis or they going for anything like that or they doctrine, they know they got to write a thesis or they got to write a
That's a myth.
Or whatever.
But they do not have to limit themselves to Pauline scholarship.
Original sin is at the top of thesis.
Actually, it's not. God is at the top of thesis. And as it relates to theological subject matters, God is the top of the chain.
You don't even know if God had a wife or not. You don't even know what God's name is.
Hey, I mean, when you read texts that are not explicit about Ashura being his wife, and then you insert by means of divine fiat, it's his wife. You can do that all you want. Just pay attention to the distinctions of your own claims versus what the literature says.
Do you want to debate that about Paul? That Paul was a phony?
That Paul was a phony?
Yeah.
As it relates to what?
Like that.
As it relates to like this is a very bad debate topic. This is a very bad debate topic. It's so open-ended. It's so open-ended.
Prove that Paul is not phony. I'm going to show you that he is phony.
As it relates to what?
What's your biblical text?
Okay, I'm glad you're speaking about a collection instead of looking at the literature in its initial historical situation.
We can go non-canonical too, but
Yeah, I'm glad you're still. I'm glad you're still not taking the literature in its historical context.
I'm not even gonna let you know who, but it's only one or two people that talk about Paul non-canonical. So if you want to stick in canonical with the Bible,
A lot of scholars speak about non-canonical Paul. What are you talking about? Most scholars think many of the works in the New Testament. Like it's funny. I'll let you continue to spew off ignorance.
all of these things, bro.
Like, yeah, you're making claims. You're making claims as if you're actually acquainted with or in the field, and it doesn't seem like you're actually affiliated in the field.
Is Paul a Jew?
What do his text say?
How about that?
What do his text say? Okay, we could use comparative analysis. We could have that discussion right now. We could have that discussion right now. We can do a comparative analysis with Josephus. We can do a comparative analysis. Yeah, he don't talk about Jesus being begotten by God. So that's great. That's a great claim. Anyway, nonetheless, is he not the leader? No, Paul doesn't think he was the leader of the church either. Thank you for being ignorant of the man's literature.
Excuse me, let me get in here real quick. I'm gonna let y'all, continue to tear each other's head off. I'm gonna get up out of here, so I'm gonna just take my deuces, and I'm gonna finish letting y'all take each other's head off. So yeah,
peace, Shaheed, man. Yeah, bro. Peace to you, brother. Good luck.
Brother Omar, I was able to get your email. I got it, so I'm gonna shoot you an email. Peace and blessings to everyone. Hope y'all have a great night. Hope y'all stay safe, man.
Likewise, brother.
Whether we disagree or agree, you know what I'm saying? We all black. I don't want nobody.
Yes, all love.
No damage outside of us slapping each other scholastically. So I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all get to it. I'm gonna continue to watch from the chat, but peace and blessings to everybody. Piece of advice, cut them up, barbarian. You know what the scriptures say. Talk not long with fools, man. You gonna eventually your head gonna start hurting, bro. You go.
Hey, but hold on though.
He trying to throw down Shashank in the Bible format.
No, that was really a shot at us.
I know he tried. Nah, he tried to shoot at me. But he throwing down Shashank at the He trying to hit me. Go ahead, young brother.
No, me and him do this.
Bro threw a grenade and haul ass for us.
No, me and the Sark do this all the time, bro.
Yeah.
No lie. So no, that was a shot towards the Sark. That one at you, OTK. You good, bro?
Nah, I know it's all love, bro.
But peace and blessings to y'all for real, man. Peace and blessings.
But I'm about to beat up your boy real quick, though.
I'm gonna watch. You don't see me.
Yeah. Oh, he ran. Damn,
yeah, he
ran. Yeah, he ran. He couldn't answer if Jesus was the begotten son or not. He ran to the Greek text and then he said it ain't in there. I know it ain't.
Hey, and then you was asking him about Adam. And let me ask you this, Asad. You asked a good question about Adam. See, a lot of people who don't read the book know it was an Adam before Adam. Now, are you talking about the Adamites who he blew breath in? Was those the Adamites? Because he made the second Adam through by the clay of the dirt, correct?
He did that too. That's why I told him there's other people that are actually begotten by God, and and Jesus ain't one of them. Jesus is looked at by the Jews as a heretic, but even when you look at Jesus, the Holy Ghost rose over Mary. So how are you claiming it's God's child other than spiritually?
Big facts. Big facts. Just like Hercules' mama, the deity rose over her.
Yeah. And he was Ethiopian.
Big fact.
Would you say, Jesus had a physical body?
Did he exist? I don't think so. I think they made
I think Jesus did exist. Now, all the characteristics that go along with it, I don't think all those characteristics went along with it. But did a person Jesus exist? Yes.
I think
based, yes, but not in the Bible. not that
Okay.
person.
Yeah, and I could agree too. But what I was asking to start at, because as I know, as some of the Christians believe, they think this dude, the way they, present him to the public is that he was a physical dude walking, but then they'll say he didn't have an earthly father. And so I was
Right.
talking about this the other day on here. We go back and forth about the I was asking kind of people. I won't say any names. I was asking a question like, well, when he was quote alive, I don't think the guy was like actual real person, personally, but I'm talking about according to how it's taught on the world's globe, based in a Christian phenomenon. This is a physical. They said, I said, was he seen and touched? Was he touching people? And could they hear him speak and all this other stuff? And they say, yeah. And I said, well, how can he exist physically without an earthly father? I said, yeah, he may have a heavenly father via the Spirit or Holy Ghost, but he also had to have an earthly body if he's going to have an earthly father. And if he has an earthly father to complement the earthly mother, right, then he has to have a physical body. And I said, I didn't want to argue with the guys because I said, I don't really argue with religion. I said, if you tell me you just believe, then I'll just leave you alone. You can have that. You know, you know what I'm saying? But don't, So I just want to put that to you. Sorry, see what you think, bro.
There's a couple things. Well, if you go to school, they're going to tell you there's about 12 Jesuses. There's 12 different people that had his life, and each one of them lived a portion of it, and they eventually put the story together. Then there's Jesus Barpanapal, or however you say, I can't say his name. And he's supposedly an Egyptian priest, which is a whole nother situation. And then when you look at when they put it together, you go to the Apocrypha book, the Book of Paradise, which is supposedly written by Tacitus. And here comes the split between the newly growing Christians and the Egyptians, which are basically their fathers and mothers. And these are their children, such as children like Origen and different people who are in that first catechetical school, which is in Apocrypha. There you go. In Egypt. That's where the first school is supposedly founded by Mark. So when you go there, what you start to see is that they had an issue with them not putting Asar as a part of the story, as everyone else did, that they taught the mythos and the religious terms amongst the people. And that was the split. So they didn't put Asar. They like, you taking most of his story. You need to claim Asar as a part of that. They like, no, we're gonna totally get away from this. And as Forminicus would tell you, you got all the water rituals of the pagans from your baptism on down. We got born again also, right? You you get dipped in that water. You get your divination is by sun or by water or by.
Right.
So you have all the paganistic acts. You have all the paganistic methods. You got the paganistic story. When we watch our set walk on water, as Jehudi calls her, no different than Jesus calls Peter. So you have a lot of these similarities happening, but you don't want to put the one that you get it from in there, and that's where the split takes place. So I really don't think that he existed per se, so much as it was an idea that they wanted to push, even though Tacitus claims he saw him.
Right, yeah, that was latching on to the so-called at least as it's taught, and is that he was physically seen. Like, dude, yeah, how he's gonna have a half a DNA structure? It doesn't make a lot of sense from a logical standpoint. But again, I don't really argue religion. There's one guy came on, I think it was Uncle, somebody came on and said, "Look, get rid of the logic. We just believe." And I can give you that. If the person just believe, I said, "Well, go ahead, brother. You can have that, and have a nice day." But don't tell me that we got a guy walk around with half a damn DNA helix while we're sitting here with complete sets, to double helix arguing, even the proponent said he could have a earthly mother and no physical father. I said, man, you got a double helix while you saying this stuff, bro. What the hell are you talking about?
Right, right.
The only
can hear
person
and
who
see
can do that
it.
is a snake.
Right.
That's why I respect Shaheed and those brothers.
The hell, man.
They believe in it, man.
Yeah, just tell me you believe it, and I'll leave you alone. Right. I can. Right.
we still grown and we
And that's
respect each
fair,
other
you know.
and we still
Right.
got
I
love.
get
But yeah,
right.
so that's why I really don't deal with people's belief systems
Right, exactly.
or they faith-based systems.
Right,
If
because they
y'all
can
want to
say
have a
anything. Yeah, you can
conversation
believe it,
with it,
man.
it's cool. Right.
Right,
Because
anything
once
can
we
go,
get that out
anything. And
there,
once you
once we
believe
get
it, yeah,
that
you
out
throw
there,
everything
bro.
out. Right, right.
Right. Once we get that out there and I let you know what I believe in, now we can have a better conversation because
Right.
I know not to badger you for that. So we can
Right,
now
facts,
have a
facts.
conversation. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts,
But when you're
facts.
trying to make your stuff absolute,
Right.
and that's one thing I can respect about Kemet. Kemet will let you know that they're talking about deities. The Bible
Yes.
don't let you know when they're talking about deities or they talking about real people or whatever like that. That's one thing. And then they'll let you know that in Cometicism, they'll let you know that these deities existed and they, you know what I mean? Then they led down the man, and now this is where man is at today. You understand what I'm saying? But they know how to separate them. So that's the only problem I have with the I ain't gonna say Bible thumpers. That's all I'm gonna say because I can't separate the groups. With Bible thumpers is because they don't know how to separate deity from reality. Like some things in the book
Yeah, I
is
got to definitely
reality.
agree with.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Some
mean, you're right.
things in
This
the book
dude's laying hands on people. He's touching people, touching him and seeing him. He's talking to. This dude got half about. He's a spiritual human hybrid, so you know, some kind of
Yeah.
a zombie hybrid or
It's something, and then you got
a
some
spirit
of the
hybrid.
ones that
Yeah.
tell you like, yo, the book is allegory, bro, but yet we use it because it helps us out. So I don't
Right.
got nothing wrong with you. If you got to cling on to that and that help you become a better man or woman, then so be it.
Facts,
I'm all
bro.
for it.
Facts.
Keep on using it, bro. I'm not here to take that away
Facts.
from you.
Facts. At the
But
end of the
don't
day,
pump
facts.
that on
Right.
everybody and saying this is the way for everybody. Cometicism
Well,
don't do that.
No. Being a Shimsu guides you the proper way. And in the African ethics, which was the time when it was most peaceful on earth. With Christianity, it was forced upon us. And so when it was forced upon us and things like being an Ifa or being a Shemsu were not allowed to be done here in America, you eventually get, affiliated with what your master tells you to get affiliated with, to the point where even after he lets you go, you still stuck on it. You nervous that something could
That's where we
happen if
got
you.
problems at right there, Saw. I knew if I talked to you long enough, we was gonna find some way, somehow to disagree. And that's why I disagree with you at. If Africa been indoctrinated for over 1,000 years, 1,500 years with Islam and Christianity, you mean to tell me if any slaves came from Africa, they didn't know the Bible or the Quran?
Yeah. In fact, most of them, when they got here, you had very few Christians. The Christian who was responsible for transforming a lot of the early African captives, he was African and Greek. And once he got a hold of the Bible and started teaching it, then he would convert some of them. And then they eventually started beating him up because they didn't want him teaching anything. And they didn't want us to know anything. They just wanted us as property.
Was that forced on them coming from their own people? They was already indoctrinated before they left. Now you telling me about a Greek and an African who enforced it. Now,
yeah,
you know
if we look at
when
what,
I hear you talk about that forced on us stuff, I'm thinking you're talking about the transatlantic slave trade. Correct.
Well, there's that, but then let's go back further, right? Let's go to when it first starts to take place. First,
now you're about to school. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's Christians coming in outside of ancient Egypt, and everyone stops trading with Ramech, the citizens of Egypt, the Egyptians, because they're not Christian. They do it to Ethiopia as well. And so in order to trade with the rest of the world, after most of them embrace Christianity from their Hellenistic stage of being Jews, that's what you had to do. It's one of the reasons why the Jews were getting persecuted in Spain as well, because you're not Christian, really. You're not, Muslims came around later, but at the time that happened, they would, which is so disrespectful, the Coptics would have stuff like this done to them because they weren't Christians. They would tie them to a bull, put them on the marble steps, and then the bull would run wild with that person tied to them until they met their demise. So these are the types of things that they would, this is how they would die. They would become martyrs. So when you read the Book of Martyrs and all that stuff, they'll tell you how they died in the end. So Christianity was forced upon you. You wouldn't be traded with, which meant a lot of stuff after Greece tore up most of the crops of ancient Egypt, ran most of that food over to Greece, and then Rome came and did the same thing. And then you see the Egyptians move down south and move west, which is why you see Ifa, Akan, and different African systems look just like a lot of stuff you would see in ancient Kemet.
So now, was those Egyptians, was they also mixed with Persians? Or
Some of them
Syrians
were.
or Babylonians, or let's say the Middle Eastern or Mesopotamia. Let's just say Mesopotamia people, or I'm just using that as a construct right now just to get a geological land frame. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
Absolutely.
Are they mixed with them?
Over time,
what you're talking about when they start moving west or whatever like that?
Over time, some of them are. A lot of them are still very Nahesi looking, which is basically you still straight up and down African. But yeah, there was definitely mixture.
I'm not talking about the look, because you can be mixed and you can still take one trait more than the other, the mama or the daddy, and still look one way but be mixed.
Right, correct? But they didn't really run DNA tests at that time. So that's all they did back then was looker shit.
Right. Liquor shit.
Yeah, all they did you said looker shit. Yeah. All they did back then was looker shit because, there was just culture. So based off of your culture and how you were raised and where you were raised up, that's what made you this or made you that. And then also from your lineage, your family, like they trace who's Asiatic, and a lot of the Asiatics are like Paheka Amen, he black, but he's Asiatic. And his original name is Benny Yah, son of Yah. So he's a black Asiatic. He don't come from over here. He's one of the original people who left out of Africa, and they settled over there and came back over to Egypt for whatever reason. So in their census,
that whole out of Africa theory too?
Yeah, I believe in out of Africa.
What about the inner Africa theory? You don't believe in that?
Concerning what part about it?
Could it be from the beginning?
Like people coming into Africa from outer locations?
Yeah. Rather than everybody.
No, I don't think there was a. Now, I do believe in convergent evolution as opposed to most divergent evolution. Like divergent will happen inside of a species. It won't happen with two different species. So I don't believe that a monkey made us or that there was any common ancestor. That happens at the molecular level. Right. That's all That's all on the molecular level. So it had to be convergent. But because of the nature of how we come into existence in the Cambrian explosion, where we get a bunch of species at a real quick moment, not the long drawn out evolutionary explanation for it. I believe that we come from the same gene pool, and eventually that gene pool initially starts in Africa because the conditions are right here in Africa. They don't appear to be the same.
Conditions are right here in America too, correct? Do we have not the same conditions here in America, in North America?
No, we don't really have that tropical foundation here.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, we might have better. Correct?
No, not concerning no. And here, I watch this. See, we still have hints of black land in places like down south in Texas. I put this in my book and I didn't put the book out. So in Texas, some parts of Louisiana, you see that black fertile soil similar to Egypt, but it doesn't fully develop. So you still get a lot of barren land out there in Texas, as opposed to a full-blown harvest area, which you have around the Happy River, the Nile Valley. So the conditions for human.
What made y'all land? What made the lands over there so desolate? I heard you say the Egyptians came. I mean, the Greeks came and they ruined all the crops and stuff like
Yeah,
that. They
it's
were
extremely
shipping it
hot
all
over there.
back. So hold up. Listen to my question real quick. What stopped their lands from being fertile? Was it a cataclysm or was it just because they got raided? Why did it keep growing? Because if I'm raiding the area, I would want them to keep growing. I would not damage the growth if it's feeding our peoples too. So I wouldn't damage that. That's not logical. You know what I'm saying? And we know the Greeks was the Macedonians and the Greeks, they were some logical thinkers. From where they came from.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Depending on who was in rule. Correct.
Remember,
correct.
Caligula made his soldiers go fight the ocean.
Yeah, that was fucking myth. Because they were still believing in those myths, bro. Because they were still believing in myths, bro.
It's because he worshipped Aset and they did not. And he got mad at them. He made the Gauls go fight the ocean.
That mythos stage, bro. Alexander really saved them and took them out of the mythos stage. If he was
he wanted to be a Netra too. He made sure to get inaugurated just like a Netra. He wanted to be a priest and he died as a priest. But when it comes to the landscape, you'll see that down south, really humid, but not all the conditions are met. You know, with certain parts of Africa, it lacks certain I think it's volcanic something in the air.
I think we better, bro. I mean,
it's nice, but
down south, bro. We don't got no
exactly. So we don't have the ash in the air to create human beings from scratch. The different things that they're using in order to try to recreate the atmosphere at the time that humans and some of this Cambrian explosion came into existence. We don't have those.
So when you say so the Cambrian explosion is also like the Big Bang Theory, per se?
No, it's when you start to see a bunch of species just pop up out of nowhere. So evolution explains that
just popped up out of nowhere. So the human species that we are today, we just popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah, we pop up pretty fast, right?
All right.
So
did this experiment this experiment or the Cambrian's explosion, did this only happen in Africa or did it happen worldwide, bro?
Just in Africa so far that they can see. So when it happens, what we see is let me finish. That way you can get some of the details. So after that takes place, instead of seeing a bunch of these Cambrian explosions take place across the earth, we see migration patterns come out of Africa. And then we have things like, I just call them Papua New Guinea people. My boy Stanley Nandex over there in Australia, people like that. The original Australians show a trek and a pattern and a path of how they get over there. And it looks like they originate around Papua New Guinea area.
Are you talking about the Khoisan?
Nah, the Khoisan, the Khoi and the San people, because they're two different groups that are Bantu. No, Papua New Guinea is the people in Australia. Yeah, Khoi and San are Southern Africans, and you see them start to emerge in a lot of the Asiatic groups. They have the same eyes and some of the same tendencies. Somebody recently pointed out to me Nelson Mandela. I said, yeah, he looked just like one of them.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Man, y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy as hell.
You see your original Asians are black.
Hey, Cosmon, come up here real quick, Cosmon. Hit the link, man. Because Cosmon telling me, you trying to feed me a bunch of BS, man. I'm
giving it to you raw right now.
You're not giving me the right answers, man.
I'm giving it to you raw right now. And so,
and that's what I respect about you, man. You gonna give me what what you
What
study and what you got, man, and that's it, man. You know,
And that's what's up.
but
Yeah,
you
that's
always open.
in good
You
faith,
always
right?
open to new shit. My bad,
what you
bro. Go ahead, bro.
No,
no,
go ahead,
what you
please. I'm
see
agreeing
though,
with
you
you.
see the Khoi and the San, and you see them come from the south and they go west,
Right.
mix with the people west, which takes their LO and LO3 and all that gene stuff, mixed with the
A1
western one.
Cosmon in the back.
And when they meet at the north of Africa, at the bottom of Africa, the north, you start to get that E1B1 mix. And then when you get that E1B1 mix, which you also find in the Hesse groups as well, you start to get the European coming from that E1B1 mix as Egyptians get lighter and over time even get whiter. You start to get your first white people and things of that nature from those genes. And
So they
so
come from
that's
the
when you're
albino. A1
no,
Cosmon in the
not
back. A1
necessarily.
might
Not
got a 1
necessarily.
2 Cosmon.
So
A1 if you still there, man. You know what I
right. So
mean?
let
I
me
know
finish the
you on
bill
your.
real quick
Go
while
ahead.
you asking them.
Go ahead, bro.
So you start to see the divergent evolution in the human species, and you start to see not evolution take place so much as devolution take place or de-evolution, because they have traits that don't allow them to exist under the same conditions as the original human. Like we can deal with the sun.
Could that not be
And
adaptation per
yeah,
se?
I'm telling you the type of adaptation it is. It's devolution, meaning they're usually not as keen to handle some of the specifics that we can. Some things they can when it comes
Right,
to germs and what have you. But we
right.
saw clearly when they took us from the Atlantic slave trade that they had to come get us to till the land because they would die, the natives who were over here would die, and we could deal with it and we could overcome the sicknesses.
Would that not be a story though that was taught to us? Is that not indoctrination, Asaf? So if I
No,
show you
because
something different than that, my brother, I'm saying
hmm?
now, you know, when you be teaching this Comedicism and this African history and Hebrew history too now, because you very gifted. Now you gifted on a bunch of levels, but
Thank you,
that's
my
all I
brother.
really hear you talk about. You know what I mean? Respect due. I love to give motherfuckers flowers while they're here now. You know what I mean? You know, for real. Now you said that the natives was dying. The people who was bringing the Africans over here was dying, and they had to bring the Africans over here to till the soil, but they wasn't
Yeah,
dying.
some of them would die, but not the same way. The genes were different.
Whoa.
Like we
So
were able to withstand what they could
what
not.
life expectancy rate do you think that did you think that the African had coming over to South America? Let's just deal with the Caribbean and South America. Before we even get into North America, let's just deal with the Caribbean and South America. What do you think the
Well,
life expectancy was for any so-called African or any
well, the life
sailor?
Well, the life expectancy for an African was short because you were in captivity. So you could die for several different reasons. But when it came to like if we take Haiti, for instance, when Haiti first pops off, the Africans get really rich to the point where they're running that part of this the country. They're running it. The reason why they're in such a lowly state now is because after they beat up France and told France, give us guns and we'll leave you alone. after they won their freedom, then sanctions were put on them to the point where that part of, remember, Dominicans are only separated because they wouldn't fight in the war. So the Haitians kicked them out of that part of their land and sent them over to the
They beat
Dominican
Napoleon
Republic.
the first time. Yeah, they beat
Yeah.
Napoleon the first time. Then Napoleon say, I'm coming back. And that's when they made the treaty. That's when they came up with this whole thing that they was using witchcraft against Napoleon. I know that whole story.
Yeah, they ain't playing with them.
Because the people on that side, on the west side of what they call the Dominican Republic today, or in Haiti, Hispaniola. How about that? That's what the first name was when they first got it. They named it Hispaniola because it said the whole thing. So when that's what split Hispaniola up, is because the people on the Dominican side didn't want to help the Haitians protect it. So once they said that, that's when they had to go ahead and make a treaty. In fact,
Yeah, they
that
kicked
treaty
them out. It was
just
like,
not
good
too
Lord.
long was over when that president ended the treaty. But when he finally paid off the queen, they going in that castle, they going in his house and assassinated him.
Yeah. Put his head in that
Right
jar
after
and
he,
all that
right after he
stuff.
paid them off. Right after he paid them off, they going in there and they assassinated him. Yeah, so
Mhm.
I'm on all that. You know what I mean? I'm on that Napoleon thing. You know, this before Napoleon became emperor too.
Yeah. And
You know
so
what I mean?
when you
Go
have
ahead,
that,
go ahead.
you those Africans over there live for, they lived to quite an old age at times because they were living good and they had money and they were selling fabrics and clothes that they was making, and they look fly. They like so they was chilling. And
not only that, man, they was making coins here. They was making coins here to fund their wars over there. So now, see, Assad, boy, I'd love to have a bill with you with that, man, especially with this transatlantic slave trade thing, bro, because I'm not saying that it didn't happen, bro. I'm just saying the way that they said it happened and the numbers, I don't agree with because of what I didn't research. That's all I want people to do is just respect my research from what I done been doing for the last couple of years, and I bring it forth to why I can bring it forth to you, and you can be like, you know what, I got to take this under consideration now. I got to look deeper into this.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because I came up in the AME church, so I've been indoctrinated with this. My people's in winning as American Indian. They came out the AME church as African. I mean, let's be for real, bro. And it started from up north. That shit didn't start down south. That shit came down south. Richard Allen, them boys started up north. Him and your boys, them boy Paul Cuffey and all them, you know what I'm saying, and all of them. Richard Absalom and them boys, Absalom Jones and all them boys. And then they came down south with that, dog. And they took hold to the south because they say, you know what? In the south, but we don't got a bunch of schools of thought. Boy, we can boom down south. And damn near right now down south, dog, in South Carolina, where I'm from, bro, it's an AME church in every city, maybe 3 or 4 of them in every city. In downtown Charleston,
I just left North Carolina. I just left North Carolina and South Carolina. Yeah, I just drove through there. I just drove through Dunn yesterday. I'm in Maryland right now. I'm about to drive. I'll be back over there by next week.
Come to Charleston area. You come to Charleston area, man. A1 got my number. If you got A1 number, A1 got my number, bro. Hit me up, and I'll take you through a tour to let you see how shit really is. You know what I mean? Through Charleston and all that, man, and take you through the sites and all of that shit, man. Because we still got some historical buildings that's still up, that been up. You know what I mean? And then we got a bunch of changes now. Like what Charleston is now, downtown Charleston is now. It used to be 95% colored. Now Charleston is 95%. I'm shit. I can't even just say European. I can't even say European, bro. Like word, these motherfuckers Russians, Iranians, you know what I mean? They all of those countries now in Charleston. Charleston is a melting pot, bro. Like for real. Like you got a Russian restaurant, you got a German restaurant, you got a French restaurant. You know what I'm saying? All down Charleston now, man. But you only see the real people still out there weaving baskets. And then if you ask them like, yo, is this Gullah African? They be like, shit, how the hell we learn how to weave baskets from Africa when we was already weaving baskets in Charleston? And And then all the Africans lost their culture. And I know you don't believe that they brought okra and rice in their hair, Asar. Please don't tell me you believe that, bro.
You said
Please don't
okra and
tell me
rice in
that,
their hair.
Asar.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
I have to look into it. I don't think I looked into the okra before. Rice is not difficult to bring. I'm sure they brought some of that on a
We
boat.
got over here, the okra that we got over here comes from the cotton family.
From what you mean, like the cotton gin and all that? Or?
Yeah, the cotton family. Yeah, the cotton gin was the mechanics to turn.
I think you're talking about the plant, cotton plant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
the plant. They come from that same family. So now did Africa have cotton?
So now I'm looking forward to your presentation. I want to see your presentation on the show, Dad. Look.
No problem,
Got to
bro.
see you get this.
I mean? Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, me and A1, we setting up something. We gonna get something going, man. I'm gonna set up something. And I respect that y'all brothers respect me, knowing that I say I'm American Indian because of my bloodline, saying that we always been here, we've been here.
My boy Don Cheeto got some American Indian in him, without question. My boy Apache. No, I don't have any. I don't. I'm straight.
So
I'm Congolese. Yeah, I'm Congolese.
That's what your DNA test said?
Yeah, Congolese, Mandinka, and
what did your
Cote
grandmama
d'Ivoire.
say? What did your
Grandmama
say?
said the same thing. And then the white side of our family who are mixed with us, I know them, but I only got 0.003% of that in me. So, and I know my white cousins. Yeah, I know them from Wyoming. They in Cheyenne. But
so grandma, so boy, you serious, dog.
Yeah, we all look Congolese.
I respect grandmama.
And
I respect what grandmama said. If grandmama say you African, bro,
yeah,
and she can prove that you African, that means you can prove you African, bro.
Yeah, and they all 5 feet tall. Like my mom is like 5 foot. All the sisters is 5.
Wow.
I'm tall.
That's more looker shit.
Out of the family.
That's looker shit. That's looker shit. It could be short people
that's
all
a
over
height.
the world, bro.
Not like that. Not where your family come out small like that. Your family should have tall and
with other short people.
yeah, that mean you a twa. You probably a twa. You got dwarfism, and none of us is dwarf. Twa, little.
I'm gonna say twa.
I'm 5'6" 3/4.
That's why Dream is strong in them.
Yeah, I'm like, God, I started looking, I was like, and all of us got the high cheekbones, and like my partner from Senegal, when he came over, he said, "You Senegalese?" I was like, "Nah, but we look like that, huh?" He like, "Yeah, or like you twa." I said, "Yeah, we Congolese."
What year your peoples them come here?
I can't remember. I know we came. They came through South Carolina, but my grandpa, he gave me the list of his parents and the people to the boat, so he knew all of them. His brother Hatter, his sisters.
Came from the Caribbeans.
Nuh-uh. We didn't come from the Caribbean.
Hold up, no. Hold up. Listen to what I'm asking you. Could it be possible that y'all ain't come from Africa, but y'all that look African, but y'all came from the Caribbeans?
No, he didn't know the name of the boat, but he had the record of how we got over here.
All right. So do you know anything about the intercontinental American Indian slave trade, bro?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that too. I'm familiar with the 5 civilized tribes that started to after they embraced Christianity.
No. Hey,
all
one
of that.
thing about me, dog, you very rarely hear me talk about the 5 civilized tribes, dog. I'm before that. No.
Okay, yeah.
I'm talking about the American Indian slave trade. You say you familiar with that?
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Where the Europeans were selling the Indians and all that, yeah. I showed one of the.
No, they had some black slave. Right.
Yeah.
Hold on. Where was they getting shipped at though? Hold on real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Assad, where was they getting shipped at?
They was getting shipped in South Carolina. Remember we talked about this last time. They was getting shipped back and forth to Europe and Africa.
Out of South Carolina, right? Getting shipped
Yeah.
out of South Carolina, correct?
Yeah. Remember I brought this up last time with our brother Cosmon. And then
so where was they getting shipped at? Was they getting shipped to the Caribbeans, Africa?
You mean shipped
Spain?
to? A lot of them would get shipped over there right next to IAT, which is why you have a heavy Taino
Barbados,
situation.
all of that.
Puerto Rico, all, you know, so when Africans come over there, was why it's called Port of the Rican, the African and the Taino mix.
No, bro, it's called
Puerto Rican.
Stop it. Don't mix up that Spanish.
Puerto
that
Rican
Latino.
ain't part of the port of the Puerto Rican. They call it Puerto Rican because it was the port of the Africans. Port of the riches. What were the riches?
No, bro.
What were the riches?
Stop that.
What were the riches?
That shit sound good.
My bro said, "Stop it."
Sound good.
What were the riches?
Puerto riches. Yes. Puerto riches. That's where a lot of the gold was getting shipped at. We was printing coins over here. In case y'all didn't know, to fund they wars over there. Huh? See, it's a lot of history y'all don't know, which
Speak
I'm
on
not
it, brother.
mad because we wouldn't. And you know what was crazy though? People like Asa, who's up north, they did know a lot of this. Because when I talked to Sanetta, I talked to Dr. Reggie, Brother Reggie, and all of them, and and all them brothers, they was like, "Yo, we did know. We just knew we had some of it in us, but we didn't pay no attention to that because up here it was all you was from Africa. That's where the African narrative
got a mix of
started
both.
from, dog. That started from up north, bro. That whole everybody that looked like us in America is from Africa. That started up north, bro. That shit didn't start down south.
I know Sa is now his family is he's part native, and there's a whole, like, if you ever been to Long Island, there's a whole
his mama and his daddy native. His daddy native from
there's a
Puerto
whole
Rico,
reservation over there.
and his mama native from South Carolina. His uncle and
Well,
all them came up from South Carolina to his mama's funeral. God bless the dead. You know what I mean? Long live Sanetta mama. And told him, and in the funeral, when he preached about the American Indian lineage.
Yeah, because he's Dominican and he's African. They know they African.
That's his daddy. That's his daddy. No, that's
yeah,
his
they
daddy,
African.
but he don't know if his daddy got African in him.
He do. He said they know
point of view, though. The uncle was telling him his mama lineage, and us
he's
over
telling
here,
him
dog, we don't roll off that daddy lineage. We roll off.
He was telling him his native side.
Yeah,
well,
you are what your mama is over here.
His dad is the actual native of the clique, and that's what he was telling them, that his dad used to run over here with us, and he's been a native, and he was part of this, and he was telling them which particular clan he belonged to. So he's got that in him.
He didn't know where the daddy was. He told him
No,
the
I'm
daddy
telling
was
you.
Puerto Rican or he been from the islands. This is Sanetta's mama brother that preached at the funeral. That told him
but we talking about who was when they talk about his daddy, because I talked to Sal on the phone. Yeah, we chop up. So we when he first found out, and he was telling me what's going on. His dad is a native, and they got African in their family as well. But he embraced both sides, which is cool. You know, there's a huge, like I said, there's a huge reservation in Long Island in Hempstead. So you see natives all over the place, and you see the black mixture.
Or is he American Indian?
Oh, I don't know. I never asked Azon.
Didn't his daddy own what they got Central Park at now? Didn't his granddaddy own that? Wasn't his granddaddy the last chief of that chieftain or whatever like that?
Probably. They look mixed. They like mixed with native. Yeah, they mixed with native.
No. He didn't say he was mixed. He didn't say
No,
he
he
was
mixed.
mixed. He owned all of that. You can't be, bro. How can you be mixed owning all? Stop this now. Stop this
Because
madness.
when
Stop
when
this
the
madness.
natives were enslaving the blacks over here during the war, and this is why I know, my brother, why you don't talk about the 5 civilized tribes. Some of that took place. So when that takes place and they start to own some of us, to show their subservient to the European who's taken over, huh?
Was the American Indians classified as Negroes or African American or colored?
Yeah, they had the colored.
All right.
They had
So
the
now, how do
they
you
never. I
tell the
don't think they never had the African
So how do you
American
tell the
term.
difference? How do you tell the difference?
Well, you could tell the difference between the colored people because colored was a genre for the Mexican. It was a term for anything that wasn't white and from Europe. Right. So you didn't make the full distinction, and color wasn't really used by blacks too heavily or like that. That was something that
That was actually on a census. So colored
that's
was on the
like, yeah, that's
census,
a white
and then
term.
you had Negro on the census. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
there you go. Because they were like the American
what I
Negro.
mean?
That's what you hear. Yeah, you don't hear colored. You hear colored from white people. You didn't hear black folk throwing colored around or something like that.
My father's birth certificate, because he's from up top. His birth
Yeah,
certificate.
you still talking about governmental
But
documents though.
my mom from down south, her birth
Mhm.
certificate say Negro.
Yeah, you because when you
So
see
that lets you
colored,
know that the term was being applied in different places as different things, but it mean the same. So now,
no,
was
it means
American
that you see a
Indians
governmental
classified as
statement.
colored? All right, was American
No,
Indians classified as Negro to colored?
they was classified as colored.
Was they
So
classified as Negroes too?
something that was
At some
that was
point, they
black.
begin
Yeah,
to reclassify a lot of
yeah.
the Indians to Negro. That's well
As
documented.
Negro. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm asking y'all, how do y'all determine the difference when they're doing liquor shit? It wasn't no DNA testing. It wasn't no blood quantum. Even when they came up with the 1 drop rule with blood quantum, that was liquor shit. It was a liquor shit because they
That's
didn't have
how it
no
always
scholarship
has been.
behind it. All right then. So now,
That's
how
how it
can we
always
say
has
what
been. But Indians never called themselves.
brothers like OTK? That's why y'all got
No,
to leave
because
room for
they
brothers
called
like
the Irish
OTK to
niggers.
come through.
They call the Irish niggers. Now, when they call the Irish niggers, did you consider them to be black? Because they didn't consider themselves to be part of us.
They was colored.
Right.
They was considered colored.
And they was called
and the
niggers.
Turkish. Yeah, they was called. Even the Spanish was called niggas at one time.
And they did not consider themselves part of us.
We didn't never consider ourselves Negro or colored neither. That was something that was
no. We call ourselves Negro.
No,
we
because
did.
that was indoctrination.
We didn't
That
have
was
a problem with
indoctrination.
Negro.
Our first peoples, dog. Our first peoples did not call themselves colored or Negro. That's
call
once
themselves black,
once we
and they
started
would call
becoming
themselves
part
by
of the
their clan.
system, bro.
No, because even early on, you had the distinctions being made by us, what we would call ourselves Kim, and we would call them the Deshret. We call them the red people. So even in early terminology, we see that Kim, that Deshret, or we see them being called Shasu. And then when they get to calling them the terms of Asiatic and calling them different animal names to be disrespectful in Africa, that's how they would distinguish themselves. Even in the old Maasai literature and Congo literature, they was
Was they all the same people, or was they calling a whole different group
if you
of people?
if you were white,
a different name,
they
bro.
called you.
Because now
Well,
they grouping them.
if you were white, they would call you red. If you were Persian or Arab, they call you brother. Remember, the Persian issue happens when Cambyses gives his sister over to be married, and the Nasut Bedi, the king, cuts her throat in front of them, and they describe the war and how it hops off. And we didn't win that war. And not only did Africa not win that war, the Persians start to come in, but they still like family to a degree. And some of them look just like us at that time.
See, that's where the problem comes in at, bro. So now how you can tell who is who?
It's hard to tell some Arabs from black folk.
That's why
Just like it's hard to tell some natives from black folk out here. And that's because of the mixture. But we don't say per se like
not just because of the mixture, not just because of the mixture, because we already had looked this complexion too, depending on what area you in, correct? So let me ask you this. Hold on. So does the sun dictate people's complexion in Africa? The climate?
Initially, yes.
All right then. So why does that not apply in North America or America, period?
It's not as hot in America. So the complexions are different.
No, you cannot say that, bro. You cannot
and
say
the population, the way how was America populated?
Do you believe we was already populated?
No, it don't start populated.
You cannot prove that wrong. You cannot prove me wrong.
America is
populated, bro.
The DNA test showed that you come from an Asian source.
Going out of that Africa theory. You cannot prove me wrong. No other kind of way. No DNA can prove me wrong because that ain't right.
We not doing looker shit.
Matter of fact,
we do
DNA, dog. You gotta pull up. Matter of fact, let's just go up into your science field. We could pull up Luzia and Luzio. Now, whether they was humanoids or what you would call them full humanoids.
You looking at the monkeys, so we don't look at no monkeys. We're not doing no
monkeys. They wasn't monkeys. They wasn't monkeys. No, stop it. No, you talk about Lucy.
I need more proof that they're human. Hold on, I'll be right back.
They was found in South America.
I was about to say, yeah, you're talking about the South American counter,
Yeah. Now, how about let's bring up Albert Perry.
Hold up, fellas. I'll be right back.
Okay, Asa. Okay. Because now I can bring up Albert Perry out of South Carolina, whose DNA they tested. They haven't found nothing like it. They had to make a group up in Africa in order to correlate with his DNA, the AOO. So now, I'm just saying, I'm the one that I truly think and believe, this is my belief, y'all. This is my belief, that life started everywhere as far as this human species, like what we is today. I think it started everywhere, maybe not at the same time, at different times, but who gives a fuck who's older or not. But I believe it started in multiple places. I don't think that everybody came from one place.
Interesting.
I just don't agree with that, man. I don't agree with that. Now, was we all interacting with people maybe in a time in history? Yes, it could have been. Even though they say people didn't exist during the time of Pangea, Pangea might have been, you know what I mean, a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand years ago. It might not have been as far as way ago as they say. And maybe we was like really walking across from different lands to this land. It could be. We just don't know when it comes down to that.
All right.
Just like we just don't know that all life started out of Africa. All they going about is the bones. And why everything starts over there in that world first is because they just started excavating over here and finding things. And when they did excavate early on and they was finding things, they put it in their fucking museums and brushed it off.
Language.
Oh, my bad.
Start messing up the cast.
Hey, I owe $5. I owe $5 to the Titan Cash App, man. Damn, I owe $5 for the curse. I was doing good too, A1. I was doing good too.
She was cooking.
A1, that would be a smooth little regulator on the platform.
Yeah, I got to shoot that $5, man. I'm gonna send that $5 cash.
They get y'all penalty box.
My bad, man.
Let me step off my
dog. Appreciate it. Back to you,
Imhotep,
channel.
appreciate you, A1, and appreciate my brothers on the set and my sisters that was on the set earlier.
Look up outside and open the knowledge of everybody, Brother Courtney, everybody. A1, a dude from day one.
Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all, brother, man.
Peace, Asar. Peace.
Well, yeah. I
Appreciate
just
you,
like to
Asar.
ask questions, especially about things I don't know, man. But shit.
So hold
When
on,
it comes
open the
down to
knowledge.
things that I know. Go ahead.
I ain't trying to cut off your line
My
of
dog
thought.
done
Go ahead.
reboot. My dog Barbarian come back. Nah, we thought you left. You know, your phone must be going dead. You just dropped off. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, my phone died earlier. I was wondering, were you the one that was talking about Paul being pseudo or whatever way you was putting it?
Yeah, he is a pseudo. Yeah, that too.
Do you adhere to consensus scholarship as well?
I would have to respect consensus scholarship, but I don't have to respect it because in that whole construct is only people who's dealing in that framework that they're giving their overall theory of. That's why you got to look at people who's going against their theory in their whole construct. You know what I mean? A consensus ain't no different than a peer review of us, like being judged amongst your peers. That means we all in that same field. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody who don't agree with somebody that's in that field, they're gonna say something against that. So yeah, I can go with it, but you know what I mean? I can also go with the people that's going against them too.
When you say go against, you're speaking, or in that field, you're speaking of like theological adherence.
Nah, it's hard to find theological things that's going against the Bible, bro.
No. I'm saying like believers that are Bible scholars or what have you.
Would they go against the Bible?
I'm saying, like, are you suggesting that Bible scholars are primarily believers?
Yeah, it has been believers going against each other when it deals with Paul, also with Jesus.
Okay,
With the
that's
Immaculate
all
Conception
right.
thing, and they also been going against Paul too. Yes, it has been debates with that.
What Immaculate Conception's irrelevant here again. Yeah, these are different issues completely. Why are you bringing up Immaculate Conception now?
Nah, I would just let you know about Bible believers, what they've been going against in the Bible. Those are two main things that hand out to me. They went
Do
against
you
Paul,
think?
some of
Do you
them,
think?
and some
Do
of
you,
them also went against the Jesus Immaculate Conception theory. That
yeah.
actually
So the Immaculate Conception doesn't even relate to Jesus. I would suggest a better understanding of at least that doctrine. And also those that adhere to that doctrine do not affirm that it's relevant to the New Testament.
You say that the Immaculate Conception don't relate to Jesus?
It's not at all. No, it's about Mary. It's a major misconception amongst many people. It's not just believers or people that are affiliated with Christianity. It's a major misconception.
Mary conceive, bro?
Immaculate Conception has nothing to do about how or when or what Mary conceived. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with.
Hold on. If it's not dealing with Mary conceiving, then it's not Immaculate Conception.
It's concerning Mary's birth being immaculate. It's concerning Mary's birth being disconnected from Adam, or separated from Adam, and that penalty of the fall.
Meaning whether or not he's Joseph's child or not, dog. Just break
Absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It's all related to Mary. You could do a simple Wikipedia search on the Immaculate Conception. You will notice that it's not about Jesus. It's about Mary.
Okay, man. I love your wordplay, and I can't say that you're wrong. Yeah. Okay. All right. I agree with you with that. I like how you put that. You worded that real good. Yeah, the Immaculate Conception is dealing with Mary, but it's also dealing with her child, correct?
It's primarily dealing with Mary, and it's a doctrine that's formulated outside of the New Testament literature.
Primary. I'm not talking about primarily because that can only be the beginning of it. Now, in the secondary or the trinary, with however you want to pull it, the beginning of it or the middle or the end, was it also talking about Jesus, sir? Yes or no?
No, it's focusing on Mary. It's all about Mary, related to the Immaculate Conception of Mary, how she was absolved from the touch of the fall of sin,
Hold on. How Mary was conceived?
how Mary was preserved from being sinful.
No, bro. No, bro. Hold on.
You can Google Wikipedia and just read off what Wikipedia's list as a summary.
I just want to make sure I'm asking. So are you saying that the Immaculate Conception is dealing with Mary coming into this world? Or
Yes.
is it dealing with Mary? Huh?
Option A. It's concerning Mary. It's not relevant to Jesus.
So you saying that Immaculate Conception of the Bible is dealing with Mary coming into the world?
I'm saying Immaculate Conception.
With Jesus.
I'm saying that
Mary coming into this world?
Yes.
Or is it dealing with Mary? Huh?
Option A. It's concerning Mary. It's not relevant to Jesus.
So you saying that Immaculate Conception of the Bible is dealing with Mary coming into the world?
I'm saying Immaculate Conception.
With Jesus.
I'm saying the Immaculate Conception. I'm saying the Immaculate Conception theology and that doctrine is not a biblical doctrine. It's not relevant to Jesus. It's not even in the Bible. It is a post-biblical conception related to Mary and how Mary was able to give birth.
They just don't say Immaculate Conception, bro. It is in the Bible.
Not in the Bible, so.
They talk about a spirit coming over.
That's not, again, that's not the Immaculate Conception.
Stop, bro. Yes, that is. What do you call immaculate, bro?
I'll just go ahead and do what you said you were unwilling to do and Google it real quick. Give me 1 second.
Google it, bro.
I mean, I said go to Wikipedia for it. Matter of fact, hey Google.
No problem with that. I don't got no problem with Wikipedia, none of that. Them shit lead you to more sources if you know how to do your
What is the Immaculate Conception?
No, what is immaculate first?
Is a Roman Catholic doctrine that states the Virgin Mary was preserved from all stain of original sin from the very first moment of her conception. Many people think it refers to Jesus' conception, but it specifically concerns Mary as Jesus' mother.
Hold on. Did you hear what? I'm gonna put my phone closer to the speaker. Very briefly. Hold on. Let me.
Specifically talked about Mary and her deliverance or something like that. Yeah. I think I heard it.
Yeah, there's a common misconception thinking that it's relevant to Jesus, but it's technically not. It's a doctrine relevant to Mary and how Mary was removed from the tainting of original sin to give birth to Jesus, aka a pure, sinless child. It's, again, a post-biblical doctrine, and it's not in the Bible.
Let me ask you this, bro. Why would Mary have to get delivered from sin?
Again, this is derived.
No. Stay right there, bro. You done wiggle long enough.
She gets delivered from sin because she herself was a sinner, and hence her own life was based upon Jesus' sacrificial death.
And Joseph wasn't the daddy, or is it because
that's irrelevant?
By Immaculate Conception, bro. Why did she have to
you're
get
still
and exonerated from sin? Go ahead.
I'll do it again because my phone was not near the speaker. Okay. Hey Google, what is Immaculate Conception?
The Immaculate Conception is a Catholic belief that the Virgin Mary was completely free from original sin from the moment she was conceived. It's often confused with the conception of Jesus, but it's specifically about Mary. Do you have any other questions about it?
No.
That's all right. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
I'm asking you, What original sin did Mary have to get free from?
The fall, the sinful nature that's inherited through Adam, the federal headship of Adam. You're asking a Christian to delineate. That's incorrect.
Stop. I love all this mind fucking.
I know, right? Because you're still trying to force your understanding into a theological conception and doctrine that's it's not pertaining to.
No. Hey, listen. This is the reason why I debate pastors right now. And you know why they bring them up against me? Because I help them better to be a better preacher. Because there's some books y'all can't even teach when you become pastors. Y'all can't even deal with. So now I'm asking, you said, now you brought up that the Immaculate Conception was deemed about Mary. I agree with that. You're right. But now I'm asking you, what sin did she have to get free from? What did she do? What sin did she do or she committed?
The inherited sin through the federal headship of Adam.
Was it that she got pregnant by Joseph before they got married? Or was it she got pregnant by Immaculate Conception? No, it's
yes, that answer is neither. As it relates to the options you give, it is irrelevant, and it's neither. The answer is neither of our two options. You gave a false binary. It's neither. Again, the sin of fallen man that is inherited through Adam.
What?
Adam fell. After Adam fell.
What Adam?
This is the biblical story. The biblical story.
The first one, Adam and Eve, or the Adamites? What Adam did she come from?
Okay, Genesis 3, sir. Does that give you a better reference point?
I'm just asking what Adam, bro.
Genesis 3.
That's first Adam. That's first Adam.
Then there's your answer.
Okay, so she came from the Adamites.
According to the biblical narrative, all humans come from the Adamite lineage.
Not Adam and Eve.
Again, this is the Adamic lineage of all humans according to the biblical tradition.
Hold on, isn't it two lineages in the Bible?
You have more than two lineages in the Bible. You have lineages.
Beginning, you got the Adamites, and then you got you got Adam and Eve, correct? Well, Adam and Lilith first, and then Eve.
Fine, show me where Lilith is in the Bible.
Man, come on, man.
Exactly. So you're asking me about the Bible, and you're going to Enoch and other works.
Everything good, bro. Everything good. Was Lilith not made just like the first man?
Lilith's not mentioned in the narrative.
Yes or no?
Lilith's not mentioned in Genesis.
Correct?
Lilith's not mentioned in Genesis.
Yeah. How many books got taken out the Bible, bro?
Oh, how many books get taken out the Bible? Well, being the fact of the matter that canon, in a very strict sense, wasn't determined until the Council of Trent, you can begin there and look at the Council of Trent. But as it relates to the Tanakh, as it relates to the Old Testament collection, we have no evidence that any of the books that are talking about Lilith were considered scripture during the days of Jesus. And this just so happens to be around the time we had the earliest Old Testament collections or canonical lists in Josephus.
So that means people made it non-canonical, right?
No.
It was... Man, let's debate rather not. Fuck all this gish. I mean, forget all this gish gab. Nah, $20. Nah. Forget all of this gish gab. Man, do you want to deal with if Paul is fake or not?
Fake regarding what?
That he's a fake prophet or whatever the hell he thought he was.
So according to his own testimony, he thought that he was a worker of the other apostles that were apostles before him.
Save that for the debate. Do you want to debate whether or not Paul was true or not?
Like a true apostle or not?
Yeah, we can do that.
How do you justify what's a true apostle of Christ?
Yeah, I said we can debate that.
I'm asking you one question in order to determine if I'm going to have this debate. How do you determine what's a true apostle of Christ?
He was not a true all I'm saying, he was not a true
I'm just asking, how would you make this determination?
I'm just saying, no, he's not. We got to prove that.
I understand your conclusion. I'm not trying to argue with you in a circle. I'm asking you a clarification question. How do you make this determining decision, sir?
Listen, you've been hula hooping scripture all night.
By asking you one question, I'm hula hooping the scriptures. Interesting. How are you, what is the standard you're using to demonstrate true versus false apostle?
What do you mean? People who walk with him.
That's your standard?
That's just one standard. You asked me for something, so I just threw something out there.
Okay.
So now, what's up?
Well, I mean, it's not the exclusive standard. So, and that's according to your own admission.
Man, quit bug dancing, dog. You tiptoeing.
This isn't bug dancing. This is me trying to figure out how informed you are over the issue.
Man, I'll take this one. I'll take that one. I don't want that one. That's how you sound right now, man.
That's fine. At least I'm able to identify an actual debate topic.
Paul was not a real apostle. He was not Jesus' apostle.
You do understand per your own justification. Okay, you don't understand the nature of your own claim. Cool.
Do you want to take the debate?
I was just going to make the statement that according to your own justification, the only requirement to be an apostle is to be there with Jesus during his earthly ministry.
No, that's not what I said.
He literally just said he wasn't with Jesus.
No, I just threw that out there. You asked me for one thing why I say that. So I gave you one thing. Quit putting words in my mouth, bro.
I'm not you.
You good, but you ain't that good. Chill
I
out.
don't think I am either, but I appreciate the compliment.
Chill out. Everything good. Do you want to debate that?
So yeah, I don't think I'm going to take this topic because I don't think you have a sound justification for even your own premise.
Man, it don't matter.
You're the one that would have to argue and demonstrate your claim. You would have to demonstrate your claim. It actually would matter. Like this would be the point of the argument and the debate.
Communications, and for you to have all these specifications that you're saying that I don't got, for you to have them and not debate a person who don't have them, that shows your level of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, tell me about it. At least I'm able to not give my pearls to, I don't cast pearls to swines. You're absolutely right. You don't cast pearls to swines because what frequently happens is people misrepresent the issues that you're articulating. This is actually where I'm judging. I'm going to make a judgment statement. This is how I'm judging you understood the doctrine of Immaculate Conception by means of the way you articulated it and then tried to shoehorn a meaning on the Immaculate Conception doctrine that's completely foreign to the doctrine itself.
Hey, listen, bro, you doing a bunch of Yahoo.
I understand rationalizing of the articulations you're making for your own justifications.
Hula hooping.
Hey, that's fine. If I'm hula hooping, you're in the same hula hoop with me. If I'm gish galloping, you're gish galloping with me. I'm tiptoeing because I actually know how to stand on a topic.
Dog, do you want to roll off Paul doctrine or not? Of
Do I
original sin?
want to roll off Paul's doctrine or not?
If I discredit Paul, then that means Mary original sin, because in order for them to say Mary is getting rid of her original sin, that had to be New Age, because that came after Paul. Original sin came after Paul. So now if I crush Paul, I will crush your Immaculate Conception thought you and that goddamn on AI just said.
I'm not a Roman Catholic. Thank you for demonstrating your ignorance of attacking my own theological positions.
I was about to be surgical with you. I was hoping
You're going to be surgical. You're going to be surgical. Sir, sir, it would be good to be surgical on the operation table with a known apparatus, a known thing you're actually working on. You're functioning as if I'm a Roman Catholic, and I'm not a Roman Catholic. I've corrected you on misrepresentations of Roman Catholic doctrine, and you're still trying to shoehorn a misrepresentation on top of the actual reality over the doctrine at hand.
I will let you
Right. So
die for
so
your
why do you
thoughts
think the
and or
doctrine
your
of
belief.
Immaculate Conception is relevant to Paul?
Dog, I would have showed you the correlation if you take the debate.
That it's not relevant to the debate topic you've posed. I'm glad you paid
It don't
attention.
matter whether or not what you think, bro. It's what
Hey,
I
that's
do
fine.
during my
If you want to
debate.
debate how
I
much
can
is
do
tea in
whatever I
China
want to
and then
do
tell
during my
everybody how
debate,
much
dog,
your
long as I
TV
stay
costs
on
at
topic.
Walmart, you can in America or on Amazon, you can do that all you want. I'm going to be talking about the price of tea in China. So I want it to be very clear. You can suggest a topic of debate. And even if we had it, I'm saying right now, I don't think it's going to be a profitable debate. And I'm bowing out of this opportunity to debate you for that reason. But the way you seem to argue, at least in this brief conversation I've had with you, is as if you want to debate the price of tea in China while only telling everybody how much Vizio and Roku TVs cost at Walmart. And this is an analog. It might be a very crude and bad analog. I actually think it's a good analog, though. It's an analog over how you're trying to shoehorn, in this example with the TVs versus the price of tea in China. You mention the price of tea in China, but you only inform us of how much Roku and Vizio TVs cost at Walmart. Like, and you think talking about the price is relevant to talking about the price of tea in China. The price of TVs is relevant to the price of the rice in China, or tea in China, excuse me. But yeah, I don't think it will be a profitable conversation, sir, honestly. Just because I'm really trying to get clarification on some of your perspectives so that we might be able to at least try to hash this out in the debate. But I don't think I'm able to get some clarity here.
Now you know my perspective. The Bible fake.
Okay.
Now that I tell you the Bible fake, that means I don't believe none of it.
Beautiful.
Now
So you were just going to argue your personal
Now you know my perspective. Now you know my perspective.
So would you? Great. So since I've already denied the opportunity to debate you on Paul,
what is your next excuse, dog? You just went on for a whole 2-minute diatribe, a whole rant.
Nothing's wrong with that.
Nothing.
Okay. You can keep telling yourself I'm saying nothing. I don't
believe the Bible.
Even though you've already acknowledged I've said enough to correct your misunderstandings on the doctrine of Immaculate Conception.
The Bible is real. Do you believe the Bible is real?
I believe the Bible is true and what it teaches.
All right. So now, there we go. I don't believe it's true in what it's teaching.
Good. So how would you ever be able to prove that Paul? I'm glad you made that claim. So how would you be able to prove something about Paul?
Only for Israel? Do you believe the Bible is only for Israel?
I'm not able to ask you questions.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, cool. So since you don't believe in the Bible, you think everything in it's fake and whatnot, how would you actually argue in the debate that I've already denied we would have that Paul was fake? Since in all reality, you're going to be justifying how you don't trust the Bible, you don't believe in it, and it's a book of fictitious narratives. Because that seems more or less like an attempt to just express your bias instead of actually dealing with the literature and its historical framework.
It's a bunch of fictitious narrative. That's why I told you I was going to prove to you that Saul or Paul is fake too.
Even though we have literature from him, and this is widely accepted by scholars.
Them letters is not proof, bro. Are they written by Paul?
Actually, at least 7 of them in the canonical text, according to mainstream scholarship, are authentically Pauline literature. And I don't know how familiar you are with how first century literature. Say that again.
Theological field, that's not by word.
This is in the historical field, and I can use non-Christian scholars.
So how can this be in the historical field?
Oh, because scholars deal with history, even if it's relevant to theology.
Is not historical. Those are theological.
Okay, you're making a large claim
Those
that
are theological scholars.
Richard Carrier would disagree with you saying that the Bible's not historical. Richard Carrier affirms that there are some historical aspects in the Bible, even if he affirms that it's derived from later literature in certain bits and pieces.
People that could be historical in the Bible don't mean the whole book is historical, bro. That's bullshit.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were able to make that delineation.
Is it in the fiction aisle? Is it in the fiction or the nonfiction?
Actually, that's a good question because usually it's in the religious aisle. People frequently go into bookstores and misplace books, take pictures, and then it becomes a meme. It's common.
Where's this book, bro? Is it
In the religious section? In the religious
nonfiction?
It's in the religious department. And then a lot of the books that are related to it, like the scholarly works, they're going to be in the peer review, historical, critical.
Is religion fiction or nonfiction, bro? Religious text. Can they be classified as nonfiction or fiction?
Yes.
Can they be classified as both?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, then. What
they can be classified as fiction in part or in total. They can be classified as nonfiction in part or in total. It all depends upon the text or the issues that are being discussed and assessed.
Dealing with the Bible. Now, when we're dealing with the Bible, is it nonfiction or fiction?
I would say the Bible is nonfiction, sir.
Bro, overall,
it's a collection of literature that includes not strictly fictional.
I'm going, man.
I know, right? Because there's more than one literary genre in the Bible. It's not the Quran. It's not one literary genre. It's not just pure dictation. It's multiple literary genres in one text.
Yeah,
it's multiple literary genres.
If Paul was an apostle or not. If Paul was a real apostle.
I told you we're not going to have that debate, sir. I think you have a very disingenuous attitude when it comes to possibly having that debate.
I don't think so, bro. Man, come on, bro. I've been listening to you, man. Don't think I ain't been listening to you now. Just because we having our little shootout or whatever like that. Don't think I ain't been paying you no attention, bro. I've been cool. I've been cool. Even what you said, even when you brought up that about the doctrine about Mary. I said, well, okay, I understand what he's saying when he's saying Immaculate Conception is about Mary. But when you said it's about Mary being from original sin, being exonerated from original sin don't come into the play until Paul.
No, sir, I would disagree with that. Original sin begins its actions in Genesis 3.
Not
with and Adam, you even have
not with Cain and thing, is it? Oh, you talking about with them eating the fruit?
I'm talking about when sin enters the human plight. This is in Genesis 3. This is before Cain and Abel.
So when they ate the fruit?
Yes.
Okay. All right. See, that's what I'm trying to get to, bro. See, it's simple questions like that, and you've been dodging them motherfuckers all night, bro. Simple questions like
I've been answering your questions directly, but when I ask you questions, you want to say, oh, come on. That's the reality of this conversation.
You've been using your big Christian word, your big theological.
I didn't even bring up Immaculate Conception, which are two of the biggest words used in tonight's conversation for the last 5 hours, 5.5 hours almost.
Man, Immaculate Conception really ain't no big word, bro.
Well, I guarantee you, if you were to write it down, tally out the number of characters used to spell that phrase, and then think about some of the terms Egypt. Assyrian's been mentioned. That was a pretty big word earlier. Outside of that, we haven't been utilizing inscription. That was another big word that was used. Immaculate Conception is the biggest phrase that's sort of been used in tonight's conversation from what I can observe.
I brought that up. Yeah, I brought that up with that Immaculate Conception because I said that's what the whole Mary thing was, about the Immaculate Conception. Like that was one of the causes of the split of the church. And I still stand on that because they couldn't come into agreements whether Jesus pregnant her or whether she was pregnant by a spirit, by Holy Spirit. That's when the Trinity comes into play and when they really put the woman out of the Trinity. Would you agree or no?
The Trinity includes a feminine aspect if you want to say a female is removed from the Trinity, because last I checked, the grammatical language of pneuma is feminine. Pneuma is the term used for spirit. So, I mean, I'm not taking the strict biological relationship as it relates to the understanding of these terms, because, for example, God, i.e., the Father, the monarchia of the Trinity, he is, I mean, God is masculine, but there's attributive relations that are not exclusively masculine that are attributed to him. So, I mean, it functions primarily as a.
God can be a he, she in some aspects.
Oh yeah, if you want to be strict with your grammar, sure, but and your gender identifications, but this is a misusage of language.
So, in other words, God is a hermaphrodite.
In other words, you're misusing the language.
Well, I'm just saying, it got the
Grammatical, yeah, grammatical gender doesn't necessitate biological gender, especially when we're talking about God.
We're talking about a deity and an entity and a spirit. So it ain't nothing living about this, correct?
Actually, that's a misconception as well, at least biblically. The author of life did things, and the author of life is a epithet for Yahweh, or the God of the Bible, in the Bible. You'll find similar phraseology for non-biblical deities, but as an epithet. But yes, the author of life, this is an epithet for the God of the Bible.
Hey, bro, you do a bunch of running, man.
By being very clear and using my words precisely. I'm glad you recognize I'm not running, but answering directly your inquiry.
Careful. Yeah, you're being very careful. You're being very careful.
Very careful.
I have to be, sir. I mean, if I'm not careful, then everything I can say could be understood in a univocal sense. And now you actually don't have distinctions in what you're articulating, and everything's the same.
You're playing both sides, though.
I'm playing the side of articulation. I'm sorry that I grew up in a household of educators and I went to a university.
Hey, we got to do closing remarks, gentlemen. I'm about to go ahead and fall back asleep. I done woke back up.
I was hearing someone snoring. I thought that was you, A1.
That probably was. I don't know which time, but yeah, I've been in and out for the last few hours.
Hey, A1, this brother here don't want to debate me that Paul was phony. But anyway, though, I like that little slick shit, Barbarian, just now, but I'm going to close off. You know what I mean? Talking about, I'm sorry if I was born in an educated household or a household or what. Man, please, dog, you don't even know nothing about me, bro. Straight up.
I wasn't claiming that I did know anything about you. I only spoke about myself.
Dog, listen, dog, don't get me twisted, dog. You don't know who I am. So for you to even say you sorry that you was brought up in that type of household, dog, you're throwing shots and you don't even know me, bro.
That's fine. You've been throwing shots too, where, if I'm not mistaken, because before my phone died, you were throwing shots about people with
one mic. It's a
theological
closeout.
education.
It's a closeout. One mic.
I'm out, man.
The OTA could.
Appreciate you, A1, man. Hey, Sadat Ra, you know what I mean? Asar, humble, you know what I mean? This a queen and the chiefness is over here, the Titan family. Hey, man, shout out to Barbarian too, man. Oh, tiptoeing through the tulip ass dude. You know what I mean? Running, buck dancing, got so much confidence in the Bible, but don't want to debate it.
Closing remarks. Courtney the Barbarian. Go ahead.
Yeah, as always, shouts out to the platform, shouts out to the panel, everybody that's here now, everybody that was here. We always over here at Titan Debate League appreciate y'all supporting the platform. Shouts out to the bar.
The Cash App works.
The Cash App works, y'all. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Peace, love, and success to the multitude. And I'm going to bow out there.
Peace. Have a good night. Sadiq, you still there? Sadiq Rod. in the building. Okay, Sadiq might have passed out. You know, I do my closing remarks. I keep it short and simple. You know my motto: treat your smile like your money, and never let them steal it. Peace. We're gonna end with a song by Connie Sun, Same Heart. I usually play him on Spotify, but you can check him out on all platforms. Head over to his Facebook, tell him A1 sent you. And this is Connie Sun, Same Heart. Get with y'all tomorrow. We got an award, not an award show. We got a results show tomorrow night. And I think I'll have an open panel during the day. We got a lot going on, man. Check us out. Don't miss nothing. Make sure you subscribe. If you didn't hit that thumbs up, make sure you hit it on the way out. And y'all have a good night. Peace.
We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never holding it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hate, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be in the day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never owned it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hate, you gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking, you gon' pay for the time that you hit on women, you pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chat. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something. You told younger nigga take him something. And he the one that took that from his cousin. And that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother. Even through it all, still know that I love you. But every second I think I trust you. I'm smart in the game. You made it hard in the game. I'm loving, I started the lane. I'm hard as they came. Melody talking, they brain, and they draw like a mark to a flame. How far I done came. You was not part of the blame. You was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it. They the one taking the aim for it. He ain't got no shame in the game for it. Till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hate. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, number whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never holding it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you can dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat.
He weighed in at 134 points.
Two.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
All right, all right, all right. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, y'all? I am now live. Please excuse my tardiness. I had a whole lot of last minute interruptions I had to deal with. Let me share this once again. I'm going to share this out once again so I can get the people up in here. What's up? What's up, Doctrine? What's up, Doctrine? Peace and love to everybody that's coming in. I really appreciate y'all. I'm just trying to give y'all a little time to get settled. Once again, I apologize for my tardiness. I just had a whole lot of last minute interruptions, but we here and it's still going to be a good one. I got some hot topics. Today's show was called Humble's Hot Topics. So, I got some good hot topics for the people to come up and discuss over, before I get into the hot topics, though, I do want to give some shouts outs. I want to give some special roses. I want to give y'all a little bit about me, where I come from. I just, couldn't come from anywhere, So I want to let y'all know what foundation I come from and just give y'all just a little bit about me. The first shout out is going to go to the Soul Tribe. I'm going to actually play this video really fast so I can give them their proper shout outs. so I can give us our proper shout out. Let me correct myself. And this is the Soul Tribe mission statement. Hold on one second. Bear with me, y'all. I am new at hosting this, but I'm going to get it, y'all. I'm going to get it. All right, share screen. I got it. Bang. All right, share. I got you.
Average in the U.S. And
So, once again, I want to say shout out to the Soul Tribe. You know, our founder is Brother Azrael. I'm co-founder along with my mama Queen is the co-founder. You know, so this is our mission statement. You can find us over there on Bigo. You know, you can find us on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and this is our mission statement, y'all. Let's get into it.
The mission of the Soul Tribe Social Family is to empower individuals to connect, inspire, and support each other on their journey towards personal growth, self-discovery, and a positive transformation within a nurturing online community. Our vision is to cultivate a virtual space where members of the Soul Tribe family can share their stories, wisdom, and experiences, fostering a sense of belonging, understanding, and unity among diverse individuals. Our core values include authenticity, empathy, growth, and community. We aim to create a safe and inclusive environment for open dialogue and mutual respect, provide resources for personal and collective growth, celebrate diversity and individuality, and promote kindness and mindfulness in all interactions within the community. Join us in shaping a supportive online family where your voice is heard, your journey is valued, and your spirit is uplifted. Welcome to the Soul Tribe, where connections are soulful and relationships are transformative.
Hey family, this is your boy Chocolate Goody. I just wanted to take a moment and say this journey, this movement is not just about me, it's about us. Together we're building something incredible, a community of action takers, dreamers and doers. But here's the truth, none of this happens without you.
Dang, I apologize, y'all. I'm trying to figure out how to hit this link to get some of y'all up here if y'all want to get up here. You know, we got Brother Ashe in the building from the Bomb Squad. I see you, Brother Ashe. We got Sister Issa in here. What's up with y'all? I think I shared the link. I don't see anybody at the bottom yet. Let me see. It says share your link, so I think I shared my link at the bottom. Ashe, if you still here, did I share my link? Did I share the link at the bottom correctly? I'm thinking it's saying StreamYard. This is my first time, y'all. Please, once again, bear with me. We getting it together, y'all. I just want to make sure everything is on point. That's all. I just want to make sure everything is on point. But all right, bet. I appreciate you, brother. So I should see, for the people that want to pop up, I should see them at the bottom, and I should be allowed to add y'all up, whenever y'all want to pop up. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm spotlighting right now on my brother Chocolate Goody, who's a major part of what y'all just seen, the Soul Tribe. And man, this brother is amazing. He make powerful inspirational videos. He make powerful commercials. Man, we was doing our thing over there on Bigo, and I just want to give my brother his flowers. Let's get back into it, y'all.
Every gift, every follow, every share, it's more than just a gesture. It's fuel for the vision. When you drop a gift, when you tap that follow button, you're not just supporting me, you're helping to spread positivity and empowerment and motivation to even more people. Your support helps us create more shows, bring more powerful guests, and helps me build a platform where everybody can shine. And if you support positive vibes, and you like what we're doing over here in the Soul Tribe family, growing and building a community of action takers and believers, then share the room, tap that screen, don't be mean, drop a bean, and do me a big favor and support my YouTube channel. Remember, together we are stronger. So
please go follow the brother. He's an amazing brother. My next video I'm going to be playing is going to highlight Duel of Concepts. It's the link bad. Why I say that? I don't know why I say that. That's crazy. Which one is this? Let me stop sharing this real quick so I can get back to what he's saying. It's the link bad. All right, let me see. All right, so do I have to send you a link personally? How I do that? Let me figure out how to do that real fast now. So, what's happening? This is my first Angelica. Let me pop her up here. I got you, Angelica. Angelica, I'm trying to figure out how to get people up here on the panel. This is my first hosting show. This is Humble. I'm Humble Mystic of the Bomb Squad. You know, we're gonna get into the information pretty soon here. I just want to be able to bring the people up who want to come up. And you know, so just bear with me. You know, we're gonna get it on here. You know, we're gonna get it in. People. Comments, okay. So all right, so that's not it. Okay, so matter of fact, I know a way to do it, and I'm gonna ask brother A1. I do too, but my brother said the link was a bad link, so I don't know how that worked. I'm gonna ask brother A1 when I get in contact with him, but I think I figured out a way that I could bring. Right. So I think I found out a way to bring people up and give them the nope, I can't even do it that way. Hold up. Hey, hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Please give me 1 second, y'all. Bear with me. Yes, ma'am. Okay, at the bottom there should be several blue buttons. I see a question sign. I see need help. Nope, that wasn't helpful at all. Right under your screen, it's a right under your screen should be several blue buttons. Okay. These are white buttons. Teleprompter. What's this say? Okay, this say gas. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I got it. I appreciate you, Angelica. I most definitely appreciate you. Yeah, this should be it right here. So see if this one is. Yeah, I did, sis. I did. I appreciate you for that. For real, for real. All right, so now I should be seeing like people pop up. Do I gotta go in the back or for people for that? No. All right. Add to the stage American Dream. What's up, American Dream? Okay, I see how it works now. I got it.
All right, peace, bro. I was just trying to help you out so you see how it works. That's all.
Yes, sir. No problem. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, brother.
All right, I'm gonna hop back down though.
All right, no problem. No problem. I got everything.
Yes, sir. Blessings. Yeah, man.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So I want to thank Angelica and the other brother that came up. I really do appreciate y'all. Let me get back to what I was doing here in the production. So I was shouting out my brother Chocolate Goody. Shout out to the Soul Tribe. I also want to shout out, I see Sister Issa Queen in the comments. She run Duel of Concepts. I actually want to give her a couple spotlights as well. Let's get it in, y'all. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Where logic clashes with in a world full of friends and enemies. Every acquaintance could be a worthy challenger, where only the sharpest minds dare to enter, where logic clashes with rhetoric. Welcome to the duel of concepts. Because only truth can prevail, where words are weapons. Science versus pseudo, creationism versus evolution, AI versus humanity. Where debate is war, where ideas are weapons, and only one can survive. Streaming live only on Bigo.
Shout out to the Duel of Concepts. I had to let y'all know. I had to let y'all see what they was bringing, and also had to shout out to my family over at the Duel of Concepts. The reason I'm giving all these people shouts out is because these are the people that supported me throughout my journey, even into getting here. You know, these are the people that were listening to me when no one else was. These were the people that were keeping me afloat when no one else believed in me. So hold on, let me make sure I'm not continuing. Let's say add to this day. All right, back. Let me exit that. All right, back. So that's why I'm giving these people their flowers, even on the biggest stages. You know, often people, you know, they get recognition like this and they get put in positions like this and they forget the people who actually was there to put them on. And so I had to give my family that shout out to let them know that I never forget about the ones that actually helped me get put on and actually put me on. Now, without further ado, let's get into Humble's hot topics, okay? So, as I see, hold on, let me get back here. Nobody yet wants to join, but I do have some hot topics that I do want to discuss. Let me get into it, y'all. All right. All right. So the first hot topic that I would like to discuss is Eurocentric religion morally compatible with African communal ethics, or did colonialism distort indigenous moral versions? So this is important because we have people that fight for this religious belief, right? And you know, as people who represent the root of what our ancestors did, I think it's only fair that we bring up how this thing was used against us as a tool. But people who follow this way, they for some reason find every excuse to still support what's going on within these pages, even after what's been revealed was a lie. Right. So this is a conversation. This is a topic I would like to touch up on, you know, for the people. Y'all see, I got the links in the comments. Shalom, shalom, smash. I got the links in the comments for, you know, whoever want to come up and deal with this subject right here. I got another hot topic for us to deal with. Does science validate more elements of traditional African cosmology and interconnected worldviews, or Eurocentric metaphysics? Now, why is this important? And why do I want to discuss this? This is important because when we look at science right today, you know, we got our brothers out here who just follow science. When we look at the physics of the world, the chemistry of the world, the astronomy of the world, the biology of the world, right? The ecology of the world, all of that is validating what our ancestors did thousands of years ago. This new age metaphysics, you know, as some brothers in the community like to call it, the madams for Slovakia, the new age thought, you know, this stuff is what we call pseudo. I was talking to a brother the other day and he was saying how he don't really like to use the word pseudo, and how just because people have different points of views don't mean that their point of view ain't right. And I was explaining to him that when we are having a discussion, when it comes down to what is scholastically valid and what is not scholastically valid, there are things that are factual and there's things that are passed off as factual that are actually incorrect. Those things are pseudo. So I had another brother up here yesterday talking about birth charts and astrology and star signs and this, that, and the third, and angels, and then, you know, I had to call a brother a pseudo, because when we're dealing with the science of the matter, we're no longer dealing with astrology. We're now dealing with astronomy. I got to give my brother Ashe some shouts out in the back, because he was explaining this the other day when some of our other brothers felt as though we wasn't doing this back on the motherland. Scientifically, oh, well, they were just guessing, man. They was just observing. They ain't know what they was talking about. So then how come modern science validate everything that they were saying? Now, I know I'm going to have some people, you know, oh, well, they validate everything they were saying. Of course, you know, people get things wrong. People, you know, things improve over time. But for the things that they did get correct, such as we live on a circular planetary celestial body. The fact that they had a they had a grasp of understanding, a deep-rooted understanding in electromagnetism. They knew directional. Like, they had all of this information. And now we're just finding new ways to use this information. And I was just speaking to my brother Ashe earlier, and I was explaining about the issue with this this Eurocentric way of thinking. And the issue is, right, if we was to ask a medical student who the father of medicine is, they would probably tell us Herodotus. Well, in fact, we know Imhotep is the father of medicine. But that's because of that Eurocentric thinking. And then when we get to those facts, people like to go, oh, well, what does it matter who the father is? The fact that it's been, no, it do matter. Because it didn't matter when the white man face was up there. But now that we trying to reclaim what's ours, now it matters all of a sudden. So this is the issue with Eurocentric thinking, and we got to get it outside of our community. We got to stop trying to bang on our elders and ancestors that gave us the understanding or even gave us the passion or light that passion inside of us that make us want to go dig further and seek further knowledge. You know, we can't keep trying to disregard the elders that laid so much of the ground foundation that we still follow today. You know, the Ashar Quazis, the Infudizis, the Jabaris, the Baba Harus, you know, and again, nobody is perfect. So we can't sit there and say, oh, did they get everything right? No. But what I do know is they do the best they can with giving us the most accurate information that they have. How do I know this? Well, when I watch these brothers and study these brothers, I then go back and cross-reference what they're talking about. So I personally know if what they're talking about is up to standard scholastically or just some crap they made up. See, we all got to go do our due diligence, and I think that's what's lacking in the community as well. You know, we got a lot of brothers and sisters that talk, but you know, they're not going to go do their own due diligence and do their own studies. You know, they going off of what someone else said. Let me bring you up. I got you, Big J. I got you. What's up, brother?
I have to. I understand where you're coming from about Herodotus and Hotep. So, when I read about medicine, right, about Herodotus, it says Western medicine. It didn't mean it's all medicine in comparison to Imhotep. Imhotep is a 27th century medicine, BC, I should say, BC medicine.
BC,
So let me ask you something. Since you brought this up, right? What's the difference? And my time's gonna be short, by the way. What's the difference between the teachings of Herodotus versus that of Imhotep when it comes to the to the medical field?
To the medical field, you said what are the differences?
You're right. Since those two men are considered the fathers of medicine, what are the differences?
Well, Herodotus himself tell you he is the son of Imhotep. That's the so you see where the manipulation come in at. We are crowning a person as the father of medicine, right? But the person that we're crowning as the father of medicine is telling you he is the son of the real father of medicine. That's like people today claiming LeBron James is the GOAT in basketball, but LeBron James will tell you the GOAT is who?
Michael.
Exactly. So that's where the manipulation come into play. And the issue is, what make it worse is when we start pushing this to the forefront, it now become racial stereotyping. it now become a thing of black supremacists, right? Because now we want to say, well, medicine was started by an African. Oh, well, why they gotta have African medicine? Why they gotta have African science? Why can't it just be science? Y'all didn't have an issue with Einstein creating the theory of relativity and naming it after him. Why can't it just be the theory of gravity?
And you know, like Benjamin Franklin, he kind of talked about how the African slaves, the Africans who was here. He talked about how it was the black people who solved the pox in the 1730s when his son died in Philadelphia before the American Revolution. Yes, yeah, you're right. Though we should not make medicine into an European centric, because medicine is more than just what the white man said. We had some of the foundations in that.
Yeah.
You know, we
it's
the
not
one who
just
supply.
medicine, brother. It's not just medicine. It's biology.
Right.
It's chemistry. What's the root word in the word chemistry?
Chemical. Chemist.
Chem.
Yeah.
Chem.
Yes.
What is chem? When you hear the word chem, where do we know that go back to?
Alchemy.
Exactly. Back to the land of Kemet. But yet these are the people that, oh, well, this is a professor in chemistry. This is a professor in chemistry. This is a professor in chemistry. You know, I had somebody tell me that alchemy, although, which was the predominant, right, of everything that chemistry is based off of, is pseudo. So if alchemy is pseudo, the chemistry is pseudo. This is the thing they don't want to understand.
Yeah,
and so even let me put this in a more religious context, right? There's people out here who say Christianity is pseudo, those being Hebrew Israelites. But if Christianity is pseudo by misinterpreting the Bible, then by definition, aren't you pseudo by misinterpreting the Bible?
Yeah, in a way it is, because you know, I have my gripes against the Hebrew Israelite, how they view, because you can't have a religion that's against white supremacy and saying that the white man, and then you got the King James Bible, when King James is a descendant of Henry VIII. So and there was, you know, and Henry VIII wives were not no black woman. So I mean, none of the queens were black. So how can you say that King James was a black man and he commissioned the King James version of the Bible? It makes no sense.
You know what's crazy? That brought up a great point. You know why? Because a lot of Hebrew Israelites tried to do that to our people like myself, right? Who follow ancestors, right? Oh, well, you doing black supremacists, you're just trying to put black this and black that. But then that's a great point you're talking about. Y'all do the same thing.
And people want to question Christianity, I mean, Christianity is really an offshoot of Judaism.
There we go.
Well, it's a either offshoot or a cult.
Hey, people get mad at me when I put them in their proper context. People get mad at me when I call them Abrahamic religions, which they really are.
Yes, it is.
And the reason they're Abrahamic religion, because once I call them Abrahamic religions, they get mad because they know what's coming next. The reason they're all Abrahamic religions is because they all worship the God of Abraham. Now, unless you're telling me that Abraham himself worshiped 3 different gods, that I don't know what y'all beef is.
I think that the beef between the real beef is more about the bloodline than anything else. I mean, particularly with those who practice Islam. It's most about the bloodline. That's all that is. Now, Christians, we you know, when it comes to Christians, I think for us it's more um we're trying to bring people in, while
Mhm.
the Jewish is more like, no, we to ourselves, and then the Muslims, they're on that. Wait a minute, you forgot about us because we was used to be Abraham's sons,
Right,
his
right.
wayward sons. Yeah, so yeah, it's so it's mostly about bloodline, who we accept in, who we could convert or should not convert. That's what this is about. But anyway, I just came in here for a couple of minutes, so and
No,
you
you
know,
good, bro. You good.
all right, now.
Let me. Hey, I want to before you go. I want to read something that you were talking on earlier, brother. So you were talking about Benjamin Franklin and the black people, right?
Yeah.
So right here, say what Benjamin Franklin actually said about black people helping him, historically verifiable. Watch this. This is interesting, brother. Franklin admitted his earliest racist assumptions were wrong, which he let you know he was a racist in the beginning. And then he had to come out and be like, well, dang, you know, I feel bad because I was oppressing these people. Let's get into it. Franklin openly confessed that he once believed black people had inferior natural capacities. But after visiting a school for black children, both enslaved and free, he reversed himself completely. He wrote that their abilities were in every respect equal to that of white children. This is crazy, man.
Yeah.
Let's get into it. This is one of the most important documented statements from any founding father acknowledging black intellectual equality.
Yeah, because he also acknowledged that, you know, we were scientists in our own right, and we was doctors, and and all that in our own right. So yeah. But anyway, I appreciate you having me on the panel. Wait a minute, are you taking over the channel?
Hey, this is just for right now. This is just one show I'm doing. You know, I'm a new addition. I'm trying to get hip to this. Of course, you're going to see me more. But this is just, one of many, brother. This is one of many.
Okay. All right, then. You have a good one.
All right, you do the same, Big
Right.
J. You do the same.
All right, then. I'm out. Peace.
Most definitely. Let's get to the next topic. The next topic is, should we as a community morally abandon Western religions forced on our ancestors, given the ethics of inherited belief and colonial moral impositions? Now, why is this an important subject? This is an important subject. It's so funny because I was just talking to the brother, but this is an important subject because it touches on those people who think that the book is separate from the church fathers. This conversation, this topic is for those people who say, oh man, y'all tripping. Everybody ain't gotta be like y'all. Man, what's wrong with the Bible? I still get a classical understanding from the Bible. I still get a deep understanding from the Bible. I still get knowledge and revelations from the Bible. I'm not Christian, though. I'm not Hebrew Israelite, though. And so the person that's thinking like that is still indoctrinated by Western European thought. And so even that person is acting under the ethics of inherited belief and colonial moral impositions. They would never get treated fairly in that society. So if I was to weigh in on this conversation, I most definitely say, yeah, we should, as a community, morally abandon Western religion. Why? Because our ancestors, right? When I say our ancestors, I'm talking about, of course, people on the motherland, but also the people that was here. Whenever we look at ancestral people, natural people around the planet, we find that they have we find that they have a positive code of ethics. We find out that they are very moral people, right, in subjective manners, because I'm get to a conversation with that a little later. I'm gonna hop on the topic on that a little later. But we find out that they were fair people. Now, of course, you know, a lot of people like the cherry pick. Oh, well, you say they fair people, but what about this incident? You say they fair people, what about this incident? Man, we know life happened to everybody. And so we know that there's times and a place for everything. There's times for peace and there's times for war. So when you study ancient cultures, you're going to get all facets of that ancient culture. You're going to get the facets when that culture was in peace, and you're going to get the facets of when that culture was in war. But the beauty of it is you're going to see the ethics of that culture and how they operated in peace and in war. And it's interesting when we look at both of these cultures, the Eurocentric culture and the Afrocentric culture, we see that the Eurocentric culture is the one that called the Afrocentric culture savages. But when it comes to expansion, the Afrocentric culture expand more civilized than the Eurocentric culture. Let me say that again. When we look at the expansions of these two cultures, the Afrocentric and the Eurocentric, we see that this expansion of the Afrocentric culture is more civilized than the expansion of the Eurocentric culture. What do I mean by that? Well, we know that the Eurocentric culture led what are they called? Holy Wars, the Crusades, right? That's barbaric. That's savagery. You going over and you are inwarding people because they don't believe in the same facet as you believe. And you are literally telling people. It's basically like a hijacking. Put your hands up or get out. You know, hey, look, you go and worship when we tell you to worship or your life is gone. See, our people didn't have to expand like that because they were too intelligent. They had too many influences, right? They ruled in education. They ruled in trade routes, trade posting, right? They understood these things. Protection, influence. We see how they expanded. That was way different than what we see how the Eurocentric people expanded. Let's move on to the next one, but that's another great topic for us to touch on. This right here is one of my most favorite topics. Is the Bible a historical document validated by archaeology, or a colonial tool whose authors craft it to morally govern life through literalistic interpretation? That's what we see. Now, when we say things like that, I know people just say, oh, y'all just bashing the Bible, y'all just bashing the Bible, but these are the truth of the matters, man. Literally, these are the truth of the matters. When you read this book, and you know what, before I even go there, most of y'all biblical believers tell us this same thing. Oh, well, you know the Bible was stitched together by the white man, and it went through this, and it went through that, and it went through this. So y'all tell us that it was a book that was morally crafted to govern life through literalist interpretation. So then why do y'all still use the book? That's the thing that still baffles me. Because if this is a book that is crafted for that reason, then we know it's not a historical document validated by archaeology. It can't be one or the other. It have to be, it can't be both. It have to be one or the other. So this is another great topic. Let's get into it, y'all. I think this is another great topic for us to talk about right here. Does returning to traditional African spiritual systems promote a more beneficial life than persisting with the imposed Eurocentric religious worldview? Now, why is this a important topic? This is an important topic because it forces us to now not just talk about these things on a general level, but it forces us to go in and look at detail and what each worldview promotes. And then we can take the attributes and line them up and say, okay, well, what's more beneficial for our people now? Once again, if I had to weigh in, I'm pretty sure y'all already know my side, my take on it. But I will most definitely say, of course, returning to our African traditional spiritual systems promote more beneficial life. And that's because we've seen it. It's literally evidence. One is based in the eradication of anyone who don't believe in the way that you believe. The other is built in the foundation, the foundational ethics of what it means to be a piece of life. What it means to be a human. What it means to be connected with not just your brothers and sisters, but everything around you in your atmosphere. Now, why do I think this is more beneficial for our people? I think this is more beneficial for our people because it helps us navigate the world in a more accurate manner. It helps us measure properly. Peace and blessings, peace and blessings. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate you, Ancient. Oh, that's authentically. I apologize. I appreciate you authentically. So any tool that allows you to navigate the reality around you in the proper manner is a tool that is beneficial for you in life. And I don't see Eurocentric religions helping us navigate the reality around us in a proper manner or even in an accurate manner. Let's get into it. So that's why I think this is another great discussion. I just want to say I actually thought people would be up here. So I'm saying these conversations so we can actually go back and forth on them. So, people on the panel can go back and forth. But, hey, people might want to hop up. I might strike somebody that, hey, I want to talk about this one. But let's get into it, y'all. Are Black Hebrew Israelites practicing an identity or an inherited indoctrination? This right here, this topic right here, if you want to debate a Hebrew Israelite and you got your grapes, we heard the brother earlier say, I got my grapes with the Hebrew Israelite. This is a topic right here I don't think they can run from. And because these people when Eurocentric people see our work and then they write themselves in our work, we call that whitewashing. We say it shouldn't be done. And so if that's not allowed, why are we able to go into someone else's history and then just insert ourselves there as if we're those people? And so we know that these people are not the identity of the Israelis. I'm picking up on my brother Ashe from Canaan. So they must be practicing an inherited indoctrination. That they don't want to be considered Christians no more because now Christianity has such a bad stain on it in the melanated community. But they want to keep the book because they're emotionally tied to this book. So they want to keep the book, but they want to lose Christianity. And they know they can't go to regular Judaism because we know that's where Christianity derives from. So instead, they make up their own sect of Judaism, which is BHI, Black Hebrew Israelites, and they just write their self right on into their history. As if that's something that we do now. I don't understand that. That's hypocrisy at its best right there. I don't understand that. Let's get into it. I got some more topics for us, y'all. Let's get into it. Peace and blessings. Before I keep going, I want to stop for a moment and I want to turn my attention to the comments. I want to appreciate the 7 people that's in here. I know we once had 10 people in here. I want to appreciate y'all for chilling with me, sticking it out, allowing me to give y'all this show, allowing me to give y'all this presentation almost. That's what it's turning into. And I just want to, again, tell y'all I appreciate y'all. Again, I want to shout out to Brother A1 for giving me this opportunity. You know, amazing brother. I see I still got my family still rocking with me, the Sister Issa Queens, the Brother Ashes. I want to appreciate these brothers and sisters for coming over and supporting their brother Humble. I really do appreciate y'all. Here's another topic I wanted to get into. Let's get back into it, y'all. Is morality universal or culturally engineered? I think this is a great topic to dive into. Day before yesterday I was up here chopping it up with some brothers, and we got on to the topic of morality. And I was hearing people describe morality objectively. And they were saying that because a thing is evil universally, then it's just evil. And I asked the brother to yeah, Lord, my bad. Of course you can get appreciated, bro. Of course, doctrine, of course. I got you, brother. My apologies. Let me pop you up here. He said, hey, yo, can I get appreciated too? Hey, all the flowers, my guy, all the flowers. You already know, my guy. I appreciate you. Let's get back. So, we know that based off of what culture you come from, your morals are different. That's just a fact. But we have people talking about morality as if it's this thing that an outside force placed on us and said, these are the 10 commandments, so to speak. I'm just popping shots. But I mean, that's how they treat it. Oh, well, these you can't lie, you can't steal, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, and this is objectively moral. Now, I will not deny that different cultures share similar moral traits. We can't deny that. Some cultures, 2 or more cultures can disagree or can be in agreement with the fact that the LGBTQ community is horrible for our community. They can have that. But that does not mean morality is universal. That just means they share a cultural morale. Morality is subjective. So that's why this will be a great conversation. You know, again, I'm interested to see, you know, who hop up and who's willing to touch on this subject and what stance they're willing to take. You see what I'm saying? I'm interested in that. Let's go to the next one, y'all. I think I got what? Oh, this is my last one. Last but not least. Is it time for a new moral framework rooted in ancestral ethics, prioritizing ecology, community, and balance, and responsibility over sin? Over sin. So, again, this talk to even the people that are not Christians, that are not. Hold on one second, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, cause my dog is he getting to me. Hold on one second. Give me a second. My bad, y'all. They just be tripping, man. I be trying to talk and I be like, yo. But so out of all the talking I did tonight, right? This right here, this topic right here talks to the people who are religious in mindset, but not religious in practice, which means they don't go to the churches. They don't actually do the things necessary to be a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite or a Muslim, right? They're just engulfed in the text because they believe in a text so strongly. And this right here, this topic right here, dive deep into, again, the Western Eurocentric religious worldview of how we look at what right and wrong is. We think that right gets you to heaven and wrong sends you to hell. Blessings, blessings. What's up, brother Chess? What's up, brother Chess? We got brother Chess in the building. I appreciate you for coming through, brother. And so we have to start battling some of these ideals with some of the ethics that our ancestors had carried with them. Now, why are we doing this? We're not doing this just because we want to stay old folk and we want to stay rooted in the past. No, we're doing this to show you that before this European or before this Eurocentric worldview popped up, our ancestors were doing fine with the moral code that they were operating under. Because I don't care who you are, you're not going to tell me that the 10 Commandments are morally more righteous than the 42 Confessions of Ma'at. You're not gonna, it ain't gonna, even by how one interacts with Ma'at, right? When we see, and again, I don't want to turn this into religious bashing, it's just worldviews. And what people don't understand is culture blend categories. What do I mean by that? Culture take what you know about science, what you know about religion, what you know about history, and it builds a framework based off of that. This goes back to the Imhotep and the Herodotus thing. So just because in one aspect I'm talking about morality, and another aspect I'm talking about religion, and another aspect I'm talking about ecology, and another aspect I'm talking about community, these are different aspects of what makes up a culture. And when you're ingrained in a certain worldview of a culture, the way you look at that culture on all aspects is determined by what you are indoctrinated by. That's important. The reason it's important is because by confining yourself to a box, you miss out on all of the information, the beneficial information, may I add, that could actually help free you from your situations. You see what I'm saying? So that's another reason why this is another great topic to touch on, because it shows you how deeply ingrained the Western Eurocentric thought is inside of our community. Whenever you have an issue with the inventor being credited with the invention, there's some type of self-hate going on there. And I can only assume that self-hate is coming from the Western Eurocentric ideals that our people still carry within them. Or else it wouldn't be such an issue for us to say there's a such thing as African science. There's a such thing as Nile Valley science. There's a such thing as African engineering, right? African astrology. Let me correct myself. African astronomy. We shouldn't have an issue with saying that if they're the ones that birthed it. But it's that Eurocentric worldview that some of us cling to that don't allow us to give our ancestors their proper veneration. Man, we got people up here talking about the Cometian people were Caucasoid people. If that ain't Western Eurocentric thinking I don't know what is. Let's get into it. Hold on, let me show this. We got brother Chess in the building. He said, morality is not supposed to be cultural based though. Humans would have many conflicts if we each have our own standards. Different standards mean what? Who should get their way over the other groups? So morality is supposed to be based on culture. I actually think I have a hold on one second. I think I got one. Here, go right here. So this, what Chess said, is why this right here, this topic right here is so important. Is morality universal or culturally engineered? There's people out here who really think morality is universal. That, let me bring up brother Suave Boss. What's up, brother Suave Boss? Thanks for joining the show. How you feeling, brother?
Black Power. What's going on?
I'm chilling, kicking this information, getting into the show. I appreciate you, brother, for kicking it with us. I'm just responding to Chess. What you want to get into, bro?
No, man. Just tuning in, man. I've been in and out. I'm just checking you out, man.
Oh, I appreciate you, brother.
Get into the
Can
information.
you give me any feedback so far? What you like? What I need to sharpen up on?
I mean, reading.
Hey,
But
yo.
Other than that, you good, guy.
My
I like
man.
what you're doing. Do
Yo,
your thing.
Hey, listen. I take it. What's good? Hey,
Angelica was good, guy. Yeah, peace to the chat, man. No, do your thing, man. If I can engage in a healthy manner, I would. Go ahead.
Okay, most definitely. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. But so as I was responding to brother Chess, people think that morality is universal when we know it's a fact that morality is subjective. It's based in culture. This is why it's culturally engineered. This is why when we go to different cultures, we see different structures of morale. All cultures don't have the same morality. And we see that through history. Let's see what he say. Yo, you fine, Angelica, you fine. Those under the authority alone are affected. See, this the thing, this what I'm talking about, right? What authority, right? When we're dealing with culture, we are only under the authority of the person that's ruling over us. So if we're talking about tribalism, then we're under the authority of the chiefs. If we're talking about imperialism, we're under the authority of the kings. If we're talking about religion, we're under the authority of the priests and the pastors and the popes. So we have to understand who authority we're under. And we have to check the authority that we're under, making sure that we're not being led astray by our authority. That's the issue. That's the issue. Nobody's checking the authority when it comes down to religious authority. And everybody who have checked authority when it comes down to religious authority, they got booted out, excommunicado. This is what happened to people in y'all communities when they just simply bring y'all the truth. Y'all act like y'all don't know them no more. All right, hold on. Let me bring the brother up. What up? What up? What up, bro? What up, Chess?
What's up? Peace, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I too low, too high, too what?
Nah, you great, bro. You great, bro.
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna interrupt your stream here, but I just wanted to make it clear that you know, of course, you're saying something that a lot of people are raised with. So I think that's where you're getting the value from, because I think everybody here probably was raised that way, that society makes the morality and the stuff like that, because we're taught to be authoritative, subjective people, right? We're supposed to be under the authority of somebody when we're kids, like whether it's our parents, whether it's our older siblings, whether it's the police, whether it's the school teacher, right? We're always under authority when we're kids. So we're taught that, you know, different people might have different rules and stuff like that. So it gets normalized that what's right for this person is wrong for that person, and so forth and so forth. But that's not what it's originally supposed to be, because it doesn't have much of a value if I want to hurt people and you're telling me I can't hurt people, right? Your morals say you're not supposed to hurt people, but my morals say I'm allowed to hurt people. And then you're going to stop me from doing what I want to do because you want to do what you want to do. So it becomes a conflict if you're going to use morality as subjective, because then it becomes a fight, right? It becomes who has more power than the other one.
Well, no. Well, here's the thing about that, right? So we, like I said earlier, is we got cases about this in history, right? So let's talk about the Arab conquest, right? The Nubians didn't automatically want to fight the Arabs. It was the Arabs who came in with the aggression. Now, why is this important? This is important because off the rip, it shows you the ethical morale of each person. It shows you that one has a morale to slaughter. The other has a morale to first be peaceful. Now, these are two different morales. Watch this. Nubia didn't choose to get aggressive until after the Arabs did what they did, which lets you know that the Nubians were not naturally aggressive people. So when we're dealing with morality, that's a case right there of evidence in history where morality is culturally engineered. I see my sister Issa Queen in the comments. Let me bring the sister Issa Queen up. What's up, sister Issa Queen? Hold on one second, Chess. I want to get sister Issa Queen in here for a little bit. What's up, sister Issa Queen?
Hey, peace, everyone. How are you?
We doing well. We doing well. Hold on, I want to be able. I want us to all be able to have a thing up and for us to all see it. Let me see. How I do that. Oh, here you go.
I did wanted to comment on the being under authority idea. I just want it to be known that children has not always been under the authority of their parents. They have been raised by them. They have been taught and nurtured by them. But the specific speech that you use under authority, that comes from the idea of owning people. It comes after agriculture. It comes after understanding the ownership of property. And if you look at because we constantly talk about the Hammurabi codes, but there is a code that's older than Hammurabi codes, which is the codes of Namu. And the codes of Namu, it doesn't speak about people being property like it does in the Hammurabi codes. So what changed between the Namu codes and the Hammurabi codes? Well, agriculture, ownership of property, ownership of people changed. And in that same area, you find the ownership of women, the ownership of children, slaves, all of those things come into the same verbiage of being in authority of. And we kind of use this verbiage as if it's a natural order, when in all reality, it isn't. It's constructed and it's man-made. So I just wanted to say that, like, when we're talking about being under authority and who has authority, we're speaking about a specific time where people are losing rights, not gaining them.
Right.
And
well, that's a certain context. That's not the context of what I was saying. I wasn't referring to people as property or anything like that. The authority in that context that I'm using is more of who's more dominant and who's more submissive, far as character of the person, not who owns.
But you do recognize that the verbiage that you're using, who's more dominant, who's more submissive, that also falls under authority, that comes under property ownership. They weren't talking,
but that's not the context here.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about historically. People didn't talk like that until they started owning people. That's the point that I'm making. I understand that within...
That's not true. Like,
but it is.
Parents would still be able to raise their kids. What would they call it?
Raising and being under authority is two different things.
No. Raising means you're under authority.
No, it doesn't.
You're following what the parents are telling you.
No, it doesn't.
Are you speaking, sister? Are you speaking like legalese or something?
Yeah,
I'm
is that
sorry?
what you mean? Are you referring to like legalese or something like?
She might be using
what I'm referring to is the historical context of being under someone's authority. That is not.
There's not just one context. There's many contexts.
I get what you're saying. I see that you have different contexts to use the word. What I'm telling you is, historically, the word itself, the idea itself of being under somebody comes at a certain position in time. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
So you
really
said it wasn't until those man-made enforcements was created, children weren't under the authority of their parents?
The idea of having somebody above you in authority of you is a man-made concept, yes.
So who naturally, who are the children under the authority of?
What do you mean by that?
Like if kids pre-exist this man-made construct, then what is the true authority over children if it's not their parents?
The idea of having authority is the man-made concept. So you looking for other ways to be of authority is still looking for other man-made concepts. We just raised our children. That's what we did. They didn't have to be under our authority. The idea of authority comes with ownership.
No.
Hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. Let me read this really fast, so we can give some context to what we're talking about. Parenthood and being under someone's authority. The statement that parenthood is the same as being under someone's authority is false. The core distinction, authority versus dependency, parenthood is not the same as being under someone's authority. They overlap, but they are not identical categories. Authority equals power over, a hierarchical structure where one person has the right to command and the other is obliged to obey. Parenthood is responsibility for, a role defined by care, protection, and development, not dominion. Link key line. It's a authority is about control. Parenthood is about responsibility. They are not the same in category.
I didn't say they were the same. I said parenthood is a form of authority.
I would say that, yeah, it's a point. It's the same. Like, parents have authority over their children.
Right. And so she's using the words similar, like raising, but if the parent says to the kid, don't do this, and the kid disobeys, that kid will be punished. Yes or no?
And there's an order that keeps that system. Like other people were doing
that is authority. So you're talking about
I think punishment.
You're talking about something that came later.
Really
you're
fast.
Talking about something way later.
Okay,
Humans
so
have
really
been
fast,
communicating this by far since they've been here.
Oh, right. So, but I think you're misrepresenting punishment with correction. Right?
Well, no, we went to the
I mean,
extreme. We use punishment on purpose.
I'm telling my child, like for an example, if I'm telling my child to mop the floor, right, and she don't mop the floor, right, then of course it'll come off as harsh, but I have to then correct her. No, this is
with punishment. Why did you just try to do that to the word punishment?
So now, because punishment implies that
that she's under you.
Punishment.
She's not punishing you. If you make a mistake, she's not punishing
I'm
you.
also not punishing her. I'm correcting.
Yes, you are. No, that's
You're
still
correcting her by something that's subjectively harsh. That's punishment.
Right. No,
that's punishment.
It doesn't have to be physical. Punishment
It's a
doesn't have to
form
be
of
physical.
correction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if
punishment
she
can be
continues
verbal.
Yes, if she continues to misbehave and disobey, you're going to get more strict
now,
until she obeys.
You're not going to say, well, you ain't under my authority. Do what you want to do. No.
Yeah,
you're
that's
gonna,
right.
So
if there's
can I just say something really quickly? Because like I feel like what's being confused is the idea that if we're saying that you don't have authority over someone, that means that you have no power. Right. And that's not what's being said. And that's not what's being said. Hold on. It's not what's being said when it comes to parenthood. Yes, you can correct your children, but do y'all really think that hunter-gatherers in the base of our society was telling children to go get the switch off the tree to beat them? No,
not that
like that's not what was happening. That is an idea. Hold on, you don't know what I'm going to say yet. So how are you already responding? You don't even know what I'm going to say.
You're giving bad examples here.
Hold on.
I'm not giving bad examples. I'm giving examples that you don't like. That's not the same thing. So can I finish my sentences?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is the idea that you have the authority to dominate over, to punish someone, that comes from, that verbiage alone comes from a hierarchy system. And hierarchy systems come out of agriculture. It comes out of this time period when we started to own things. And you can literally look, that's why I said, look up the codes of Namu versus the codes of Hammurabi, and you will see the stark differences between a collective community and a community that's now under hierarchy. Because when it comes to the Hammurabi codes, they also start to use words like punishment and authority.
So when you say that, if you take away the word authority, or the misconception is that people feel like as a parent you don't have power over your children. If you're not using authority, how do you turn that power over your child? What is that?
My question is, why do we need to hold power over instead of raising our children?
Because if you tell them to do something and they don't do it, what's going to happen? Is he going to be a standstill?
There are consequences, and having power over somebody are two different things. That's why I'm saying the way
I'm asking what
excited.
No, you avoided my question is what you did.
I'm not avoiding your question. You just don't like the last answer.
No, what do you call the power you have over your child?
I don't call power over children. I'm sorry. I do not believe in that.
You're just changing the word.
I need y'all to calm down.
You're not using the word, but you're doing the same thing.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because you know what the difference is between what I'm saying and what you're saying is the fact that you're trying to hold power over and be authoritative figure over. And I'm saying
we're just recognizing the power and authority we have.
I will come back another day. I cannot deal with dysfunctional Negroes that can't be quiet long enough to hear the whole entirety of what I'm trying to say. Y'all are being very dysfunctional. So now, and this is the difference between correction.
Then you dodge my question, and then
ain't nobody dodge.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna take y'all off mute. What we gonna do is we gonna reset. Sister Issa, don't go nowhere. You know, y'all know it get a little heated. What we gonna do? We're gonna reset. The brother is gonna re-ask Sister Issa Queen a question. He's then gonna allow her to answer the question and land her plane. And then if brother Chess got something to add, he can then add that. That's how we gonna run it, okay? Let's get into it, y'all. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
1 second, y'all. Hold. We ain't gonna get into it yet because we got somebody else in the comments I'm gonna bring up. What's up, Emmanuel?
Peace, God. I actually I'm one of the moderators for the channel, so I was just gonna come up while I was in the audience just to kind of keep, you know.
Yes, sir.
I see y'all got plenty order, but you know, I was just gonna be in the background.
Yes, sir. And you know I appreciate you, brother. You know I appreciate you.
For sure.
All right.
But I won't be doing too much talking at all. I'm actually about to mute up, and then, like I say, if some moderation is needed, then I'll chime in.
What's up, man?
Peace, God.
So Suave, go ahead, ask Sister Issa the question, and then Sister Issa, you got the floor to respond.
Okay, but yeah. So since you're making the remarks, and I mean, like wrapping up, it's like we're trying to hold on to a power. No, we're recognizing the power. We're trying to hold on to authority. No, we're recognizing authority. You said, taking away the word authority, people may be confused on the fact that you don't have power. Now, you already expressed that if your child does something that you told them not to do, there are consequences. So those consequences have to come under some kind of power. So you can't say you don't recognize or believe in power if your child pays consequences handed down by you to them. So if it's not authority, what is the power that you have in relationship to your child?
I have a parental relationship with my child, and consequences does not mean punishment. Actions have reactions naturally in the world. So everything you do has a consequence to it. You can absolutely steer your children in a way where it's not necessarily punishment. It could just be a consequence, right? Because I'm pretty sure every time you correct your children, it doesn't go to straight punishment. You have levels that you hit. So I'm just confused
I feel like you
why
dodged my
we're
question
not.
again. I said,
I don't know how it's. I don't know. I don't know how. Excuse me. Like, I just need grown-ups that respect each other's voices.
You can attack people.
What's
All
the
I'm saying.
So as of right now, right, we are on Humble's panel.
No, before you go there, the question was,
and at
what
the end of
is
the
the
day, we
power
have
that you're able to
continuously
have?
trying to correct
You're
you.
running from the
You're
conversation. You're trying to personalize it. No, you just took my question. Everybody just heard me ask the question. Everybody, this is the problem.
This is annoying.
I got it, guy, and I'm gonna shut up. I got it. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna disengage. But everybody just heard me ask her, if you can't put consequences on your child, what is the power in which those consequences come under? She said consequences doesn't mean punishment. That was not my statement. What is the power, that the ability that you have to put consequences, whether they're punishment or not, over your child? How did you talk about
this is why I said that you're just trying to find a conflict. The first thing I said was we have a parental child relationship. That's the authority that I have. A parental-child relationship.
So
And
you
being
do
that
have authority over your child.
Swab Boss, have you
oh
ever heard
my
of parental control?
goodness.
Swab Boss, have you ever heard of
I
parental
cannot.
control?
Like, humble, really?
No, I'm gonna leave it
Like,
alone.
is
I'm
this
gonna leave
one
it
of the
alone.
things
She's sensitive
like,
as
do I need
hell.
a mute?
I don't know why she's so
How much do
sensitive.
I have to pay for a mute at this
Protect black
point?
women.
Because,
Protect
like,
black
I'm
women.
very
Protect black
confused.
women. Go ahead.
Hold on. Y'all can't keep over talking her. Y'all gotta let her land her
I'm
plane.
not doing this anymore. Either you're gonna mute them so I can finish my sentences uninterrupted, like I give them the respect of doing, or I could just go. I'm not here to argue with niggas that I don't know. I came here because you asked me to.
Most definitely. So I'm gonna right now give the brothers the opportunity to mute up on their own. So I won't have to mute them. Let's see if we're grown enough to mute up on our own. All right, we see Suave muted up. Hey Chess, can you mute up for me, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Sister Issa Queen, land your plane. And I appreciate you, sister. I appreciate you. I really do. Go ahead, sister, land your plane for us.
Yes, the only thing that I'm saying is the relationship. The answer to your question is that the relationship is that I am the parent. I am the elder. Does that mean that I now wield authority and control over my child? No, I don't think like that. I don't. So when my child does something wrong, I correct him or her. That's it. There's no divine power that I have over him. Like, no. And more so, the thing that you're talking about, it sounds ego-based because we are saying the same thing. The only thing that's different is I don't have my ego in my parenting. I don't need control over my children in that way. And I land.
May I reply respectfully?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I did not ask what is your relation. I said in relationship to your child, what is the power? Because you said authority doesn't mean lack of power. And I'm asking you, will we all in the regular world outside your head say that power we have over our child is parental authority? And you just said you have authority over your child. Well, right. But it seems like you want to paint authority as the man-made construct that put people under oppression against their will. I'm talking about that natural relationship you have with your child where they respect what you say. And when you punish them, it's not a big deal as if a stranger just walked up and punished them. And they like, what is your relationship to me that you feel you can correct me? There's a respect. What I've only been asking questions in syncing clarity. She's made definite statements, drawn conclusions about my character, and painted me as something that I'm not. And all I'm saying is, if you don't want to use the word authority, which you have, what other terminology could be used in the relationship to your child that power will come? You're just going to call it power? I'm landing.
So I called it parenting, right? And I called it correction, right? And the only statements I made about your character was based on how you were showing up in this conversation. The over talking, the loud talking, not letting me finish in my statement. Those are the things that I was talking about. I'm not talking about you as a parent because I don't know you as a parent. I just know you as the person that was on this panel being very disrespectful and disruptive. That's all I know you for.
Okay, and then I'll reply to that, and then I'll shut up. We can move it on. Yeah, no, I haven't been over talking to you. I listen, and then I'd be like, okay, well, can I engage that? And every time that happens, you act like someone snatched your purse, and you called the police. This is a like we're all adults. There's no like you're not here to teach me. You understand? You are here to argue with people you don't know. Respectfully, not to be overtalked. I don't have to overtalk you to argue with you, but to construct an argument, I shut the fuck up. I listen to what you say, and then I reply to what you say in the context you say it. You haven't been doing that to me. Now you think it's out of ego. You think my remarks is out of ego. You forgot you said that. You see what I'm saying? So no, all I was doing is trying to get, because I believe that you do have authority over your child, a natural authority, and it's more family based. If an uncle see a child disrespecting the parent, the uncle will say, hey, that's your parent. So we have a system to hold that authority in place. It's not government based. We don't need the government. We don't need a president. It's mother, father, grandparents, great grandparents, and support and shine. That's it, man. So yeah, we do have authority over our children, and it don't mean we need to own them or enslave them.
So Humble, can you look up for me the difference between authority pre-agriculture and authority after agriculture?
Okay.
Just look it up.
I got you right now.
How people were seen in authority in those times?
Thank you, Issa, because that's really what I was trying to chime in on when I did earlier. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I'm not sure if you could hear what I was saying, but I was actually trying to turkey back and kind of like put some clarity on what you were saying. And that's what I was about to follow with, is asking if you could give clear definitions from your perspective, and then it'll probably be a little more understood. So exactly what Humble is about to do now, I think will kind of answer some of the questions that's why I felt like weren't being answered. And just for the record, everybody's usually pretty cordial on the channel, unless it's like a literal spar session or we in the alley or something like that. So, you know, if you can kind of get a brother some grace, you know, we don't deal with our women a lot. We definitely are Black women lovers over here. So, you know, just give us some grace. We appreciate you. We welcome you. And yeah, how to say?
Yeah, I agree with that, right? And I absolutely give people grace that gives me grace, right? You see how when you're talking, I'm usually listening, because like that's the only way you could really have a conversation. A lot of the times when you're over talking somebody constantly, right, you don't allow them to finish one complete thought. So now you have 10 incomplete thoughts that you're trying to put together and then have a conversation based off of. And I don't think that's a logical thing to do. That's why I wait until people completely finish their sentences, so then I can make an assessment on what you said and not how I felt while you were saying it.
Right, most definitely, most definitely. Let me PSA really fast, and then I'm gonna read this. That's one thing I can give to the world that we come from, is it allow us to be patient, because we do deal with a lot of people, a lot of unruly panels, and a lot of unruly people who not only cut you off but say some crazy things while cutting you off. So you know, we gonna give it, you know, everybody give each other grace. You know, we here, we building, you know, we're trying to not miss each other but connect with each other, you know. And with that being said, I'm going to read this so we can give some context of what's going on here. Authority before agriculture versus authority after agriculture. Two completely different systems, same word, different worlds. Below is the breakdown in your logical dialogue style. The core difference: before agriculture, authority meant influence. No one could force anyone. People followed you because they trusted you, respected you, or needed your skills. After agriculture, authority meant control. Once land, food, and surplus existed, some people could be commanded, restricted, and ruled. Not outlined. Before farming, authority was earned. After farming, authority was enforced. Ontological definitions: what is authority is. Before agricultural, hunter-gatherer era, authority, situational leadership based on skills, temporary, voluntary, no coercive power, no ownership of people or land. Definition: authority was influence without enforcement. After agriculture, the Neolithic Revolution, authority, institutional power based on land control, permanent roles, chief, king, priest, coercive capacity, tax, punishment, command, ownership of land, control of people. Definition: authority became power backed by resources and consequences.
So can I give input here?
Go. Of course. Yes, sir.
Yes. So it's not that we're disagreeing about the definition. We understand that that's one context. I mean, the fact that you gave specific context, like one before agriculture, one after agriculture, means that there's multiple contexts. It's not just those two either. Still, what they have in common is that when you're dealing with individuals, they are not equal in terms of their rights or their abilities. So when one person is able to tell another person, do this, and it's not reciprocal, that, what do you call that? You're just not liking the word authority, but that is the idea of what an authority is, whether it's by influence or whether it's by ownership. They have power that you do not. It's one way. It's not reciprocal. It's not a two-way relationship. So
but that's not what he just read.
Yeah, but that means what you're saying, you just don't like the word. But you understand the idea, you just don't like the word. You want to use a different word for it. So
no, it's not about what I like.
If I call a pig something different, if I use the German word for pig, it's still a pig.
And I think that's out of ego. She's doing that out of ego.
And
I think you're just
hold on.
Please, Humble, read it again. Read it again, Humble, for the people in the back.
I got you. And I feel like y'all not understanding what she's saying. And I think she stated it clearly a couple times.
No, I understood what she said.
The word authority before agriculture meant influence. It didn't mean to force anyone. People followed authority because they trusted, respected, or needed.
Hold on, stop right there, please.
Hold on, Chess. Hold on. Let me get it in. After agriculture, authority meant control. Once land, food, and surplus existed, some people could be commanded, restricted, and ruled, right? So these two authorities is most definitely relevant into what y'all talking about raising a child, right?
Right.
When we're talking about, and that's a fair play of her pointing out those two different roles of authority, because one points to discipline as the other points to control. So when we say, okay, well, y'all have authority over your child, and of course she's not trying to use the word authority because y'all are equating authority with control. Now, if she said authority, and hold on, I got you, Chester. I'm gonna land my plane right here, and then you got it. If she said authority and y'all asked her, okay, what you mean by authority? And she say influence, then what she's speaking about authority is totally different than what y'all is talking about authority.
No, it's not. The reason why it's not is because it's not a 50-50 relationship. If she's in power of me and she can control me and I can't tell her what to do, that means she's different from me. And how do you explain that? The concept is that if it's not 50-50, one of us has more rights than the other one. That's like if we're having the same job and you get paid because you're a man and she gets paid less because she's a woman.
So
what
I
is
don't
the justification for that?
So I don't think you understand the difference in the word influence and the word control.
No. Right. So I do understand.
So
that's nonsense.
So if I could be the lawyer or the defender for my sister Issa Queen really fast. So your child should follow you because they respect you. They need you. They trust you. They shouldn't follow you because they're commanded to, they're restricted to, and they're ruled to. Those are two different things.
Yeah, all agree on. Nobody's saying that.
But that is the way that you're putting it, though, brother.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How are you
what
not?
I'm saying,
you just gave an example of a woman and a man, right?
No, I gave example, but you're not following the example.
Out of control, not out of influence.
So
why do men get paid more than women today? That's out of control, not influence.
It's both.
No.
By the way, why are you using that word? Why are you using that word influence? The minute somebody disobeys, what happens if you just influence me? What happens if I don't do what you ask me?
It's called discipline.
Okay, so where did discipline come? Why are you disciplining me if we're equal?
Discipline because
wait. You need to answer that first. You need to answer that first. If we are equal citizens, how can you discipline me if we have equal rights?
So discipline is a system of habits, structures, and self-mastery.
And if who does that?
Listen. If you disrespect
you need to answer the
me,
question.
hold on, I got you. I'm about to answer your question now. If I am an elder and you disrespect me, clearly you're lacking self-mastery. So that's something I now have to teach you, train, discipline in. That's different than punishment and consequences.
No, it's not. Because if you're doing that,
consequences is reaction to wrongdoing meant to stop behavior. I don't want to stop your behavior. I want to raise your level of mastery.
Yeah, but you're saying to me that you're not equal to me. You're above me. If you're doing that, if we are equal,
these
even
are cultural statuses.
Still, that's an authority. If you're putting a status above somebody, then and somebody's below you, that's what an authority is. And by the way, just so we're clear, I was going to mention this also because she's talking about only humans. Other animals have this also. It's a natural instinct, by the way. So it's not what she says it is. That's her choosing that context and ignoring the other ones. It is a
How is that me when he literally read it for you?
Because
like he read it.
You're reading and not thinking.
Hold on, y'all. One mic.
I understand what he said. I understand English.
Hey, hold on. One mic.
Roy Chess. 1 second, please. Can we stop being so absolute and declarative of you saying what she's doing? Because that can give a derogative tone. If you can more so just kind of be like, well, it seems like to me, or say that she's not being clear. Don't blatantly say what she's doing, because that's kind of malicious if she's clearly saying that that's not what she's doing. Well, so just for the sake of clarity for the audience, that it seems a little malicious, and every time that happens, that's when the uproar starts to begin. I'm muted.
Okay, so before she even can get to agriculture, before she can even get to human beings, other animals have this behavior. Humans are not the only animals that have this behavior. So I don't know where this agriculture thing comes from. It is not required. Other animals do it also. So why are you using that context instead of the other context, like when other animals do it? Other animals, like dogs and cats, do it the same thing, and they don't have agriculture, and they don't have power and control.
So the reason why I use agriculture, because it's specific to human beings. We weren't talking about cats and dogs. We were talking about people. So when we're talking about the whole authority thing, I've looked into this type of history. Like, I live in my mind in Paleolithic, Neolithic times, right? These are the times that I study. And in those times, human beings were more collaborative. There was more village based. There was more clan based. So just because you would have, and I'm going to use your word, just because you would have authority by influence over direction, the best places where water is clean. You would be in control of that. But that doesn't mean that the best places to get the best apples. You don't know where that is. That will be somebody else's authority, because we used to be a collective, not a hierarchy. You would stand up for, you would stand up for the things that you were good at, and people would see you and be influenced by you because of your abilities in that space. No one person had every ability in every single space for them to have the complete authority over the entire village. That's not how that went. I mean, of the entire clan. That's not how that went. Right? Until you get agriculture. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Real quick. I think we're talking to each other. We're not even disagreeing. Everything you said, I agree with. The difference here is that you're using a specific context and ignoring everything else. So I agree with you, but now you just said something that did not say. I did not say an authority has to be an overseer for every subject matter. I didn't say that you have to be a Trump to be an authority. So yes, when you said that the water example, this person knows where to go to get the water, this person knows engineering, this person knows mathematics, this person knows medicine. Those are individual authorities. They're not over every single person. So I don't intend to mean authority as in you're the king over everyone. You have people underneath you that can advise. That's what authority applies. It doesn't apply total 100% power. You could have
right, but the thing that you're missing, right, is that the part that y'all were bringing into the conversation was punishment and consequence. When you know where the watering hole was, if I didn't want to follow you, you didn't punish me because I didn't follow you. I just didn't do it. Hold on. And that's the difference between what you're talking about and what I'm talking about.
But
it's a little bit of a difference there.
Can I get the mic in a minute? I just want to get in line again. I just want to get. I've been shutting up. I just want to get the mic in a minute. Sorry.
Definitely been quiet. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Soon as Chessland is playing, you got it, and then I'm gonna read this on the screen.
Yes, but real quick. So we're not disagreeing. I want you to understand we're not disagreeing, but you're taking certain words to the extreme. When I say punishment, I don't mean you're going to get 50 lashes, you're going to get shot. Why do you take that to the extreme? And then you use another word to substitute for it. But that's the problem right now. You're just picking and choosing words that you like and you don't like. That's why
That's not true. That's not true. I'm using words. Just listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth for 1 second, right? Hold on. Because you keep on telling me what I'm doing and not actually listening to what I'm saying. When I gave you, sir, Jesus Christ, sir.
1 second, Chess.
All I'm saying is, let's just use the watering example. You know where the water is. I decide that I don't want to go. The consequence of me not going is me not having water. The punishment that you're talking about would be somebody inflicting something on me. That's the difference between a punishment and a consequence. So just because you had the authority to show me where the water was, doesn't mean that you had the power to inflict a punishment on me. That's not the same thing. And it's not, and it doesn't matter how I feel about the word punishment. That's just what it said in in what Humble read. That has nothing to do with me. I'm just telling you what it was saying. But I'm gonna stop and let the brother speak.
We're gonna go to, I think that was Suave who was that.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Just let me
hold on. I'll let you.
No, I concede to him and then I'll come after him.
Okay, go ahead, Chess, and then Suave.
So again, you keep doing the same thing, and that's why I keep mentioning it. So we don't disagree on ideas. It's just what you're doing is the issue, why we're disagreeing, why there's contention, right? You're telling me that you're not doing it, but you're exactly doing it. And this is the same thing you did with Suave, that you just substitute words that mean the exact same context, that have the exact same context, that one is positive and one is negative, I guess. That's why you're doing that. But I don't know why you keep doing that, and then you deny that you're doing it. So
can you respond to what I said though? Like, I get the character analysis, but what did I say about the example and the difference between punishment and consequence? Can you respond to that?
Yeah, those words are the same. It's like you're taking it as punishment has to be a beating. It has to be negative.
No, I never said anything about a beating. I said that you don't have the power to punish me. And that would be, you're mad at me because I didn't go. I get shunned because I didn't go. That's different from me not going and just being thirsty. The consequence of me not going to get water is being thirsty. That's the consequence. It's not the punishment.
All right, let me get really fast. Let me get Suave up in here, and then I want to read this really fast. I want to read this what's on the screen. Go ahead, Suave.
Okay, yeah. No, what you're saying is not going over our heads. It's like I get it. You have your own personal way of explaining these things, but influence is power. Okay. And yes, we introduce consequences, but consequence and punishment, because consequence and punishment is a real thing. And you can say that there's other ways to correct your child. Yes. And if you don't go to get water with me, there's a consequence, whether you respect it or not. Because I mean, we know children get rebellious. At some point, they push the envelope. But you have a family structure that says, well, this is what it is, or you can move on, meaning you're facing the consequence. But there's a clear consequence to stepping outside the order of power, authority of family. And that's natural. That just comes to us. We didn't need a book for that. A child comes out of mother womb, father feels the responsibility to protect that relationship. And this sometimes takes on the obligation to correct. And sometimes, I mean, in a perfect world, I talk to my children a lot. I haven't had to whoop my children like I was whooped. My parents didn't have the words. I had the words. But yeah, there still is a power. There's an authority. And if I can't get another terminology other than authority, then I'm rolling with authority. But you can definitely do what you do over there.
All right, let me get into this, y'all. I say the epic shift of authority. 2 worlds, 1 word, total inversions. Right? The core shift. Before agricultural, authority meant influence. After agricultural, authority meant control. Right? It's a ontology. What is it? Before situational leadership, fluent, voluntary, and skill-based. After institutional, power, fixed, coercive, and resource-based. Right? It's a function. What it does. Before, coordinates and mediates. After, commands and compels. So even right here, we see, right, when we use, even in this one word, before agriculture and after agriculture, the function was even different, right? One function, right, of authority meant to coordinate and mediate. The other meant to command and to compel. And so even that's different. So when we go back to the initial conversation onto parenting our child, right? We can mediate with our child, right? We don't have to command and compel. We can coordinate and mediate, right? Let's talk about social structures, which is more relatable, right? Small, mobile, right? Anglarian brand, after stationary, stratified, and state system, right? So these are things that when we're speaking about this one word, authority, right? We understand that there's 2 ways to use this one word. And so if we're using authority in the context of influence, we know we're not meaning control. We know we're meaning voluntary, skill-based, leadership, right? But when we're using authority in the context of control, then we're using it for institutional power, fixed, coercive, and resource-based. So I think this is something that we have to draw attention to on the context that this one word is used in, definitely when dealing with parenting, right? Because do we have authority over our children? Of course, but the authority is not command authority. The authority is influential authority.
Can I respond?
Yes, sir.
So the issue is that you're nitpicking on a single example, and that was a single example. And then again, also when I mentioned authority, I wasn't just talking about humans. I'm talking about authority in general. So all of these things have something in common. no matter whether it's influence or whether it's master-slave relationship, one person is going to be more valuable than the other person, no matter how you try to twist it. The same thing with animals. So it is no different. So you don't have to distinguish the animals from the humans.
Well, we can't really fast. We can't equate value with position, right?
No, I'm not
Because
equating value with position. I'm not doing that.
A master will often say that a student is more valuable than himself.
No, but you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I wouldn't have nobody to pass the information to.
Yeah, but you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. I'm saying one person in the relationship. If there's 100 people in the room, somebody is going to take charge of that room. I don't know who, but somebody will. It's human nature to do it. It has nothing to do with influence and all this other stuff. Somebody's just going to do it. It's an instinct, kind of, and you're missing that.
No,
it's not in your
Right,
definition.
so let's really fast. Let's take this. Let's take right now as an example, right? We got brother Emmanuel in the house, right? Who's a mod, right?
Yes. So he's automatically different from me. He's a mod, and I'm not.
Now
right?
watch this. Hold on 1 second, right? His influence as a mod, right, dictates how he behaves, right?
But it doesn't take away his power.
Watch this. Watch this. Now, he can choose to rule an authority by influence or by command. He could choose to say, bro, I am, I've been on A1, way longer than all of y'all. I'm up here, this is what I'm doing. I don't like the way this is ran. This is what's going on. Or he can come and say, well, shoot, I'm an admin. I don't like the way this person talking. I'm kicking him down. I don't like the way this person talking. I'm kicking him down. And listen, I just want you to do your presentation, and then I'll let everybody. You see what I'm saying? So the way he goes about his authority, yes, it's the same word, but it's two different ways that he's going about his authority. And I think because she is choosing a latter way about authority, y'all are saying that she's picking and choosing when you can't be picking and choosing when that's right there in the definition of what she's talking about. Y'all act like she's talking about something or misunderstanding something totally egregious when she's letting you know what perspective she's coming from, and it's right there.
Yeah, we don't disagree. The difference is something's wrong, lost in the translation. Right, so I agree 100%.
There we go, Roy Chess. That's a great way to put it, because I'm actually understanding both sides 100% clear. I won't necessarily say that y'all are agreeing, but I think, like you say, if some definitions can be clarified for sure on both ends, I don't see where the disconnect would be. I think Brother Humble just actually broke it down perfectly. It's just more so that it seems like a preference thing for both ends, and it's like I don't want to use that word, but you're not gonna force it. You're not gonna force someone into using the words that you feel like they should use, and it seems like that's what's going on from one side, and she's like, no, you don't understand that. That's part of what we're talking about. This same authority that we're talking about is lightweight being exhausted. Like, there's no way that you think your influence of explaining the definition is supposed to make me say, oh yeah, you know what? I get what you're saying now, so I'm going to say it that way. If it still makes perfect sense the way that she's explaining it and breaking down, and she's letting you know the definitions that she's going off of, letting you know the timeline and the frame of this definition even possibly becoming a little more variant. So it's like I said, it seems a little bit, Roy Chess, like from the audience, that somebody can understand both sides clear, and your discrepancies is kind of with a personal preference. That's just what it seems like for me. And like I said, I'm in the audience. I'm about to mute back up.
Yeah, but the difference is,
you, brother. Hold on 1 second, Chess. I appreciate you, brother Emmanuel. Man, this brother right here. Hold on. Let me do something special for the brother really fast. Let me give him his flowers, because this brother right here has been doing a great job helping me out and for better
I
support.
appreciate it, brother. No problem. I appreciate it.
I do just want to acknowledge Sister Angelica in the comments. She said authority can have a structured methodology, which I agree with. Before that, hold on, how do I get from here? Because I want to point out her other one. Comments. Okay, I want to point out her other one. She said, can we just say that there can be and is authority structures, which I agree with. There are structures of authority, right?
Yes.
How one choose to act out their authority, right, is solely dependent on them. So we can't just automatically put a person in a box and tell a person that, well, and I'm not accusing you brothers or even Sister Issa Queen of doing this, but I'm just saying in general in academia, we can't force a person to live by or to hold to a standard when they clearly see another use for this same parameter, right? So that's why I most definitely agree with Sister Angelica. Thank you so much for your participation, sister. Most definitely. I just want to let you know we do see you and we do appreciate you.
So we're all saying the same thing, right? We're just, the difference is my thing is that if there are 10 contexts, all of them are equal. So you can pick one, but don't say you're not picking one, right? So I could use one of you. She gave the example of 2, but there's others. Like I gave the example with the other animals, right? So there's definitely more than 2 or 3. There could be 10. All 10, if you look them up, right? You can use them. But if you're cherry picking one and then you're denying that you're cherry picking, that's the issue. So
right, but that's not what I was doing. Hold on. What I was doing actually was giving you the history of the controlish nature that y'all were talking about in your authority. And that and it has a history. There's a time period where that didn't exist, and there's a time period where it did exist. And I just told you about it.
Right.
I'm not telling you 10 or hold on. I'm not telling you 10 different ways to be an authority figure. That was never my conversation. My conversation was strictly speaking to the control aspect of authority that you were talking about. And I get that you feel like it's a natural system, but even when Humble looked up what he looked up, it told you that comes out of agriculture and the idea of owning people and property and land. Yeah, that's what they say. So it's not even just about, like, you're trying to make it seem like this is a ideology that I came up with when ChatGPT told you the same thing.
So is that authority? You're still proving my point.
That's perplexity.
You're still proving my point.
I want you to know that.
Oh, my bad, perplexity.
But also, I do want y'all to know really fast. I wanna keep everybody on track with what we're talking about. I do want everybody to know the initial conversation is on authority and child and parenting, basically.
No, that's not what the initial conversation was. That I gave an
conversation was about parenting.
No, I gave an example of parenting. The initial conversation was about morality. That's when I brought up the word authority, because you're using it that way.
Go ahead.
You're
You're
using morality as an authority. That you said.
You said I'm using morality as an authority?
Yes. You're saying different cultures who have authorities are going to say this is moral in our society, and then another group in another society, they're going to have different authorities, and those individuals are going to say, well, this is what we're going to do. And then another country is going to do the same thing in another country. So you think morality is subjective because you think authorities tell us what's right and wrong. Isn't that correct? That's why I brought up the authority.
I think morality is subjective because what I consider right and you consider wrong are completely different things.
But is it because of an authority that we have, for example?
No, it's because of our subjective standings and how.
Wait! You didn't answer my question. My question directly is: if I want to murder somebody, what's stopping me? Some authority that pre-existed me that says that I can't murder people, right? I didn't make it up. It's not my moral. Some authority, some person who has more rights than me made that decision for me. Yes or no?
Right. That's it.
Right.
Right.
So that's why I brought up authority. That's the reason.
Right.
why I
Now
brought
watch
up-
this. You can then choose to say murder is correct. That's
Yeah, but
your
I can't act out.
subjective reality.
But I can't act it out. That's the issue.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, and get punished, right? And get consequences. That
Yes,
makes no
because
sense.
you're doing it, but see, you have to realize.
That's why you can't have
hold on
subjective morality.
1 second, Chess. Now, what you're talking about, and you hitting something on the nose, and it's really important. I don't want us to get away from it, right? What you're talking about is now acting freely under someone else's control system, right? And so, like we see every day, when we are doing something under somebody else's control system, then we understand the punishment of not following what the control system is telling us to follow, because it's not ours. But now, when we follow subjectively what benefits us, it don't gotta benefit them, but it benefits us. That's when we start getting commanded and ruled. See, as long as we stay up under their, right, which is a subjective system, but they made it objective. So as long as we stay up under their subjective system, everything is all right. Once we develop our own subjective system, now there's the issue. But now, what if our subjective system is built on peace? That's why I brought you back to the Nubians and the Arab invasion.
Yeah,
right?
but somebody else is going to be different. So you can't. You're going
We
to
understand. That's why it's subjective. This is why I'm telling you it's subjective.
You're not understanding that what I'm saying to you. That if it's subjective, and then yours is subjective, of this subjective, somebody is going to take your stuff. Somebody's going to be the dominant one. That's what I'm telling you. That's why subjective morality doesn't work. Because if I have more guns and bigger army than you, I'm just going to take your stuff. And then according to you, hold on, let me land real quick. According to you, since it's subjective and I have more power, then I'm right. Because it's subjective. There is no ultimate answer. You can't tell me I'm wrong.
That's the point.
If you have, so that means I could do it. That means I could just take your stuff. That's not moral. Like, why would you use the moral? Why would you use
morality? If you listen now, that's what you're. No. You can't then flip flop sides. You was just
need the word moral.
Hold on 1 second. I got you. You said let you finish. Let me finish. You was just saying, okay, well, I got bigger guns, so I got the authority, and I come take your stuff. If you hold the morality of that's right, and you're controlling these people, then that's the morale. But that's still a subjective morality. That's not objective because you're influencing people to believe it's objective does not make it objective truthfully. That's an illusion.
Hold on. When you say objective, what do you mean? And influence something that
exists. I got you. Something that exists outside of human nature.
Human nature? What do you mean by human nature?
So truth. Truth exists outside of human nature.
What kind of truth? That's
whether any kind of truth.
Human preference. Is objective is not dealing with preference.
Objective.
This is what
means something that's unavoidably constant and has the same value.
Yeah,
that's what objective means.
It doesn't change. It's there.
Right. So that means it can't be subjective. I can't influence objective. If I say the sun is a star, that's objective. Right. It has nothing to do with me making it that way.
Exactly.
It's not a preference. Right. So that
now
means
watch this. Now let's go back to subjective. Now subjective is your own point of view on something. Now, if you have the authority and you have a subjective moral view on how people should live their life, but you spreading it across a large group of people, that's the illusion of objectivity. That's still subjective.
No. You're misusing the words. You cannot
How
have
am
a
I
subjective
misusing the
morality.
word?
You cannot have a subjective morality by definition.
What? You can,
cannot.
by definition, you cannot have a. So good and bad are absolutes. So the same thing that is good to me is good to you.
No, you're confusing things. I'm trying to tell you. Yes, you are. So there's some terminology that I have to give you. So because I think I gave it to you before. That descriptive ethics is what you're talking about. That this society believes this and that society over there believes that. When, for example, I gave you the example of abortion, right? When we first met, the pro-life person is making a moral claim that abortion is murder, right? The pro-life says abortion is murder. That's not subjective if it's scientifically verifiable. So that's what I pointed out to him. That's not subjective.
But hold on, because even in what you just said, science doesn't say that abortion is murder. Science does not say that, a fetus that is from 0 to 8 weeks is a baby. It doesn't say that.
No, I'm not saying that.
Right? So that's what makes what you're talking about subjective, because there are people out there that believes that babies begin as soon as conception happens. And there's some people who believes that when it has a heartbeat. Some people believes that when it's actually born, it's a full baby, because now it's living and breathing on its own. Those are subjective reasoning of what we call babies. But at the end of the day, science comes up with its own definition. And that's what I was doing earlier, right? It wasn't my opinion about the control happening in agriculture. That's historically proven that it happened during agriculture. Even when you made the example about the armies, you don't even get armies until you get agriculture. So these things that you're bringing up didn't even happen in the infancy of our humanity.
Yeah, but
these are all things that are being developed after the ownership of land and people. So everything you're going to say is going to be from the ideology of ownership of land and people, because you haven't come outside of that to learn what people were doing before they started doing that.
You did it again. You keep going back to your context, and there are other contexts. And you're not understanding.
What do you mean by my context? I just gave you a historical.
You're giving me one. Is that the only definition of the word you gave me? And there's more than two.
Which word are you talking about exactly?
It's her. It's actually her.
Well, I'm at work, so some things you're just gonna have to do.
Yeah, but you're doing it again. You keep going back to that one context. There are multiple contexts.
What multiple contexts are you talking about? Because I'm not understanding what you're saying, right?
You don't understand that there's more than one context?
More than one context of what?
Of most words. And the word we're talking about is authority. Keep going back to that one context that you want. There are other
right, but are you recognizing that historically the word authority has changed over the time? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Right. So when I was talking about agriculture authority versus post-agriculture authority, you do recognize that those are two separate authorities and one predates the other. Do you recognize that?
Yes. And there's other ones that predate those.
So what I'm saying to you, that the authority that you're talking about does not come before the authority that I'm talking about. Do you recognize that as well?
But you won't recognize
Let me answer her. No, that's not what we're talking about. You added. I wasn't talking about what you were talking about.
I wasn't speaking for you. I'm asking you questions for you to give me
answers. 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. We got a new guest up on the panel. Pan-mutilism.
Mulattoism.
You can't even pronounce that.
Pan-mulattoism.
Pan-mulattoism.
Mulattoism. Hey, yo, I can't pronounce that. Your name Pan. I'm calling you Pan. We got
brother. Well, let me address the host. With all due respect, you have to not be illiterate. My name is Pan-mulattoism, or mulatto for short. How y'all doing?
So Pam Mulatto, I got you. But
Okay.
you don't act like you got up here and I asked you how to pronounce that and you pronounced it correctly. You couldn't even pronounce that correctly. So that's why
I
I asked you
definitely
how would
did.
you
Hold
make
on.
that.
Slow down, brother. Slow
No,
down.
that was me.
That was Suave.
Oh, that was Voss.
Suave.
Oh
Yeah, that
man,
was
Voss,
Suave
you
being
made the same
illiterate.
mistake I did. I apologize, Pam. What it do,
No, you
Pam?
go, but before Pan take this left, because I know him, he's gonna this is gonna end up about ice and Mexicans. But what I'm
Actually,
saying,
it's not, brother.
no, I got you. But talking about the subjectiveness of morality, okay? There are laws, right? There's man-made laws and there's laws of nature. Example, if I speed on the highway past the speed limit, there are people that will enforce those laws on me. Not nature. Nature will let me fly off a cliff, run into a wall 200 miles per hour. Doesn't care. It isn't right. It isn't wrong. Man says it's wrong because it endangers lives. Okay. Natural law. If me as a black man jump off a cliff with, let's say, a rich white man, we both meet the same fate. That's a true law. It doesn't care about character, status, anything. Subjectiveness in relationship to both of those are human preference. I would prefer no one to fall off of a cliff and die, because that's going to be the universal conclusion to this. That's the consequence, whether you like it or not. You jump off of a cliff too high, you die. So yeah, I get it. As far as man-made laws, some people say it's okay to marry a 13-year-old. Some people say it's not. Right? Some people say it's okay to eat pork. Some people say it's not. Those are the petty human man-made laws. But real laws that exist, no matter what you prefer, is men can't multiply with men. Women can't multiply with women. You cannot jump from 100 foot and land on hard concrete. Like, those are the laws. Your food comes from trees. Your nourishment comes from, your water comes. Those are the laws that we cannot break. So yeah, we just got to have a more mature conversation instead of saying, hey, is Texas wrong when it comes to these laws versus New York? Should you have to show your ID if you're under suspicion of a criminal act? You don't have to in Texas. In New York, you do. So it's like, let's wrap our mind around that and then move on.
Yeah, but that's not morality. That's just laws. Morality
based off of morality, though.
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
one
bro.
second, child. I just noticed my man hopped down off the panel. He didn't get a chance to speak.
Pam mulattoism, he'll be back. He cool. That's my boy.
Yeah, but that's more suave. Suave, that's law. You wouldn't need the word moral if you just wanted to talk about that. Moral means something more than just law.
No, yeah. I believe law is the enforcement of morality.
No, I mean, in certain societies.
Hold on one second, y'all. Let me do this real fast. Let's take a little break. I know Suave and Chess, y'all been here rocking. I know Tim, y'all been rocking with A1 since day one. I know Angelica in the comments. I know she been rocking with A1 for a while. I know y'all been rocking with the Titan Debate League for a while. Anybody else in here? Please let me know how it's going. If you can, Suave, give me a quick assessment of how the show going.
Oh man, it's cool. Passionate conversations in a mature manner. That's what I like.
Okay.
Passionate conversation. Right? We're gonna have energy, we're gonna have passion, but we construct conversations. I shut the fuck up, let you talk. And when people do jump on, because a lot of times when somebody makes a you don't understand what I just said. That's a hard sentence to just shut up and let them up. Oh, nah, I'm stupid. I didn't understand what you see what I'm saying? So yeah, man, we still here, we in the building, and the sister's still present, and I take her as a gauge of the conversation because she was the one I was really like pressing the line on.
Yeah.
Keeping it structured. So yeah,
It's not personal, right? None of us take it out. Hopefully.
Hold on 1 second. I'm come right to you. I'm come right to you next, too, Chess. I I do want to give a disclaimer. This sister right here, she got tough skin. Listen, she rolled with some dogs, man. She rolled with some dogs. She is A-okay. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
I would say, hold on one second, Chess. I would say I seen a comment in a chat. This is a woman in all rights, you know. So when somebody says she getting emotional, you know, she's a female. You know, that don't mean she can't get just as passionate as us. So we can't be throwing that out there as if, oh, she can't hang in there. Nah. This sister right here, she about that action. Now, brother Chess, I'm gonna come to you, and I'm gonna ask you, brother. You know, how you liking the show so far? How you enjoying the show so far?
So far it's okay. I mean, nothing's gonna be perfect, but there is some leeway here. You are being somewhat fair. You know, you didn't just like you say, be the authority and power type of, you know, kick people off and stuff like that. But you know, the issue is some of the concepts are not being understood because you're taking the examples too literally. Some of the examples that I'm giving are not the main topic. I'm just giving it as an example. So the abortion thing wasn't just, I'm not defending it. I'm just bringing up what the concept says. So for something to be a moral concept, it has to include everybody and it has to be universal everywhere, right? It doesn't mean people will agree. I'm not saying that. That's not what morality is. So the pro-choice abortion argument is a moral argument because they're not talking about just the women in their neighborhoods. You can't have an abortion because it's murder. They're saying every woman in every state. Matter of fact, every country, everywhere, no woman should be able to have an abortion because they believe it to be murder. They're not making a subjective claim. They're not saying, oh, Sally over here, you're not supposed to get an abortion, but Sandra over here can, and Debbie can. They're saying everybody can't do it, right? So that's why I'm saying it's different from laws, different from authority. It's not based on authority that you have power over me and you're telling me what to do. Like a 13-year-old pro-lifer can make that statement. It's a moral statement, right? So I want to be clear. It's not about authority.
All right, really fast. I want to ask you a question, brother. Do you know the definition of what subjective is?
There are many definitions, many contexts.
Right. So if I say that butter pecan ice cream is the nastiest ice cream on the planet, that's a subjective statement, right? I'm saying that it's the nastiest ice cream on the planet. That doesn't make it true. That's just my feelings about it. And yes. I think that's what you're misconstruing with objectivity. You're trying to make people's feelings true. Just because I feel like Sally and this person and that person shouldn't do something, that doesn't make it true. That's just mean that's how I look at it.
No, that has nothing to do with moral claims. That's not their viewpoint. They're making the people who are pro-choice, pro-life, that are making that claim, just to be clear, they're science lovers. They're saying scientifically, once that sperm hits the egg, they're saying scientifically it becomes a human, it's a member of the human species, therefore it's a human being. And if you murder something that's a human, in the classification of human beings with intent, that's murder. So that can be scientifically justified, right? So if you're a science lover, that can be explained through science. Defending
how can hold on? The only way, quote unquote, the M word could be used in science is if you're making a judgment that just because a baby DIED, that means that the baby was the M word. That's a subjective claim.
No,
that's not true.
No, you're not understanding me then. So hold on, let me explain.
If I drop dead, hold on, and I don't want to keep using these words because I know the way these words are, but if something happened to me because of a condition, right? I passed on, but I wasn't the M word. And
Right.
so if a
M-word
baby is
suspicious.
born really fast, let me use one more example. I'm gonna get right back to you. If a baby is born stillborn, right? They passed on, but they wasn't the M word.
Right.
So then how can you then sit here and tell me that it's scientifically possible for you to show, right, that when a baby or prove that when a baby passed away, it's the M word?
The doctor induced it. That's what they're claiming, not what Roy says. That's what they're claiming. That's the argument.
I get what you're claiming. Listen, I know what you're saying they're claiming, but you
That's
are
what they're
supporting what they are claiming.
No, I'm not. I'm not supporting it. No, I'm just giving you the information.
What I'm saying is, when I say you're supporting, I'm not saying you are a pro-choice or anything like that. What I'm saying is you are saying that what they are saying it's true.
It's true. Nobody's gonna deny
No,
that.
that's not true. That's their
Hold
feeling.
on. No, it's not.
It is.
So let me ask you this: is if I murder somebody, am I intentionally killing them? Isn't you would answer yes, right?
That's the point of the N-word.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point they're making. That if this thing, member of the human species, and you're intentionally killing it, what do we call it?
We call what? But that's listen. That's the point. Hold on. That was the great point that Sister Issa Queen was bringing up, and this is why it's not scientifically valid. Because if it's 2 weeks and you go get it done, or if it's 2 months and you go get it done, you see what I'm saying? Then some people don't classify that as a thing yet.
No, I know. I understand that people.
So then we can't call that a thing. Like that's literally like saying because you split a rock in half, then you M-word the rock.
No, you're doing it wrong. Murder only applies to human beings.
So if you do something that's stop something from living before it becomes a human being, then it cannot have that human construct, right?
Correct, but they're saying that soon as the sperm hits it. No, wait. You can't go past that. You can't go past that. They're saying they're eliminating that. They're saying as soon as the sperm hits the egg, it's a human being. Right? So you can't, there's no before it becomes a human being. They're eliminating that purposely. That's why they're saying that. So that means when the doctor goes in there, intentionally does it, it's a motive. He has a motive, he has the capability to do it, and he's doing it intentionally.
Nah, bro. Again, that's
why it fits.
Just because you say no, listen. Because
it's not just because I say. It's not because I say.
Listen. What you're doing is you're going off of he say, she said.
No,
just
it's a because he statement, bro.
Listen,
no,
I'm about to explain this.
Bro, you have to deal with the science part.
Exactly. So the science says that the sperm doesn't have a heartbeat. So we can't treat the sperm as a human being because the sperm is not a human being.
When the sperm meets the egg, that's what they're saying. You have to address that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brody. Oh, can you please come back up here? Oh, no. No, I know Emmanuel, you just dropped down. I know it's the other brother that came up here and he didn't get a chance to talk. I want him to come back up here. But so
you have to address.
So listen, you can't say, oh well, these people are saying that as soon as the sperm come out, that means a human being, that automatically make their statement true. Their statement that as soon as the sperm come out, it's a human being is not even true.
Wait, you that's not what I said. They're saying
what you said.
No, it's not. I'll repeat it. They're saying when the sperm hits the egg, not when the sperm comes out, when the sperm makes contact with the egg and fertilizes the egg, it automatically becomes a human being. Address that part.
That's not true because it go through stages.
What do you mean?
You're not addressing it. Listen, so
you're still not addressing the comment.
I'm about to explain to you.
You're not addressing. You have to address that part first.
I am. I'm about to talk about embryos. Hold on.
They're still embryos. Yeah, but they're gonna say it's a human being. So why are you doing that?
Just because they say embryos are a human being, don't make embryos a human being.
So what makes it a human being?
You said what makes it a human being? The fact that it has functional capabilities. The fact that it has a beating heart. An embryo doesn't have a beating heart. The fact that it has a brain. Hold on. The fact that it has a brain. An embryo does not have a brain. The fact that it has a spinal column. An embryo does not have a spinal column.
Wait a minute. That's not correct. Oh, at some point it does. No, at some point it does. So
at some point.
Yes. So
but
you
we're
have to
talking about the embryo.
You're talking too general.
No. Hold time out. Time out. You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving. You are
about the embryo.
So you know embryos has stages, right? It's not just one thing.
We're not going until the later because you see how you try to move the goalposts?
No,
Stay right here with the embryo.
Bro,
you asked me. Hold on.
You're not listening to me.
I got you.
Embryo by itself has stages. Embryo by itself has stages.
Okay, listen.
I'm not going to another stage to fetus and all this other stuff. Embryo by itself.
Okay. So the embryo by itself does not develop a heart. That's when it becomes a fetus.
No, I don't think that's correct.
Bro.
That's not correct.
What's the first thing? Matter of fact,
the 6 week thing
is not a
hold
on really fast. If you want to get technical, and let me go look this up.
The sperm is introduced to the egg from the female, and both cease to exist, and then you have a third entity called a zygote. The zygote then breaks down into the cells, and then it turns into the embryo. But all of that is this process of creating humans. That's a human.
Yeah, the fetus. Wait. That's questionable, right? That's the whole point. The fetus is before birth, right? So the embryo is when they have a heartbeat and eyes. That's what the pro-abortion people say.
But they're all humans. Humans go through stages. Sometimes, at some point of early conception, humans don't have spines. Humans don't have brains. They form them inside the woman. But I would say that that's still a human. That's a human.
But that's questionable. That's still questionable. Right, but we didn't even get to that part. We're just talking about morality. We're not talking about this as a subject whole. It's an example of what a moral claim. Right.
But so really fast, Chas. You see how the brother, you see how Suave just said, I would still consider them human. Does that make his statement factual?
If he's talking about a member of the human species, yes. That would be factual. You disagree?
He just said what he said. I still consider those humans.
Yeah, but that's still an objective claim. If he's saying that it's part of the human species, that's an objective claim. That's not his opinion.
Right. He's right. We understand that it's a development of human. We ain't saying that.
Right.
But to see before it becomes fully human.
There is no before.
It is a before. So science, was we not just sitting here talking about how scientists look at before they had a brain and a heart and stuff like that, they wasn't fully human?
No, the science doesn't define what human beings are. Actually, if you could find a definition,
talking about.
No. If you can find me a definition, man, I don't know. I'll appreciate it. That fits every human being on the earth. It can't leave anybody out. Find me a definition for it. There is no definition. I'll do you a favor. There is no definition that everybody fits under.
The human being, all humans are mammals.
Right. So there are other mammals besides humans.
Yeah.
Right.
But we know all. You just said there's no definition that fit all humans, but we know all humans.
Yeah, but that's not a solid definition because that's not enough. It's not specific enough. There are other mammals. What stops the other mammals?
All humans walk upright. Like these are things that are attributed to all humans.
That's not true. All of them? With person with no legs walks upright?
If they
give me attributes.
A person with no legs walk upright, but we know if they had legs, which way would they be walking?
It doesn't matter which. It doesn't matter.
That's like saying all gorillas are born with 2 arms. That's not true. Don't you know little gorillas
Correct.
with of course, but if they were born like
So there
fucking
can't be
gorillas, we know
there
they
can't
had
be
2 arms.
there can't be exceptions to a rule. What's your name? I forgot your name.
Humble. You got me,
Humble.
brother. You got me, humble. Yeah.
There can't be exceptions. It has to be all inclusive. You can't leave anybody out. The minute you leave somebody out, it can't serve as a definition.
That's not true because we
That
have
is true.
deformities and that we have human beings have deformities.
Yeah, so do other animals.
All
have to
human
distinguish them.
beings don't have the same deformities, but we're
Yeah, but you
all
have to
human beings.
You have to tell me what makes you a human being. What makes you?
Bro.
Give me the qualities that make you a human being. You can't do it.
The fact that I have intuition, the fact that I have reasoning, the fact
Other
that
animals have that.
the fact that I can use tools, the fact
Other
that I'm
animals
a
can do
mammal.
that. What are you talking about?
Huh?
What are you talking about? Other animals can do that. Chimpanzees use tools. What are you talking about?
I
Octopus
said,
use tools.
ho. I'm talking about within conjunction of intuition. Within
Yeah,
conjunction
what do they
of
do?
reasoning.
What are they doing it with? How are they doing it?
Listen. You're comparing intellect.
Yeah,
You're not
animals have
comparing.
intellect.
You are comparing intellect.
And animals have intellect. You are aware
Yes,
of that,
animals
right?
have intellect. I'm not saying animals don't have intellect.
So why are you
Right?
saying? Why are you giving me this as a definition of human being when other animals have it?
Because all humans have it.
Yeah,
we have other things.
So
and
do
bro,
other animals.
So because giraffes have feet, right? Are they human?
No, that's why you can't use
That's the point.
That's why you can't do what you're doing.
Watch this. All humans have 2 feet.
No, that's not true. Somebody amputated don't have 2 feet,
bro.
So you can't give me attributes that satisfy every human being.
Watch this. Just because somebody got his 2 feet amputated, does that mean he did not once have 2 feet?
Maybe he wasn't born with one and the other one was amputated.
Now you giving me hypotheticals, bro. You see how you try to wiggle your. I see what you be trying to do. Listen, I'm a chess player too, bro. In fact, my wife, I wish I could show y'all. My wife just got me the Gotham chess set. But I'm a chess player too, chess, bro. And I see what you be trying to do, bro. I see what you be trying to do.
It's not that I'm doing something slick. I'm showing you that you're not covering all the possibilities. And because you can't define human being. It's
say, this is Yara. This is brother Yara. Okay. What's up, Yara? He said this guy gonna make me agree with Humble. Homo sapiens is a scientific definition for all humans. Thank you, Yara.
Yeah, give it to me.
And Yara, hold on 1 second, Chess. Hold on 1 second, Chess. Yara, brother, I don't know if you heard me say this on numerous occasions, but while I got you here, I do want to say, brother, it's all on the information. I look at you as a brother. I look at you as an esteemed debater. You know, when I come at you, it's nothing personal. I don't want to take it as I don't like you or I think low of you. Hey, man, I'm just out here trying to get my name out there, trying to get recognized. You know how it is. Listen, all love. All love.
Ask him to answer it.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Cass.
Ask him to answer it. Give me the attributes that cover 7 million or 7 billion human beings without missing a single one.
He just gave it to you. All humans are Homo sapiens.
No shit. Give me the attributes that make you a Homo sapien, dude. What do you have to be a Homo sapien?
All Homo sapiens
cover all 7 billion
Homo
people.
sapiens, for an example, almost all Homo sapiens have a pelvic bone that make them stand upright.
Almost all is not going to cut it. It has to be 100%.
I said all Homo sapiens have a pelvic bone that make them stand upright.
Okay, let's go with that. Is that's it?
No, you said give me one. Now you asking is that it? I told you, chess. I play chess too.
Hold on. Did I say only one attribute? I said give me the attribute.
Give me one attribute, and then
I don't think I said give me one. Because of course you can give me one.
I don't know if
you have to give me all of them.
Hey, Chess, hold on 1 second. 1 second, Chess. I don't know if Yara seen the presentation I did, but if he did, you better ask Yara. Listen, these videos ain't nothing. These videos that we do, these panels ain't nothing but receipts. So you got to be careful what you say, because I study these videos as I go back. And so when I go back and I see where oh, well, you said, well, you asked for one, and then you asked for me to ask Yara to give you one, and then I give you one, and then I tell you Yara I gave you one, then you come back and say, well, give me some more. I can show that back in the clip, bro. You got to be careful.
Okay,
what's
you can
up,
show it
Moore's
back in the
Wisdom?
clip.
Thanks for coming through, brother. We appreciate you. Go ahead, brother Chess. I'm a mute my mic.
I normally don't. I normally don't speak like that, so I'm doubting that that's what I said, because I know you can probably give me one, but you can't give me all of them. I'm asking for all of them. Why would I ask for one? You have to tell me what qualities all human beings have without missing a single one. And there is no definition. There is no scientific definition. There is no dictionary definition. There is no encyclopedia definition. I guarantee you that if you try to do that authority stuff, I will find a way to show you at least one that doesn't have one of those attributes. It's always going to be one. Science does not cover up 100%. As that by definition, it doesn't. So the fact that he's saying that science is like science is some god, he's not correct. He doesn't know how to reason correctly then. Science cannot give you absolutes.
You said science can't give us absolutes. All right. See, I didn't want to do this, and I enjoyed the spawn session. I didn't want to do this, right? But one thing I said earlier, and I think I said this a couple times, right, is a lot of things that we say, we gotta like be able to go somewhere and be able to find these things, right? So the brother just said, nowhere will you ever find, right, a scientific definition that classify human beings. Well, let's read this. In science, humans are classified using taxonomy. Taxonomy. Look that up, man. Write that down. Taxonomy. The biological system that categorizes all living organisms. Below is the full correct classification. Kingdom, Mammalia. Right? Humans are animals, multicellular, heterotrophic, and mobile organisms. Right? Phylum, the chordata. Right? We have a spinal cord and a dorsal nerve cord, right? Class Mammalia. We are warm-blooded, have hair, and females produce milk. Right? Order primates. We share traits like forward face, eyes, grasping hands, and large brains. Family, hominidity. That's funny. The great apes, humans, chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, genus Homo, characterized by upright walking and advanced tool use. Species, Homo sapiens, meaning wise human, defined by symbolic thought, language, and culture. The one sentence scientific definition: a human being is a member of the species Homo sapiens, a primate in the family Hominids, characterized by large brains capacity, symbolic reasoning, complex language, and cultural behavior. So this is a scientific definition of a human. Now, what human don't have this classification?
So you're saying that people who don't perform below normal that have this, like for example, the severely
I'm asking
autistic.
you, what human don't have this?
So
all humans have this.
All humans have the. Now read it again, because
all humans are Homo sapiens.
Can you put it on the screen? Can you put it on the screen? So I can see.
Matter of fact, I got you. Hold on, give me a second. I got you.
Because I can't remember everything you said.
Yeah. I got you. No problem. Hold on 1 second.
This is so general. It's going to be easy to find counter models. You have to be more specific with it.
Don't worry. And I got you right here.
And by the way, this is an appealing to an authority, isn't it? Aren't you using this as an authority?
Am I using this as an authority?
Yes.
For the sake of conversation.
So that's a different context from what we were talking about with the sister then, right?
Is this a different context? We're this
of authority, of the word authority. You're using the word authority because you're using dictionaries and you're using online sources.
Mm-hmm.
You're not taking my word for it. So you're putting them above me, right? So it's an authority. Right?
Yeah.
So it's not what the sister was saying, right? It's not about control or consequences. This is a different context, isn't it?
No, that's what you were saying. No, don't run that play. I told you chess. I play chess, bro. I just blocked your pawn movement. That's how you was trying to put authority as the control. She was saying
no, I didn't. I never did. She claimed that I did. I never said that. I never said it was control.
Videos, boy. I'm telling you. Listen,
you can go back.
Chess.
I never said the context she said. She implied that that's what I meant, but I never stated that. She chose that context over everything I said, and she stuck with it. But this context is different from the other two that she mentioned. So there's definitely more than two. Again, so why was she hard-boiled on that one? I don't know. That's what I kept asking her. So if she's listening, and I hope she has an open mind to understand that I was talking about the number of context, not the context that she wants to talk about. But if there's 10 contexts, how are you just going to pick one? You could pick one, but you can't say that's where everything else came from. That's the issue. So I agreed with her about authority. I mean, there's no disagreement, but it was her insisting on one context, and she kept on going back to that and ignoring the other ones. If you have a menu with 10 items on it, you have 10 items to choose from, not just one.
All right. Can you see on the screen? Chess?
Yes.
All right. So
Can you blow it up a little bit bigger? Can you make it a little bit bigger? If you can.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see.
So that I can see it, but yeah, that's good. Right there.
All right, let me scroll back over here. So I was just giving you what I was reading on my other side, right? So it's the one sentence scientific definition: a human being is a member of a species of Homo sapien. All human beings are Homo sapien. Are they or are they not?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, a primate in the family Hominidae. Right? So all human beings are a primate in the family of Hominidae. Are they or are they not?
Yes.
All right. Characterized by a large brain capacity. Right? All human beings are characterized by a large brain capacity. Are they or are they not?
I don't know what that even means. That's psychology language. Like, what do you mean? That does it mean that the brain is smaller than the skull or something? Like, some people have smaller skulls than others, right? So I don't know what that means.
Talking about brain capacity, like neural networks.
That's different for different people, right? So, for example, autistic people, severely autistic people, don't have the normal brain development that you and I have, right? So it's not the same. Their brain capacity, I would say, is different. It's not large.
But now watch this. We're talking about the common human being. Of course,
we're not talking about the common. No, we can't talk about the common. We can't talk about the common. It has to fit all of the members, not just the majority of them.
What do you mean? Ho. So now you're trying to flam again, brother.
No, I'm not trying to flam. When you define something, you have to define it 100%.
The reason I'm saying you're trying to flam is because even people with illnesses, right? Mental illnesses, right? Although their brain may not be fully developed, right? The size of their brain, their tissue, is larger than a lot of other species. Yes or no?
That could be true, but that doesn't change anything.
Ain't no that
That's
could
why.
be
That's
true.
why.
That is true.
I don't know if it's 100% true. That's so vague.
Listen, well, do what I
serve a
did.
purpose.
Listen, do what I did, right? And then go ask, is it true or not? Now, really fast. Now I want to get to this, and I'm gonna let you go ahead, okay? Because I got a little bit of noise in my background. So now here's why I say, what scientists agree with this definition, right? Virtually all biologists and anthropologists agree with this definition, which means you're the only one that don't agree with this definition.
No, it's
It
not
aligns
specific.
precisely with the standard scientific consensus on Homo sapiens as primates and Homo neanderthals, defined by our large brain average 1,300 centimeters cubed, symbolic reasoning, complex language, and cultural behavior. Key institutions, major scientific bodies endorse this view. The Smithsonian Institution described modern humans, Homo sapiens, by large brains, enabling symbolic thinking, complex social networks, and cultural innovations like art and rituals. Britannica and Australian Museum confirm the taxonomic placement and traits like articulate speech, abstract reasoning, and high brain capacity. Right? Prominent scientists. Carl Linnaeus coined Homo sapiens, wise men, in 1758 for our rational brain-driven nature. John Blumenbach provided the first, and I don't want to give these people no credit, man. I ain't using these people. my bad, bro. And that's because I'm not disingenuous. And I seen Blumenbach, and I'm not quoting nothing from Blumenbach because that come with a racial theory, and I ain't dealing with that, man. That's flim-flam.
Right, but would you agree that this is not specific enough? This is a general overview.
No, this is specific.
No, it's not. Specific would be, given attributes like how tall you would have to be, whether you have certain amount of hair, whether you have certain eye color, specific traits. And you cannot do that with human beings. That's why they're giving you some psychology definitions that are so vague that I don't even know what that means.
Just because you don't, is they're so vague that you don't know what they mean?
No,
or are you
so
not
vague.
literate enough scientifically to break down?
No, it has nothing to do with literacy. They're choosing words because they can't cover 7 billion people. That's why they're doing that.
They can't cover 7 billion people, but yet 7 billion people.
The 60s peak made 1,000 in 1 minute, one take.
Yo. You know who it is, man. It's your boy Oli. What up, Babylon? I see you. I see you in the chat, Babylon. This nigga's trying to come up right now, man. But it's supposed to be 11:55, man. Should I keep playing it while we talking? Babylon said he want to say something. He said we should be pausing this and discussing and debunking the him. We just won't have no footage. It's still gonna be showing. We still gonna be showing. We just won't have no footage, right?
Yeah, I almost want to say start the new stream. How you do
without cutting it off? Let me see if I can.
It was only 6 people. Shit.
It's only 7.
Well, tell them or get on there and tell them like, hey, I'm starting a new stream. It's about to cut off on y'all, but just come right back.
Matter of fact, I'm just to just make these niggas who want to join the link join it, and then I'll change it when they join.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Bet.
Yeah. He's like, hey,
Babylon.
It's about to cut. Yeah, let them up first. Let them all up first.
Yeah.
And then after they get up, you're like, hey. Just I'm about to cut the stream, everybody.
All right, Babylon. All right, Babylon. I'm finna start a new stream. If y'all can hold on for just 1 second, man, we're gonna go ahead and start this day off right. Since people still there, because Babylon, you've been saying you wanted to build for a couple of days now, man, and we just haven't found time to get it. It's nice early this morning. I got my chores done.
Your camera came on.
So we're gonna go ahead and get this thing started. I ain't tripping. Yeah, I ain't tripping. Shit, it ain't nothing. But we're gonna go ahead and get this, man. Thank y'all for joining this panel, joining this watch. Titans Debate League. You know I got to end it in premier fashion, like we always do. Sit by. We'll be right back on.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
I hope they come back.
Jay Snake said in my Roy Chess voice. See, I tried to be jumping, man.
He said in my Roy Chess voice, I tried to do me, John.